Chapter 1. Transmigration, Rebirth, System, and Buffs Galore. Listen well, young man, my name is Kunsha. You are the first in this world to refuse my request. You'll understand in your next life. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Gu Lingxiao's ordinary life came to an abrupt end. 1997. Handong Province, Handong University. Ugh, my head aches. Where am I? Wasn't I killed by Kunsha? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Gu Lingxiao noticed something amiss. He was certain that he had painstakingly developed a unique region straddling two nations into a scenic spot in Handong Province, only for a group of desperate criminals to storm into his residence, knock him unconscious, and abduct him. He had indeed faced the notorious drug lord, Kunsha, who had executed him. He had truly died. Given the peculiar nature of the region, crossing from one country to another was remarkably easy, with many individuals traversing borders. This unique village existed within the confines of two nations, and the Dragon Kingdom could only deploy border guard troops to monitor the entrance. To IT was not merely a border issue, but a complex political dilemma matter that could affect the entire relationship between the two countries. This was a problem that had persisted since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, necessitating a recognition of the unique circumstances surrounding this dual-nation village. Gu Lingxiao's father served as the current village chief, akin to the leader of a small township. After the untimely death of his parents, Gu Lingxiao returned to assume the role of village chief, completing his studies at Handong University before dedicating himself to the village's development. Kunsha, one of the prominent drug lords in the Golden Triangle, had taken an interest in this situation, repeatedly attempting to forge an alliance with Gu Lingxiao. The circumstances surrounding his parents' demise had raised suspicions in Gu Lingxiao's previous life. It was certainly not a mere accident, and it now appeared to be the handiwork of Kunsha. Gu Lingxiao harbored a profound disdain for such matters, both before and after his transmigration. Thus, he consistently rebuffed Kunsha's proposals. Ultimately, this led to his own demise. After yet another rejection of Kunsha's invitation, he was kidnapped that very night, and in his final moments, he beheld Kunsha's face cold, indifferent, and devoid of humanity, rendering Gu Lingxiao trembling with fear. The moment the gun was pressed against his forehead, he steadfastly refused to comply, igniting the fury of his assailant. A single gunshot marked the end of Gu Lingxiao's mundane existence. But what is this situation? Why am I still alive? As he gradually opened his eyes, Gu Lingxiao was struck by a sense of familiarity. He found himself in the very apartment he had rented while attending Handong University. Could it be that he had truly been reborn? Was this reality, not merely a dream? Gu Lingxiao pinched his arm, applying pressure, and a sharp pain surged throughout his body. It hurt indeed. He had been reborn, and the phenomenon of transmigration had manifested itself, and his life rebirth was not entirely unacceptable. Hello, Moto. The vibration and ringtone emanating from his pocket jolted Gu Lingxiao from his reverie. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed the caller ID, Teacher Gao. Teacher Gao, Gao Yuliang, his esteemed mentor. The teacher has shown unparalleled kindness towards him, taking great care of him. After his parents' demise, Teacher Gao often called to check on him and frequently invited him over for dinner. Gu Lingxiao picked up the phone with a complex expression, his voice hoarse as he greeted, "Hello, Teacher Gao. Lingxiao, the class is about to start. Why haven't you reported to school yet? You are already several days late compared to your classmates," Gao Yuliang said, glancing around the classroom, which was missing this particular student. Concerned for his well-being, he decided to directly call and inquire. Remembering the unfortunate events that befell Gu Lingxiao's family at the beginning of the term, Gao Yuliang felt a genuine worry for him. He had communicated yesterday that Gu Lingxiao could report to school today, and not having seen him, yet prompted Gao Yuliang to reach out. Listening to the teacher's voice full of concern, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within Gu Lingxiao. "Teacher, he'll be there soon," he replied. "All right, please be careful on your way. You'll miss the first class, so don't rush too much." "Okay. Understood, Teacher Gao." After hanging up, Gu Lingxiao went to the washroom, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to regain his composure. Ding! First of all, congratulations to the host for being reborn. Secondly, the system has been activated. Chapter 2. The Death Warrior System. Handong University. A system. In his previous life, Gu Lingxiao had often pondered whether he possessed a system as well, but after countless fruitless attempts, he had come to realize that he was not the chosen one destined for such a fate. Yet now, the system had activated, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Trembling hands turned off the faucet as Gu Lingxiao inquired, "What kind of system are you? What functions do you possess?" Ding! The host can communicate with this system mentally. This system is Death Warrior System Character Panel. System Mall summon Death Warriors by recharging money. Low-level Death Warrior. One can be summoned for 100,000 equivalent to a high school diploma, strength comparable to a 3-year veteran soldier. Intermediate Death Warrior. One can be summoned for 1 million equivalent to a university degree, strength comparable to a reconnaissance soldier. High-level Death Warrior. One can be summoned for 10 million equivalent to a master's degree, strength comparable to a special forces soldier. Top-level Death Warrior. One can be summoned for 100 million equivalent to a doctoral degree, strength comparable to a top-tier talent in a specific field or a military. Elite. Top-level Death Warriors can be summoned from 2 pools, bodyguards and talents. Bodyguard category includes top-tier special forces such as Lung Feng, Feng Yuxiao, Xiao Zhuang, Yuan Lang, Tian Yangsheng, and a series of others. Talent category includes stock experts, finance professionals, film directors, singers, and a variety of others. All individuals listed above are guaranteed to be 100% loyal. If the host commands them to perish, they will not hesitate. With each description from the system, Gu Lingxiao's heart raced with increasing fervor, especially at the mention of top-level Death Warriors. Although the price was steep at 100 million, the prospect of having a truly loyal elite talent or bodyguard was undeniably worthwhile. System. Is there a beginner's gift package? Ding. Beginner's gift package discovered. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 recruitment opportunity for a top-tier Death Warrior and 100 summons for low-level Death Warriors. Would you like to summon? Do not summon yet. Gu Lingxiao needed to contemplate how to arrange these individuals. The balance on his card should only amount to a little over 1 million, derived from his parents' life insurance payouts. The thought of his parents darkened Gu Lingxiao's expression once more. Kunsha, you will surely meet your demise. Summon Elite Assassins Ding. Successfully summoned an Elite Assassin name. Xinjiang Elite Assassin Field. Stock Market. The stock market. Indeed, it is the most lucrative arena, yet also the most scrutinized with adept maneuvering. However, it poses no issue. System. Where is Xinjiang currently? Ding. Host. Xinjiang will report within 3 days. 3 days. Then once Xinjiang arrives, everything will fall into place that he could entrust his funds to him for fruitful investments. As for the 100 assassins, after some consideration, Gu Lingxiao decided to summon them as well. System. Can I communicate with the assassins I summon? Ding. Yes, host, but it requires 100 million to activate communication services. Currently, you can only issue 1 command upon summoning. You black market vendor, charging 100 million for a communication service. Gu Lingxiao's forehead darkened. Summoning 100 assassins, issuing command. All to seek employment near Handong University in Jingzhou, with provisions included and salaries retained for now. Gu Lingxiao did not intend for these 100 individuals to languish within the system. Securing jobs with meals and accommodation would ensure that, after daily expenses, they would still have at least 100,000 left each month. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance he could not afford to abandon frugality just because of Xinjiang's presence. All right, he is indeed miserly. However, had he forgotten something? Oh no, class! Gu Lingxiao sprang up, flinging open the door with a resounding bang, and dashed out. As he ran, he pulled out his Motorola. Realizing that 20 minutes had already passed, he was not too far from school, but there was no way he would reach in time for Professor Gao's class. Upon reaching downstairs and gazing at the sun outside, Gu Lingxiao felt immensely at ease. Living truly is wonderful. Handong University. Moments later, he hailed a taxi, stated his destination, and resumed his examination of the system. He began to understand that these assassins were, in essence, entities conjured from thin air, yet would not be flagged as illegal residents. Each individual existed in this world, legitimately and lawfully. Their unwavering loyalty would significantly ease Gu Lingxiao's future arrangements, offering him ample opportunities to undertake endeavors he had once only contemplated in his previous life. For instance, within the realms of politics and the military. Handsome, we've arrived at Handong University. That'll be 10 yuan. Gu Lingxiao seated in the back of the taxi, snapped back to reality as he beheld the gates of Handong University. In this life, anyone who dared to oppress him would not escape witnessing the true meaning of an assassin. With clarity in his mind, Gu Lingxiao retrieved his wallet, handed over the 10 yuan, and alighted from the vehicle. The aura surrounding him had shifted. If in his past life he had been ordinary and utterly unremarkable, now Gu Lingxiao radiated an entirely different presence. An air of indifference enveloped him, not a disregard for life itself, but a profound apathy towards everything. As if nothing held significance in his eyes, he exuded an aura of dominion. "Hey, stop. May I see your student ID?" The security guard, initially unable to discern the figure before him, found himself momentarily taken aback by Gu Lingxiao's presence as he drew closer. His voice softened considerably. "Hello, student. May I see your ID?" "Of course, my apologies for the delay. I overslept," Gu Lingxiao replied with a gentle smile, retrieving his student ID from his pocket, exuding no trace of arrogance, but rather an air of warmth. "Wow, is that a junior or a senior? He has such an attractive smile." "Who? Are you referring to him?" the girl beside her inquired, glancing around. "Look, it's the one at the security booth." She gestured discreetly towards Gu Lingxiao. "Isn't that Gu Lingxiao? Do you know him?" "I think so. He's a freshman, and I recognize him because he's the campus heartthrob," the girl replied, though she was uncertain if he was indeed the heartthrob from the law department. "I heard there was a family issue at the start of the semester, but it seems he has resolved it." "Wait, if you're saying he had family troubles, then how did he earn the title of heartthrob?" The girl seized on the inconsistency in her friend's words. "Well, his student ID is easily verifiable, and word spreads quickly, so everyone has seen it," the girl said with a dreamy smile. Engrossed in their conversation, the two would likely have approached Gu Lingxiao directly had it not been for the barrier. "It's all clear now, student. You may enter." The security guard returned the ID, simultaneously opening the gate. "Thank you." Gu Lingxiao tucked his ID away and walked in, casting a smile at the two girls as he passed. "Are all the students at Handong University this strikingly handsome?" "Hurry up, we might have been overheard," one girl urged. "No way. The heartthrob has such keen hearing." "Haha, indeed. So what are you planning to do? Have you developed a crush?" Listening to her friend's whimsical remarks, the girl, feeling exasperated, playfully scratched her underarms. "Are you going to keep talking or not?" I yield. I was wrong, please stop." "There he comes again." At her friend's words, the girl ceased her playful antics and turned to see him approaching. Chapter 3. The esteemed mentor Gao Yuliang. "Hello, Ho Liangping. What brings you to seek out Xiao Ai?" In front of him stood Ho Liangping, addressing Xiao Ai. "Do you have some free time at noon? Shall we go out for a meal?" Zhong Xiao Ai regarded the eager expression on Ho Liangping's face, which had always been the same. Yet, after encountering Gu Lingxiao, she could not help but perceive Ho Liangping's mediocrity in comparison. "I'm not going," she replied. "We'll be dining at the cafeteria." With that, she took her friend's arm and departed. Ho Liangping stood dazed, watching as Zhong Xiao Ai left without hesitation. What had transpired? Everything had seemed fine before. He had pursued her for years and had never witnessed such a reaction. It felt as though they were back at the beginning of their acquaintance, strangers, unfamiliar. A flicker of malice crossed his gaze as he pondered what had gone awry. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, he would have surely won Zhong Xiao Ai's affection. As Gu Lingxiao approached the faculty building, he was required to seek approval from his mentor, Liang Lu, in order to process his off-campus accommodation application. However, the mere thought of his mentor darkened Gu Lingxiao's mood considerably. Indeed, Liang Lu was the very person who had coerced Qi Tongwei into kneeling. In his previous life, she had shown interest in him, yet upon realizing he had no intentions of pursuing a political career, her threats became futile, and she eventually relinquished her pursuit. Liang Qiwenfeng indeed held the position of secretary of the political and legal committee in Handong province. Logically speaking, if she desired to target him, it would be exceedingly simple. Yet, he had chosen a different path, returning home to inherit his family's estate, rendering her powerless against him. "Hi there, classmate. Nice to see you again." Zhang Xiaoai's voice trailed from behind. Gu Lingxiao turned to find a strikingly graceful and attractive girl standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Lingxiao again, Zhang Xiaoai could not deny that his appearance and demeanor aligned perfectly with her preferences. "Hello, may I inquire where Liang Lu's office is?" Gu Lingxiao asked, offering a gentle smile to the radiant young woman before him. Liang Lu? Upon hearing that Gu Lingxiao sought Liang Lu, Zhong Xiaoai's impression of him slightly diminished. After all, the reputation of that mentor within the school was less than favorable. Fearing misunderstandings, Zhong Xiao AI's tone turned somewhat frosty as she asked, "What do you need her for?" Gu Lingxiao, undeterred by her fluctuating demeanor, candidly replied, "I wish to apply for off-campus housing and require my mentor's consent. Do you happen to know where her office is?" Zhong Xiao AI felt inexplicably relieved. It was merely an application for off-campus accommodation, and thankfully, it was not a matter of falling into that woman's trap. "I'll take you there," she said, stepping ahead of Gu Lingxiao. As Gu Lingxiao watched Zhong Xiao AI's retreating figure, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Yet, he quickly chastised himself. Her whereabouts are her own concern. With regard to Zhong Xiao AI, Gu Lingxiao remained indifferent, maintaining his usual demeanor. Her background, regardless of its remarkable nature, held no sway over him. Upon arrival, Zhong Xiao turned to Gu Lingxiao outside an office door and spoke. "All right, thank you." Just as Gu Lingxiao was about to knock on the door, Zhong Xiao's voice echoed behind him once more. "You think a simple thank you will suffice? I am not so easily dismissed. Treat me to lunch." Although Gu Lingxiao was uncertain of Zhong Xiao's intentions, he did not mind. It was merely a lunch after all. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. I'll be waiting for you at noon," Zhong Xiao said with a light step as she departed, leaving an alluring silhouette behind. Perplexed, Gu Lingxiao found himself bewildered. If memory served him correctly, this was indeed their first encounter. Oh, wait. No, it was the second. Their first meeting had occurred at the school gate. Shaking off these nonsensical thoughts, Gu Lingxiao knocked on the door. "Come in." Liang Lu turned to face Gu Lingxiao as he entered, an unusual glimmer in her eyes. So handsome, so charming. The fleeting moment of infatuation was quickly replaced by professionalism as she asked, "Which department are you from? Do you need something?" Noticing the inexplicable expectation in Liang Lu's gaze, Gu Lingxiao felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Eager to resolve matters swiftly, he replied straightforwardly, "Instructor. I am Gu Lingxiao, a freshman from the Department of Political Science and Law. Due to some family issues, I'm reporting today to arrange for off-campus housing." Upon realizing Gu Lingxiao was indeed the student who had taken leave due to family matters, Liang Lu was surprised to find him quite handsome. "That is acceptable. But wouldn't it be better to stay on campus?" she inquired after a moment's thought. "I prefer not to live with others," he replied curtly. Unwilling to foster any further connection with Liang Lu, whose family's influence posed no threat to him, Liang Lu's expression darkened, and with a huff, she proceeded to process Gu Lingxiao's off-campus accommodation request. There would certainly be ample time in the future to deal with him. After receiving the approval, Gu Lingxiao wasted no time, thanking her before promptly exiting. Once the door closed behind him, Liang Lu's demeanor soured. "Very well, a freshman, is it? I hope you remain this resolute in the future." Upon leaving Liang Lu's office, Gu Lingxiao chose not to head straight out, as he still needed to meet his teacher, Gao Yuliang, who felt more like a paternal figure than merely an instructor. Ascending to the top of the teaching building and gazing at the familiar office door, Gu Lingxiao's thoughts raced. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. "Come in." "Professor Gao, it's Lingxiao reporting." Seeing Gao Yuliang, who appeared less worn than before, brought some relief to Gu Lingxiao's heart. Upon hearing his name, Gao Yuliang looked up, his voice gentle as he inquired, "Have you managed to resolve the issues at home? Is there anything you need help with?" "Thank you, Professor. Everything at home has been taken care of." Sighing softly, Gao Yuliang regarded Gu Lingxiao with concern. "What troubles you?" "Teacher, I have heard about the matters concerning your family. After graduation, you will be returning to the village, correct?" Upon mentioning this, Gao Yuliang felt a sense of regret. Gu Lingxiao not only excelled academically and was exceptionally mature, but he also possessed a remarkable understanding of various matters. However, he was well aware of the situation at home. It seemed a pity for such a promising student destined for a political career to return and inherit the position of village chief. It felt like a tragic waste of talent. He had thoroughly understood the conditions of that village, which could be described as wholly belonging to the Gu family. With 9 out of 10 households bearing the surname Gu, it bore a striking resemblance to that Taizhai village, except that the position of village chief was hereditary. "Indeed, teacher. After graduation, I will return to manage the village." Gu Lingxiao expressed no sense of loss or regret. He recognized that a political path was beyond his reach. Yet, his loyal subordinates could certainly assist him in this endeavor. 2 benefits from one decision. Observing Gu Lingxiao, who displayed no hint of regret, Gao Yuliang felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. He replied curtly, "Fine, if that's the case, you may proceed with your affairs." "Then, teacher, I shall take my leave," Gu Lingxiao said respectfully, bowing before retreating to exit. Come over for dinner when you have time. The teacher's caring words emerged just as the door was about to close. Certainly, teacher, Gu Lingxiao replied. Chapter 4. A village, two nations, situated on the border. Gazing at the closed gate, Gao Yuliang sighed once more, lamenting the missed opportunity. Lingxiao is undoubtedly well-suited for that path. After leaving the building, Gu Lingxiao wandered leisurely through the school, relishing a nostalgic return to campus life. What a coincidence! Not having ventured far, Gu Lingxiao spotted two men and two women seated on the steps ahead. Among them were Zhong Xiaoai with her friend, and beside them was Ho Liangping, easily recognizable, along with a bystander. Xiaoai, where are you going for lunch? Let me treat you, Ho Liangping said eagerly, positioning himself close to Zhong Xiaoai. Upon hearing her mention that she couldn't dine with her friend, he sensed an opportunity. Taking the initiative to offer to treat her stemmed from a feeling of urgency, the source of which eluded him. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, he decided to inquire in a somewhat humble tone. I say, you're bothersome, Zhong Xiaoai. Irritated by the incessant chatter beside her, turned to reprimand him, only to be met by the sight of Gu Lingxiao approaching. Her expression shifted from gloom to brightness. And witnessing the smile on Zhong Xiaoai's face, Ho Liangping mistakenly assumed she had acquiesced. Just as he prepared to speak, Zhong Xiaoai rose and dashed past him towards a man behind. Upon turning, he discovered that Zhong Xiaoai had run up to a gentleman, her face adorned with a smile, prompting Ho Liangping's gaze towards the man to turn icy. Perhaps the intensity of Ho Liangping's stare was too overt, as the man turned to meet his gaze. He offered a smile that struck Ho Liangping as mocking, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Ah, we meet again. I didn't get to ask your name earlier, nor did I have the chance to exchange numbers. Tell me, is it that you don't wish to treat me to a meal? Gu Lingxiao said, observing Zhong Xiaoai as she jogged over, launching into a lament. The sight of her seemingly innocent yet expectant demeanor left him utterly bewildered, questioning the origin of such expressions. Little did he know that Zhong Xiaoai had just confided in her friend about Gu Lingxiao's invitation to lunch, only to later realize her complete ignorance of his name or contact details, leading to her own frustration. She herself was unsure of her feelings. Perhaps it was Gu Lingxiao's nonchalant and fearless demeanor that captivated her, igniting a profound interest in him. Most intriguingly, it was the inexplicable aura of mystery surrounding him that proved utterly irresistible. It is often said that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it signifies her burgeoning affection. This was precisely the sensation Zhong Xiaoai was experiencing. Apologies, I am Gu Lingxiao. Let us exchange numbers now, he said, extending his right hand. As Zhong Xiaoai beheld the outstretched hand, she reciprocated with her own. Hello, Gu Lingxiao, I am Zhong Xiaoai. Cold, soft, and smooth. These were the sensations that enveloped Gu Lingxiao's mind at the moment of their handshake. The contact was brief, for he was no fool. He did not cling to her hand. Yet, he pondered whether Zhong Xiaoai was indeed the very same individual he had imagined, and it seemed likely, as she was the only one bearing that name in the entirety of Handong University. Thus, one could infer that the gentleman behind is the infamous Ho Liangping, renowned for his reliance on others. It is no wonder he wears a countenance that suggests a desire to eliminate his adversary. Particularly, the disdainful expression Ho Liangping casts upon Qi Tongwei, who he perceives as a mere leech, is most revolting, especially considering that he himself is the epitome of dependency, while Qi Tongwei has consistently strived towards his ambitions. Feeling the fleeting touch of a hand, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Zhong Xiaoai's eyes. The gentleman exuded an air of comfort and sophistication, elevating her perception of Gu Lingxiao significantly. Xiaoai, is this your friend? The sudden voice pierced through the air, and upon turning, she found none other than Ho Liangping himself. Xiaoai? So, who might you be? The ambiguity in Gu Lingxiao's words was deliberate. Although he had no intention of benefiting from Xiaoai, he held no disdain for her, given her beauty and impressive background. Upon hearing Gu Lingxiao's voice, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over Zhong Xiaoai, prompting her to hastily clarify, he is a classmate from high school, attending the same university as I am. Please, do not misunderstand. After speaking, she turned to Ho Liangping and stated, I would appreciate it if you could refer to me as Zhong Xiaoai or classmate Zhong, to avoid any misconceptions. Observing the sudden shift in Zhong Xiaoai's demeanor, Ho Liangping felt a pang of anguish, his gaze towards Gu Lingxiao brimming with ire. So it is you. It is all your doing that has rendered my efforts futile. It appears your friend is not particularly welcoming of me. I shall take my leave for now. Once I have concluded my business, I shall reach out to invite you to lunch. Gu Lingxiao declared as he retrieved his phone from Zhong Xiai's grasp and turned to depart. At that moment, Zhong Xiai regained her composure and, upon turning back, encountered Ho Liangping's eyes, which were still betraying his tumultuous emotions, disappointment and madness intertwined. She swiftly pursued Gu Lingxiao. Ho Liangping extended his hand, attempting to call out to Zhong Xiai, yet no sound escaped his lips. Chen Hai approached and gently patted Ho Liangping on the shoulder, saying, "Monkey, it seems Xiai has developed feelings for this individual. Are you truly unwilling to concede?" Ignoring the pity in Chen Hai's eyes, Ho Liangping forced a smile, asserting, "You are well aware of Xiai's circumstances. She has been indulged by her family. I have faith that she will comprehend my intentions." Chen Hai, momentarily taken aback by Ho Liangping's audacious declaration, responded, "You are impressive, monkey. I must admit, I have never encountered such determination. You are indeed remarkable, a true devotee, willing to overlook everything for a mere morsel of attention. It is no wonder you are destined for greatness." Meanwhile, Gu Lingxiao deliberately slowed his pace, confident in his success. As anticipated, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. "Wait, Junior," Zhong Xiai called out, her heart racing at the sight of Gu Lingxiao striding ahead. Of course, what appeared as a swift pace in Zhong Xiai's anxious mind was, in reality, Gu Lingxiao's deliberate slowness. Gu Lingxiao, unperturbed, paused in feigned confusion as he looked back at Zhong Xiai. "Senior, are you not accompanying your boyfriend?" Observing the seemingly genuine Gu Lingxiao, Zhong Xiai remained oblivious to the treachery that lurked beneath the surface of human nature. She raised her hand to wipe the beads of perspiration from her forehead and remarked, "He is not my boyfriend, nor have I ever had one." The implication was clear. Do not misconstrue my words. "Oh, the senior has never had a boyfriend?" This reaction was not feigned astonishment, but rather a genuine surprise. Upon reflection, it made sense. Given Zhong Xiai's familial circumstances, any romantic involvement would likely undergo rigorous scrutiny, with every detail of her past meticulously examined. "Very well, senior. I must now seek accommodation and, regrettably, cannot invite you to a meal. Perhaps after I secure a suitable place." Gu Lingxiao pondered her current modest single room and felt a sense of exasperation. In her previous life, although she held the title of chieftain, it proved to be of little utility. Aside from collecting a meager fee from merchants for their stalls, there were no substantial profits. And she was perpetually preoccupied with the village's myriad issues, repairs that needed addressing, landscaping the garden, and a host of other concerns. Even possessing 1,000,000 would scarcely suffice. Chapter 5, Zhang Xiaoai, Ho Liangping. In a past life, the village had developed to a certain extent, yet the monthly revenue barely reached 20,000 yuan. And this was after investing 1,000,000 of one's own fortune. Consequently, Gu Lingxiao seldom dared to reside in a decent dwelling or indulge in extravagant meals, despite the pressing necessity for the village's growth at the tender age of 18. However, gazing at Zhong Xiaoai before him, Gu Lingxiao couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. This experience starkly contrasted with his previous one. He had only heard of Zhong Xiaoai's name upon graduation. Unlike now, where they had forged a pleasant acquaintance on the very first day of school, Zhong Xiaoai tilted her head and inquired, "Are you renting a place? May I accompany you?" Then let's go," Gu Lingxiao shrugged, observing Zhong Xiaoai, who appeared quite different from characters in films. She was youthful and radiant, yet he remained uncertain of her true nature. The future could wait. As Gu Lingxiao strolled alongside Zhong Xiaoai towards the roadside to hail a taxi, he naturally took out a cigarette and lit it. After inhaling deeply, he acknowledged that whether facing adversity or joy, smoking provided a peculiar comfort. Zhong Xiaoai watched Gu Lingxiao exhale clouds of smoke, her lips parting as if to voice a thought, yet she ultimately chose silence. Strangely, despite her aversion to smoking, she found Gu Lingxiao's demeanor while smoking oddly appealing. Was she losing her mind? As for Gu Lingxiao, he too wondered about Zhong Xiaoai's peculiar behavior in following him so closely. "The car has arrived. Let us get in," he said, exhaling one last puff before flicking the cigarette butt away. He opened the back door, but did not immediately enter. Instead, he smiled at Zhong Xiaoai, one hand shielding his head, the other gesturing courteously for her to enter first. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaoai stepped forward confidently and took her seat. Noticing Gu Lingxiao's lack of movement, she playfully admonished, "Aren't you coming in? What are you waiting for?" Gu Lingxiao had no intention of occupying the back seat, after all. Maintaining a respectful distance was essential. However, when Zhong Xiaoai bent to enter, he caught a glimpse of her figure, which was quite enticing. Given the summer heat and her short sleeves, It was no surprise. Gu Lingxiao was not a paragon of virtue, nor did he aspire to be one. After closing the door, he instructed the driver to head to the nearest property transaction center to Handong University. Inside the vehicle, Zhong Xiaoai tilted her head and asked, "What kind of place are you looking to rent?" Inhaling the delicate fragrance wafting from the charming Zhong Xiaoai beside him. Accompanied by the gentle breeze that brushed against his face, Gu Lingxiao calmly remarked, "I initially intended to purchase a house, but upon reflection, I believe renting would be more prudent. Setting aside my own family's circumstances, I anticipate returning to the village frequently, especially after graduation. Since I am opting for a rental, I might as well choose a more comfortable abode." The driver in the front seat glanced back through the rearview mirror, astonished, pondering how a young man, in pursuit of romance, could articulate his inability to afford a home with such an air of sophistication. However, Zhong Xiaoai held a different perspective. She was aware of Gu Lingxiao's situation, having heard about it from her friends, though the details of the village remained a mystery to her. "Here we are, continue on." Gu Lingxiao acknowledged the driver, retrieving the fare from his pocket and extending it forward. He gentlemanly opened the car door, waiting for Zhong Xiaoai to alight. "Let us go?" he urged, surprising himself with the audacity to ruffle Zhong Xiaoai's hair, discovering to his astonishment that it felt rather pleasant. Zhong Xiaoai stood frozen, startled by his affectionate gesture, and soon regained her composure, indignantly pinching his arm. "Where do you find the audacity to mess with my hair?" she retorted, standing at 1.8 meters. Gu Lingxiao looked down at Zhong Xiaoai, barely exceeding 1.6 meters, and discerned her flustered state. "It's simply because you're so adorable. I couldn't help myself." With that, he disregarded her flushed cheeks and strode towards the entrance of the transaction center. Noticing Gu Lingxiao moving ahead, Zhong Xiaoai had no time to ponder other matters and quickly followed suit. "Excuse me, are you two looking to buy or rent?" A saleswoman in work attire approached with a flattering demeanor, her alluring legs peeking from beneath her short skirt. Gu Lingxiao, intrigued, cast a fleeting glance, only to feel a restless hand at his waist. Zhong Xiaoai looked up at him with mild discontent, baffled by her own discomfort. Once more, Gu Lingxiao affectionately tousled her hair, then turned to the saleswoman, stating, "We wish to rent, ideally a place with ample natural light, convenient transportation, spaciousness, and exquisite decoration." He articulated all his requirements in one breath, leaving the availability of such properties to be determined by the current listings. "Why are you still looking when the people have left?" Zhong Xiaoai observed Gu Lingxiao's unwavering gaze, realizing that women often lose their cognitive faculties when confronted with certain situations. If one were to scrutinize closely, it would become apparent that Gu Lingxiao was fixated on the model of the property displayed on the sand table, not the saleswoman. Casting a playful glance at Zhong Xiaoai, he grasped her hand and led her towards the sand table, explaining, "I was merely examining this. Why let your imagination wander?" Upon hearing his clarification, Zhong Xiaoai realized her misunderstanding. "All right, I misjudged you," she conceded. "Is that all? A simple acknowledgement of misunderstanding to wrap it up? That won't suffice. My fragile heart has sustained significant damage," he teased. "Then tell me, what should we do about it?" Zhong Xiaoai crossed her arms defiantly. "Oh, please treat me to a meal." "All right." But suddenly, Zhong Xiaoai realized and turned to Gu Lingxiao, saying, "Did we not agree that you would treat me to a meal later? How has it turned into me treating you instead? I shall treat you to lunch, and you shall treat me to dinner. Consider yourself fortunate. I am aware that many would wish to dine with me, yet I have declined them all. Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Miss Zhong, for graciously agreeing to accompany me for a meal." Observing the proud and temperamental Zhong Xiaoai, Gu Lingxiao felt as though he was in the presence of a completely different individual from the one portrayed in the films. "Sir, we have 3 suitable properties available. Would you like to take a look? But the prices are somewhat steep." The sales representative approached him with the relevant information, speaking with a hint of hesitation. Upon receiving the documents and perusing through them, Zhong Xiaoai curiously tiptoed closer, though her posture could easily lead to misunderstandings. "Oh, the cheapest one is 600 yuan a month." With a surprised exclamation, Zhong Xiaoai looked up and locked eyes with Gu Lingxiao, who was smiling warmly. She quickly composed herself and pretended as though nothing had occurred, though only she knew the rapidity of her heartbeat. This young lady. The properties selected by the gentleman are all exquisitely decorated, hence the elevated prices, the sales representative explained with a smile. The implication was clear: to reside in comfort, one must inevitably pay a higher rent, a fact that is inescapable. Are there suitable options in this community? As he set aside the materials provided by the sales agent, Gu Lingxiao's attention remained fixed on the community model before him. Chapter 6. Renting a house. Shopping mall system, ah? Certainly, sir. However, the rent is 1,000 per month, requiring a deposit of 5,000, which totals to 6,000. Shall we proceed to view the property? Should everything be satisfactory? We can sign the contract today. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that the price was rather steep and would remain so in the future. He then inquired, "We can move in today, correct?" "Indeed, sir. Please hold on while I fetch the keys." The saleswoman, brimming with excitement, turned to retrieve the keys. In an era where monthly salaries barely exceed 1,000, if Gu Lingxiao were to rent this apartment, she would earn a commission of 5%, equivalent to half a month's wage. "Lu Jia, looks like a deal is about to be made," a colleague teased from a distance, displaying a hint of jealousy but no ill intentions. "If this deal goes through, I'll treat you all to a meal." With that, the saleswoman dashed to the office to collect the keys. Moments later, upon returning with the keys, the saleswoman said, "Hello, let me escort you two over here." She gently patted the still-posing Zhong Xiaoai and whispered, "Let us go see how the apartment looks." Zhong Xiaoai, following closely behind Gu Lingxiao, murmured, "As if I am going to live with him." "What did you say?" Gu Lingxiao, unable to catch the quiet words, turned around just as Zhong Xiaoai bumped into him. Lost in her thoughts, Zhong Xiaoai stumbled backward after colliding with Gu Lingxiao, too frightened to open her eyes as she braced for the fall. However, instead of hitting the ground, she found herself pulled back into a warm embrace. She relished the sensation, choosing not to struggle. Gu Lingxiao gazed in surprise at the calm Zhong Xiaoai nestled in his arms, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Ahem. Gu Lingxiao cleared his throat, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Both were dressed lightly, and with the warm weather, Zhong Xiaoai's slight perspiration and the closeness were becoming quite intense, prompting him to cough as a gentle reminder. Startled awake, Zhong Xiaoai lost her previous fluster, composedly opening her eyes and stepping away from Gu Lingxiao's embrace. Lucky you, she thought. She was not a Navi girl. Her upbringing and experiences over the years had taught her that feelings of affection were genuine. She acknowledged that despite their brief acquaintance, she had indeed developed a fondness for Gu Lingxiao. Unlike Ho Liangping, she would not even entertain the idea of holding hands with him. Gu Lingxiao rubbed his nose and followed suit, assuring himself that it was merely a fleeting embrace, not an opportunity to indulge in scents. Upon exiting, they spotted the saleswoman standing beside a Jetta, and Gu Lingxiao curiously inquired, "Is it far?" "Mr. Buyuan, it still takes over 10 minutes to walk." "Well, let us take a car instead." Gu Lingxiao, seated in the passenger seat, engaged in conversation with the female sales representative, while Zhong Xiaoai, alone in the back, felt a sense of discomfort, fully aware that she had no real connection with Gu Lingxiao and that he was merely conversing normally with the saleswoman. After a brief exchange, Gu Lingxiao realized that this community was indeed located near Handong University, which explained the increasingly familiar route. Upon reaching their destination, Zhong Xiaoai also noticed how close it was to the university, so close that the buildings of Handong University were clearly visible. Upon exiting the elevator, they entered the room opened by the sales representative. Gu Lingxiao immediately fell in love with the apartment. The balcony featured a private flower bed, offering a complete view of Handong University. The apartment comprised a master bedroom, 2 side bedrooms, a separate kitchen and bathroom, and a spacious living room adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased the distant, undulating mountains and various buildings. There was a sense of grandeur, as if one could survey all the surrounding peaks from a lofty height, and the apartment's elevated position ensured that neighboring buildings could not intrude upon its privacy. According to the sales representative's explanation, this building was the crown jewel of the community, which justified its steep price. Junior, came Zhong Xiaoai's exuberant voice from the balcony. Gu Lingxiao was indeed satisfied with the apartment and turned to the sales representative, instructing her to prepare the contract and to arrange for someone to clean the place thoroughly while he went to withdraw money. Unfortunately, with only $1 million in assets, he could not make a call for a transfer. He would have to wait until his wealth reached the billion mark. "Certainly, sir," the sales representative replied gleefully before departing. Gu Lingxiao then looked towards Zhong Xiaoai, who was still on the balcony, and asked, "I'm going to withdraw some money and buy daily necessities. Would you like to come along?" "Of course," Zhong Xiaoai replied, harboring her own thoughts. After withdrawing the money, they successfully paid the rent in one go for 6 months, realizing that the larger payment allowed them to forego the deposit. With assets amounting to $1 million, they still had over $900,000 in savings. Accompanied by Zhong Xiaowai, Gu Lingxiao entered Walmart, embarking on a shopping expedition. Once everything was purchased, he did not question Zhong Xiaowai about the pair of slippers she had bought. Gu Lingxiao understood her intentions, choosing to remain silent about it. Phew, I'm exhausted. The two of them placed their numerous bags at the doorway and changed into their new slippers. The housekeeping staff had already cleaned the apartment. Gu Lingxiao glanced at his blue rabbit slippers and then at Zhong Xiaowai's pink ones. Zhong Xiaowai pretended not to notice and walked straight to the sofa, sitting down and closing her eyes to rest. The unspoken agreement was clear. She would feign ignorance, and he, in turn, would not pursue the matter further. Once everything was set up, Gu Lingxiao looked at the empty bed and felt a wave of frustration. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly 11 o'clock. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to finish the tasks at hand, as he was not one to procrastinate. Senior, I still need to purchase bedding. And let's grab a meal while we're at it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shai agreed as well. Given that mattresses are substantial items, they can conveniently be delivered by the merchants. A scene change reveals that they have successfully acquired all the bedding essentials. After leaving their contact number with the vendor, the two departed. Noticing the beads of perspiration forming on Zhong Xiao's forehead, Gu Lingxiao glanced around and spotted a Mishua Ice City nearby. Senior, please wait here for a moment. I will fetch you a drink. How considerate of you. Go ahead, Junior. It seemed she was not yet fatigued, as she still had the energy to tease him. After successfully purchasing 2 cups of beverages, he approached Zhong Xiaowai, who was enjoying the shade beneath a tree. After helping her insert the straws, Gu Lingxiao took a sip from his own icy drink. With just one taste, he was struck by a singular thought. It was exceedingly sweet. At that moment, Gu Lingxiao recalled that the milk tea beverages from 1997 primarily utilized powdered ingredients, such as cream and tea powder, emphasizing sweetness. It seemed that bubble tea had only just been introduced from Taiwan, a far cry from the varieties available a decade later. System. Do you possess any recipes for milk tea or similar items? Beep. Yes. Host. The system includes a commercial section. Chapter 7. A marketplace of infinite possibilities. Ah, how could I forget? How embarrassing. Enter the marketplace section. The marketplace section is divided into equipment zone and others. Equipment zone. Pistol, 5,000 each, with 100 rounds of ammunition. AK-47, 10,000 each, 500 rounds of ammunition. Gatling gun, 100,000 each, 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Armored vehicle. Tank. Armed helicopter. Other section. The system has searched for the host. Milk tea recipe. 10 million. Beginner's price. Complete lithium battery data. 10 billion. Complete solid-state battery data. 20 billion. Sodium-ion battery. Spot removing pill formula. 1 billion. Beauty serum formula. 5 billion. Gu Lingxiao swallowed the beverage in his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Is 5,000 for a pistol expensive? Not particularly, but where are we? In the mainland of Longhua, even near the Golden Triangle, acquiring weapons is no simple task, and one risks attracting unwanted attention. The system, however, conjures them out of thin air, leaving no trace. Even if the assassins are captured, there is no cause for concern. After all, one must ponder why they are called assassins. As for the 10 million milk tea recipe, it is hardly exorbitant. Through the system's introduction, Gu Lingxiao understood that this milk tea recipe would surpass all others in the future. Once released, rival brands would see their clientele vanish. Regarding the other items, they're beyond his reach for now. That string of zeros is daunting, and he can only approach them gradually. He hopes that Qin Zhang's arrival in 3 days will bring him a delightful surprise. Zhong Shai observed Gu Lingxiao, who seemed lost in thought, and waved her hand in front of him, exclaiming, "Are we going to eat, or not? What are you daydreaming about?" "Let us eat," he replied, still immersed in the shock of the system's marketplace, instinctively grasping her small hand and leading the way. "Hey, wait." Zhong Shai blushed at being held, observing Gu Lingxiao in front of her. This person displays such impulsiveness. Who grasps another's hand on the very first day of acquaintance? Though she thought this, she did not resist, allowing Gu Lingxiao to lead her onward. In a daze, Zhong Xiai found herself brought to the entrance of an intercontinental hotel. Checked. There is an intercontinental hotel, Junior. This is too extravagant. Dining for 2 here is unnecessary waste, she remarked. Zhong Xiai was no ordinary girl, nor was she materialistic. A single meal here would easily cost several thousand. Although she was pleased that Gu Lingxiao chose to bring her to such a place, making her feel valued, she believed it was not necessary to squander money in such an establishment. Gu Lingxiao gently squeezed her hand, assuring her, It's all right. I can afford a meal. Rest assured, I'm not one to inflate my status. Feeling the urgency in his grip, Zhang Xiaoai ceased her protests. Greetings, and welcome to the Intercontinental Hotel. Ignoring the welcoming staff on either side, Gu Lingxiao turned to address a person resembling the head waiter approaching him. Two of you, please prepare a private room for us. No need for a private room, just a table in the hall will suffice, interjected Zhang Xiaoai, who had remained silent until now, her urgency evident in her voice. Sir, your girlfriend truly displays great understanding, remarked the manager. Having been a manager for many years, I have grown accustomed to all manner of people. Most patrons, whether they be bosses or lovers, seem to prefer the most extravagant options, as if that alone brings them prestige. Yet, it is clear that this lady before me genuinely wishes to save money. Very well then. I would appreciate it if you could arrange a table by the window in the hall, Gu Lingxiao replied. Having chosen not to dispute the manager's assertion of her being his girlfriend, Zhang Xiaoai felt a tumult of emotions within her. The manager's comment brought her joy. Yet she felt conflicted, as she and Gu Lingxiao had only just met that day. However, after a brief moment, she managed to clear her thoughts. Having grown up in a prestigious family and influenced by her upbringing, she was resolute in her understanding of herself. 1 month, no, perhaps just 1 week. If after a week I still relish my time with Gu Lingxiao, and if he feels the same, I shall grant him the opportunity for a relationship. With her scattered thoughts now organized, Zhang Xiaoai resumed her usual proud demeanor, an air of confidence emanating from her naturally, rather than being a deliberate facade. Her status warranted such pride. Very well, please follow me, the manager said, leading Gu Lingxiao and Zhang Xiaoai to a table by the window. As they took the menus offered by the manager, Gu Lingxiao found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the plethora of choices. He was not typically one for indecision, usually opting for everything, but dining required a more measured approach. Ultimately, it was Zhang Xiaoai who finalized their meal selections. These choices will certainly be costly. You won't feel any regret, will you? She teased, casting a playful glance at Gu Lingxiao, bathed in the sunlight streaming through the window. Gu Lingxiao's features appeared even more striking, an allure heightened by his occasional smiles. Did you underestimate me? This amount is but a trivial expense to me. If I were to express any regret, it would only diminish my standing in your eyes. After all, it is merely a few thousand yuan. Zhang Xiaoai, however, did not respond with delight. Instead, her beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly, and she retorted with a hint of displeasure, still calling me senior? Then, how about Xiaoai? Gu Lingxiao ventured cautiously. Ah, younger brother Lingxiao is truly obedient. Zhang Xiaoai replied with a playful tone. Gu Lingxiao chuckled at the charming lady before him, shaking his head in amusement. As their bond deepened, outside the hotel, Ho Liangping and Chun Hai happened to pass by. Gu Lingxiao's rented apartment was directly across from Handong University, and the hotel was conveniently located nearby. The two were also on their way to dine out together. For many years now, my dear friend, it is perhaps time to relinquish your pursuit of Zhang Xiaoai. Chun Hai often finds himself perplexed by the thoughts of his companion. After years of unwavering affection, Zhang Xiaoai remains distant, and were it Chun Hai in such a situation, he would have long ceased his efforts within a year. Ho Liangping chooses not to elucidate the complexities of the matter to Chun Hai, wary of inadvertently increasing his competition. Admittedly, Chun Hai does not pose a significant threat. His only response is a dismissive remark, claiming that one cannot fathom the importance of Xiaoai to him. She is the only one he wishes to marry. If he were to divulge the extent of Zhang Xiaoai's illustrious background, one might find him even more of a sycophant than himself, yet such knowledge is best kept private. Chun Hai shook his head, unwilling to witness the plight of his infatuated friend. Hey, monkey. What is the matter? Chun Hai urgently tugged at Ho Liangping's sleeve. Despite his own troublesome mood, Ho Liangping turned to Chun Hai. Upon doing so, Ho Liangping's countenance darkened. Seated by the window, sharing a meal with another man, was none other than his own coveted Zhang Xiaoai. In an instant, Ho Liangping felt an overwhelming weight upon him, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the duo. Monkey, are you all right? Chun Hai asked with concern, noting the alarming state of his friend. Chapter 8. The frantic outburst of Ho Liangping with rapid breaths escaping his lips. Ho Liangping's chest heaved as fury consumed him. How could that wretched man, and that shameless woman, Zhang Xiaoai, be so worthless? How dare he, already having her, still engage in dubious entanglements with other men? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, disregarding Chun Hai's attempts to dissuade him as he strode purposefully towards the hotel. Welcome. The manager, upon hearing the commotion, turned to see Ho Liangping's furious visage. Noticing his direct approach towards the previous couple, he immediately sensed trouble brewing. Security. There may be a disturbance in the lobby. Come and stand by. The manager hastened after Ho Liangping. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The manager's abrupt intervention only incited Ho Liangping further, prompting him to shove the man aside. Get out of my way. The sound of the manager hitting the floor, coupled with Ho Liangping's thunderous voice, drew the attention of every guest in the lobby. Zhong Xiaoai and Gu Lingxiao turned to observe the commotion. Ho Liangping, what brings him here? Gu Lingxiao inquired with a knowing smile. Casting a glance at the bewildered Zhong Xiaoai. Me? Zhong Xiaoai pointed to herself in disbelief, glancing back at Gu Lingxiao. Yet, she was no fool, within moments. She grasped the reason behind his arrival. Realizing the implications, her expression soured. Ho Liangping had persistently pursued her, and although she had rebuffed him multiple times, his tenacity had not caused her significant distress, until now, when her affections had begun to lean towards Gu Lingxiao. She wished to avoid any misunderstandings that might arise from this situation. Ouch! The manager, having been abruptly toppled, felt a sharp pain shoot through his tailbone. Who was causing this ruckus? The timely security personnel gently helped the manager to a nearby chair, turning to confront Ho Liangping, whose eyes burned with rage. Sir, please refrain from causing a disturbance here. Otherwise, we will have to involve the authorities. Kindly exit the premises. The security chief, a vigilant ex-serviceman, recognized the need for calm in the face of Ho Liangping's volatile state. Gu Lingxiao rested his chin on crossed hands atop the table, thoroughly impressed with the hotel's adept handling of the situation. The professionalism and promptness of the response left little room for criticism, rendering Ho Liangping's outburst all the more conspicuous. Zhong Xiaoai, you shameless hussy. Did you really meet him alone on the very first day? Quite the choice of venue. I see. Did you head straight to a room after your meal? In that moment, all semblance of decorum and dignity fled from Ho Liangping's mind, as he unleashed a torrent of vile and inappropriate language. Stunned by the onslaught of insults, Zhong Xiaoai could hardly believe her ears. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? From a young age, Zhong Xiaoai was cherished and protected by her family, treated as if she were delicate and precious. She had never encountered such a situation before, and her eyes began to redden, filled with indignation and a sense of injustice. Why should it matter to Ho Liangping, whom she dined with or shared a room? What audacity allowed him to utter such words against her? Gu Lingxiao's expression was equally grim as he rose and gently ruffled Zhong Xiaoai's hair before striding forward. The sight of this man, who had taken his Xiaoai and dared to touch her so intimately, filled him with jealousy and resentment. It became clear to him, everything was Gu Lingxiao's fault. He must be dealt with. Gu Lingxiao noticed the murderous intent and hatred in Ho Liangping's eyes and smiled. He forcefully shoved aside the security personnel and landed a kick squarely on Ho Liangping's abdomen, sending him crumpling to the ground, gasping for breath. Are you all right, monkey? Chen Hai, who had been momentarily stunned by Ho Liangping's attack, quickly reacted after Gu Lingxiao's intervention. As he helped Ho Liangping up, he couldn't help but feel a wave of disdain at the strange liquid dribbling from his friend's mouth. Sir, please refrain from violence, Chen Hai urged, though he was taken aback by Gu Lingxiao's unhesitating aggression. As the head of security, he felt it was his duty to intervene, even against a guest. Zhong Xiaoai, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to embrace Gu Lingxiao from behind, her voice laced with concern as she whispered, Please don't fight. If the school finds out, we could face serious consequences. Though she harbored intense dislike for Ho Liangping, the thought of school repercussions weighed heavily on her, ranging from a light reprimand to possible expulsion. Most importantly, she felt deeply touched that Lingxiao would stand up for her. Dazed from the kick, Ho Liangping was momentarily stunned when he saw Zhong Xiaoai clinging to Gu Lingxiao. His mind went blank, and he struggled to rise, intent on retaliating against Gu Lingxiao. Feeling the softness against his back, he couldn't help but reflect on how high the stakes had become. Gu Lingxiao, patting his abdomen, leaned towards Zhong Xiaoai and assured her, Don't worry, I won't resort to violence. I'll reason with him. All right, fine, just don't fight again. Zhong Xiaoai replied, realizing her embrace had been too intimate and loosening her grip. Rest assured, I won't act violently. I'll simply have a word with him, he assured Zhong Xiaoai, addressing the crowd of security personnel. Chen Hai, witnessing Gu Lingxiao approach, exclaimed in alarm, What do you intend to do? Are you going to hit him again? Just as he was about to voice further concerns, he was silenced by Gu Lingxiao's icy glare. Gu Lingxiao shifted his focus back to Ho Liangping, gripping his hair and disregarding his pained cries. Lowering his voice, he warned, If your mouth doesn't clean up next time, I won't hesitate to sever your tongue. If you dare to harass Xiai again, you will deeply regret it." With that, he released Ho Liangping's hair and turned back towards Zhang Xiai. Seeing that Gu Lingxiao truly refrained from further violence, her anxious heart finally settled. The moment he had seized Ho Liangping's hair had nearly caused her heart to leap into her throat. Thankfully, he had chosen restraint. "Let us depart, for we have dined sufficiently." The commotion caused by Ho Liangping has extinguished Zhang Xiai's spirits. In her heart, she has already decreed a death sentence upon him, envisioning a lifetime of solitude in a remote mountain village. "Very well, let us go," Gu Lingxiao said, taking Zhang Xiai's hand. They navigated past the crowd, stepping over the prostrate form of Ho Liangping as they approached the front desk. "How much is it?" "Time to settle the bill," he inquired. "Good day, sir. Your table totals 3,400 yuan, the front desk attendant replied with utmost courtesy, her gaze sparkling with admiration for Gu Lingxiao. "That kick earlier was truly impressive. Charge it to my card." It was only after they had departed that Ho Liangping regained his senses. When Gu Lingxiao had spoken to him, he had perceived the palpable intent to kill in his eyes, accompanied by an icy indifference, as if he might truly bring about his demise. Yet, what loomed larger was an overwhelming sense of dread. How could he have acted so irrationally, berating Xiai as if he had lost his mind? The detached gaze she had cast upon him as she left had awakened him to a harsh reality. It is over. Everything has come to an end. What have I done? Chapter 9. Establishing a romantic relationship with Zhang Xiai. The mere thought of Zhang Xiai possibly taking any action towards him was something he could hardly bear to contemplate. "Sir, although you have caused a ruckus in our hotel, I now seem to have injured my tailbone. Shall we settle this financially, or should I alert the authorities?" After a considerable pause, the manager finally approached the two. Despite Ho Liangping's current pitiful state, they were all adults, and one must acknowledge their mistakes. "We will compensate you. Let us avoid involving the police," Chen Hai interjected anxiously before Ho Liangping could speak. Ultimately, the two nearly emptied their pockets to evade the repercussions of a police report. "Thank you. I will repay you the 4,000 yuan as soon as possible." Ho Liangping, supported by Chen Hai, expressed his gratitude with a glance. Chen Hai shook his head and chose not to respond, instead cryptically stating, "Zhang Xiai already has a boyfriend. You should let go, monkey. This is my last attempt. If it still doesn't work, I will concede," Ho Liangping declared. Upon hearing his friend's determination to persevere, Chen Hai was tempted to slap him. With a normal woman, after being subjected to such insults, forget about dating. Even forming a friendship would be unlikely. Shaking his head, Chen Hai lost interest in dissuading him. Since Monkey was determined to pursue a path of self-destruction, he chose to disengage. "Are you all right, Xiai?" Regardless of Zhang Xiai's formidable background, Gu Lingxiao felt a genuine concern for her well-being after witnessing the verbal affront she endured. "I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me?" Zhang Xiai smiled at the person beside her, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. "By the way, the manager earlier referred to me as your girlfriend. Why didn't you clarify that?" Zhang Xiai tilted her head expectantly towards Gu Lingxiao, yearning for an explanation, though she herself was uncertain of what she truly desired to hear. With a playful tilt of his head, Gu Lingxiao responded, "Would you prefer I clarify or leave it ambiguous?" "Humph." The ambiguous answer made Zhang Xiai pout. "You clearly posed a question, yet you countered with another." "Then, Xiai, would you consider being my girlfriend?" "I could contemplate it, depending on your performance." Gu Lingxiao was genuinely surprised at how effortlessly he had won over Zhang Xiai. However, this was for the best. What began as a mere handshake evolved into their fingers interlocking. "By the way, Xiai, Ho Liangping's gaze towards you earlier was quite intense. You must be cautious of your safety. If he attempts to use an apology or any excuse to lure you out, you must inform me, understood?" "Humph. Just because you've become my boyfriend doesn't mean you can dictate my actions. We're merely dating. Your position isn't yet secure," Zhang Xiai replied cheerfully, gazing at Gu Lingxiao with a smile. "Do you believe any man would allow their partner to meet others alone, especially if they are men? My possessiveness is quite strong. You should think carefully about this," Gu Lingxiao stated candidly. If Zhang Xiai found it bothersome, he would step back. For him, her background was merely an embellishment. When he wielded sufficient power, even the most formidable background would hold little sway over him. Zhang Xiai, feeling irate, abruptly extended her empty hand and grasped Gu Lingxiao's waist, declaring, "I don't care. You were the one who provoked me." This may seem like a refusal to take responsibility, yet is it not also a form of response? Embracing Zhang Xiai, Gu Lingxiao gently pressed a kiss to her forehead, disregarding her flushed cheeks, and continued to hold her hand as they walked on. "You rogue. Zhong Xiai murmured softly. The sight of Zhong Xiai in her vulnerable, feminine demeanor amused Gu Lingxiao, prompting him to turn around and embrace her again, planting another kiss upon her. "Oh dear, let us not play around," he said, releasing her and admiring her blushing, shy visage. Zhong Xiai promptly pressed her palm against his chest, urging, "Stop." Noticing that Gu Lingxiao had halted, she shifted the subject, asking, "Do you know why Ho Liangping is so intent on pursuing me?" Gu Lingxiao regarded her with curiosity, surprised that she would bring this up. Zhong Xiai, not one to keep secrets, continued, "It's because of my family background. That's what he values most. Unfortunately for him, he underestimates me, thinking I'm oblivious to his intentions." At this point, Zhong Xiai wore a disdainful expression, although she was unsure how Ho Liangping had learned of her family's background. She certainly did not want to be perceived as a naive university student. "Aren't you afraid that I might also be interested in your background?" Gu Lingxiao inquired, intrigued. If Zhong Xiai was aware of Ho Liangping's motives, why would she still consider a future with him? Was it truly the case of a devoted admirer who, in the end, would possess everything? "You're different. I trust my instincts." When I mentioned my background, your expression showed no sign of change. You seemed entirely unconcerned. Of course, Zhong Xiai refrained from voicing her thought that if she had indeed misjudged, it was not too late to reassess, especially since they had not yet married and could observe each other over time. "Oh, Comrade Xiai, it seems you have quite the eye for people," Gu Lingxiao teased. "Let us not dine out tonight. Let us buy some ingredients and I'll cook for you." Ignoring Gu Lingxiao's jest, Zhong Xiai asserted confidently, "Don't underestimate me. My family says my cooking is delicious. Besides, not everyone gets to taste my culinary skills. All right then, let us go see what we can find at the market. If all else fails, we can eat out. We shouldn't deprive our stomachs." One cannot deny that university life is indeed quite relaxed, with few classes throughout the year. However, this is advantageous, allowing one to obtain a diploma with ease. Had it not been for his parents, who took great pride in his university enrollment, he might have already dropped out. Upon arriving at the market, Zhong Xiai transformed into a domestic goddess, expertly selecting various vegetables, while Gu Lingxiao merely needed to retrieve his wallet to pay. Before long, Gu Lingxiao's hands were filled with a variety of vegetables and meats. He was genuinely surprised that Zhong Xiai knew how to bargain and select produce, adding yet another commendable quality to his perception of her. Zhong Xiao focused intently on selecting the vegetables before her, her head remaining unturned as she anticipated the question that her companion was likely to pose. "You didn't see this coming, did you, Ling Zhao's brother? I am indeed quite versatile." To which he responded, "I truly did not expect that. I hope you can genuinely cook and aren't merely adept at shopping for ingredients." The reality would soon speak for itself. Zhong Xiao chose not to elaborate further and handed the selected vegetables to the vendor, inquiring about the price. The vendor nodded, taking the produce with a glance of envy directed at Gu Lingxiao. In his household, every meal prepared was the result of his diligent labor, while the woman at home seemed only to relish the fruits of his toil. "That'll be 8 yuan and 2 jiao. I'll charge you 8. The vendor remarked as he returned the packaged vegetables. "Now, pay up, Ling Zhao's brother. Don't tell me you're feeling sentimental about it." "Not at all. I would gladly spend more for you," Gu Lingxiao replied, pulling out 10 yuan and handing it over to the vendor. As the vendor counted out the change, he commented, "Young man, having found such a virtuous girlfriend, you should cherish her dearly." This thought led him to reflect on his own domestic situation, feeling the unfairness of life. Yet upon scrutinizing Gu Lingxiao's countenance, he found it rather justifiable. Blushing, Zhong Xiao accepted the vegetables and said, "Let us go. It's about time." The two of them walked away, smiles illuminating their faces, reinforcing the age-old adage that being with someone you adore renders even the simplest moments sweet. Chapter 10. Trouble at the Village. Upon returning to the apartment rented by Gu Lingxiao via the elevator, though the distance was not great, the abundance of belongings was undeniable. After placing everything in the kitchen, a glance at the clock revealed it was only 2 o'clock, alleviating any sense of urgency. Lighting a cigarette, he strolled to the balcony and reclined on the sun lounger he had specifically purchased. Moments later, Zhong Xiao approached with 2 glasses of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, setting them on the small table in the center. Upon noticing the cigarettes and lighter, a flicker of discontent crossed her delicate features. "Why smoke such low-quality ones? You can certainly afford better." "Well, perhaps I'll bring you some from home next time," she remarked. Zhong Xiao did not disapprove of Gu Lingxiao smoking. It was rather customary for men. However, She was vexed that he opted for inferior cigarettes when a better choice could at least provide some health benefits. Then I must trouble my little Xiaowei, Gu Lingxiao said with a grin as he extinguished the cigarette and sipped the watermelon juice. Ah, refreshing. Indeed. Nothing beats a chilled watermelon in the summer. Zhong Xiaowei found herself growing accustomed to Gu Lingxiao's teasing, reclining on the opposite sun lounger, relishing the delightful sunbathing experience. Suddenly, Gu Lingxiao seemed to have an epiphany. Wife, let us go out and buy something later. Wife. In an instant, Zhong Xiaowei's cheeks flushed crimson, stammering. Who are you calling wife? Whoever agrees to it, I shall call. Is my little Xiaowei feeling shy? Gazing at the unabashed Gu Lingxiao, Zhong Xiaowei felt as if she had encountered her nemesis. If Ho Liangping was a lovesick fool, then Gu Lingxiao epitomized the rogue. Turning away, she chose not to look at him, though her rosy cheeks betrayed the turmoil within her heart, which belied her outward composure. After a prolonged silence with no sound from Gu Lingxiao, Zhong Xiaowei turned to find him dozing peacefully, observing the sun overhead. She stood and shifted the parasol to the side, contemplating the slumbering figure of Gu Lingxiao, a bold idea flickering through her mind. Crouching beside him, she gazed at his handsome, masculine visage, unable to resist the urge to inch closer. Just as she was about to make contact, a sudden realization jolted her back to her senses. Blushing profusely, she dashed back to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, clutching her pillow. Zhong Xiaowei, how could you be so lecherous? You've just begun dating Gu Lingxiao and already you're eager to steal a kiss. The more she pondered, the more flustered she became, rolling about on the bed. What Zhong Xiaowei was unaware of was that as soon as she fled, Gu Lingxiao opened his eyes. He had considered leaning in for a kiss when she was so near, but ultimately decided against it. It was only the first day, after all. And there was no need to rush. Hello? Motor? A peculiar ringtone accompanied by a vibration. Gu Lingxiao retrieved his phone and, upon seeing it was Captain Ma calling, promptly answered. Hello? Captain Ma, is there something you need? At the Longmian border, in a village along the borderline of Handong province. In the dilapidated room, the air was thick with anguished groans. Captain Ma, bloodied and grim-faced, surveyed the scene, his gaze fixed on the few individuals sprawled on the floor. Hey, chieftain. Jin Kuan has launched an attack on our village. Upon establishing the call, Captain Ma immediately relayed the dire situation. What? Jin Kuan has attacked the village? What about the brothers? Are there any casualties? Gu Lingxiao abruptly sat up, rising to stride into the living room while shutting the balcony window with a swift motion. His shocked voice echoed into the bedroom, prompting Zhong Xiao to exit her room in confusion, only to find Gu Lingxiao seated on the sofa, his brow furrowed in concentration. Without uttering a word, Zhong Xiao, understanding and sensible as always, quietly took a seat beside him. Noticing her presence, Gu Lingxiao instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. She offered no resistance, leaning against him in serene silence. Chieftain, fortunately, the brothers managed to retreat in time, but 4 members sustained serious injuries. Even without Captain Ma's words, Gu Lingxiao had already heard the wails of anguish emanating from the phone. Do you know why Jin Kuan suddenly targeted the village? We have had no conflicts with them. He pondered aloud, genuinely perplexed. Logically, there should have been no animosity between the village and the forces of old Myanmar, so why had hostilities erupted? Jin Kuan, though a leader of the old Myanmar faction, was not a significant power. Yet he commanded several gunmen and a dozen thugs who engaged in unsavory dealings along the border, rife with gambling, drugs, and other vices, serving only the impoverished clientele of the borderlands. Chieftain, this trouble was instigated by someone from our village, Captain Ma expressed, frustration evident in his tone. Clarify. Gu Lingxiao snatched his phone, activating the speaker function and placing it before him. Seeing his action, Zhong Xiao felt warmth in her heart, reassured that her brother Lingxiao would never conceal anything from her. Yes, it was caused by Uncle Gu-san from our village. This old fool has fallen into drug use. And as you know, under your leadership, our village has thrived. While not every household is wealthy, we are certainly better off. Uncle Gu-san, that old rascal, how could he provoke such calamity? Gu Lingxiao remained silent, awaiting further details. However, drugs are perilous and should never be trifled with. In less than a month, he squandered all the family's savings. At this revelation, Gu Lingxiao's expression hardened, the veins on his forehead pulsing ominously, his gaze turned icy, a storm brewing within him. Upon hearing the mention of drugs, Zhong Xiao looked up at Gu Lingxiao in disbelief but refrained from speaking, her concern evident as she observed his escalating fury. This incident arose from a lack of funds to purchase goods, leading to an attempted robbery. As you can imagine, Jean Kuen's men retaliated fiercely. Then our patrol team discovered them, resulting in a direct confrontation, and we were at a severe disadvantage without weapons. Captain Ma concluded the harrowing account, leaving Gu Lingxiao at a loss for words. Since he ascended to the position of chief, he promptly organized a guard unit within the village, composed entirely of strong young men. Although they were unarmed, this arrangement alleviated a considerable amount of trouble. Subsequently, he instructed everyone to maintain cleanliness in the village and encouraged the elderly and women to craft handmade products. He opened the village to tourism and intensified the sale of handicrafts. In no time, every household in the village was able to earn some extra income, while the primary focus remained on cultivating corn, sugarcane, and bananas. Despite repeated admonitions against engaging with drugs, some individuals still dared to defy the orders. Gu Lingxiao calmly inquired of Captain Ma on the other end of the line. The more composed Gu Lingxiao appeared, the more alarmed Captain Ma became. And even the young girl in his arms, Zhang Xiaoai, sensed a chill, snuggling closer to him. Chapter 11. Journey to the Dual Nations of One Village. Within the village, we have plastered numerous anti-drug awareness posters, and from time to time, we organize campaigns to promote this cause. We never anticipated that someone would dare to cross the red line. Captain Ma's voice trembled as he explained, clearly intimidated by Gu Lingxiao. The 18-year-old Gu Lingxiao had assumed the position of the village chief. Did anyone truly underestimate his capabilities? What did Jean Kuen say about the situation? Did he demand compensation for his subordinates' medical expenses? Zhang Xiaoye glanced at her phone in confusion, then looked at Gu Lingxiao. Had she misheard? Or had she not caught the entirety of the conversation? Wasn't it Jean Kuen's men who had assaulted Lingxiao's brother? Why were they now asking for compensation? Gu Lingxiao raised his hand and gently ruffled Zhang Xiaoye's hair, smiling as he said, "The medical expenses are merely an excuse. He desires money. But I wonder if Jean Kuen can even retrieve his funds." Though everything diverged from his past life, he too had changed, now possessing a system. "I will return by car tonight. For the time being, do not let anyone in the village engage in conflict with them. Wait for my arrival to handle it." Gu Lingxiao instructed over the phone. "Chief, they are armed. Perhaps it would be better for us to manage this." Captain Ma expressed his concerns, relieved yet anxious about the chief's safety. Despite his youth, the village was visibly prospering under his leadership. Zhang Xiaoye anxiously turned to Gu Lingxiao, suggesting, "Should I ask my family for assistance?" "No need. This is my affair, and I will manage it myself. What I cherish is you as a person, not your background." Gu Lingxiao replied earnestly, locking eyes with Zhang Xiaoye, and he spoke truthfully. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had harbored a glimmer of hope. If Gu Lingxiao agreed, he would be no different from Ho Liangping. Although they would not part ways immediately, an invisible barrier would undoubtedly arise between them. "Let it be settled then. I shall return tonight. Ensure the villagers are restrained and increase vigilance." Gu Lingxiao concluded before hanging up the call. Recalling the phone number from memory, Gu Lingxiao entered a sequence of digits again. After just 2 rings, a voice emerged from the other end, filled with confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the number. "Hello, this is Qin Jiang. I am Gu Lingxiao. Greetings, master." Upon hearing Gu Lingxiao's name, Qin Jiang's tone shifted to one of utmost respect. "Master? Such an antiquated title. It seems my young man is quite remarkable." Zhang Xiaoai reflected deeply on the events of the day. "From now on, call me young master." Gu Lingxiao considered that the village's address for him indeed warranted a change. Village chief sounded rather peculiar, akin to a debtor. "Yes, young master. Send me a bank account shortly. I will transfer 800,000 to you. I do not care what method you employ, even if it involves disrupting the stock market. I expect results by tonight." "Understood, young master." Qin Jiang grasped the urgency of the situation immediately. After all, for Qin Jiang, a top talent in the stock industry, the absence of constraints could lead to terrifying profits. However, the ensuing chaos and consequences would be equally complex, making him an easy target. After hanging up the phone, Gu Lingxiao gently squeezed Zhang Xiaoai's slender waist and said, "You heard that. I must return for a while. Let's have dinner another time. If you don't wish to go back tonight, you can stay in the bedroom." Zhang Xiaoai swatted away his mischievous hand from her waist, exasperated. "Do you have any idea of the dangers you might encounter? You're even taking the time to take advantage of me." She was genuinely upset. What did she hear on the phone? There were guns involved. Guns. That could lead to death, yet her brother seemed unfazed. However, the thought of Gu Lingxiao facing armed drug dealers sent a wave of panic through her heart. She certainly did not want to establish a relationship only to have something happen to him. "All right, you must behave at home. Especially keep your distance from those seniors. After planting a kiss on his forehead, Gu Lingxiao picked up his phone and prepared to leave. Though she knew it was unlikely, she still hoped. Lingxiao, can I go with you? Gu Lingxiao was inclined to agree, but ultimately decided against it. You cannot come. It's too dangerous. Just wait for me to return. Fine. But you must be careful, Zhang Shai said, looking at him with a sense of disappointment. It was only after Gu Lingxiao left that she put away her aggrieved expression and, with a hint of pride, muttered, just because you say I can't go. Does that mean I can't? Who do you think I am? We're in this together. Hello, teacher. I need to take a few days off. There's a situation back in the village that I must attend to. Don't worry. Teacher, I will return as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Gu Lingxiao hailed a taxi to the nearest bank, depositing 800,000 into the account Qin Jiang had provided before promptly heading to the train station to purchase a ticket. As soon as he boarded the train, a familiar fragrance wafted towards him when a woman sat down beside him, and upon turning, his expression soured. What are you doing here, Shai? I'm not going on a trip. I'm on business. Sitting next to him was none other than Zhong Shai, whom he had seen at home just earlier. Gu Lingxiao felt a headache coming on. Why can't I go if you're on business? You are my boyfriend now. Just look at what you discussed on the phone. Can I really trust you to go alone? Zhong Shai stared intently into Gu Lingxiao's eyes, her expression earnest. Wrapping his arms around her shoulders, Gu Lingxiao replied, It's not worth it, Shai. What if something happens? We just confirmed our relationship. I don't care. Even if we just established our relationship a minute ago, I still want to go. Seeing Zhong Shai's determined demeanor warmed Gu Lingxiao's heart. Although he did not perceive any danger in this trip, he was pleased with her actions. By the way, how did you know which seat I had purchased? After inquiring about Gu Lingxiao, she felt rather foolish and continued, Oh, I almost forgot about your background. Your girlfriend is quite remarkable. Hasn't she brought you fortune? Zhong Shai nestled in Gu Lingxiao's embrace, playfully murmuring, Indeed, I have indeed profited. Perhaps in my past life, I saved the Earth. And only by saving the Earth could I meet you. As for the exact number of planets in the galaxy, I truly do not know. Once this matter is resolved, Gu Lingxiao intends to have a heartfelt conversation with Zhong Shai. He has never been one for exclusivity. Some matters are better clarified in advance. After an hour's train journey, as the train arrived at its destination, Gu Lingxiao gently shook Zhong Shai in his arms, saying, We have arrived. I'm so sleepy, she replied, leaning on him for support as she struggled to walk steadily. With a sigh of exasperation, Gu Lingxiao reached out to affectionately ruffle her hair, saying, I told you to wait for me. Why did you insist on accompanying me to endure this? Supporting Zhong Shai, Gu Lingxiao approached a nearby shop and addressed the proprietor. I would like a pack of tissues and a bottle of water. After receiving the items, he dampened the tissues with water and said, Shai, lift your head. The drowsy Zhong Shai obediently raised her small face. Chapter 12. The awkward status of the village. Gu Lingxiao gently wiped the small face of the other person with a piece of paper, saying, We still need to take a car to the village. Don't fall asleep. All right, nodded Zhong Shai, who was slightly more alert. Brother Lingxiao, could you tell me about the situation of the dual nationality village? After a moment, as the two settled into the car, Zhong Shai asked, her curiosity piqued by the use of firearms. The concept of a dual nationality village, as the name suggests, refers to a village situated across two nations. The boundary marker is located in the very center of my village, with one side governed by Long Kingdom and the other by Myanmar. Thus, the village's circumstances are rather precarious, particularly in the area governed by Myanmar. The situation on the Long Kingdom side is somewhat better, especially since the introduction of tourism initiatives, which have improved the villagers' income. However, you may be aware that Myanmar's conditions are rather chaotic and complex, especially in border regions. Unintentionally, the speaker revealed the difficulties faced by the young man beside her, who at the tender age of 18 bore such a heavy burden. Can't the position of the village chief be held by someone else? The driver in the front seat interjected. In our border villages, it's mostly a single surname. It's more akin to a family than a village. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, continuing, though the young man appears not very old. Only the heir of the current chief, or someone with capability, can assume that role. Young lady, you are indeed fortunate to have found a boyfriend like this young man, he said with a smile, glancing at the young couple in the mirror. Brother Lingxiao is quite impressive. Neither of them resented the driver's interruption, and Zhong Shai looked at Gu Lingxiao with shining eyes. All right, don't listen to the driver's flattery. Elsewhere, I'm merely a village head. As they chatted while on the road, They soon arrived at their destination. "Young man, the fare is 30, the driver said. Gu Lingxiao smiled, retrieved 30 from his pocket, handed it over, and got out of the car. "Is this the dual nationality village?" Zhang Xiai stood beside Gu Lingxiao, gazing at the grand entrance made of what appeared to be marble, with the words dual nationality village prominently displayed above. Although it was already 7 in the evening, many people were still present inside. "Come, let me take you back to my true home. Of course, there won't be an opportunity for you to meet my parents," Gu Lingxiao said, a glint of determination crossing his eyes. "Kunsha, I promise, I will make you wish you were never born." As he watched the vehicles passing by, Gu Lingxiao carefully held Zhang Xiai's hand, guiding her across the street. The pedestrian bridge was already part of his plans, but current financial constraints were quite tight. "Lingxiao, what is this?" Upon reaching the village gate, Zhang Xiai noticed a guard post manned by soldiers of the People's Liberation Army, behind which lay a small enclosed square. "Look back," Gu Lingxiao instructed silently, prompting Zhang Xiai to turn and observe. "Listen to the party's command, be victorious in battles, and maintain excellent conduct." The military. Zhang Xiai was utterly astonished. She had not expected to find a military garrison just across the road. "This is a border defense force, established to prevent unauthorized entry of individuals from abroad, including smuggling and drug trafficking. The border defense is one of the most arduous branches within the grassroots military. Consequently, it is customary for the locals to offer fruits and vegetables to the soldiers on duty." As the two entered the village, they were greeted by the playful cries of children outside. "Zhai Master, you're back. Brother Zhai Master, you've returned." Upon spotting Gu Lingxiao, the children hastily approached him. After rewarding each child with a gentle pat on the head, he inquired, "Have you all been studying well?" Yes. I've been praised by the teacher. I scored full marks in math." The cheerful chatter of the children filled the air, and Zhang Xiai found no annoyance in their exuberance. Rather, she cherished the delightful atmosphere, for their smiles were simply enchanting. Casting a glance around, she noticed a shop nearby. Releasing Gu Lingxiao's hand, she dashed across the street. Moments later, she returned with several bags of candy in hand. "Little friends, sister is treating you to some candy," she announced, extending the sweets towards them. "Thank you, sister. But Mom and Dad said we shouldn't accept things from strangers." "Why not?" "Because Brother Zhai Master told us that human traffickers often use candy to lure children away." Zhang Xiai gave Gu Lingxiao a curious look, to which he raised his head proudly. "Go ahead and eat. This sister is my girlfriend," Gu Lingxiao gently added, bending down to speak softly. The children exchanged glances, then exclaimed, "Wow, is she Brother Zhai Master's wife?" Gu Lingxiao, noticing Zhang Xiai's bashfulness, intentionally affirmed, "Indeed. So take your candy and enjoy." "Thank you, sister. All right, let us go play." After sending the children off, Gu Lingxiao spotted Captain Ma approaching with several team members, their clothing stained with patches of blood. "Zhai Master." Captain Ma's fierce demeanor was intimidating. Zhang Xiai, having never witnessed such a scene, tightened her grip on Gu Lingxiao's hand. "Let us go. We'll talk later," he said decisively. The team members parted to clear a path as Gu Lingxiao led Zhang Xiai forward. Most of the soldiers' gazes were fixed upon her. "Captain, is this the Zhai Master's wife?" "Enough chatter about the Zhai Master. Hurry up." Captain Ma reprimanded his subordinates before moving ahead. "Oh, Lingxiao, I didn't know there was a hotel in your village." The village was illuminated with vibrant lights, featuring hotels, shops, local specialties, and fruit stalls. Although it was a small village, it was remarkably well equipped. Given the village's awkward location, business for hotels on the outskirts was typically lackluster. Yet, one must express gratitude towards the border defense forces. Their presence reassured tourists, contributing to the moderate success of the village as hospitality industry. While there is also a security team, the military presence instills a greater sense of security. As they walked, the shopkeepers around greeted them warmly. "Greetings, Zhai Master. It is not evident that you possess the ability to win people's hearts." Nevertheless, a sense of inexplicable pride welled up within Zhang Xiai as she gazed into Gu Lingxiao's eyes, which sparkled with enthusiasm. This is what it means to fulfill one's duty in their position. Indeed, you may not be entirely mistaken in your assertion. With a chuckle, Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arm around her waist, guiding her towards a 3-story concrete structure. Most of the dwellings in the village are crafted from wood or bamboo, with the exception of certain specialized buildings such as toilets and fire stations. They ascended to the 2nd floor of the building, where Gu Lingxiao took a seat behind the main desk in the office. Captain Ma, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, retrieved a chair and placed it beside him before returning to his own seat in front. With a snap, he lit a cigarette and inquired, "So, what is the situation with Jean Kuan?" The village chief, Captain Ma, responded, "Jean Kuan has issued us a final ultimatum. If we do not compensate him with 500,000 for medical expenses within 3 days, he will launch an attack on the village across the border in Myanmar." Gu Lingxiao let out a laugh, his frustration evident. If he had a system at his disposal and still faced threats, he might as well dig a grave for himself and be done with it. Chapter 13. The call from Mother Zhong. Do not worry. In 3 days, he shall learn whom to provoke and whom to avoid. A voice laced with malice emanated from Gu Lingxiao. Ensure the security detail is prepared for the southern village. Reduce personnel here in the northern village and maintain control over the subordinates to prevent any disturbances. I shall resolve this matter upon my return in 3 days. Captain Ma, visibly concerned, ventured, "But the village chief." He cast a glance at Zhong Shai before continuing, "They are armed. Fear not. You merely need to manage the men below. The truth shall reveal itself in 3 days. Now, depart." Captain Ma closed his mouth, suppressing any further objections, and replied, "Understood, village chief." He then exited the office with his team. "Lingxiao, are you truly all right?" Once everyone had left, Zhong Shai finally spoke up. "Rest assured, it is manageable. By the way, does your family know you are here with me?" Gu Lingxiao belatedly recalled the implications of their location. This was the border. What if Xiaoai's family discovered that he had brought her to such a place? He chided himself for his foolishness in overlooking this detail, though he assumed he would not require Xiaoai's background assistance. "Oh, you're finished. You've brought the obedient daughter of old Zhong to the border. I shall call for help this instant." Zhong Shai teased, observing the discomfort on Gu Lingxiao's face as she pretended to dial out on her phone. Ding ding ding, a ring-tone sounded from Zhong Shai's phone, and she could clearly see the caller ID. "Mom." Oh no, Lingxiao. What should we do? My mother is calling." Panic etched on Zhong Shai's face as she turned to Gu Lingxiao. To her surprise, he merely turned away, whistling playfully. "Send my regards to your mother." "Are you insane?" "That is my mother." Zhong Shai shot him a shy glare, then composed herself before answering the call. "Hello, Mom?" She spoke, her voice tinged with guilt. "Zhong Shai, have you become too audacious?" Mother Zhong's voice rose the moment she answered. "What in the world are you doing? How dare you venture to the border?" "That is indeed the border." Mother Zhong's years of nurturing seemed to falter at this moment. Their family's circumstances were quite unique, ordinarily. They were not permitted to exit the country, for any incident could lead to extensive repercussions. Now, Zhong Shai had the audacity to approach the border. What if something were to go awry? The bodyguard discreetly protecting Zhong Shai immediately reported the situation, and upon receiving the news, Mother Zhong nearly lost her breath. Although Handong province is located near the Dragon Kingdom's border, it is still a considerable distance from the actual border itself. Furthermore, Xiaoai was accompanied by bodyguards. In families such as theirs, every child abroad was accompanied by a bodyguard, typically former reconnaissance soldiers from the military. Mother Zhong also had her own protection. Whenever she ventured out, in addition to the overt bodyguard driver and a female bodyguard, there would always be discreet protection accompanying her. As for Father Zhong, it goes without saying that whenever he steps out, he is accompanied by bodyguards of elite caliber. Even leaving Kyoto necessitates an array of procedures and extensive security measures. "Mom, I realize my mistakes. Please don't be angry," Zhong Xiaoai said playfully into her phone. To be honest, when Zhong Xiaoai acts coy, she is truly endearing. Gu Lingxiao, sitting nearby, felt as though he was witnessing something extraordinary. Though Zhong's mother was frustrated, she felt helpless and inquired, "What is the situation between you and that classmate of yours?" She had already received detailed information about Gu Lingxiao. Orphaned, he was a chieftain from 2 different nations, a freshman at Handong University, and had known Xiaoai for merely a day. However, according to the bodyguard's observations, their behavior suggested a close intimacy, possibly indicating a romantic relationship. His background appeared to be pristine, yet the identity of a chieftain could be troublesome. Nonetheless, it seemed not to pose any significant hindrance. The mere thought of a potential relationship brought a sense of joy to Zhong's mother. The individual, named Ho Liangping, was looked down upon by the entire Zhong family, not due to disdain for his background, but because his intentions were all too apparent, lacking any subtlety. Everyone could see what he was after. He merely sought to align himself with Xiaoai and become a son-in-law of the Zhong family, though how he had come to learn about Xiaoai's background remained a mystery, as the Zhong family had chosen not to investigate. "Mom, I assure you, there's nothing between Lingxiao and me. We are just good friends," Zhong Xiaoai said, casting a guilty glance at Gu Lingxiao. Their eyes met, and after a fierce glare from her, she quickly averted her gaze. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, feeling that Zhang Xiaoai's glare resembled a playful tease, which amused him greatly. Lingxiao brother? Brother? Hearing this somewhat peculiar address, Zhang's mother felt momentarily at a loss for words. Then, she heard a soft chuckle from the phone and inquired, "Is that Gu Lingxiao by your side?" After glancing at Gu Lingxiao, Zhang Xiaoai replied, "Yes, he is. Let him take the call. I would like to speak with him." "Ah." A startled exclamation drew Gu Lingxiao's attention. "What do you mean by ah? I just want to chat with that classmate." Upon hearing Zhang's mother's serious tone, Zhang Xiaoai reluctantly looked at Gu Lingxiao and said, "Lingxiao, my mom wants to talk to you," as she handed him the phone. Zhang's mother wished to speak with him? Gu Lingxiao glanced at Zhang Xiaoai, who avoided making eye contact. Then he looked at the phone in her hand, and without hesitation took it. Noticing Zhang Xiaoai's eager expression, Gu Lingxiao contemplated for a moment before putting the call on speaker and placing it on the table. "Hello, Andy, I am Gu Lingxiao." "Hello, I am Xiaoai's mother. I wonder if you're aware of Xiaoai's family situation?" Without preamble, Zhang's mother posed the question. If Gu Lingxiao was indeed aware and had brought Xiaoai to such places, she would caution him to steer clear of her daughter. Otherwise, they would see how things unfolded. Upon hearing Zhang's mother's inquiry, Xiaoai's gaze shifted to Gu Lingxiao, as she too was curious. "Auntie, I'm not very familiar with Xiaoai's family situation. May I ask what the matter is?" Gu Lingxiao feigned confusion, glancing at Zhang Xiaoai. "There is nothing of great consequence. Our family is rather unique. If possible, please do not let Xiaoai be informed about the circumstances of the Zhang family." Mother Zhang can only hope that Gu Lingxiao will refrain from taking Xiaoai abroad. She had contemplated the possibility of Gu Lingxiao forcibly escorting Xiaoai out of the country to threaten the Zhang family. And it was only when she learned that Xiaoai had voluntarily accompanied him that she felt a modicum of relief. Nonetheless, she instructed the bodyguards to remain vigilant. Should there be any indication of such an intention, they must intervene and prevent Xiaoai from being taken away, even if it necessitated the use of firearms. Indeed, the bodyguards assigned to Xiaoai are armed. Though only one possesses a firearm, it is sufficient to resolve many issues. Rest assured, Auntie, even if Xiaoai wishes to travel abroad, I shall not permit it, Gu Lingxiao asserted with utmost seriousness. It was then that Zhang Xiaoai recalled her extraordinary identity and began to feel a sense of trepidation. If Gu Lingxiao had a deliberate plan to bring her to the border, she could hardly fathom the potential consequences, although she had accompanied him willingly. What if this too was part of his calculated scheme? Chapter 14. Confession. Gu Lingxiao is a scoundrel, a playboy. The thought sent a shiver down Zhang Xiaoai's spine. She regretted her impulsive decision to follow him. With her unique family background, she could hardly fathom the threats that might arise should anything go awry. Zhang's mother, still apprehensive, remarked, "If possible, I hope you can send Xiaoai back." Gu Lingxiao glanced at the frightened Zhang Xiaoai and replied earnestly, "Of course, Auntie. I will take her out shortly and arrange for her to return home." His sincerity was evident. He had no ulterior motives. Zhang's mother felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Thank you, dear. Do let me know when you visit the capital. I would love to treat you to a meal." Gu Lingxiao dismissed her gratitude nonchalantly, saying, "It's only right, after all. It is customary for juniors to treat their elders. Xiaoai, I know you can hear me. I warn you to return promptly." Zhang's mother's voice echoed with concern. Zhang Xiaoai snapped back to reality, assuring her, "I will be careful, Mom." She reasoned that if she had truly misjudged Gu Lingxiao, then she would simply learn from the experience. At worst, she could just have the bodyguards keep a closer watch. Zhang's mother was nearly exasperated. Fully aware of her daughter's thoughts, she could not fathom that Xiaoai had overlooked such glaring issues, which only fueled her frustration. Zhang Xiaoai quickly reassured her, "Mom, don't worry. Your daughter is not foolish." Zhang's mother laughed in disbelief. "What do you mean you're not foolish? Take Ho Liangping, for instance. Did you truly see through him?" Upon the mention of Ho Liangping, Zhang Xiaoai fell silent, recognizing her own naivety regarding the matter. "Enough. Just be cautious," her mother concluded. Hanging up before any further discussion could unfold, Zhang Xiaoai turned to Gu Lingxiao, her face flushed with embarrassment, and explained, "Please don't misunderstand, Lingxiao. My mom is just worried about me. It's nothing more." Gu Lingxiao, remaining unperturbed, replied calmly, "It's only natural. After all, we are near the border, and Myanmar is just next door. Parents' concerns are completely justified. Shall we then? Let me escort you back," he suggested, adjusting his clothing as he prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaoai looked down at her phone, contemplating before declaring, "I want to go." I trust you. She gazed intently into Gu Lingxiao's eyes, convinced that he was unaware of her family circumstances. Not even her teacher was privy to such details, nor was anyone at school. As for how Ho Liangping knew, she surmised it must have been through his friend, Chen Hai. After a prolonged moment of staring into Zhang Xiao's eyes, Gu Lingxiao inquired, "You trust me that much?" Zhang Xiao smiled. "You are my boyfriend. If I don't trust you, whom should I trust?" Ha ha ha. And he was right. You are indeed quite naive. He teased. Gu Lingxiao then pretended to dial a number on his phone, and with a playful glint in his eye, he announced, "Have someone take her to Myanmar." Panic washed over Zhang Xiao as her eyes glistened with tears, and her body trembled slightly. Oh no. Gu Lingxiao immediately recognized he had crossed a line and rushed towards Zhang Xiao. As soon as Zhang Xiao spotted Gu Lingxiao approaching her, she instinctively recoiled, causing her chair to topple over. Unbeknownst to her, the fallen chair tripped her, sending her body teetering backward. In a moment of panic, she tightly shut her eyes, too afraid to witness the potential consequences of her fall. "Watch out." Gu Lingxiao swiftly dashed forward and caught her in his arms. "Please, don't sell me to Myanmar." Zhang Xiao began to weep uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Gu Lingxiao, feeling a pang of remorse, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Xiao. I shouldn't have joked like that. Look, I never made that call." As he held his phone in front of her, he softly explained while embracing Zhang Xiao tightly. With a tear-streaked face, Zhang Xiao lifted her gaze to the phone and asked in trepidation, "Is that true?" "Indeed, Xiao. I would never harm you. Rest assured." He reassured her. Suddenly, Zhang Xiao broke free from his embrace, her eyes glistening with tears as she exclaimed, "Do you realize how frightened I was? Why would you joke about such things?" With a heavy heart, Gu Lingxiao stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her once more. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry. If it helps, you can hit me," he suggested. Just then, Zhang Xiao bit down on his shoulder, and Gu Lingxiao deliberately relaxed his muscles, acknowledging that he had crossed the line with his jest, though he felt no regret. Zhang Xiao was too trusting of others, whether it be him or the former Ho Liangping. As previously mentioned, Zhang Xiao, or rather the Zhang family, was enveloped in complexities and high status. Any misstep could lead to significant troubles. Gu Lingxiao felt as if his shoulder might be bitten off, yet he allowed her to vent her frustrations. It was somewhat embarrassing to have frightened such a proud and strong woman to tears. Sensing the release of pressure from his shoulder, Gu Lingxiao gently inquired, "Have you vented enough, Xiao?" With tear-filled eyes, she replied, "Don't think I'll forgive you just like that. Humph. I want you to learn a lesson not to trust anyone so easily. Do you not realize how easily deceivable you are?" Enough said. Gu Lingxiao interjected, recognizing the need to surrender. However, he also discerned a matter he had contemplated previously, one that might be best to clarify now. Placing his hands on Zhang Xiao's shoulders, he stated, "Xiao, I must confess something important to you. I need you to consider it seriously." Zhang Xiao looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" As he guided Zhang Xiao to sit down, he continued, "I am not a devoted person, and I cannot guarantee that there won't be other women in my life in the future." Zhang Xiao looked at him in disbelief. "What did you say?" "I don't wish to deceive you. Tomorrow morning, I will take you home, and I want you to think it over, though it may sound revolting. I assure you that regardless of how many women there may be, my affection for you will remain unchanged." "I don't know," Zhang Xiao murmured, shaking her head. Gu Lingxiao gazed compassionately at the broken expression of Zhang Xiao. "Let me take you to rest. Tomorrow, I shall escort you home. Please take some time to reflect." Observing the silent Zhang Xiao, Gu Lingxiao scooped her up and ascended to the third floor. This floor was occasionally his refuge. After gently placing Zhang Xiao on the bed, he did not depart but rather remained, watching over the pitiful soul before him. In truth, Gu Lingxiao could have easily taken advantage of Zhang Xiao's vulnerability, waiting for her to discover his entanglements with other women before addressing the situation. However, he deemed such deception unnecessary. Though he may be a flirt, he held no intention of betraying genuine emotions. Even if Zhang Xiao chose to sever ties with him in the future, it would bear no weight upon his conscience. He had no aspirations for a political career, neither prior to nor following his rebirth. He had not forgotten his adversaries. Through Kunsha and Jin Kuan, Gu Lingxiao understood that true power must reside in one's own hands. He aimed to establish his own influence and foundation in Myanmar, while the forces within Longwa thrived on economic endeavors, remaining unconnected to the Zhang family. Leaning down, he tenderly kissed Zhang Xiao's forehead and softly said, "Rest well. I will see you home tomorrow." Zhang Xiao offered no reply but turned away, pulling the blanket over her head. Chapter 15. The troubles of Zhongxia AI. After gently closing the door behind him, Gu Lingxiao departed. It was only when the door clicked shut that Zhongxia AI peeked out, casting a sorrowful glance. Her heart was in disarray. She was uncertain about how to proceed. She felt the weight of her emotions pressing down on her. Ho Yangping had been deceiving her, valuing her only for her background, while Gu Lingxiao had been forthright. Yet his honesty brought her discomfort. Was their relationship destined to end just after it had begun? Lost in thought, she stared blankly at the ceiling and eventually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Gu Lingxiao lit a cigarette and gazed out at the bustling street below. Momentarily lost in contemplation, he retrieved his phone and made a call. "Hello, what's the status?" On the other end, Qin Jiang's voice responded, "Young master. If we settle now, including principal and interest, we could have over 3 million. Taken aback, Gu Lingxiao paused. In just one day, or even half a day, Qin Jiang had managed to turn 800,000 into over 3 million. Just as he began to feel elated, Qin Jiang continued. "However, young master, due to my complete transparency, although we've made 3 million, it seems we may have drawn the attention of higher-ups." Qin Jiang observed the stock market before him. Because the young master had opted to continue with this venture, he was trading with abandon, clearly attracting scrutiny. "In 3 days, we will maximize our profits, then head to the border area. Once there, we can operate freely. No one can touch you. And I plan to establish a private influence in Myanmar." Qin Jiang was visibly excited. His capabilities were formidable, even frightening, yet they also made him a target. "Understood. Young master. Within 3 days, I will sweep through the stock market without hesitation. Once the time is up, I will withdraw. Stay safe. Rest assured, young master." As he hung up the phone, Gu Lingxiao accessed the system marketplace. "System, do you have any legal and compliant shooting club operating rights?" Ding. "Yes." Host, shooting club documentation allows the establishment of a shooting club at any location. Price, 10 million. Excellent. 10 million indeed. Once this issue is resolved, he could easily establish a club near or within the village, ensuring a significant degree of safety, as owning firearms legally in Long Country was exceedingly difficult. "Do you have gun permits?" "Gun permit, 1 million each. Well, there's availability, but the price of 1 million is currently exorbitant. I'll revisit this later." Leaning back in his executive chair, Gu Lingxiao took a moment to rest, as the only room with a bed in the building had been given to Xia AI. His own residence was a considerable distance away. He felt uneasy leaving her alone there. The following morning, Gu Lingxiao woke first. Checking his phone, he noted it was only 7 o'clock, with dawn breaking outside. After a quick wash, he glanced at Xia AI, finding her still fast asleep, before quietly leaving the building. "The boss, please bring me 2 cups of soybean milk and 4 meat buns." "What will you pay?" "It's on the house." "That won't do. The price is the price." Without further ado, Gu Lingxiao accepted the change and headed back toward the building, breakfast in hand. Pushing the door open, he saw Zhang Xiaoai still nestled in bed, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. After placing the breakfast on the table, he approached the bedside, fully aware that Zhang Xiaoai had awakened. "Xiaoai, rise and wash up. It's time for breakfast." Not receiving a response, he lowered his voice again. "Even if you're upset, you shouldn't neglect your health." "I want to eat." "I don't want to talk to you," came the muffled reply from beneath the covers. Leaning against the headboard, Gu Lingxiao pulled back the blanket, revealing Zhang Xiaoai's swollen eyes, evidence of her tears. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her face, but she shook her head, refusing his touch. He was not angered. He understood that life is a delicate balance, clarity is preferable. "Get up. Are you not going home?" "Not going." Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her defiance. "If you're not going home, then I must attend to some matters." "You can remain here. How does that sound?" "I want to go too." Zhang Xiaoai suddenly flung the covers aside, her eyes red like a little rabbit's. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, unabashedly admiring her. Noticing his silence, she recalled something and hastily pulled the blanket to shield her upper body. Gazing angrily at Gu Lingxiao, she exclaimed, "Stop staring. I merely appreciate beauty. Don't overthink it." Blushing, Zhang Xiaoai pointed toward the door. "Go out. I need to get dressed." "All right. I shall wait for you outside." Once Gu Lingxiao closed the door behind him, Zhang Xiaoai lifted the blanket, revealing her pristine white undergarments against her fair skin, an enticing sight. Yet, even more captivating was the softness that seemed to beckon from her chest. Dressed and ready, Zhang Xiaoai opened the door to find breakfast laid out on the table, and Gu Lingxiao lost in thought, staring at his phone. Without hesitation, she approached and began to eat. Gu Lingxiao looked up at her and asked, "Are you really not going back?" With a mouthful of bun, Zhong Xiaoai replied, cheeks puffing, "I'm not going back. I'll wait until you finish your matters, and we can return together." Throughout the night, she had contemplated her feelings. While Gu Lingxiao's words had angered her, she realized that in their social sphere, it was common for men to have multiple women. As long as it didn't cause a ruckus at home, it was accepted. Gu Lingxiao had merely brought it to light. After finishing her breakfast, Zhong Xiaoai stood before Gu Lingxiao, prompting him to look up. She declared, "Regardless of how many women you have, I will always be your wife." "Can you promise me that?" "I can, I assure you," Gu Lingxiao replied, feeling incredibly fortunate that Zhong Xiaoai was so understanding. Gu Lingxiao gently took Zhong Xiao's hand and said, "Come, let me take you out for a stroll." The area within the borders of Longhua is filled with ordinary commerce, such as shops, local specialties, and inns. The fire station was established by the villagers themselves, but due to the unique nature of the police station, I could only form a guard team. Gu Lingxiao introduced Zhong Xiao to all the buildings in the village. Eventually, they arrived at a significant boundary marker. Gu Lingxiao solemnly stated, "This is boundary marker number 78. Beyond this marker lies Longhua, and outside of it is Myanmar. You must not venture past this point." Zhong Xiao, feeling discontent, pointed at the travelers wandering around and asked, "But why are they allowed to go through?" Gently ruffling Zhong Xiao's hair, Gu Lingxiao replied softly, "Be good. I cannot take you there just yet. Once I have arranged matters on that side, it will be no problem for you to visit." "How long will that take?" Zhong Xiao inquired eagerly. Her curiosity piqued as she had never traveled abroad and was keen to know what the outside world was like. 3 days, Gu Lingxiao declared. He gave Qin Jiang 3 days to see what benefits he could bring him. Chapter 16. Ahu, Jin Kuan. Solve it in 3 days. Make way, make way. Everyone step aside. The man at the forefront, with long hair, was flanked by 2 lackeys as they pushed through the crowd towards Gu Lingxiao. Gu Lingxiao squinted at the trio, recognizing them as outsiders, which indicated trouble was brewing. He instinctively pulled Zhong Xiaoai behind him. Although Zhong Xiaoai was unaware of the unfolding situation, she dutifully hid behind Gu Lingxiao. "Gu Lingxiao, I thought you had hidden yourself back in the country and wouldn't return. I never expected you to have the audacity to come back." The long-haired man spoke arrogantly, completely dismissing Gu Lingxiao. He had recognized his opponent as a Jia, a subordinate of Ma Ahu, the nemesis of Jin Kuan. Like Jin Kuan, Ahu was involved in drug trafficking along the border, and Gu Lingxiao's anti-drug advocacy had severely impacted their business. They often came to the village to cause disturbances and extort so-called protection fees. Since the formation of Gu Lingxiao's security team, Ahu had refrained from returning, but now it seemed he had come back, likely aware that he could provoke Jin Kuan and attempt to seize a share of the spoils. From a distance, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Led by Captain Ma and his security team, with 10 members wielding rubber batons and riot shields, they encircled a Jia and his companions, while the surrounding tourists prudently distanced themselves from the commotion. "Chief, we have arrived." Although their intention was to protect the chief, the scene resembled a gang brawl. A Jia, however, ignored the gathered crowd and defiantly addressed Gu Lingxiao. "I stand here. Do you dare to make a move?" He exhibited no fear, knowing that just the presence of Jin Kuan rendered the village powerless against him, unless Gu Lingxiao was willing to offend his boss, Ahu. The 2 leaders could effortlessly dismantle Gu Lingxiao's crew. Observing Gu Lingxiao's silence, a Jia stepped forward, tauntingly standing behind the boundary marker, 50,000 in protection fees. "Or you can crawl past me." He smirked. "Don't say I'm not giving you an opportunity. Choose." Zhong Xiaoai, unable to tolerate the insult directed at her partner, stepped out from behind Gu Lingxiao. "Who do you think you are to demand 50,000? Anger surged within her. This was nothing short of extortion. 50,000 could buy an apartment in the provincial city. "Oh, look at that. The chief has found himself a girlfriend." A Jia leered at Zhong Xiaoai's delicate features, his gaze shamelessly lingering on her enticing long legs. Disgusting. Zhong Xiaoai felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion as a Jia's eyes roamed over her, as if ants were crawling over her skin. An evil thought crossed a Jia's mind. "How about this? You can forget the money. Let this woman spend a day with me instead. What do you say? A day for 50,000 sounds like a bargain, doesn't it?" Hearing his vulgar words, Zhong Xiaoai's heart tightened. Fear gripped her, yet she stood steadfast beside Gu Lingxiao, her small hands clenched tightly. Gu Lingxiao took Zhong Xiaoai's left hand, and she felt a sense of security wash over her. With a resounding slap, Gu Lingxiao struck a Jia across the face with such force that he was sent sprawling to the ground. Ozza collapsed onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Gritting his teeth, he managed to rise, but Gu Lingxiao's strength was overwhelming, and a single slap left him dizzy. Upon witnessing Gu Lingxiao's aggression, the two men in close proximity to Zhong Shai hesitated but simultaneously heightened their vigilance. Gu Lingxiao turned to Zhong Shai, offering a brief warning before crossing the boundary marker and positioning himself atop Ozza, condescendingly patting the latter's head. To be a dog, one must embrace the role. Do not bite indiscriminately. Are you aware of the fate that befalls mad dogs? Ozza's heart trembled at the words, yet he forced himself to shout, Gu Lingxiao, do you wish to die? This matter isn't over until you return the 5 million. The sight of Ozza being both beaten and humiliated ignited fury in his two subordinates, who instinctively reached for their waists. How dare you seek death? Let us take him down. Just as they prepared to act, they were swiftly restrained by Captain Ma and his team. With sharp insight, Captain Ma recognized that since the chief had chosen to strike, there was no need for restraint. Grasping the arms of the two men, they brought their clubs down decisively. The subordinates' arms were broken at unnatural angles. Clap, clap, clap. After dusting off his hands, Gu Lingxiao instructed, take them all to the holding cells. Do not let them disrupt the peace of our village. Yes, chief. As Gu Lingxiao rose, two team members approached to support the dazed Ozza, and they all proceeded toward the direction of the holding cells. The holding cells served to confine petty thieves and also acted as a mandatory rehabilitation center for drug users. All right, everyone disperse. Rest assured, this was an isolated incident. The security environment of our village remains commendable. As you have seen, those dashing individuals wielding clubs are our village's guard, dedicated to ensuring your safety. The surrounding tourists felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing this. They could hardly associate Captain Ma and his team with handsomeness. The thought of how they had decisively broken the arms of those two men sent a shiver down their spines. Nevertheless, with such a group present, the tourists felt a semblance of safety. The onlookers, no longer concerned, began to leave, chattering animatedly as they returned to their own activities. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Lingxiao turned to the pale-faced Zhong Shai, drawing her into his embrace. You weren't scared, were you, Shai? And no, Zhong Shai murmured softly, nestled in his arms. Gently smoothing her hair, Gu Lingxiao spoke tenderly. Why don't you return to my office and wait for me? I need to handle this matter. I want to go too, Zhong Shai declared resolutely, raising her head. She admitted to feeling frightened, having never encountered such a situation before. Yet, beyond her momentary fear, she felt an exhilarating thrill. Her adrenaline had surged to unprecedented heights, and looking into Gu Lingxiao's eyes, she found him strikingly handsome. Gu Lingxiao pondered for a moment before saying, Do not go. I fear it may frighten you. Be obedient. But I am your girlfriend. Do you truly intend to abandon me? Startled by Zhang Shai's declaration, the two unfamiliar men, who had yet to depart, exchanged glances. But their impeccable composure allowed them to remain undisturbed, akin to mere tourists, evading any suspicion. Observing Zhong Shai's earnestness, Gu Lingxiao could only feel a pang of remorse toward her mother. Dear aunt, it is not that I disregard your counsel. It is simply that Shai is exceedingly resolute. Very well, let us proceed this way. Gu Lingxiao took Zhong Shai's hand, guiding her along the red line on the ground that demarcated the border, never once crossing it. They eventually halted before a single-story structure constructed of concrete, where no other visitors were present, the surroundings enclosed by high walls. Gazing at the unmistakable edifice that straddled two nations, Zhang Shai refrained from inquiries, quietly trailing beside Gu Lingxiao. Jeju. As they reached the entrance, a large iron gate creaked open at a small window, startling Zhong Shai. Gu Lingxiao succinctly commanded, Open the door. Chapter 17. The Hidden Structure. A secret of the village. As the gate swung open, a warm, amber light flooded the interior, revealing a sparse setting adorned only by two men, each wielding a machete. Standing sentinel. Sensing the palpable fear emanating from Xiao AI, Gu Lingxiao offered reassurance. Do not be afraid. These guards are under my command. And this structure was constructed for a specific purpose. Can you deduce what that purpose might be? Redirected by Gu Lingxiao's question, Zhong Xiao AI's attention shifted. She was not foolish and had already formulated a guess. This must be a passageway, designed for travel between two locations, but it is not meant for your personal use. After all, as the village chief, you have no need for it. It serves those who require a discreet route, like me. Am I correct? She looked up at Gu Lingxiao, her face radiating an adorable, expectant charm that was utterly delightful. Haha, indeed, my girlfriend is quite clever. Gu Lingxiao affectionately ruffled Zhong Xiao AI's hair. With a haughty demeanor, Zhong Xiao AI replied. Of course. You should remember who I am. Outside the entrance, what should we do? Miss Zhong has entered. One of the two burly men exclaimed. How should I know what to do? Should we contact Madame Zhong or wait a little longer? The two men stood at the entrance, momentarily at a loss as they observed Gu Lingxiao and Zhong Xiao AI disappear inside. Though they had considered a forceful entry, the narrow passage was guarded by at least 10 armed individuals, their waists bulging with weapons. Despite being scouts, they were unarmed and surmised that a brazen intrusion would be futile. One man urged his companion, let us retreat and contact Madame Zhong. They ventured to a less populated corner of the building where one pulled out a phone to make a call. The phone had been procured through the Zhong family, as spending several $100s on one was a luxury they could ill afford. Hello, Madame Zhong? I am the bodyguard assigned to protect Miss Zhong, the man spoke, his voice lacking confidence as the call connected. What's wrong? Has something happened to Xiao AI? Upon hearing the bodyguard's voice, Madame Zhong's heart tightened. These bodyguards were all active duty personnel with high professionalism. They would not reach out unless there was a significant issue. Given Xiao AI's recent presence at the border, Madame Zhong, despite her usual poise, felt a surge of panic. Quickly, tell me, what has happened to Xiao AI? The man, flustered, replied. Miss AI has followed Gu Lingxiao into a passageway, but there are numerous armed guards stationed at the entrance. We cannot enter. Upon learning that Xiao AI was with Gu Lingxiao, Madame Zhong's anxiety eased slightly. Although she had yet to meet Gu Lingxiao, their previous conversation had given her enough insight to believe he would not harm her daughter. As for the reason, it was simply an instinctive feeling. All right, I understand. You may continue your duties. I will reach out to Xiao AI. With that, Madame Zhong ended the call and immediately dialed Xiao AI's number. If she could connect, it would indicate safety, but if she could not, she would have no choice but to activate the emergency protocol set by old Zhong. Once the emergency plan is initiated, it is no trivial matter. Holding her phone, Mother Zhong listened to the voice emanating from the device. Feeling a slight sense of relief, she was able to connect. Hello? Mom? Why are you calling? The exuberant voice of Zhong Xiaoai came through the line. You rascal, where are you right now? Tell me the truth. Years of composure dissipated for Mother Zhong. Zhong Xiaoai glanced at Gu Lingxiao, her heart racing, and replied, I'm with Gu Lingxiao. Let Lingxiao take the phone. She added cautiously, Lingxiao, my mom wants you to speak. Brother Lingxiao? Mother Zhong was taken aback by the term of endearment coming from the other end, realizing that her daughter had indeed developed feelings for Gu Lingxiao. Hello, Andy, I'm Gu Lingxiao. The shift in address from Annie to Aunt was a reflection of their newfound relationship. Mother Zhong noticed the change in titles, but chose to focus on the more pressing concern, her daughter's well-being. May I still call you Lingxiao? She inquired. Of course, Annie. Could you tell me where Xiaoai is with you? Gu Lingxiao smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Auntie, I haven't taken Xiaoai out of the country. We are merely in a secluded area of the village. As you know, this place straddles two nations, and certain matters are inconvenient to handle. So we sought a discreet location. You can trust that Xiaoai's safety is my utmost priority. I would never allow her to come to harm. Understanding Gu Lingxiao's commitment to her daughter, Mother Zhong felt she had no choice but to trust him. With a sigh, she said, Then I must entrust you with her care. Lingxiao, please look after Xiaoai. Rest assured, Auntie, Xiaoai is now my girlfriend. I will not let her be harmed. Beside him, Zhong Xiaoai blushed at the declaration, playfully pinching the soft flesh at his side. She was ready to inform her family yet. And now Lingxiao had revealed their relationship to her mother directly. The thought of her mother potentially disapproving or forcibly separating them made Zhong Xiaoai's face pale. Suddenly, feeling a warm hand on her head, she looked up to see Gu Lingxiao mouthing silently, Don't worry, it will be fine. Are you two dating? Mother Zhong asked, perplexed. But I thought I heard my daughter express admiration for Ho Liangping? The Zhong family disapproved of Ho Liangping, believing his intentions were not genuine and that he possessed an overly pragmatic mindset. Xiaoai likely recognized this but had not openly addressed it. Perhaps Xiaoai had spent too much time with him, leading to a misjudgment of her feelings. However, Gu Lingxiao warranted further scrutiny. Otherwise, Xiaoai might simply be jumping from one perilous situation into another. Yes, Auntie, we have just established our relationship. You can be assured that Xiaoai will be safe. Gu Lingxiao reassured, gently taking Zhong Xiaoai's hand to offer comfort. Upon your return to school, please convey to Aunt that I shall arrange a time to visit you, coinciding with Xiao AI's birthday celebration. By the way, Xiao AI's birthday falls on the 1st of August. After this, Zhongmu promptly ended the call and subsequently reached out to her two bodyguards. Xiao AI is with her boyfriend. You merely need to stand guard outside, she instructed. Understood. Once the call was terminated, Zhong Xiao AI exclaimed, Why did you inform my mother that we are together? What's the matter? Do you not wish to be with me? Are we to remain a secret? Gu Lingxiao feigned annoyance. Seeing Gu Lingxiao's faux anger, Zhong Xiao AI became flustered and began to wave her hands in protest. No. It's just. Observing her frantic attempts at explanation, Gu Lingxiao interjected, This matter cannot remain concealed. It would be wiser to speak openly. And the others are quite perceptive. Very well. He then took Zhong Xiao AI's hand and said, Let us go. There are matters awaiting my attention over there. A minute later, the two arrived before a large iron gate. Chief. The guards at the gate, armed with machetes, greeted them with utmost respect. Chapter 18. Interrogation. The other side of Gu Lingxiao. Observing the fierce guards wielding their weapons, Gu Lingxiao felt the tension in Xiao AI's grip intensify. He then spoke, Next time, please handle your weapons properly. You frightened my wife. Despite their fearsome appearance, the guards were, in fact, rather simple-hearted. They immediately bowed and said, Madam, we are truly sorry for scaring you. Upon hearing their address, although Zhong Xiao AI felt bashful, she was undeniably pleased. Shall we open the door? The cavalry must have arrived. As the guard opened the door, he remarked, Chief, the captain of the cavalry is already here and awaits your presence. With a clang, the heavy iron door echoed ominously. Zhong Xiao AI's pupils constricted slightly as she beheld the scene beyond the door, clearly startled by the grim sight. Aza and his two subordinates were suspended in midair, their hands bound with iron chains, their bodies marred with wounds, blood dripping profusely to the ground. Had it not been for the faint grunts that escaped their lips, Zhong Xiao AI might have believed them dead. Wait for me outside if it becomes unbearable, Gu Lingxiao said, wrapping his arm around Zhong Xiao AI. This gruesome display was evidently overwhelming for someone like Xiao AI, who had been sheltered her entire life, likely never having witnessed blood before. It's all right, I am not afraid, she responded, though her eyes betrayed her concern. But you won't kill them, will you? Murder is against the law. She gazed at Gu Lingxiao with apprehension, fearing he might take a life and become a fugitive. Gu Lingxiao laughed heartily. We are already in Myanmar. Rest assured, I will not lay a hand on them. Upon hearing Gu Lingxiao's voice, Aza's bloodied face stirred slightly. His eyes, nearly swollen shut, managed to open just enough to cast a blurred glance in Gu Lingxiao's direction. You're doomed, you filthy dog. Despite his battered state, Aza maintained his bravado in threatening Gu Lingxiao. He was not foolish. Displaying fear would only lead to his demise, so he feigned indifference, hoping to instill some caution in Gu Lingxiao, if only to buy himself a few more days of life. From the moment Gu Lingxiao had taken action, Aza had surmised that the threats from Ahu and Jin Kuan no longer bore weight, although he remained oblivious to Gu Lingxiao's true hand. Gu Lingxiao signaled to the cavalry captain, who promptly brought over a chair. Please, have a seat, my wife. He gently guided Xiao AI into the chair, and amidst her anxious gaze, Gu Lingxiao accepted the baton handed to him by the captain and approached Aza. With the baton, Gu Lingxiao lifted Aza's chin, disdain evident in his voice. Is this all just a show? Hearing this, Aza's heart raced with anxiety, yet he forced himself to respond defiantly. You will find out whether it's a fade or not. I hope you remain this composed when my boss comes knocking. Has his blood type been determined? Gu Lingxiao turned to the cavalry captain. Chief, it has been confirmed as type B. We have also procured the blood bags, the captain replied, opening a drawer to retrieve 3 blood bags. Gu Lingxiao lit a cigarette, taking a drag before tilting his head in acknowledgement. Captain Ma's face twisted into a sinister smile as 2 of his team members followed closely behind, one clutching a blood bag and the other carrying a transfusion device. What are you planning to do? Aza shouted in a panic, observing their movements and the items in their hands. Captain Ma grinned. Don't fret. This is merely the beginning. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he seized Aza's foot and swung his hand. Aza cried out in agony as the tendons in his foot were severed. At that moment, Gu Lingxiao had already shielded Xiao AI's eyes with his hand, as the scene turned gruesome, unfit for her innocent gaze. Listening to Aza's agonizing wails, although Xiao AI was unaware of the specifics, she found the situation overwhelmingly terrifying, the sound of Aza's screams echoing in her ears. After a brief moment, Xiao AI took a deep breath and grasped Gu Lingxiao's hand, pulling it away to reveal the horrifying scene before her. She saw the 2 men attaching the transfusion device above Aza's head while blood flowed out from below, a method of interrogation that was undeniably illegal. Yet no one seemed to care. Gu Lingxiao looked at Xiao AI in astonishment, leaning closer and asking, "Aren't you afraid?" "And no, I'm not afraid. This is your life. I will have to face it eventually. It's better to encounter it sooner." Xiao AI's voice trembled, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. Suddenly, Xiao AI sprang up and dashed towards a nearby basin. Ugh! She felt nauseous, a wave of discomfort washing over her chest. Collapsing over the basin, she retched violently until her stomach acids nearly erupted. After a moment of rinsing her mouth, Gu Lingxiao gently patted her back with one hand while offering her a bottle of water with the other. "You should wait outside, dear. Experiencing this does not mean you must witness it firsthand." After rinsing for a while, Xiao AI felt somewhat better and, with unwavering determination, looked into Gu Lingxiao's eyes, stating, "I can endure. Don't treat me like those frivolous women outside." "All right," Gu Lingxiao replied, observing that Xiao AI seemed to be recovering. He approached Azza once more, asking, "Does Ahu have a gun? How many subordinates does he have? Where are they now? Think carefully before you answer. Do not give me a reason to continue this." I'll tell you. Azza exclaimed. "Aside from the three of us, Ahu has about a dozen more subordinates. They are unarmed, only wielding machetes. Ahu is at the casino and 1T returned for a couple of days." As Azza felt the relentless flow of blood beneath him, an unprecedented fear engulfed his heart. Nothing could compare to this horrifying sensation. "The casino? Where is it located? Where is the money from your drug dealings?" "Boss, the casino is in Mengnan. Ahu and his crew always go there to collect gambling funds before returning. It should be stored alongside the drug money. But only Ahu knows where the money is." Azza divulged everything Gu Lingxiao asked, though he knew not to trust all of it. After all, they were desperate fugitives, and he did not expect to extract all the information so easily. "Why did you come looking for trouble with me?" "Boss, it's Tiger Brother. He said you've already left the village and instructed me to collect 500,000 as protection money. This is not my doing. It's all arranged by Tiger Brother. Please, let me go," Azza cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. He did not wish to meet his demise. After all, no one is unafraid of death. Gu Lingxiao lightly tapped Azza's face with his baton and remarked, "I initially had no intention of killing you. I merely sought to teach you a lesson. However, you gravely erred by provoking my woman. Since you have acted, you must bear the consequences. Now that I am aware of what you desire, there is no need to squander further time." Discarding the baton, he took Xiao AI's hand and departed, casting a knowing glance at old Ma, who nodded in understanding. "Ah, no, please. I beg you." As Gu Lingxiao escorted Xiao AI away, the sound of his pleas echoed through the iron gate. Zhong Xiao AI, perplexed, inquired what. He understood precisely what Xiao AI was asking and did not conceal the truth, responding directly, "Death. In the borderlands, one must possess a ruthless heart to stand firm. This knowledge of survival is paramount, for they are all fugitives, drug traffickers, and human traffickers. If you lack the necessary ruthlessness, the consequences are unimaginable." Chapter 19. The Elite Bodyguard, John Wick. 140 million. A murder. Zhong Xiaoai admitted that she felt a twinge of fear, but ultimately, she remained silent as Gu Lingxiao guided her back. "Afraid? No, not at all. I am quite brave." Casting a glance at Zhong Xiaoai, who was feigning calmness, Gu Lingxiao chose not to elaborate further. "Oh, the feeling of seeing the sun again is truly delightful." Upon stepping out through the iron gates, Zhong Xiaoai looked up at the sun and remarked, although the surroundings inside were not filthy, the atmosphere had been overwhelmingly oppressive, compounded by the lingering scent of blood. The mere thought of blood made her feel unwell once more. The two men who had stood guard outside breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Miss Zhong emerge, though their gazes towards Gu Lingxiao were decidedly unfriendly. "It was all because of you that they had been so fearful." Captain Ma, observing the closed gate, gestured to his subordinates and departed in the opposite direction, with his men dragging Azza and his companions behind him. "Let me go, please, I beg you. I've said all that I needed to say." Although Azza and his companions were oblivious to their destination, a sense of dread had already enveloped them, especially as blood continued to flow from Azza's heel. Captain Ma and his men remained silent, dragging their captives until they reached a vehicle that was parked outside. A small truck, with a tarpaulin concealing its contents, though they did not need to know what lay beneath, for Captain Ma was already approaching with a gleaming knife. "No, please." Azza gazed at Captain Ma in panic. With a bloody blade in hand, Captain Ma instructed, "Handle it properly, drag them far away, and bury them." He returned the knife to one of his subordinates and walked away. The subordinate then tossed the corpses of Azza and his companions into the back of the truck before driving off. Where there is light, there is also darkness. The southern stronghold represents the light, while the northern stronghold embodies the darkness. To establish oneself, one must be ruthless if you are not merciless. Others will not grant you the luxury of kindness. Gu Lingxiao understood this principle well. Without a hardened heart, one cannot stand firm. As Zhong Xiaoai observed Gu Lingxiao, who was leading her on a leisurely stroll, she spoke up, "I'm so tired. Let us head back." "All right, let us return. I'll also inquire about the current situation with Xinjiang." The stronghold was not particularly large. A casual wander would only take 3 hours to explore the entirety, with ample food available. From what I see, it's not that you are tired from wandering. Rather, you are stuffed from eating, aren't you? Zhong Xiaoai blushed in protest. "Nonsense. I'm simply exhausted. I can tell just by touching." With that, Gu Lingxiao reached out to pat Zhong Xiaoai's belly, which felt pleasantly round. He teased, "All right, I'll have someone bring over some digestive tablets. We'll be here for 2 more days. So let us pace ourselves with the food, you little glutton." With an arm around her, he returned to the office. After instructing a subordinate to fetch some digestive tablets from the infirmary, he closed the door behind them. "Lingxiao, my stomach feels terrible," Zhang Xiaoai lamented, sitting despondently on a nearby chair. "I sent someone to fetch the medicine. Will you still indulge in excess next time?" Zhang Xiaoai raised her right hand, feigning an oath, declaring that she would not, never again. She was lifted and placed upon him, his left hand gently caressing her abdomen while his right hand retrieved his phone. Comfortably nestled in his embrace, Zhang Xiaoai curiously gazed at the phone on the table. If her memory served her right, last time, Ling Zhao's younger brother had given him 800,000, which quickly turned into over 3 million. It had been nearly 2 days now. She wondered how much had been earned since then. "Hey, young master, what is the situation over there?" Qin Jiang inquired, glancing at the watchful figures outside. Calmly, he replied, "Currently, we have profited over 14 million. That is sufficient. Hurry back to the stronghold. Someone must be watching you now." 14 million. It was obvious they were being surveilled. Only when he reached the stronghold would he be safe. "Understood, young master. I will prepare everything and head over. I will transfer the money to your account shortly." After hanging up, Gu Lingxiao noticed Zhang Xiaoai gazing at him with wide, starry eyes. "What is the matter? Over 1 billion earned in 2 days. What is there to say? Your younger brother's subordinates are quite impressive, aren't they?" After planting a kiss on her alluring lips, he replied, "You'll find out in due time. Your man is indeed formidable. Well, otherwise, why would you seek several girlfriends?" Listening to Zhang Xiaoi's teasing tone, Gu Lingxiao merely chuckled, unfazed. "System activated, young master. I wish to make a purchase." Beep. Current balance available to the host, 14,700,000. Summon 1 elite bodyguard assassin, 2 advanced assassins, 10 intermediate assassins. Additionally, procure 30 handguns, 2 AKs, and 3 gun permits. All right, host, your total expenditure amounts to 13,317,000. Remaining balance, 690,000. Elite assassin bodyguard being summoned. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired John Wick series. What? It's actually John Wick. Portrayed by Keanu Reeves, Baba Yaga, the pencil killer, master of CQB tactics, and a one-man army capable of toppling entire crime syndicates. System, where are these individuals now? Beep. Host, they're already outside. Come in. Zhang Xiaoai looked at Gu Lingxiao with confusion. She hadn't heard anyone outside. Click the leader, John Wick. Stood at 6 feet 1 inch, with brown hair and brown eyes, clad in a tailored black suit, expressionless as he entered with 12 assassins. Zhang Xiaoai was perplexed as to why a foreigner was present. Though he did not speak, the palpable aura of menace surrounding him made her uneasy. The 2 burly men behind him exuded a similar presence, as did the 10 others. After racking her brain for a moment, Zhang Xiaoai stared in shock at the gathering before her. Military personnel, likely special forces. Whenever she returned home, the bodyguard she encountered resembled them. Her father holds a significant position, and those bodyguards are all veterans of special forces. Typically, retired special forces personnel remain within the military or are assigned to protect high-profile individuals. They would not be easily dismissed, as the ramifications of their potential loss of control could spell disaster for the city. Greetings, young master. I am John Wick. You may refer to me as Special 1, Special 2, Recon 1, Recon 2, up to Recon 10. The names of the advanced and intermediate assassins are introduced by their prowess accompanied by numbers. The 2 elite assassins, possessing the skills of special forces, introduce themselves as Special 1 and Special 2. This will be your young mistress, the one and only Gu Lingxiao. she remarked playfully, giving Zhong Xiao a gentle pat. Greetings, young mistress. John and the others bowed, their demeanor exuding utmost respect, devoid of any pretense. If their respect for Zhong Xiao was sincere, then their reverence for Gu Lingxiao transcended into a form of devotion. Disregarding the large hand on her backside, Zhong Xiao summoned the poise befitting her status as young mistress. Exuding an air cultivated over many years as she said, "Hello to you all." Chapter 20. The terrifying old John Gu Lingxiao opened the drawer and unceremoniously tossed 13 handguns and 3 firearm licenses onto the table. Ignoring the astonished expression on Zhong Xiao's face, he stated, "Each person will take 1 gun. John, Tae, and Tae, you 3 will each hold a firearm license. From now on, stay by my side. The 10 of you will remain stationed in the village." Understood. John stepped forward to retrieve his phone, inspecting it with utmost professionalism. It was no surprise, given its origin from the system. Even the most ordinary handgun was exquisitely crafted and of the highest quality. As the 3 picked up their licenses, the information on them automatically updated to reflect their identities. After stowing the documents, John quietly remarked, "Young master, I discovered 2 nails outside, which bear no malicious intent. They resemble more of bodyguards." Upon hearing John's words, Gu Lingxiao pondered for a moment before glancing at Zhong Xiao in his arms. She appeared utterly oblivious. Yet he surmised that the Zhang family had arranged for her protection. He then looked up and instructed, "Tae, please invite them up." Yes. Tae secured his handgun at his waist and promptly exited. One should never underestimate a special forces soldier, especially Tae. Such elite operatives could detect what John did, albeit perhaps at a slightly slower pace. After all, John Wick was a killer, a top-tier assassin. John Wick, combat power, 120, ordinary person, 10. Skills, master-level pistol proficiency, master-level combat skills, gun fu, master-level firearm mastery, master-level driving expertise, clear mind, ability to maintain mental clarity at all times. Remarkably, with a combat power of 120. He surpassed an ordinary person's strength by 12-fold, not merely suggesting that John could take on 12 adversaries, but rather that he could contend with 30. Tae combat power, 50, scout 1. Combat power, 20. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Lingxiao's own panel was of little consequence. Gu Lingxiao combat power, 9. Assets, 6, 9 million. Skills, basic driving, basic combat. Enough. I know I'm practically useless, all my skills are basic. There's no need to display any further. Meanwhile, Tae had reached the 2 bodyguards. "Gentlemen, our young master requests your presence upstairs." The 2 guards regarded Tae with trepidation, their vigilance sharply heightened, ready to spring into action. Exchanging glances, they reached a consensus. They were facing formidable opponents. There's no need for hostility. Both the young master and young mistress are upstairs. "The young mistress you mentioned is?" the 2 inquired, puzzled. Tae, however, was already growing impatient. "You will find out once you come up." The 2 followed Tae upstairs, likely deducing that Miss Zhong was indeed the young mistress. "Young master, I have brought them," Tae announced as he stepped aside. "You 2 must be Xiao Ai's bodyguards, correct?" "Huh, I have bodyguards?" Gu Lingxiao mused, ruffling the little head nestled in his arms. How could she be so sharp one moment and so oblivious the next? "Indeed, Mr. Gu. The 2 of us have been assigned as protectors for Miss Zhong by Madame Zhong." "Ah, Lingxiao, I truly do have a bodyguard. One does wonder what kind of family you come from to warrant such protection," Gu Lingxiao said with feigned ignorance. Zhong Xiao chuckled, "Lingxiao, if you beg me, I might just tell you. I see you have grown quite bold, unable to distinguish between the great and the small. You all may leave now. Allocate the rooms on the 1st floor as you see fit. Xiao's bodyguard should accompany you as well. Tonight, I shall introduce you to the people in the village." As John and the others departed, with the door closing behind them, Zhong Xiao quickly pleaded, "I was wrong, Lingxiao. You won't bully me, will you?" He lifted Zhong Xiao in his arms and ascended toward the 3rd floor. "Lingxiao, it is still daytime," she said, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. She had an inkling of what was about to unfold. Though it was happening swiftly, she was not inclined to resist Gu Lingxiao. Only when he placed her upon the bed did she regain her senses, gazing at him with tender affection, her face flushed with shyness. Gu Lingxiao leaned over her, asking, "Is this all right, Xiao?" Without uttering a word, she merely nodded gently. After drawing the curtains, a cry of pain echoed. Zhang Xiao surrendered her virginity, which she had preserved for nearly 20 years. In the first half, her voice quavered with tears, but in the latter half, she took the lead. 2 hours later, Observing the slumbering Zhong Xiaoai, Gu Lingxiao ignited a cigarette, feeling as if he were in a state of bliss. It was indeed a remarkable first experience. Meanwhile, in a single room downstairs, two bodyguards sat facing each other, their gazes fixed upon the telephone resting on the table between them. Hello? Upon hearing the phone ring, the bodyguards immediately responded, Madame Zhong, we have been compromised. Admittedly, they felt quite ashamed, but anyone in their position would have reacted similarly. Who could have anticipated the sheer panic they felt upon entering the office and encountering that group of over 10 individuals? Not to mention the moment that foreign man turned his gaze upon them, their blood ran cold. Why have we been compromised? How is Xiaoai's condition? Madame Zhong inquired calmly. Since they could still call her after being exposed, it indicated that the situation was not dire. Her primary concern was Xiaoai's well-being. Madam, there seems to be an error in our intelligence. Miss Zhong is currently quite safe. The one named Gu Lingxiao is surrounded by a dozen bodyguards, 3 of whom are particularly formidable. 2 are likely special forces, while another merely glanced our way, causing our blood to nearly freeze. As they spoke of the foreign man, especially the chilling intensity in his eyes, they felt an overwhelming pressure. On the other end of the line, Madame Zhong fell silent. Bodyguards of special forces caliber, along with one who surpassed even them, clearly, the leader of this border village was not as simple as she had presumed. Very well, I understand. Ensure Xiaoai's protection. As they hung up the phone, the 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, realizing that in just 2 days, they had made several mistakes. Their future now seemed bleak. After hanging up the phone, Mrs. Zhong called Xiaoai, who, still lost in the realm of dreams, groggily reached for her phone on the bedside. Hello? Who is this? Don't you know I'm exhausted and wish to sleep? How annoying. Zhong Xiaoai, do you even hear yourself? Mrs. Zhong's thunderous voice resonated from the other end, drawing the attention of Gu Lingxiao, who mused to himself about the impressive volume of his mother-in-law's voice. Mom, I'm still half asleep. What is going on? A sudden jolt of pain shot through Xiaoai's lower body, causing her to gasp. Gu Lingxiao gently supported her, helping her to lean against the headboard. With a hint of grievance, she remarked, It's all your fault. You could have been more gentle, like a raging bull. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhong felt her cheeks flush with heat, suddenly aware that her daughter had grown into a woman. She found herself momentarily breathless as the realization struck her too swiftly. Gu Lingxiao gestured toward the phone, prompting Zhong Xiaoai to remember that the call was still ongoing. After casting him a glare, she hastily clarified, Mom, it's not what you think. Please don't overthink it. Not what I think. Then what is it? Regardless, it's certainly not what you imagine, she replied, her voice lacking in conviction. Sensing her daughter's feeble defense, Mrs. Zhong chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Recognizing that events had unfolded as they had, she stated, I expect you both to contact me promptly upon your return to Handong. Is that clear? Chapter 21. The Zhong Family. Zhang Zhenghua. There's no problem, Mom. Rest assured. All right, I have some serious matters to discuss. What is the situation with Lingxiao's bodyguards? I heard from your bodyguard that they are formidable enough to instill fear in seasoned soldiers. Mom, I'm not sure. They are all Lingxiao's people. But I must tell you, Lingxiao's younger brother possesses a firearm. Upon saying this, Xiaoai immediately regretted her words, casting a cautious glance at Gu Lingxiao beside her, who seemed utterly unconcerned. Xiaoai covered her phone and whispered, Lingxiao, did I say something I shouldn't have? Gently ruffling her hair, Gu Lingxiao replied, It's fine. I never intended to conceal anything. Is that really you, Lingxiao? Xiaoai, hand the phone to Lingxiao, came Zhong Mu's voice. Put it on speaker. With a chuckle, Xiaoai activated the speakerphone and placed it against Gu Lingxiao's chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, leaning against him. Aunt, this is Lingxiao. Oh, Lingxiao. I want to inquire about the firearms. My only concern is safety, Zhong Mu spoke softly from the other end. Since Xiaoai had already committed to him, she had no choice but to accept this son-in-law. She certainly did not wish for her future son-in-law to be imprisoned, leaving her daughter a widow. Gu Lingxiao smiled and explained, Rest assured, Aunt. The visible firearms are licensed, and the others are for protection purposes in Myanmar. Licensed firearms. Zhong Mu exclaimed in surprise. Obtaining a firearm license is no simple feat, if not entirely unattainable. Only special forces are typically granted such permissions, and civilians generally do not possess firearm licenses. Once old Zhong returns, I must inquire how he conducted such background checks. None of them are reliable. Suppressing her unease, Zhong Mu said, Very well. Since Xiaoai has decided to be with you, I can no longer object. Please treat her well, understand? Rest assured, Aunt. Even if I were to be injured, I would never allow Xiao AI to come to harm, Gu Lingxiao assured, firmly grasping her wandering hand. All right, then I can be at ease. When you return to Jingzhou, do let me know. I'll come to see you both. Xiao AI eagerly exclaimed. Don't worry, Mom. We'll call you as soon as we get back. As she hung up, Xiao AI extended her delicate hands from beneath the blanket, wrapping them around Gu Lingxiao's neck, tilting her head to plant a kiss on his lips. Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, Xiao AI felt as if she were under a spell. Gu Lingxiao did not resist, responding to her kiss and rolling over to pin her beneath him. In the capital, the courtyard, looking at the disconnected call, Zhongmu shook her head in resignation and stood up, heading towards the study. Old Zhong, how did you investigate Xiao AI's friend last time? What method did you use? Zhongmu asked, slightly irritated, as she entered the room to find Zhong Zhenghua reading the newspaper at his desk. You must be referring to that fellow named Gu Lingxiao, right? Didn't we already conduct a thorough investigation? Zhong Zhenghua replied, looking up at her. Isn't it just a simple matter to look up? Why must we inquire again? Zhongmu sat directly in front of her husband and said, what you did was not a thorough investigation. Do you even realize that Gu Lingxiao possesses a firearm? The daughter remains together with the other party. Observing the composed Zhong Zhenghua, Mother Zheng resolved to instigate some anxiety in the opposing party. What? Zhong Zhenghua exclaimed as he set down the newspaper. He has a gun. Where is that wretched girl now? Seeing the anxious expression on Father Zheng's face, Mother Zheng couldn't help but smile inwardly. She calmly prepared a cup of tea, took a delicate sip, and then smiled slightly. He possesses a firearms license. Moreover, the bodyguards accompanying him, as per Xiao AI's covert protective arrangements, are said to possess the prowess of special forces. Most importantly, the lead bodyguard merely glanced at them, and their blood seemed to freeze in their veins. Nonsense. This is utterly preposterous. Is Xiao AI still with him? Mother Zhong sighed and replied, that's precisely the troubling part. Xiao AI and that young man must have already consummated their relationship. Upon hearing this, Father Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Mother Zhong. This girl has such audacity. I have decided that as soon as they return, I shall go to Jingzhou to meet him. Very well. It would be prudent for you to see him in person. Since this situation has unfolded and Xiao AI has made her choice, we must meet him. Zhong Zhenghua sighed, acknowledging that if the young man, Gu Lingxiao, possesses sufficient capability and aspires to enter politics, he would not mind offering assistance. However, if his abilities are lacking and he is merely seeking to associate with the Zhong family, then arrangements should be made for him to return to the capital and find suitable employment. After casting a glance at Zhong Zhenghua, Mother Zhong smiled with satisfaction, lifted her teacup, and exited, reveling in her husband's distress. Reflecting on the matter, Zhong Zhenghua picked up the telephone on the table and dialed. Hello? This is Zhong Zhenghua. Please investigate a new student named Gu Lingxiao at Handong University for me. Old master, didn't we investigate this previously? Came the puzzled response from the other end. Investigated? The information obtained was not consistent with reality. Surely not, old master. I don't care how you do it. I need a thorough investigation. Find out even what that lad had for breakfast and what time he went to bed. With that, Zhong Zhenghua hung up and dialed another number. Hello, this is Zhong Zhenghua. Old master, how may I assist you? Please look into Gu Lingxiao from Handong University. He has a firearms license. Find out how he acquired it. Please hold, old master. After a brief pause, the individual on the line inquired, Old master, I was unable to find anyone named Gu Lingxiao with a firearms license. However, 3 new licenses have appeared, one of which belongs to a foreigner, and they were issued by the political department. Zhang Zhenghua quickly asked, are the holders of these 3 licenses located in Yizhailingua? Indeed, old master. Both the registrant and the location are in Yizhailingua. Very well, thank you for your assistance. After hanging up, Zhang Zhenghua's brows knitted tightly together. A foreigner obtaining a firearms license in Longhua, sanctioned by the political department, was concerning. Rubbing his temples, he decided to disregard it for now, as long as it was legal and compliant. Yizhailingua, as he gazed at the slumbering Zhong Xiao AI, Gu Lingxiao rose and made his way downstairs. Young master, Captain Ma has arrived, and I would like to introduce myself while also transitioning responsibilities. A member of the team moved a chair for Gu Lingxiao, who seated himself above, while the elite team stood in orderly formation below. John remained steadfastly behind Gu Lingxiao. Chief, I have come. Who are these individuals? Captain Ma inquired, bringing all his subordinates with him and casting a puzzled glance at the elite team and John. Perfect timing. Since you are all here, Please take your positions in formation. Gu Lingxiao instructed. Understood. Xiao AI also rose and descended to stand beside Gu Lingxiao, while another member fetched a chair for her to sit behind him. Just in time. Xiao AI, this is my wife, Zhong Xiao AI. To know her is to know me. From now on, address me as boss and her as madam. Good day, boss. Good day, madam. Zhong Xiao AI nodded in delight, embracing her new role with evident joy. This individual behind me is John Wick, a world-class assassin, now my personal bodyguard. Chapter 22. Purchasing a car, renovating a house. Upon learning of John Wick's identity, not only Captain Ma, but also Zhong Xiao AI gazed in terror and astonishment at the foreign man standing behind Gu Lingxiao. Captain Ma and his team regarded Wick as if he were a ferocious beast, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Special 1, Special 2 boss. These two individuals were of the elite soldier caliber, while the reconnaissance team, known as Recon 1 through Recon 10, comprised 10 bodyguards, entrusted with the security of the stronghold. When Special 1 and Special 2 were present, their commands were to be strictly followed. In their absence, Captain Ma, you must heed Recon 1's directives, understood? Yes, boss. Enough. Captain Ma, please familiarize Recon 1 and the others with the stronghold swiftly. Captain Ma harbored no doubts, even if he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He respectfully regarded his new superior, Recon 1, and addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to guide you through the stronghold. As the group departed, Captain Ma's original team member looked at him quizzically and said, Captain, don't you want to contest the sudden arrival of these individuals? Captain Ma, with clarity of mind, reassured him, from now on, refer to them as boss, do not err again. Clearly, the boss possesses an influence beyond our grasp. They are reconnaissance-level operatives. It seems the boss, valuing our previous loyalty, chose not to replace us directly. We should be grateful. They receive salaries exceeding those of white-collar workers in first-tier cities. Captain Ma earns $30,000 a month, while the other members earn $20,000 each. Funded by the Stronghold's collected sanitation fees and other deductions. Upon hearing this, the team fell into a contemplative silence, resolving to heed the boss's guidance. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxiao turned to Xia AI and said, Would you like to join me for a stroll? I am considering constructing a villa within the stronghold. It will serve as our residence. Absolutely. I wish to participate in the design, Xia AI responded enthusiastically. By the way, Lingxiao, are those people arriving soon? She asked, worry etching her face as she grasped Gu Lingxiao's hand. Gu Lingxiao replied with calm assurance, They should arrive tomorrow, but there is no cause for concern. Recon 1 and the others will handle it. John, along with Special 1 and Special 2, kept a vigilant watch, closely trailing behind. As they passed the entrance of the stronghold, the station border defense troops observed the scene, perceiving the approach of formidable beasts. Standing at the roadside, Gu Lingxiao felt an urgent need to purchase a vehicle, otherwise, traveling would become cumbersome. He turned to Xia AI and inquired, My dear, what type of car do you prefer? Are we really buying a car? I don't have a particular preference. They all seem quite similar, Xia AI admitted. Showing little interest in the matter. Let us proceed to purchase a car then. You three possess driving licenses, correct? Yes, boss. After securing 2 vehicles, Gu Lingxiao stated their destination, the largest 4S dealership in the city. Once the payment was completed, Gu Lingxiao led the group into the dealership, devoid of the mocking scenarios often depicted in novels. Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase a vehicle? The sales representative inquired respectfully upon noticing Gu Lingxiao and his entourage. Well, do you have a Mercedes S-Class? Indeed, we do. The salesman's voice trembled with excitement. Please hold on. I'll fetch some tea. No need for tea. Can I drive it away today if I pay in full? Certainly. After some contemplation, Gu Lingxiao ultimately decided to purchase a Land Rover instead of 2 vehicles. As his funds were limited, he needed to reserve some money for Xinjiang. In the end, he spent over $1 million. John served as the driver, occupying the front passenger seat, while Gu Lingxiao and Xiao AI settled in the back seat of the Mercedes. A second Land Rover followed closely behind, driven by another driver. All 3 carried mobile phones. And Gu Lingxiao instructed Xiao AI to save their contact numbers in his phone so they could be reached in his absence. Boss, we have arrived. This is the largest construction company in the city. As they stepped out, passers-by gazed in awe at the 2 luxurious cars, wondering about the identity of the owners. Their surprise deepened when they saw John, an unexpected foreigner, emerge and open the rear door for Gu Lingxiao and Xiao AI, who stepped into view. How handsome. Where did these stunning individuals come from? Ignoring the murmurs of admiration, they strode confidently towards the construction company, while the owner, noticing the cars, felt a twinge of curiosity and descended to welcome them. "Ah, welcome to Shana Construction Company. My surname is Liu," the owner said, extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Liu." Gu Lingxiao replied, shaking his hand. "Shall we find a quieter place to discuss business? Apologies for the lack of hospitality. Please, follow me." Mr. Liu led them to the meeting room, calling out, "Ali, prepare some Tiguanyan tea." "Of course, boss." Once the door to the meeting room was closed, Mr. Liu observed John and the others, perplexed by Gu Lingxiao's background. It was evident they were professional bodyguards, more skilled than those he had encountered with other wealthy clients. "Come in," he instructed as a knock echoed. The door opened, revealing his secretary Ali, who gracefully entered with a tray of tea. Clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, her waves of hair framed her alluring visage. She set the tea on the central table and, as she departed, cast a flirtatious glance towards Gu Lingxiao, swaying her hips enticingly. "Are you still looking?" Xiao Ai whispered, pinching Gu Lingxiao at his waist. "I don't mind if you have other sisters, but not those shameless vixens." Xiao Ai was open to the idea of Gu Lingxiao having other women, but only if they were of good character. "You're overthinking it, dear wife. Your husband's tastes are not so lowly. I was merely glancing." After sipping his tea, Gu Lingxiao continued, "Mr. Liu, I require the construction of a villa, along with several subsequent projects, including a tavern, bar, casino, fire station, and even a prison." Mr. Liu nearly choked on his tea at the mention of such ambitious plans. Unfazed, Gu Lingxiao gestured to John, who promptly handed over the map of the village. "This is my territory, a map of the dual nation village. The constructions I require are to be established within the village and even along the borders. I wonder if Boss Liu is agreeable to this." Boss Liu, rolling up his sleeve to wipe the corner of his mouth, took the map and, after a glance, exclaimed in astonishment, "Myanmar. Indeed, some structures need to be erected on the Myanmar side. However, rest assured, safety will not be a concern for you. Moreover, I will require a substantial number of residences to be constructed in the future. You may ponder over it for now." After speaking, Xiao Ai poured tea for Gu Lingxiao and quietly sat beside them. Boss Liu then took out a cigarette, offered one to Gu Lingxiao, and lit one for himself. While building along the border may pose no significant issues within Longwa, the situation in Myanmar presents numerous challenges, security concerns, land issues, and potential complications. Boss Liu, the safety on the Myanmar side can be assured. As for what happens after your construction is completed, that will not be your concern. Very well, I agree. But this will require a substantial investment, boss. Chapter 23. Gu Lingxiao's determined control over the stronghold. After taking a sip from his teacup, Gu Lingxiao remarked, "Boss Liu, I require the construction of a villa, alongside various subsequent establishments such as taverns, bars, casinos, and even a fire station, a prison, and a police station." Coughing slightly, Boss Liu nearly choked on his tea, but Gu Lingxiao paid him no mind. He reached behind him to hand over a map of the stronghold. "This is my territory," he stated, "a map of the dual nation stronghold. The buildings I need must be erected within, or even at the borders of, this stronghold. I wonder if you would be willing to take on this task?" Wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, Boss Liu took a look at the map, his eyes widening in shock. "Myanmar. Indeed, some constructions are required on the Myanmar side. However, you need not worry about safety. I assure you, that will be adequately managed. Additionally, I will require a substantial number of residential buildings in the future. You may ponder this for the time being." With that, Xiao Ai refilled Gu Lingxiao's tea and quietly sat aside. Boss Liu, taking out a cigarette, offered one to Gu Lingxiao before lighting his own. Constructing buildings at the border may pose no issues in Longwa, but the challenges in Myanmar are manifold: safety concerns, land issues, and potential complications. Boss Liu, rest assured, the safety on the Myanmar side can be guaranteed. As for how you handle matters post-construction, that is not your concern. All right, I agree. But this will require a significant investment, Boss Liu exclaimed. Observing that he had approximately 150,000 remaining in his system, Gu Lingxiao replied, "Let us commence with the construction of a villa within the stronghold. I will provide you with a deposit of 50,000 upfront." Thus, they began to discuss the construction of the police station and other buildings. Ultimately, Gu Lingxiao and Boss Liu deliberated for an hour in the office, finalizing all payments and details. Within 7 days, a sum of 20 million would be delivered, starting with a 50,000 deposit for the villa, with the remaining balance payable upon completion. After signing the contract, Gu Lingxiao exited the construction company. The villa was selected by Zhong Xiao AI, a three-story structure featuring a swimming pool at the back, a garden with a gazebo and lawn in front, and accommodations for servants and bodyguards on either side. Surrounding it was a 7-meter-high wall with a 3-meter thickness, equipped with patrolling walkways above and passages below. Mr. Gu, we have an agreement. I will have the workers on site today, Boss Lu said, warmly shaking Gu Lingxiao's hand. This was a lucrative venture, potentially earning him millions. Gu Lingxiao replied calmly, ensure that the materials are of the highest quality. I will personally conduct tests once the construction is completed. I would not want the structure to collapse with a single grenade. Releasing Gu Lingxiao's hand, Boss Lu wiped away non-existent sweat, assuring him, Mr. Gu, rest assured, I will select only the finest materials and steel reinforcements. Truly, the stronghold leader spoke with authority, and Boss Lu, having never encountered such a scenario, could only hastily assure him. As they watched the departing vehicle, Ollie, serving as the secretary, reluctantly withdrew her gaze and remarked, Boss, who is this person? The moment the words were uttered, a sense of urgency enveloped the surroundings. Ollie, standing nearby, felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, the charm exuded by the other party was undeniably captivating. It was best not to inquire about matters that were better left unasked, nor to spread rumors frivolously. Swiftly, she resolved to organize the workers for entry, hoping to conclude the task sooner for a sense of peace. Ollie, though disheartened, acknowledged her position. She felt like a mere sparrow in the presence of a phoenix. With a deep breath to quell her wandering thoughts, she returned to her responsibilities. In the vehicle, Gu Lingxiao observed the excited Zhong Xiaoai and could not help but inquire, what has stirred such enthusiasm? Of course, it is, after all, a villa I designed. I want my room to be the largest and finest. She exclaimed, is there a possibility that, aside from my master bedroom, all the other rooms could be of equal size? She teased, playfully tapping the delicate bridge of his nose. Well, I shall leave it all to you, he replied, enveloping Xiaoai in a warm embrace. Turning to John, he instructed, please stop by the entrance of the village momentarily. Understood, boss, John acknowledged. Gu Lingxiao needed to communicate with the border patrol. While passage for individuals was manageable, it was imperative to arrange for vehicles and the construction company to gain entry. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a smooth halt at the village entrance. Gu Lingxiao and Zhang Xiaoai disembarked, with John and Tei standing guard behind them. Sir, please halt. A sentinel, armed with a rifle, raised his hand to prevent Gu Lingxiao and his companions from advancing further. Please contact your superior. I have matters to discuss with him, Gu Lingxiao requested. The sentinel, recognizing him, glanced and then retrieved his walkie-talkie. This is the outpost. The village chief wishes to speak with the company commander. Received. I shall notify the commander at once, came the response. After placing the walkie-talkie down, the sentinel added, the commander has been informed. Please wait a moment. A short while later, the company commander, Gao Yi, arrived from the barracks across the road, having received the report. Greetings. Chief Gu, he said. Hello, Commander Gao, Gu Lingxiao replied. Following pleasantries, Gu Lingxiao succinctly conveyed the situation, considering it pertinent as his unit was stationed there. Gao Yi glanced at the imposing vehicles parked by the roadside and said, Chief Gu, this matter falls within your jurisdiction, and I have no objections. However, I do hope you will refrain from engaging with matters that do not concern you. Gu Lingxiao understood the implications of his words and calmly replied, rest assured, while I do not interfere elsewhere, my territory shall be free from such occurrences. Tei, please summon the reconnaissance team, he instructed. Yes, boss, came the prompt reply. As Tei departed, along with Tei and John, Gao Yi remarked, your subordinates are quite remarkable, Chief Gu. Gao Yi was not one to seek superficial accolades. Having navigated the complexities of the border patrol for years, he was astute enough to discern the situation. Although he was unaware of the identities of Gu Lingxiao's companions, their formidable presence and the aura of decisiveness they carried were unmistakable, clearly military personnel. They are my personal bodyguards. I had them notify the reconnaissance team, Gu Lingxiao clarified. Before long, a synchronized cadence of footsteps approached as Tei returned, leading the reconnaissance personnel back with him. Gao Yi's pupils constricted. It was akin to facing an entire battalion. Where had the adversary recruited such a formidable group? Boss Gu Lingxiao surveyed the crowd, extending his hand. John retrieved and handed over the firearm permit from within his coat. After passing it to Gao Yi, Gu Lingxiao stated, I hope Commander Gao can facilitate the withdrawal of the personnel. The safety of the village will henceforth be my responsibility. Gao Yi fixated on the firearm permit in Gu Lingxiao's hand. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet never imagined it would pertain to a firearm permit. He raised his gaze to Gu Lingxiao, attempting to see through him. Given that a firearm permit existed, it was improbable that it was singular. No wonder the other party insisted on the withdrawal of personnel. Are you certain, Chief Gu? While you possess a firearm permit, it is distinct from our troop stationing. I am indeed certain. The village, after all, can be said to be mine. You would not desire outsiders meddling in your territory, would you? Gu Lingxiao's words were audacious. Yet they bore a kernel of truth. He wished to avoid being impeded by sentries for every undertaking within the village. It would be excessively troublesome. I will report to the higher-ups. Until then, I must still arrange for the soldiers to be stationed. I hope for your understanding, Gao sighed as he spoke. Chapter 24. The Arrival of Jean Kuan. No problem, thank you, Captain Gao. Currently, my village is under the supervision of reconnaissance-level members, equipped with weapons. So safety is not a concern. You may report this up the chain. Of course, there is one more matter. The construction company is scheduled to arrive today to undertake repairs. I hope you can give the team a heads up. Gao readily agreed, as he truly lacked the authority to refuse. Shall we share a meal together? It seems we have not dined together in years, has it not? Indeed, it is rather awkward. Whether in this life or the previous one, Gu Lingxiao had never shared a meal with Gao Yi. You know, Chief Gu, we have regulations. Do not call me Chief Gu. You may address me as Mr. Gu instead. Come, let us have a meal. There is nothing wrong with that. Upon saying this, Gu Lingxiao turned to Jian Yi and instructed, arrange a table of dishes. Others may continue with their work. Yes, boss. Gao Yi was curious why they referred to Gu Lingxiao as boss, yet he refrained from asking, as they were not particularly close. Seeing he could not decline, Gao Yi pondered for a moment before agreeing. A simple meal would not pose much of an issue. The cafeteria, an exclusive area within the village for Gu Lingxiao's subordinates and Captain Ma, was conveniently located beside Gu Lingxiao's office building. Seated at the head of the table, Gu Lingxiao had Zhong Xiaoai to his left, while John and Tai Yi occupied the back table. Raising his drink in a toast, Gao Yi remarked, knowing you cannot consume alcohol, I have opted for beverages instead. I am grateful for your protection of the village over the years, Captain Gao. Gao Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, it is only my duty. Amid polite conversation, they finished their meal. Before departing, Gu Lingxiao reiterated, I appreciate your assistance with the withdrawal of posts, Captain Gao. Rest assured, I shall write the report upon my return. Back in the office, Xiaoai said, Lingxiao, if you call me Sister Xiaoai, I can assist you. Observing the construction company's convoy entering the premises, Gu Lingxiao turned back to Xiaoai. Assist me, you say? If memory serves, Zhang's father is involved in politics, not the military. How could you assist? Such details were inconsequential. Turning to Xiaoai, he remarked, you have grown bold, demanding I call you sister? Scooping up Zhong Xiaoai, Gu Lingxiao ascended the stairs, while John and the others waiting outside the door were already accustomed to the sight. I was mistaken. I shall not call you sister anymore. After placing Xiaoai on the bed, Gu Lingxiao said, now you wish me to refrain from calling you sister. But I am eager to hear you call me. Drawing the curtains, Gu Lingxiao began to playfully wrestle with Xiaoai, who transitioned from provocation to pleas for mercy, ultimately yielding to her husband's wishes. As the morning light filtered through the intricately carved window, Gu Lingxiao donned his attire and rose, while Zhang Xiaoai remained soundly asleep beneath the exquisite quilt, revealing several red marks on her shoulder. Today marks the arrival of Jean Kuan, and Qin Jiang called to inform that he is nearing the city, albeit with a tail in pursuit. Qin Jiang, being quite astute, had purchased a vehicle when the opportunity arose, filling it with fuel to drive back himself. The tail had considered intercepting him, yet Qin Jiang consistently traveled the expressway. Once the interception fails and if any unforeseen circumstances arise, the mastermind lurking behind will eliminate them. Qin Jiang will eventually halt, and then it will all be fine. Boss. Qin Jiang reporting. Gu Lingxiao, seated at his desk enjoying breakfast, did not raise his head upon hearing the voice outside, simply responding, come in. What is the situation? Qin Jiang respectfully stood before Gu Lingxiao and reported, we have someone tailing us. Hearing this, Gu Lingxiao finally looked up, noticing Qin Jiang's disheveled appearance. He immediately instructed, Tai, take Qin Jiang to clean up first. We need to find out who is behind this. Understood, boss. Tai then turned to Qin Jiang, saying, come, mister. Qin, I will escort you to your room. As Qin Jiang continued to gaze at him, Gu Lingxiao added, go ahead. We will address everything once this is resolved. Yes, boss. Downstairs, Tai feigned purchasing a drink yet his attention was fixed on his surroundings. Upon noticing 4 individuals watching him, he refrained from immediate action, uncertain if they were armed. A misfire could endanger tourists and residents alike. Holding the drinks, Tae summoned Jun-E and Jun-Air. Those 4, be cautious of any weapons. We must subdue them at the first opportunity. Jun-E, following Tae's gaze, spotted the suspicious quartet, nodding in understanding. The 3 then dispersed, their demeanor transforming into that of ordinary tourists casually strolling while subtly approaching the 4 individuals. Now, Tae struck first, delivering a powerful chop to one man's neck. The sound of the blow alerted the 4, but it was too late. With one incapacitated, Tae swiftly wrapped his right arm around the man's neck, applying immense pressure that rendered him unconscious. Simultaneously, Jun-E and Jun-Air seized the other 2 from behind, executing a slam that forcefully brought one down onto the concrete. Ah, they're killing people. Run. The entire ordeal unfolded with blinding speed, and the startled tourists began to scream. The commotion caught the attention of soldiers at a nearby booth. However, recalling their commanding officer's orders, they remained motionless, leaving the situation to be handled by the Enclave. At the same time, several mid-level assassins emerged, loudly proclaiming, "Everyone, please remain calm. There is no need to fear. We are the guards of the Enclave. And these 4 are villains. We have only subdued them. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety here." Tae gestured. Jun-E and the others stepped forward to escort the incapacitated individuals away. The surrounding tourists watched the 4 being dragged off, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Yet hesitant to intervene, they whispered among themselves and gradually dispersed. Clearly, a shadow of doubt had been cast upon the Enclave, leaving the prospect of their return uncertain. Yet, Gu Lingxiao remained unconcerned. In the future, he would establish a production line to create the products from the system, ensuring that the residents would no longer face financial hardship. What has transpired? The outside noise was quite overwhelming, and Zhang Xia was roused from her slumber by the cacophony. She opened the door and inquired of Gu Lingxiao, who was seated in a chair. "Has someone set their sights on Xinjiang? My people have taken him away for interrogation." "Xinjiang? Is he the one under your command who is exceedingly adept at making money?" "Indeed, Xinjiang possesses formidable capabilities, so it is not surprising that he has attracted attention. However, as long as he remains within the confines of the stronghold, there is no cause for concern." Observing Gu Lingxiao's relaxed demeanor, Zhang Xia chose not to press further. She trusted his judgment. "By the way, my dear, you should simply spend the day exploring the stronghold. Tae and Tae will serve as your bodyguards. Are you going to deal with that gang of armed bandits?" Noticing the worry in Zhang Xia's eyes, Gu Lingxiao rose, embraced her, and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips. "Do not fret. John's prowess is among the best in the world. Perhaps you should take Tae and the others along." Gu Lingxiao decisively responded, "No, your safety is of utmost importance. I have already made that determination." "Very well." Zhang Xia acquiesced, obediently allowing Gu Lingxiao to hold her. "Please ensure your safety, my husband. From now on, you must always address me as such, understood?" Chapter 25. Easily resolved. Gu Lingxiao, accompanied by John, made their way towards the southern village, progressing until they reached the outskirts where a rudimentary wall composed of cast iron and wooden stakes emerged. Visitors were permitted in this vicinity, yet beyond the wall was off-limits, serving to deter tourists from venturing out while also providing a meager barrier against outsiders. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, with nothing to occupy her time, decided to oversee the construction of the villa at the site. "Have they been interrogated?" John inquired from behind. "They have, but the situation is rather intricate. They are affiliated with the Italian mafia." "The mafia? How absurd. Domestic matters have drawn the attention of foreign criminals. Is it confirmed?" "Indeed, it has been confirmed. They were subjected to harsh torture. These individuals are merely pawns of the mafia, intent on abducting Xinjiang for their own purposes. It seems Xinjiang's predicament is quite dire. Have the loose ends been tied up?" "Rest assured, boss, we conducted thorough searches. This group is alarmingly unprofessional. They would do anything for money and acted without proper preparation." Gu Lingxiao remained silent, gazing at the gap in the wall, and remarked, "Let us proceed. It is time to send those individuals on their way." John Wick, along with 5 scouts and Captain Ma, followed closely behind, their waists bulging with evident weapons. Walking ahead, Gu Lingxiao queried, "Let us first deal with Jin Kuan. What is the situation with Ahu?" Captain Ma hurriedly responded, "Boss, Ahu is expected to arrive at the village tonight." "Tonight?" "Yes, boss. As you know, our northern village is not just famous. There are also a considerable number of impoverished locals surrounding it. Gu Lingxiao nodded, signaling for him to continue. I've invested money to have the locals communicate with Ahu. The information was relayed back from them. Very good, your mind is quite agile. The impoverished locals along the Myanmar border often sold their harvested sugarcane, corn, and handicrafts to the village, where merchants would come to collect, creating a cycle of income. They say that the deadliest of nights are those shrouded in darkness. Yet Gu Lingxiao preferred to confront matters head-on in broad daylight. Climbing into a pickup truck parked by the roadside, Gu Lingxiao settled into the back seat while Lao Ma, in the passenger seat, directed John. The 5 mercenaries occupied the rear. Within 10 minutes, Lao Ma turned to say, "We have arrived, boss. Ahead lies the village controlled by Jean Kuan. Park here and let us proceed inside." "Boss, allow us to enter first while you wait outside for a moment," John suggested, retrieving his handgun to check its condition. Gu Lingxiao, however, did not insist on entering forcefully. He valued his life too much. "I will wait outside. Eliminate all drug traffickers and armed men, but spare Jean Kuan." "Understood, boss." John, along with 3 scouts, swiftly plunged into the nearby cornfield, leaving Lao Ma and 2 mercenaries to stand guard with their pistols. Back in the vehicle, Gu Lingxiao surveyed the surrounding flatlands and cornfields, contemplating that one day this expanse would belong to him, with lowly mercenaries valued at 100,000 apiece. Once he acquires wealth, he plans to summon 1,000 warriors to completely dominate the surrounding area, gradually executing his grand design. The Dragon Kingdom, neither excessively large nor minuscule, has always gazed upon the world. Suddenly, Gu Lingxiao snapped back to reality, hearing the incessant gunfire in the distance clearly. John and his team had commenced their operation. A single adversary like John suffices to handle a group of drug traffickers, yet he dispatched 3 scouts to assist, ensuring against unforeseen circumstances. With a thunderous blast, a grenade exploded near John, but he adeptly rolled away, swiftly drawing his dagger to strike at the approaching drug dealer. Seizing the opponent's weapon, he plunged into a frenzied slaughter. The flames of gunfire erupted from the AK, and with the cover of surrounding scouts, the traffickers began to retreat in disarray. "Run. We are no match for them. This is a regular army." The traffickers scattered, having never encountered such formidable opponents along this border. Though fewer in number, the enemy displayed exceptional quality, exhibiting high tactical proficiency and coordination, far surpassing any other traffickers or armed factions they had faced. In his chamber, Jean Kuan stared at his phone, cursing under his breath. "Answer the phone, answer the phone." Another deafening explosion rattled him, almost causing him to drop his phone. "Hello? General? General, help? Hello? Speak up. What is wrong, Jean Kuan?" Jean Kuan had been knocked unconscious by John, and as he lay on the ground, the figure he referred to as General was met with silence. John, drawing his pistol, shot the phone to pieces. Hearing the final gunshot, the General was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that something was amiss. However, to him, Jean Kuan was merely an inconsequential pawn, easily forgotten. John seized Jean Kuan by the neck and strode outside, where flames engulfed the sky and buildings burned around them. Bloody drug traffickers lay strewn about, showing no mercy towards them. A loyal soldier took Jean Kuan from John and led him toward their boss. "Boss, Lord John has returned," Old Ma announced, lowering his binoculars. Gu Lingxiao looked up and saw the group returning. As they opened the car door, the scouts forced Jean Kuan to kneel before Gu Lingxiao, taking possession of a handgun. Gu Lingxiao aimed it at Jean Kuan's thigh and fired. Bang! The excruciating pain jolted Jean Kuan back to consciousness as he writhed on the ground. The soldier firmly held him in place. "Who are you?" Jean Kuan, still dazed, gazed at Gu Lingxiao, who chuckled at his confusion. "Raise your head and recognize me." Upon hearing Gu Lingxiao's voice, Jean Kuan's bloodshot eyes met his gaze, filled with disbelief. "It seems you've recognized me. I have no time for idle chatter. Where is your money? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end." As Jean Kuan was about to spit, he was abruptly struck by John, who stood nearby. Gu Lingxiao's expression darkened, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "It's in your hands now, John. Employ whatever means necessary to pry open his mouth." With that, John dragged Jean Kuan toward a nearby cornfield. I won't say a word." Jean Kuan glared defiantly at Gu Lingxiao seated in the vehicle as he was taken away. He retrieved his phone, intending to call Xiao AI, but ultimately decided against it. Not long after entering the cornfield, chilling screams echoed, causing Gu Lingxiao to shudder involuntarily. 5 minutes later, I'll talk. Jean Kuan gasped, his eyes devoid of any desire for life, enveloped in a grim silence. His entire being seemed to be drenched in blood, the ground beside him littered with unidentified chunks of flesh and human skin. The money is beneath the floorboards in my room, concealed by a carpet. Let us hope you're being truthful, John instructed a mercenary to guard Jean Kuan, while he himself went to report to the boss. Boss, I've sent them to retrieve the money. Gu Lingxiao nodded. His curiosity piqued regarding the methods John had employed to extract information from Jean Kuan, as the sounds had been hauntingly dreadful. Chapter 26. Returning to Handong. The resolute mercenary, having ventured back to the village in search of funds, successfully located the illicit assets concealed by Jean Kuan at the designated site. In total, there were approximately 13 million. Gazing at the substantial sum before him, he was astounded that a mere drug dealer could amass such wealth. If all the surrounding traffickers were eradicated, the fortune would be unimaginable. He decided to take the money and return, leaving the matter of Jean Kuan unresolved. The sounds of distress emanating from the cornfield irritated him. Yes, boss. Bang. With the gunshot, Jean Kuan was left behind in the cornfield. John, take Lao Ma and the others to handle Ahu. I shall not accompany you. Jean Kuan was a drug dealer, while Ahu was likely just a petty thug. Understood, boss. Retrieve all the funds from the adversary. Following him were two mercenaries carrying bags, while John and Lao Ma set off anew. Upon returning to his office building, he noticed Xiao AI was absent. He mused that with Special Ops 1 and 2 by his side, his safety was assured. Summon Qin Jiang, he instructed. Yes, boss. Moments later, Qin Jiang knocked and entered. Inquiring, boss, you called for me? Here is 13 million. Invest this in the stock market. Do not concern yourself with the repercussions. There is no need to fear anyone here. Qin Jiang responded, yes, boss, I will need computers and other equipment. He had discovered that the village lacked such technology, and its development was considerably behind. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Lingxiao replied, have others procure 20 complete sets of equipment. We will require them in the future. It is prudent to have ample supplies. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Feeling a sense of ennui, Gu Lingxiao strolled towards the construction site, finding it rather dull without Xiao AI by his side. Upon arriving, he spotted Zheng Xiao AI donning a safety helmet, directing the workers with blueprints in hand. Approaching her, he asked, when did you learn about architectural design? With a bright smile, Xiao AI replied, I just wanted to witness it firsthand. Have you finished your matters? All settled. We can return to Handong tomorrow, Gu Lingxiao said, embracing Zheng Xiao AI and planting a kiss on her cheek. Upon hearing they were to leave, a wave of disappointment washed over Xiao AI. She was not particularly eager to return, as this place felt more like home to her and Gu Lingxiao. Sensing her reluctance, Gu Lingxiao reassured her, we can come back on weekends or during holidays. All right then, she replied. The two watched with joy as the villa transformed gradually, and Gu Lingxiao glanced at the emerging outline of the surrounding wall, recalling the rudimentary barrier at the edge of the northern village. Finding Boss Lu on site, Gu Lingxiao spoke up, Boss Lu, I need you to dispatch more personnel for the construction, otherwise it is progressing far too slowly. There are many things I require on my end. Upon hearing Gu Lingxiao's voice, Boss Lu looked at his substantial benefactor with delight, yet hesitated to respond. Mr. Gu, if you seek a swifter pace, that is feasible. However, it would necessitate collaboration with other companies. Unfazed by this, Gu Lingxiao replied, that is acceptable. But I hope the companies you engage can ensure quality. Should any issues arise, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. May I inquire which structures you wish to prioritize? Construct a military camp near the border, close to the village, capable of accommodating 200 individuals. This should include dormitories, a dining hall, a training ground, and all necessary facilities. Additionally, erect a 3-meter-high wall with an entrance on both the camp and village sides. Understood, Mr. Gu. Gu Lingxiao continued, you need not worry about the funding. Very well, Mr. Gu. Let us return now, he said. Noticing the dust covering Xiao AI and patting her shoulder with a hint of exasperation. Later that night, John returned with his accompanying assassins, carrying only a small leather bag, indicating that Ahu had not provided much in terms of funds. Qin Jiang expedited arrangements and completed the installation of the network and computers in a single day. The purchase of 20 high-end computers and other equipment cost nearly 3 million, and the remaining 10 million was deposited into Qin Jiang's stock account. Gu Lingxiao had instructed Qin Jiang to utilize multiple accounts, opening them under the identities of the assassins to avoid using a single account. Tomorrow we must return. How long do you plan to wait before contacting your mother? Gu Lingxiao asked, embracing Zheng Xiao AI as they lay on the bed. Zhongxiao AI, appearing weary, clearly wished to rest, casting a wistful glance at Gu Lingxiao as she replied, I'll send her a message as soon as we get in the car tomorrow. All right, let us sleep. In Handong Province, Jingzhou City. Ah, we're back, exclaimed Zhongxiao AI as she stepped out of the car, stretching her arms luxuriously, her figure accentuated by her attire. After disembarking, Gu Lingxiao took Zhongxiao AI's hand, followed by John, along with two of Xiao AI's original bodyguards. Please call my mother-in-law, he instructed. Understood, came the reply as they made their way towards Gu Lingxiao's residence. Mom, I've returned to Jingzhou with Lingxiao. How soon can you come? Yes, then we will wait for you. After hanging up, Zhongxiao AI turned to Gu Lingxiao and said, my mother mentioned she should arrive tomorrow. She'll treat us to a meal. That sounds perfect. Let us head home. Gu Lingxiao contacted the female sales representative from last time and rented the room across from his for John and the others to stay in. At Handong University, Monkey. There is an opportunity tomorrow. Whether you can seize it depends on you. Chun Hai whispered to Ho Yangping. What opportunity? Observing the doubtful and disheartened Ho Yangping, Chun Hai deliberately remarked, Xiao AI's mother is coming to Handong. Since you are unwilling to listen, then so be it. Why didn't you mention such a matter sooner? Quickly tell me, when is my mother-in-law arriving? Chun Hai, taken aback, thought it too premature to refer to her as his mother-in-law. Yet for the sake of his dear friend's happiness, he replied, I heard from my father that Xiao AI's mother will arrive in Handong tomorrow. What you do next is entirely up to you. Remember, do not disclose that I informed you. Rest assured, Hai Zi, Ho Yangping, now intoxicated by joy, believed that once he gained Xiao AI's mother's approval, everything would fall into place. Elated, he exclaimed, let's go, Hai Zi. Accompany me to purchase a suit and select a gift for my mother-in-law. All right. The two ventured to the mall. They successfully acquired the suit, yet the gift remained undecided. Chun Hai, feeling the fatigue in his legs, inquired, Monkey, what exactly do you wish to buy? We've been browsing all day. You ought to assist me in brainstorming. I didn't invite you to stand idle. Chun Hai, somewhat irked by Ho Yangping's complaints, pondered momentarily before suggesting, how about gifting your mother some jewelry? Jewelry? Ho Yangping's eyes lit up at the prospect, deeming it a viable option. Let us head to the jewelry store. Watching Ho Yangping stride away, Chun Hai mused that while jewelry was indeed a fitting gift, it hardly necessitated gold. Turning back to see Chun Hai still standing in place, Ho Yangping waved. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Coming. Chapter 27, The Exquisite Beauty, Mother Zheng upon arriving at the nearest jewelry store. Chun Hai swallowed hard as he gazed at the exorbitant prices, while Ho Yangping, with great interest, began to select pieces. Does Ho Yangping possess wealth? Chun Hai pondered, feeling an urge to leave, instinctively covering his pocket with his hand. Sir, your taste is impeccable. This bracelet is priced at 4,888 yuan. The sales attendant's words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Ho Yangping's eyes, and he had already resolved to purchase it. Very well, I shall take this one. With that, he retrieved his wallet and bank card to make the payment, only to find himself nearly 4,000 yuan short. As expected, he turned to Chun Hai and said, Hai Zi, could you lend me 4,000 yuan? I shall repay you soon. Upon hearing this, Chun Hai's expression darkened, his face resembling that of someone mourning. He had anticipated this moment, knowing he had once again been ensnared by his friend's antics. Yet what could he do? They were good brothers after all. Oblivious to Chun Hai's dismay, Ho Yangping cheerfully clutched the bracelet, and ultimately, Chun Hai, albeit reluctantly, parted with the money. Thus, the wounded world of Chun Hai was born. The following day, Gu Lingxiao and Zhang Xiaye were set to return to class, so there had been no additional practice the night prior. Early in the morning, Gu Lingxiao felt an itch on his face and, upon opening his eyes, discovered Zhang Xiaye playfully scratching his cheek with her hair. Rise and shine, my husband. Breakfast awaits. And we must head to school soon. Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arms around Zhang Xiaye's neck and planted a kiss on her lips. All right, I shall get up now. Ah, you haven't even brushed your teeth. Oh dear, then I must kiss you again. In their playful banter, they finally finished breakfast and set off for school. The path behind them empty, yet Gu Lingxiao was aware that John and the others were nearby. Before they even entered the school, Zhang Xiaye spotted someone she found distasteful. Xiaye, this is breakfast I prepared for you. Please enjoy, Ho Yangping said cheerfully, holding a breakfast item while Chun Hai followed closely behind him. Zhang Xiaye looked up, displeased, and addressed Ho Yangping. Ho Yangping, have I not made it clear that we are not that familiar? You may either call me by my full name, Zhang Xiaye, or refer to me as classmate. Furthermore, this is my husband, Gu Lingxiao, do you understand the significance of husband? We are to be wed. Ho Liangping's expression shifted immediately as he became aware of the curious glances from passing classmates. Previously, he had held an air of superiority, believing he could win Zhong Xiai's affection. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly adopted the demeanor of a suitor vying for the favor of the Zhong family. However, the surrounding students were reveling in the spectacle, some even mocking Ho Liangping. Panic surged within him. Unable to comprehend how his relationship with Zhong Xiai had deteriorated to such an extent. In his confusion, he turned his gaze towards Gu Lingxiao, his eyes filled with venom. Today's rejection only fueled his resentment towards both Zhong Xiai and Gu Lingxiao. Damn it, how dare you refuse me? A sense of dissatisfaction and bitterness filled Ho Liangping's heart. Yet the thought of Zhong Xiai's mother arriving in Handong today ignited a resolve within him. Once he earned her approval, he vowed to make Zhong Xiai's life a living hell. Gu Lingxiao glanced at his watch, not sparing a single glance towards Ho Liangping as he took Zhong Xiai's hand and departed. This left Ho Liangping standing there with breakfast in hand, feeling as though he wished to disappear into the ground under the weight of their mocking gazes. Chen Hai observed Ho Liangping, realizing that he had never truly admired anyone. But Ho Liangping was an exception. After their morning classes concluded, the two of them sought out Teacher Gao as they needed to excuse themselves. You didn't encounter any trouble on your way back, did you? Gao Yuliang inquired, glancing at Zhong Xiai and Gu Lingxiao. Rest assured, Teacher Gao, everything is fine, they replied. Gao Yuliang looked upon the golden couple before him and sighed. It seems I once had a favored student, and now I have three. There was a hint of regret in his tone. You're referring to Senior Chi Tong-wei, aren't you? Gu Lingxiao interjected. Indeed, he graduated some time ago, but I must say, Tong-wei was truly my most cherished student. It is a pity. Gao Yuliang left the thought hanging. Zhang Xiaoye was somewhat puzzled. But Gu Lingxiao understood that the teacher lamented the Liang family's oppression of Chi Tong-wei. Chi Tong-wei was indeed remarkable, however. The reasons behind his subsequent transformation could only be attributed to the influence of his environment. In Gu Lingxiao's view, there was little to elaborate on. It could only be said that Chi Tong-wei possessed considerable ability, truly deserving of the title Son of Heaven, albeit in a mocking sense. Had he encountered him, he would have dealt with him decisively. As for the notion of recruiting Chi Tong-wei, Gu Lingxiao actually entertained that idea. With a little manipulation, one could control a future head of the police department, a bargain indeed, with the only cost being assistance from Zhong Xiai's family. But that was a matter for another time. It's all right, Teacher Gao. Everything will turn out well, Gu Lingxiao reassured him. Enough of that. It's not your place to comfort me. You both may leave now. Then we shall take our leave, Teacher Gao, they replied. Just as they were about to exit, Gao Yuliang suddenly asked, Are you two together now? Zhong Xiai turned back, her face beaming with joy. We are preparing to meet the parents, and then plan to marry. Gao Yuliang, momentarily taken aback, responded, I await your invitation to the wedding feast. You will have it, teacher. With the door closed behind them, Gao Yuliang muttered to himself. What a pity, I had thought Shia would end up with Liangping. If Gu Lingxiao had heard this, he would have simply remarked, You think too much, Lao Deng. Ho Liangping is merely a jumping clown. I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. In the afternoon, as class ended, Gu Lingxiao took Zhong Xiai's hand and slung their bags over his shoulder, heading towards the classroom exit. Zhong Xiai had never considered concealing their relationship. Confidently, they walked hand in hand towards the school gate. Let me call my mother to see where we will dine, Gu Lingxiao said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. All right, she replied. However, before Zhong Xiai could dial, her mother's call came through. Hello, Mom. Where are we having dinner? I'll come to pick you both up. Wait by the school gate, her mother instructed. Okay. After hanging up, Zhang Xiai explained to Gu Lingxiao that her mother would be arriving shortly to collect them. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingxiao retrieved his phone and made a call. Bring the car over. Who is it? John. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome for us once we get in the car. Zhang Xiai nodded in agreement. Realizing it was the perfect opportunity to have her mother withdraw her bodyguard, as her husband had already arranged for her protection, a special forces operative no less. The thought brought a smile to her face, prompting her to rise on her toes and plant a kiss on his cheek. Unbeknownst to her, this scene was witnessed by two individuals. One, Ho Liangping, who had been lurking in the shadows, his expression contorted with barely contained rage, instilling fear in Chen Hai, who caught a fleeting glimpse of him. The other was a middle-aged woman seated in a Hongqi car at a distance, who raised an eyebrow and commanded, drive over. Just as her vehicle was about to halt in front of them, a Hufitu and a Land Rover abruptly cut in, coming to a stop at the roadside before her car. The driver of the woman's vehicle, sensing the sudden intrusion, instinctively reached for his waist, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Observing John and his companions respectfully positioned behind her daughter and that young man, she instructed, "Proceed forward." Chapter 28. The Nature of Food. As the red flag came to a halt before the fierce tiger's head, the gaze of John and his companions was fixed upon the vehicle. Just as the elegant lady prepared to alight, the driver urgently called out, "Madam, it's dangerous." The lady turned to the driver. Noticing his vigilant glance towards John and his companions, his handgun already drawn. However, John remained unfazed, bending down to whisper to Gu Lingxiao, "Boss, there's a bodyguard in the car, likely a special forces soldier." Zhong Xiaolai had already recognized the vehicle and bounced forward excitedly, prompting Gu Lingxiao to follow suit. "Mom, you've come to pick us up," Zhong Xiaolai exclaimed as she opened the car door. It was then that Gu Lingxiao saw Zhong Xiaolai's mother for the first time. Regarding his future mother-in-law, Gu Lingxiao could only remark on her enduring grace. The seemingly ordinary suit she wore was transformed into something remarkable by her poise. The black skirt accentuated her figure perfectly, presenting a subtly curvaceous silhouette. Although her age was indeterminate, her complexion and skin were impeccably maintained. If she were to walk out alone with Zhong Xiaolai, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for sisters, both beautiful and with similar figures, though in a serious discussion. Zhong Xiaolai's mother would undoubtedly surpass her with a charm that Zhong Xiaolai lacked. "Get in the car. I'll take you out for a meal," Zhong's mother said, her voice soft and pleasant as she glanced past Zhong Xiaolai to meet Gu Lingxiao's gaze. "How wonderful. Hello, Auntie, I am Ho Liangping." As soon as Zhong Xiaolai entered the car, Ho Liangping jumped out beside her. Although he did not know John, the aura surrounding him made him uncomfortable, keenly perceptive. Ho Liangping seized the opportunity to speak up, ensuring Zhong's mother noticed him, thereby dissuading her from acting carelessly towards John. One cannot deny that Ho Liangping could be quite astute at times. Just as John was about to make a move, he caught Gu Lingxiao's subtle shake of the head, halting him. Yet, the murderous intent within him had already surged. Even if he did not take a life, he would at least ensure a broken leg. "I heard you were coming to Handong today, so I specially prepared this gift for you," Ho Liangping said, extending a beautifully wrapped gift box. Zhong's mother did not accept it. The driver took it instead, examining it briefly before declaring, "No issues," and respectfully handing it back to Zhong's mother. Zhong's mother still refrained from accepting it, her expression darkening profoundly. The fact that her itinerary had been exposed before the day of her arrival was intolerable. She could hardly fathom whether it was an issue with those around her or a betrayal from her family's rivals. "Auntie, this bracelet is worth 4,888 yuan, symbolizing prosperity. It's a special gift for you. Xiaolai and I have been friends for several years, and in my heart, you are like my own mother," Ho Liangping shamelessly declared. Oblivious to Zhong's mother's grim expression and the shared dismay of Zhong Xiaolai and Gu Lingxiao, Gu Lingxiao seized Ho Liangping by the collar, yanking him backward until he fell to the ground, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses. "You bastard, Gu Lingxiao, what are you trying to do? Do you believe I will report you for assault?" Gu Lingxiao directly got into the car beside Zhong Mu, while Xiao Ai took a seat on the opposite side. Disregarding Ho Liangping's voice, he opened the window and swiftly snatched the gift box from Zhong Mu's hands, tossing it out. After closing the window, he turned to Zhong Mu and inquired, "Mother-in-law, shall we set off for dinner?" Zhong Mu adjusted her emotions and replied, "Drive." It was only then that she had the chance to observe her son-in-law. No wonder Xiao Ai was attracted to him. His nonchalant demeanor and composed nature were indeed captivating. Unlike the frivolous second-generation rich, Gu Lingxiao exuded an air of carefree confidence, as if he held victory in his hands. If she were a decade younger, she might have found herself drawn to him as well. As Zhong Mu scrutinized Gu Lingxiao, he feigned indifference, gazing ahead. Yet the enticing aroma wafting through the car compelled him to recite calming mantras to enter a state of serenity. Behind them, John and others trailed closely. As for Ho Liangping, that matter could wait until Zhong Mu returned. It was not something that could be easily dismissed. "Xiao Ai, have you not resolved that issue with Ho Liangping?" Zhong Mu questioned, retracting her gaze from Gu Lingxiao. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Ai's eyes as she replied, "I have made my stance abundantly clear, yet he clings to me like a stubborn stain." A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Zhong Mu's eyes as she admonished, "Is this how I raised you? We have always known that Ho Liangping's intentions are impure, yet we refrained from intervening as you never rejected him." Given that you have now made a decision, it is time to sever ties swiftly. Turning her attention back to Gu Lingxiao, she asked, "What about you? Are you also interested in the Zhong family's background?" Gu Lingxiao then faced Zhongmu earnestly and replied, "Rest assured, Aunt. I have never harbored intentions of exploiting Xiao Ai's background. My aspirations are set on the world at large." "You are quite confident. I hope that is indeed the case." Zhongmu remarked, her gaze toward Gu Lingxiao now imbued with recognition and satisfaction. Whether he could truly uphold such ideals was uncertain, but attitude held significant weight. If they could accept Ho Liangping for Xiao Ai's sake, it was conceivable that they might also embrace Gu Lingxiao in the end. "What shall you do about that young man from earlier?" Zhongmu inquired. "Perhaps a broken leg will suffice. I have never claimed to be a good person. Should he transgress again, he will simply vanish," Gu Lingxiao said nonchalantly. Though his words seemed dark, the reality was stark. "Rest assured, the personnel I deploy are utterly loyal. No one will trace anything back to me, not even the slightest hint." Zhongmu admired Gu Lingxiao's candidness, but her admiration was further fueled by his inexplicable confidence. "Are the loyal ones you speak of the very individuals behind you? Your records have never mentioned this before, yet it has suddenly emerged. And it is evident that it has undergone rigorous refinement." Glancing at the two vehicles following them from the corner of her eye, Madame Zhang realized that even in the presence of old Zhong, she had never witnessed such formidable bodyguards, those like John, who instill a sense of dread. "Yes, my dear aunt. These are all cultivated by the family over in Myanmar, discreetly raised and trained, having undergone several generations of development. They are, in essence, my loyal warriors." Madame Zhong nodded, choosing not to inquire further. Do not underestimate the Zhong family, especially someone as influential as Zhong Zhenghua. Sometimes, the most improbable answers are indeed the correct ones. "Madam, we have arrived." As the vehicle came to a smooth halt, the driver spoke. Once the car stopped, John similarly parked his vehicle and opened the rear door of the Hongqi, promptly usurping the driver's duties. Before Ling Xiao exited, he cautioned, "Xiao Ai, do not alight from that side. Be wary of the vehicle." After disembarking, Ling Xiao extended a hand to Madame Zhong, who accepted it without hesitation. As she placed her hand upon his, she gracefully stepped out, her long legs adorned in black stockings emerging from the car. "Aunt, be careful," Ling Xiao said, gently assisting Madame Zhong from the vehicle by shielding her from the roof. Upon seeing the bodyguards approaching, Madame Zhong steadied herself, allowing Ling Xiao to turn his attention to Zhong Xiao Ai, extending his hand toward her. Chapter 29. The concept of the Special Forces team. It was only after everyone had emerged that Gu Lingxiao turned his gaze towards the establishment before him, the Handong restaurant, the finest dining establishment in Handong province. "Good evening, esteemed guests," a courteous attendant greeted as they stepped into the restaurant. "We have a reservation under the name Zhong." "Certainly. Ms. Zhong, please follow me." To serve as an attendant is no trivial task, especially in a grand establishment such as the Handong restaurant, where one must remember the details of every guest reservation. Outside, as they waited, Gu Lingxiao instructed John and the others upon seeing Zhong's mother and Xiao Ai enter. Once all the dishes were served in the private room, Zhong's mother kindly looked at Xiao Ai and Gu Lingxiao, saying, "Do indulge. The cuisine here is quite exquisite." "Of course, mother," Xiao Ai replied, serving shrimp dumplings to both Gu Lingxiao and her mother before inquiring, "Mother, when do you plan to return?" "What? You've only just arrived, and you wish to send me off already?" "Not at all. I'm merely concerned that you might find it uncomfortable staying here." "I hope you think of it that way," Zhong's mother remarked, glancing at Xiao Ai and offering several dishes to each of them. Finally, she presented some to Gu Lingxiao, asking, "Lingxiao, has Xiao Ai been overly pampered at home? Has she been any trouble for you?" Gu Lingxiao lifted his bowl to receive the food and smiled, replying, "Xiao Ai is quite well behaved, Aunt." Zhong's mother was skeptical. She found it hard to believe that Xiao Ai could be obedient, as she often behaved quite unruly at home. "Mother, I'm so well behaved. Please don't speak ill of me in front of my husband," Xiao Ai hurriedly interjected, sensing the shift in the conversation. Already calling him husband before marriage? Zhong's mother raised an eyebrow, astonished at her daughter. "Of course, we plan to wed soon. I have no desire to be a mistress." Upon uttering those words, Xiao Ai immediately regretted her choice of phrasing. "A mistress?" Zhong's mother cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Ai, then turned her discerning gaze towards Gu Lingxiao. "Aside from my daughter, do you intend to pursue other women?" Seeing Xiao Ai's apologetic yet amused expression, Gu Lingxiao could only respond earnestly, "Aunt, I do not wish to deceive you. While I am no paragon of virtue, I assure you that I am far from being a scoundrel. Zhong's mother found herself at a loss for words. Her future son-in-law seemed to be a source of vexation, each one more infuriating than the last. The previous suitor, Ho Liangping, aspired to rise through social ranks, while Gu Lingxiao appeared to be seeking a harem. What assurance do you have that you are indeed a rogue? Yet I can entrust Xiao Ai to you without reservation? Zhong's mother took a delicate sip of red wine before continuing. As she observed the crimson hue blooming on her mother-in-law's face after a sip of red wine, Gu Lingxiao swallowed hard and declared, Auntie, I can assure you with my life that I genuinely love Xiao Ai. You can rest easy about this. Enough. I do not wish to meddle in the affairs of the youth. And Xiao Ai, make sure you do not have regrets in the future. Zhong Xiao Ai leapt up, embraced her mother-in-law's neck, and affectionately nuzzled against her. Mom, do not worry. Lingxiao truly loves me. As for the foolish notion that possessing a system makes one invincible or could lead to chaos, it is best left unspoken. The idea of summoning warriors from various provinces to engage in governance is even more ludicrous. It is now 1997. Calling forth so many university students into the system is tantamount to courting disaster. One ought not to assume that those in high positions are lacking in intelligence. Where would so many university students suddenly materialize from? It is essential to recognize that they, too, are involved in governance. Do they truly think others are dim-witted? The Zhong family, do they believe that merely having the Zhong name will shield them from troubles? Do they think that those who could become adversaries are fools? How laughable. After dinner, Zhong Xiao Ai joyfully linked her arms with both of them, radiating happiness. Gu Lingxiao, however, felt an odd sensation akin to that of a father accompanying his daughter, which struck him as peculiar. Let us visit your residence, he suggested. Though he was unsure why he chose not to occupy the empty passenger seat. Only he knew the thoughts swirling in his mind. Upon exiting the vehicle and gazing at the community before him, Zhongmu expressed her satisfaction, feeling content that her daughter had not been shortchanged. Ah, be careful. Just as they emerged from the elevator, Zhongmu's high-heeled shoe became lodged in a crevice, causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Gu Lingxiao reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her. Expecting to crash onto the concrete floor, Zhongmu closed her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in a warm embrace. However, she soon became aware of an unwelcome hand resting on her chest, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face. Particularly after feeling a pinch, she swatted the mischievous hand away, relieved that Xiao Ai had not witnessed the moment. Mom, are you all right? The suddenness of the incident left Xiao Ai momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Lingxiao support her mother, she breathed a sigh of relief, entirely oblivious to the little incident that had transpired between the two. After releasing Zhongmu, Luya, Gu Lingxiao wished to chastise himself for his hand's disobedience earlier. He instinctively clenched his palm, recalling the sensation from before. Smack! Just as Gu Lingxiao became lost in thought, Zhongmu slapped his hand, exclaiming in irritation, Are you not going to lead the way? Glancing at Zhongmu's flushed face, Gu Lingxiao awkwardly replied, This way, mother-in-law. He conceded to being somewhat of a rogue, taking the opportunity to inhale the lingering fragrance on his palm as he opened the door. Behind him, Zhong Xiao Ai was puzzled by his actions, while Zhongmu dared not look back or contemplate it further, tilting her head instead. Reflecting on that electrifying moment, Zhongmu, who had not engaged in intimacy for nearly a decade, had long given up hope on Zhong Zhenghua, who prioritized work and achievements above all else. Suppressing the thoughts that ought not to arise, Mother Zhong followed into the abode shared by Gu Lingxiao and his companion. It appeared quite satisfactory. After surveying the structure and surroundings, Mother Zhong remarked that the couple's taste was commendable. Mother, allow me to tell you. The villa being constructed in my husband's village will undoubtedly be exquisite once completed. When the time comes, you must come and stay for a few days. Is it located on the border? Yes, dear mother-in-law, it is indeed on the border. If safety is a concern, you need not worry. My army will be stationed in Myanmar, and a special operations team will be deployed adjacent to our villa. There is no place safer than that. Shock, horror, and disbelief flooded Mother Zhong's heart. An army, a special operations team? She could comprehend the meaning, yet hearing it from Gu Lingxiao left her somewhat bewildered. Could such things truly belong to an ordinary individual? While the army was one matter, the notorious drug traffickers and other criminal organizations across the border had their own forces. However, a special operations team, was he serious? Mother Zhong, also known as Luya, may have lacked precise knowledge of the number of personnel in a special operations team, but she surmised it would certainly comprise more than just a few hundred elite soldiers. It was inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. Liu could hardly dare to imagine the magnitude of having a special operations team under Gu Lingxiao's command, which would undoubtedly attract constant scrutiny from the Dragon Nation. If you truly possess such a unit, then I might consider visiting you there. Indeed, Liu found it utterly implausible, thus stating a condition that seemed impossible to fulfill. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Disappearance of 10 Million. Gu Lingxiao felt a surge of joy, and with a pat on his chest, he assured, "Rest assured, mother-in-law. I shall undoubtedly fulfill this promise." Await the good news. He himself could not fathom the source of his excitement. After all, it was a special operations unit, with a composition of 1 to 2,000 personnel, all elite soldiers. If one were to consider 1,000,000 per special operative, 1,000 would amount to 100 billion. 2,000 would escalate to 200 billion. Do you comprehend now? Some might argue that summoning top-notch assassins akin to John for 1 or 200 billion would be far superior. Allow me to elucidate why special forces are designated as such. Direct action, infiltrating enemy territory, executing decapitation missions, and rescuing hostages, as in the Iranian embassy rescue. Special reconnaissance, battlefield surveillance, target designation, and electronic warfare support, like the U.S. Delta Force. Counterterrorism and stability operations, rescuing hostages and combating terrorists, as exemplified by the Russian Alpha Group. Unconventional warfare, psychological operations, cyber warfare, and irregular combat, such as the U.S. Green Berets. The requisite capabilities are as follows: individual soldier qualities, mastery of various weapons, wilderness survival skills, linguistic camouflage, and tactical medical training. Team coordination, small teams, 6 to 12 members, executing missions independently, capable of adapting to extreme environments. Technical equipment, armed with high-precision weapons, drones, night vision devices, and other advanced gear. As articulated in Wolf Warrior, a single individual is not strong alone. Strength is found in a pack, akin to a pack of wolves. Not all elite assassins are like John. Feng Yuxiu and Tian Yangsheng possess their own strengths, yet both exhibit notable deficiencies, particularly in firearms proficiency. A mere 1 or 2 special operatives could suffice. Hence, rather than wagering on the presence of all top-tier killers, it would be wiser to summon special forces for a more secure outcome. Leah smiled, not wishing to engage in debate. After wandering about, she suddenly spotted something that astonished her, though she soon found solace in it. Sitting on the sofa, Luya inquired, "Lingxiao, do your bodyguards reside across the way?" "Indeed, mother-in-law," replied Gu Lingxiao. At that moment, Xiao Ai, who was pouring tea, chimed in, "Mom, please send my bodyguards back." "Absolutely not. Mom, Lingxiao has arranged for me 2 armed special forces bodyguards, and my standing is certainly above yours," exclaimed Zhong Xiao Ai, brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Luya felt an even greater appreciation for her son-in-law. Such strength could indeed be attributed to her own family. Logically, her status should mirror such authority. However, due to her family's business background, the privileges of their bodyguards were only marginally superior to Xiao Ai's, though the armed aspect remained a significant advantage. Zhang Jinguo was perpetually preoccupied with concerns over potential leverage others might hold against him. It was only out of necessity that he engaged in political networking, as her parents had invested their hopes in him for both her and the Liu family. He did not disappoint, yet everything shifted once he ascended to that position. Apprehension and fear arose. Zhang Jinguo began to dread the day the Liu family might seek more, leading him to covertly suppress them. No one blamed him. Yet it was profoundly disheartening. With a pang of envy, Luya glanced at her daughter, reflecting on her own circumstances, and felt a deep sense of sorrow. Gu Lingxiao noticed the slightly unusual expression on Mother Zhong's face and gently patted Xiao Ai's shoulder. "Let's take a break. I shall go buy some groceries to prepare a meal for you. Xiao Ai, you can stay home and keep your mother-in-law company." "Sounds good. My mom adores crayfish, but we rarely have them at home. Please buy some extra, all right?" "Rest assured," Gu Lingxiao replied, turning to Mother Zhong. "You and Xiao Ai can watch some television and chat for a while. Tae Yi and Tae are just outside. Feel free to call them if you need anything." With that, Gu Lingxiao stepped outside, accompanied only by John, as he had promised Xiao Ai that Tae Yi and Tae would serve as her bodyguards. Upon exiting, he spotted the 4 bodyguards standing outside. After glancing around, he casually remarked, "You need not stand. Please find some chairs to sit on. The sofa will do as well." After this, he and John approached the elevator. His apartment complex consisted of 2 units per floor. One was his residence while the other was rented out for Tae Yi and his companions, ensuring that no one would intrude upon them. Once they descended the elevator, Gu Lingxiao pulled out his phone to contact the female sales representative. "Hello, this is Gu Lingxiao. I have rented the entire floor of this building. I believe it would be permissible to install 2 walls outside the elevator, wouldn't it?" "Ah, Mr. Gu, since you are a tenant, that would not be allowed unless you purchase both units. Only then may you manage that floor as you wish, of course, without violating any structural integrity. Purchase them?" To be honest, Gu Lingxiao had never considered acquiring the property. He merely intended to wait until graduation and then depart, with little chance of returning. Suddenly, John interjected, "Boss, it may not be necessary to build walls. Alternative materials could be utilized, such as welded steel pipes with iron plates filling the gaps. This would also serve to repel intruders or bullets. The only alteration required would be to drill a few holes in the floor for installation." True to form, John's suggestion was insightful. Gu Lingxiao conveyed this method to the sales representative, Lu Jie. Lu Jie was genuinely impressed by Gu Lingxiao's ingenuity, pondering the peculiar circumstances that might necessitate such measures. "Very well, Mr. Gu," she ultimately agreed, recognizing that many tenants have diverse needs which might involve minor alterations to walls or floors. "Understood," Gu Lingxiao replied as he put away his phone. "Once we return, you may begin contacting the contractors for the construction." "Absolutely, boss," John replied, envisioning the use of bulletproof glass rather than relying solely on iron plates. The doors could instead be aesthetically pleasing security doors, allowing visibility of any potential threats and enabling rapid response. The significance of the door would then be somewhat diminished. Seafood market. Given his mother-in-law's fondness for crayfish, it was reasonable to assume she would also enjoy seafood. However, his culinary skills were rather lacking. System, access the marketplace. Are there skill books for cooking? Beep. Yes, host. Mastery of culinary arts. Beginner level, 100. 000, 3-star chef. Mastery of culinary arts. Intermediate level, 1, 000, 000, 5-star chef. Mastery of culinary arts. Advanced level, 10, 000, 000, Master Chef of Chinese cuisine. Current assets of the host, 367, 800, 000. Is this asset from Xinjiang? As for why it is directly attributed to him, it is because Gu Lingxiao is self-aware. His sole subordinate generating income is Xinjiang. Purchase advanced culinary mastery. Ding. Purchase successful. Skill infusion in progress. In less than a second, Gu Lingxiao felt as if he had entered the world of the master chef of Chinese cuisine. Experiencing a lifetime in the essence of culinary mastery, he can now confidently assert that his culinary skills have reached the pinnacle of excellence. System, you are truly remarkable. Ding. Thank you for the compliment, host. In a room constructed purely of concrete and steel, alarms blared with a crimson glow. Seated before several computers, Xinjiang appeared bewildered, questioning what had transpired. He leaned into his chair, his hands a blur as they furiously struck the keys of multiple keyboards. This cannot be right. How could there be a deficit of 10 million? Once impeccably dressed in a suit that exuded success, Xinjiang now frantically clutched his head, desperately trying to discern the whereabouts of the missing sum. You had better not let me discover who has pilfered my 10 million. With that, Xinjiang resumed his frantic operations, yet he remained mindful of his primary objective, to earn money. Chapter 31 Unexpectedly exposed spring light. As Gu Lingxiao stepped into the seafood market, the pungent odor of fish assaulted his senses. Ultimately, John emerged with 2 large bags of seafood in tow, following Gu Lingxiao. The southern seafood markets are indeed commendable. Everything is meticulously cleaned. Even the shrimp veins are removed. Now, he needed to visit the vegetable market to procure fresh ingredients to enhance the flavors, allowing him to prepare a sumptuous meal for the 2 women at home. John, who usually cooks for you all? Gu Lingxiao suddenly realized he had never inquired about their dining arrangements. Boss, we all know how to cook. Tay E and Tay Air take turns, John replied with a chuckle. Ah, so you do have someone to boss around, Gu Lingxiao teased. But wait, where do you get the money for this? It dawned on him that he had not contributed much financially. John Wick smiled. Boss, it's from Xinjiang. He said it was a trivial matter he could handle, and we receive around 20,000 each month. Hearing this, Gu Lingxiao nodded. Xinjiang was indeed quite reliable, and he had overlooked these details. Upon returning home, Gu Lingxiao instructed John to put away the groceries before contacting someone to handle the external partition. Honey, I smell a strong seafood odor, Zhong Xiaoai exclaimed as she rushed out of the bedroom. We're preparing a seafood feast today. Could you help me wash these ingredients? Oh, and you really should clean up. You smell quite fishy. With that, Zhong Xiao playfully pushed Gu Lingxiao out of the kitchen and took over the washing of the 2 bags of vegetables. After a moment, she tilted her head, feeling as if she had forgotten something. After a brief pause, she returned to washing the vegetables. Once inside the bedroom, Gu Lingxiao closed the door and promptly disrobed, humming a little tune as he headed for the bathroom. As he pulled open the folding doors of the bathroom, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Unable to contain himself as he instinctively employed the dragon raises its head technique, Luya, bent over while wiping her body, was equally startled by Gu Lingxiao's sudden entrance. She froze in place until she noticed his reaction, hastily grabbing a towel to cover herself. "Get out," Luya said, her cheeks flushed and tinged with shyness. In that instant, she appeared less like a powerful matron and more akin to a coy young woman. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were in here." "I'll leave right away," Gu Lingxiao replied, turning to exit. Moments later, Luya regained her composure and walked out with an expression of indifference. However, when she spotted Gu Lingxiao seated on the bed, her gaze inadvertently drifted downward, seemingly lost in thought. With a hint of blush on her cheeks, Luya said, "All right, you go take your shower. I'll step out to assist Xiao." Zhongmu, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, thought to herself how striking Gu Lingxiao's appearance was. He was undeniably handsome. Yet, considering her own status, she could only pretend that nothing had transpired. "I'm sorry, dear. I forgot to tell you that Mom is in our room taking a shower," Zhang Xiao said apologetically. "It's all right, Xiao. I just finished washing up." "Did Ling Xiao buy seafood?" A pleasant aroma of seafood wafted through the air as Gu Lingxiao glanced at her, about to speak, when Zhongmu quickly interjected. "Yes. He purchased seafood, lobsters, abalone, and also some crayfish. I'll prepare a grand seafood feast for you all shortly." "All right, then you go take your shower. I'll step outside to assist Xiao Ai," Zhongmu said, taking Xiao Ai with her and leaving Gu Lingxiao alone in the room. Watching Leah's retreating figure, he felt a surge of heat rise within him. Her swaying silhouette was utterly captivating. After shedding his clothes and stepping into the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, allowing the cold water to cascade from the shower head. Yet, Gu Lingxiao found it of little relief. Ultimately, it was half an hour before he emerged from the bathroom. Who would have thought, even with a girlfriend, there would still come a day when I'd be of use to you? Changing into a comfortable set of athletic wear, he opened the door to find the 2 women in the kitchen, engaged in cheerful conversation as they washed vegetables. Such serene days, if they could last forever, would be delightful, especially with 2 stunning women, both in appearance and physique, gracing the household. What a bonus! As Gu Lingxiao approached the kitchen, he smiled and inquired, "What are you discussing?" "Just your embarrassing moments," Zhong Xiao Ai teased, smirking. "All right then, leave the rest to me. You 2 ladies should go wait for my culinary masterpiece." "Deal. We'll leave it to you," Zhong Xiao Ai replied, placing the cilantro down, and, after washing her hands alongside Zhongmu, they exited without a trace of reluctance. Zhongmu, glancing back at Gu Lingxiao, hesitated as if wanting to stay and assist, but ultimately followed Xiao Ai outside. Watching the 2 women settle on the sofa with the television on, Gu Lingxiao shook his head with a smile, swiftly tending to the ingredients in the kitchen. The rhythmic sound of the knife against the cutting board echoed in the half-enclosed kitchen, visible from the living room. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Xiaoai turned to see her husband engrossed in cooking. She couldn't help but think how handsome a man could be when focused on his task. Zhongmu cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting her gaze, fearing that Xiao Ai and Ling Xiao might notice her unusual expression. Lifting a glass of water from the coffee table, she downed it in one go, still feeling parched. Living here didn't seem so bad after all. At least she wasn't stuck at home like a lifeless entity every day. This thought pleased her, and she resolved to mention it to Xiao Ai after dinner. "Mom, isn't my husband handsome?" Xiao Ai asked sweetly, pulling Zhongmu's attention back to her. "He's all right, I suppose," Zhongmu replied nonchalantly. "Humph, my taste is impeccable. He is perfect in every way, just a tad flirtatious." "Flirtatious? Have you ever known a wealthy and powerful man who doesn't have women on the side? Your father." Zhongmu halted, reluctant to delve into that subject. "My father?" Xiao Ai shot a glance at her mother, thinking how foolish her father was. Her mother, despite her age, maintained her beauty and grace. Any man would be enchanted by her. The implication that her father was unfaithful stung, leaving her with a sense of indignation. "Mother, why not stay a little longer? After all, you are not happy when you return. Whenever I think back to the time spent at home, I often realize how seldom I see father. He is either engrossed in work or preoccupied with his tasks. completely overlooking you. This makes you quite upset. On numerous occasions, I have stealthily observed you alone in the house, wiping away tears. Chapter 32. Profitable Ventures in Hong Kong. The bomb expert, upon hearing the conversation, cast a surprised glance at Xiao Ai, not expecting her to broach the subject before she herself had the chance to speak. Of course, dear mother-in-law, you may stay here for as long as you wish. There is no need to worry about safety. Tomorrow I will summon a few more bodyguards. Gu Lingxiao remarked with a smile as he brought the expertly prepared shrimp to the dining table. Achieving a sense of accomplishment is a desire shared by every man, and he was no exception. Moreover, the remarkable backgrounds of the two women heightened his sense of achievement. However, Mother Zhong remained composed and replied, "Let me think it over. After all, if anything were to happen to me, the consequences would be dire." Seizing the opportunity, Gu Lingxiao assured her, "No worries, dear mother-in-law. Tomorrow, I will purchase the entirety of our floor and the one below. All the bodyguards will reside downstairs, and I will configure the elevator to only access that level. With 10 or so armed special forces at your disposal, no one would dare threaten your safety unless they were prepared to demolish the building." To reassure Mother Zhong, Gu Lingxiao resolved to invest significantly. For apartments along with 5 elite bodyguards and 5 firearm licenses would amount to no more than 70 to 80 million. Gu Lingxiao, combat power, 9, wealth, 578, 970, 000. Skills, master chef, basic driving, basic combat. With over 500 million. Xinjiang truly proved to be a formidable ally. After contemplating, Mother Zhong conceded, "I shall grant you this opportunity. However, should I sense any danger, I will leave." Whether she was granting Gu Lingxiao a chance or herself remained unclear. "Husband, I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare the meal." Zhong Xiao Ai complained while rubbing her belly. Never considering that the atmosphere between her mother and Gu Lingxiao was slightly unusual. Affectionately ruffling Xiao Ai's hair, Gu Lingxiao reassured her, all right. We will dine in half an hour. You need to temper your little temper, understand?" Mother Zhong remarked, pleased with her son-in-law. Her own marriage had been a failure, a source of sorrow, and she wished to spare her daughter from a similar fate. Returning to the kitchen, Gu Lingxiao promptly sent a text to John regarding the matters he had just discussed. Upon receiving the reply, "Understood, boss." A subtle smile graced his lips as he focused on preparing the ingredients. Before long, the living room was filled with delightful aromas, devoid of any seafood smell, and both women were drawn into the kitchen by the enticing scents. Observing the two eagerly waiting by the bar, Gu Lingxiao chuckled, "Just a little longer, and we shall feast." Zhong Xiao Ai nodded vigorously, her gaze fixated on the tantalizing grilled squid. Noticing her eagerness, Gu Lingxiao, with a hint of amusement, picked up a piece of squid, blew gently on it, and offered it to her. So delicious, husband." Gu Lingxiao smiled at the voracious Zhong Xiao Ai, then glanced at Mother Zhong, who was equally fixated on the squid. In an impulsive moment, he picked up another piece, blew on it, and offered it to her as well. Due to the earlier indulgent words from Gu Lingxiao, Mother Zhong found herself momentarily lost in thought. Upon regaining her senses, she noticed a pair of chopsticks, delicately holding squid, being offered to her lips. In a flurry of surprise, she glanced at the beside young Ai, who still had her eyes closed, savoring the tantalizing aroma of the squid. Drawn by the enticing scent wafting near her mouth, she gently opened her lips and allowed the squid to slide in. Mother Zhong had tasted squid before, yet she had never encountered one so exquisitely flavored. Women of her stature had seldom experienced such delights. This realization made Ai's indulgent behavior seem entirely reasonable. However, Mother Zhong maintained a commendable self-control. Extending her delicate pink tongue to lick the remnants of the squid's flavor from her lips, eagerly anticipating the upcoming dinner. "Darling, how did you hone your culinary skills? I feel as though I could swallow my own tongue. It's simply delectable. I shall cook for you both in the future." Gu Lingxiao had mentioned you both. "Not you," a significant distinction. Turning back to the sofa, Mother Zhong closed her eyes, letting her thoughts wander. "All right, my little glutton, dinner will be ready shortly." Observing the reluctant expression on Ai's face, Gu Lingxiao found himself intrigued. Was his culinary talent truly that remarkable? He picked up a piece of squid and tasted it himself. The flavor exploded in his mouth, awakening his taste buds as if they had detonated. It was merely a dish, yet the euphoric sensation surged through him. His culinary skills were indeed extraordinary. While they might not shine, he believed he could become a millionaire if he opened a restaurant. In the living room, Mother Zhong took out her phone and sent a text to Zhong Zhenghua. Not long after, she received a reply. If you wish to play over there, so be it. Just do not cause any trouble. I am currently under considerable stress. A cold smile escaped Mother Zhong's lips, as she cared little for her own safety, consumed only by his political achievements and status. Even knowing the outcome, her heart ached with bitterness. Two beautiful ladies, dinner is served. After arranging the dishes, Gu Lingxiao called out to the living room. Moments later, the three gathered at the dining table, and it was not until Mother Zhong softly declared, "Let us begin," that the grand feast commenced. Even for Mother Zhong, who typically consumed but a single bowl of rice, she found herself indulging in nearly 3 bowls that evening. While Zhong Xiaoai was on the verge of being stuffed. After tidying up the tableware, Gu Lingxiao retrieved a few digestive tablets from the medicine cabinet in the living room and offered them to the two ladies. Since the last time Zhong Xiaoai had overeaten, Gu Lingxiao had ensured to stock various common medications at home. Post-dinner, observing the two women chatting and enjoying the night view from the balcony, Gu Lingxiao set his laptop upon the table before him. He required money, substantial amounts of it, to validate certain matters. With determination, he searched online for Hong Kong explosion case. Instantly, the webpage displayed, Hong Kong explosion case, Superintendent Zhang Zishan. Scrolling down, he stumbled upon a piece of news. Senior Superintendent Zhou was killed in an explosion after a celebration. Was it revenge or mere coincidence? A glimmer of insight flashed in Gu Lingxiao's eyes, indicating that the situation regarding the Hongham Tunnel had either not yet occurred or was about to unfold. The Hong Jiping group has not yet been taken down. Indeed, it is better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. Darling, why are you still looking at the information about Hong Kong? Asked Zhang Xiao, who sat down to the left of Gu Lingxiao, entwining her arm with his. A bombing incident? Hong Kong is indeed in turmoil, particularly with its gangs, which have remained unchecked even after the handover. Perhaps things will improve in a few years. However, Lingxiao, why are you so engrossed in the news from Hong Kong? Zhang's mother, seated to the right of Gu Lingxiao, glanced at the news before tilting her head to address him. This presents a lucrative opportunity, Gu Lingxiao replied, inhaling the fragrances emanating from both sides as he retrieved his phone from his bag. System, summon 5 elite assassins, equipped with 5 gun licenses and 5 handguns. To be managed by John outside the door. Ding. Cost, 55,500,000. Balance, 537 million. He then dialed a number, and Qin Zhang's voice echoed on the other end. Hello, boss? You sound rather haggard. Boss, you have no idea, just a few days ago, we were missing 10 million from the account. I've been investigating for days without resolution, and now we've lost another 55,500,000. Likely at the hands of a single individual. Chapter 33, 1 billion, the Hong Kong underwater tunnel. As Qin Zhang spoke, he was on the verge of tears, utterly baffled by the inexplicable disappearance of several million before his boss's call. Gu Lingxiao awkwardly scratched his chin, realizing that this predicament was likely his fault, attributing it to his culinary expenditures amounting to 1 million, in stark contrast to the earlier loss of over 50 million. My dear, which scoundrel dared to pilfer your funds? Indeed, Lingxiao, shall I ask my family to investigate? The two women flanking him were incensed by the sudden loss of millions. Gu Lingxiao, feeling uncomfortable, confessed. It was my expenditure. I forgot to inform Qin Jiang. Under the peculiar gazes of the two women, he addressed his phone. That was all my doing. I have an idea. See if it might yield profits. What could he possibly say? What could Qin Jiang retort? With a hint of grievance, he replied, All right, boss. What idea could possibly be profitable? First, open your computer and examine the situation at the Hong Kong Hongham underwater tunnel, the Red Tunnel. Understood, boss. Then, amidst the puzzled expressions of the three, a shocking revelation emerged. If a group of terrorists were to seize hundreds of hostages and take control of the Hongham underwater tunnel, would purchasing stocks in the Western underwater tunnel yield substantial profits? Boss, are you serious? Following this, the sound of rapid typing resonated through the phone, indicating that research was underway. My dear, are you suggesting terrorists? Lingxiao, how did you come to know? I have associates in Hong Kong who have uncovered that terrorists intend to take over the tunnel as an act of retribution against Zhang Zishan. However, the true motive is financial gain. I wish to get involved. Will many lives be lost? They are terrorists. Fatalities are inevitable. Boss, if what you say is true, we could earn a fortune. Qin Zhang was indifferent to the loss of life, focusing solely on profit. Gu Lingxiao continued, under the duress of the terrorists. The Hongham underwater tunnel will likely be resolved by the afternoon of the following day. This means the tunnel will resume operation shortly thereafter. You understand the intricate maneuvers of stock trading. Consider how we should proceed. Boss, if you are correct, we can invest $500 million in purchasing stocks of the Western Tunnel. I've already checked, and it's only a few dollars per share. Once the Red Tunnel encounters trouble, the stocks of the Western Tunnel will surge at least fivefold. After selling at the peak, we can reinvest in the Red Tunnel stocks. Once the terrorists are dealt with, the stocks of the Red Tunnel will rebound. If executed properly, the profit could exceed $1 billion. The three of them gasped in astonishment, contemplating the audacious gamble of $500 million for a potential return of $1 billion. Zhang Xiaye gazed at Gu Lingxiao with admiration, while Zhong Mu regarded him with intrigue. $500 million, after acquiring the necessary assets, would leave a sufficient balance. Gu Lingxiao then calmly stated, John should have informed you to retain the necessary funds and invest the remainder. Remember, once the Red Tunnel is compromised, the situation will be resolved by the afternoon of the following day. Rest assured, my dear boss. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Xiaye leaped directly into Ling Zhao's embrace, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Gu Lingxiao. The distance to Xiangjiang was too far for her to manage. The West Tunnel was a matter of the masses, how it would be executed. Gu Lingxiao trusted Qin Jiang to comprehend fully. Overjoyed, Gu Lingxiao reveled in the anticipation of amassing a fortune of $100 billion. That was indeed a staggering sum. 100 elite assassins or 1,000 special forces. With his mind buzzing with excitement, Gu Lingxiao leaned back on the sofa, extending his arms to embrace the two beauties beside him. It was only when clarity returned to his mind that he realized the folly of his actions. To his left was his wife, and to his right, his mother-in-law. Seizing the moment while Zhong Xiaye was still oblivious, he discreetly released his hold on his mother-in-law, only to meet the gaze of Zhong's mother, which bore a hint of indignation. Yet, in her eyes, Gu Lingxiao discerned a flicker of shyness, and upon this realization, he felt as though an opportunity had presented itself. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, my husband is about to become a billionaire, and I shall also be a wealthy wife. Zhong Xiaye, your grandfather's family possesses trillions in assets, yet I have never seen you this joyous, Zhong's mother remarked, leaning slightly towards Gu Lingxiao as she spoke to Zhong Xiaye. When the subject of her maternal family arose, a trace of nostalgia flickered in Zhong's mother's eyes. For that was her true home. The Zhongzhengwa side was, at most, a half-home. That's different. This wealth is earned by my husband himself. Gu Lingxiao was genuinely astonished at the immense fortune of his mother-in-law's family. As if sensing Gu Lingxiao's thoughts, Zhong's mother quietly stated, whether it be hundreds of billions or trillions, in the face of genuine power, they hold no significance. Your mother speaks the truth, but it depends on the individual. Gu Lingxiao replied, turning to Xiaye, why don't you help our mother tidy up a room? Of course. As Xiaye departed, the living room was left with only Gu Lingxiao and Zhong's mother, and an awkward atmosphere settled in, tinged with an oddity. Xiaye has been spoiled at home since childhood. It's evident that she truly adores you, Zhong's mother remarked. You're too kind, mother-in-law. I cherish her greatly. Gu Lingxiao replied. Yet, your affection for her is palpable. I can see that you are not the type to seek stability. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingxiao recalled the series of unexpected events from earlier that day, and his gaze towards Zhong's mother grew uneasy. Zhong's mother rose, saying, I shall go assist Xiaye. Seeing her somewhat hastily retreat, Gu Lingxiao found it amusing. After tidying up the room, Gu Lingxiao turned to Luya and said, Mother-in-law, tomorrow Xiaye and I will be heading to school. If you find yourself bored, feel free to wander about. I have arranged for bodyguards. 5 armed special forces will be with you at all times to ensure your safety. Thank you, Lingxiao, she replied. It's no trouble at all, mother-in-law. Both you and Xiaye are the most important people in my life, and I am glad to do it. Zhong Xiaye, feeling slightly miffed, clung to Gu Lingxiao's arm and exclaimed, Tell me, do you no longer love me? Why does my mother have 5 bodyguards? Yet I only have 2. With a playful swat at Zhong Xiaye's pert backside, he retorted, Not so fast. The sound echoed, provoking a delightful gasp from Zhong Xiaye. Ah, why are you doing this? Exclaimed Zhong Xiaye, covering her backside. Mom is still here. You've always been with me. 1 John is enough. What? Do you have to be jealous of your own mother? The words were spoken carelessly, yet they resonated with meaning. Zhong Mu felt that Gu Lingxiao was being somewhat audacious. Gu Lingxiao seemed to perceive that Zhong Mu lacked a sense of security, so he endeavored to provide her with ample reassurance. As night fell, the 3 returned to their respective homes. Xiaye nestled against Gu Lingxiao, her voice soft and alluring. Darling, I want to. The room next door belonged to her mother? Weren't you afraid? Humph. Who was afraid? Only a puppy would be. With such encouragement from Zhong Xiao AI, Gu Lingxiao could no longer contain himself after a day of restraint. He swiftly turned and pressed down upon her. Moments later, the room was enveloped in an atmosphere of unrestrained intimacy. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhong Mu was tormented by the poor soundproofing of the house, unable to sleep as the seductive sounds reached her ears. The following morning, Zhong Mu, with a flushed complexion, glanced at her discarded undergarments. Fortunately, Gu Lingxiao and Xiao AI had already left for school. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom the embarrassment she would have felt. Upon returning to school, as Gu Lingxiao and Xiao AI entered the classroom, they encountered the most repugnant person. Zhong Xiao AI, what do you truly consider me? Chapter 34. Ho Liangping is desperate. The ireful voice of Ho Liangping captivated the attention of everyone in the classroom. You truly do not know the peril you are in, Gu Lingxiao remarked, his gaze towards Ho Liangping glimmering with a sinister light. Under the scrutiny of their peers, even Zhang Xiai was infuriated. She was well aware of the malicious intentions of the opposing party, who merely sought to leverage their classmates to exert pressure. You underestimate me, Zhang Xiai, she retorted, her expression darkening. You have always been merely a classmate to me. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your innermost thoughts. You covet my family's stature. Wishing to be a phoenix man, I had intended to grant you an opportunity, considering your companionship over the years, to secure you a respectable position post-graduation. Yet now, your incessant provocations towards me and my husband are exceedingly presumptuous. Listening to Zhang Xiai's merciless reprimand, Ho Liangping's countenance shifted dramatically. He realized he was truly finished. You vile wretch, I refuse to believe that Gu Lingxiao does not value your background. He spat. Slap. Gu Lingxiao swiftly delivered a fierce blow without an ounce of mercy. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, recognizing that Ho Liangping's words had indeed crossed a line, rendering Gu Lingxiao's reaction entirely justifiable. Ha! Pa! Crumpled on the ground. Ho Liangping expelled a mouthful of blood, momentarily shaking his jaw as he caught the 2 teeth that had fallen from his mouth. With his bloodied lips parted, he menaced. You scoundrel, you have destroyed everything I had. Gu Lingxiao scoffed disdainfully. Since you, Ho Liangping, seek your own demise, let us expose your true nature before you meet your end. You consider yourself superior, looking down upon this and that, replete with an air of superiority, constantly yearning for validation. If I am not mistaken, all of this stems from your belief that you are on the verge of winning Zhong Xiai's affections, does it not? Do you recall Chi Tawei? Though he, too, hails from humble beginnings, he has worked diligently, becoming not only the student council president but also the most exemplary scholar. Yet you spread malicious rumors, perpetually belittling this esteemed senior. Frankly, I cannot fathom the source of your inflated self-worth. If I am not mistaken, you even suggested a vile proposal to him, agreeing to Liang Lu's pursuit. You are truly loathsome and hypocritical. To call you a petty person would be an understatement. Leveraging your connection to the Qin family, you learned of Xiai's background and began your relentless pursuit, even recklessly probing into my mother-in-law's whereabouts. Do you think we are unaware of what occupies your mind? Do you comprehend that disclosing the whereabouts of such a significant figure would bring misfortune upon the Qin family? You know, yet you proceeded regardless. To label you as an extraordinarily hypocritical person is a mere compliment. Turning to Chen Hai, he continued, and you, truly dull-witted to the point of absurdity. The destruction of your home that day was likely due to your own folly and inability to discern people. The crowd was utterly taken aback by the revelations, realizing the depth of the situation. As students of Handong, they were not foolish. They understood from Gu Lingxiao's words that Zhang Xiai's family possessed substantial influence. Ho Liangping was captivated by the background of the other party, leading him to relentlessly pursue them, even exploiting Chen Hai's connections to investigate their whereabouts, which would inevitably implicate Chen Hai's family. Gu Lingxiao finally remarked, I forgot to mention something. Xiao AI and I are already living together, and marriage is a certainty. What are you all up to? Upon the arrival of teacher Liang, the surrounding students began to disperse, hesitant to linger. Liang Lu quickly spotted Gu Lingxiao, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Before directing her gaze toward the fallen Ho Liangping, let us see how you escape this, she exclaimed. Ho Liangping, who assaulted you? Liang Lu had no intention of assisting him, her attention still fixated on Gu Lingxiao. Upon hearing her voice, Ho Liangping's eyes lit up. He was acutely aware of Liang Lu's formidable background, Vice Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Commission in Handong Province. Observing teacher Liang's expression, which mirrored Gu Lingxiao's disdain, he quickly resorted to a pitiful plea. "Teacher Liang, you must stand up for me. Gu Lingxiao not only bruised my face, but also knocked out 2 of my teeth." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Liang Lu, displaying the 2 missing teeth. However, he was oblivious to the contempt and disgust reflected in her eyes. Suppressing her discomfort, she turned to Gu Lingxiao, adopting an air of superiority. "To assault a fellow student at school, and to knock out someone's teeth. Surely you must be seeking expulsion." "Expulsion? I dare anyone to try?" Zhong Xiaoai interjected, meeting Liang Lu's gaze without flinching. Liang Lu had not previously regarded Zhong Xiaoai, yet the latter's demeanor suggested an extraordinary upbringing. "And who might you be to speak here?" Seizing Gu Lingxiao's fault was no trivial matter. No one could intercede. Just as the 2 women faced off, another figure entered. "What is going on here?" Gao Yuliang stormed in, his face contorted with anger, immediately spotting Ho Liangping sprawled on the ground amidst his dismal state. Unlike Liang Lu, he had been informed of the situation beforehand, understanding that the chaos stemmed from Ho Liangping's actions. "Teacher Gao, look at what Gu Ling shouted to me." Upon seeing his teacher, Ho Liangping scrambled to his feet, staggering toward Gao Yuliang. Avoiding Ho Liangping's outstretched hand, Gao Yuliang's expression darkened as he barked. "Do you realize where you are? How many eyes are upon you? Do you think your words alone suffice?" Ho Liangping trembled, suddenly aware of his surroundings. He cautiously surveyed the disdainful, scornful gazes of his classmates. His only hope lay in Liang Lu, as he besieged her with hopeful eyes. "Teacher Liang, I hope you can understand the situation before making a decision." It was indeed Gu Lingxiao who initiated the altercation, but it was Ho Liangping who first spoke disrespectfully. Gao Yuliang held a certain fondness for Ho Liangping, yet he could not overlook the latter's excessive behavior, particularly his public humiliation of a female classmate, which he found utterly embarrassing. Liang Lu's expression darkened considerably. Gao Yuliang's sudden intervention caught her off guard. It is an undeniable truth that Gu Lingxiao took action. He stepped forward with a smile, stating, "It was Ho Liangping who provoked first. All I received was a mere reprimand, which I truly do not mind. However, Teacher Liang, I must remind you that I have no intention of entering politics. Such matters hold little significance for me. Yet, while your father's status is somewhat respectable, he certainly has his fair share of enemies. Do not mistake him for an easy target. After all, he is merely Liang Lu, and I am utterly indifferent to that." Zhong Xiaoai's expression turned icy as she approached Liang Lu, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "My surname is Zhong, just as the one at the pinnacle shares the same name. Should there be even a hint of blemish on my husband's record, I will hold you accountable for it. You may test this if you wish." With that, Zhong Xiaoai returned to Gu Lingxiao's side, appearing as though nothing had transpired, leaving Liang Lu with a visibly distressed countenance. Chapter 35. Beneath the shadow of Liang Chuanfeng. Alas, it was all in vain. With her authority exerted, Zhong Xiaoai had never been intimidated. Liang Lu, unwilling to engage in a dispute with Zhong Xiaoai, departed swiftly, while Ho Liangping beside her received not even a fleeting glance. "Teacher Gao, since there are no classes lately, I shall refrain from attending," Gu Lingxiao stated to Gao Yuliang, who stood nearby, as he merely sought a diploma. Zhong Xiaoai contemplated requesting a leave of absence, but Gu Lingxiao gently squeezed her fingertips, chuckling softly, "You are destined for a political career. Thus, you must attend your classes diligently, unlike me." His gaze lazily swept over Ho Liangping sprawled on the ground, adding, "My ambitions have never resided in government." Standing nearby, Gao Yuliang bore a complex expression. He had always valued talent. If Gu Lingxiao were to pursue a political path, given his capabilities and background, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. Regrettably, he sighed inwardly, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not impose." On the ground, Ho Liangping was a pitiful sight, his mouth stained with blood, 2 front teeth missing. Gao Yuliang cast a disdainful glance at him. Feeling a surge of irritation, how had he ever perceived this youth as promising? Truly, he had been blind. He coldly remarked, "Hurry to the hospital and attend to your injuries." Before turning to leave, too indifferent to spare him another glance. Meanwhile, Liang Lu stormed into her office, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Grabbing the phone, she dialed her father, Liang Chuanfeng. As soon as the call connected, her voice quivered with emotion. "Dad, Zhong Xiaoai and Gu Lingxiao are utterly intolerable. You must take a stand for me." Upon hearing his daughter's distress, Liang Chuanfeng's tone turned grave. "What happened? Speak slowly." Liang Lu exaggeratedly recounted the events. Her teeth clenched as she concluded, That Gu Lingxiao, relying on his background, is utterly arrogant, showing disdain even for you. Liang Chuanfeng frowned, soothing her, do not fret. I will inquire with Gao Yuliang. He disconnected the call and promptly dialed Gao Yuliang's number. Anticipating this turn of events, Gao Yuliang answered the phone with a calm demeanor. Secretary Liang. Yuliang, I hear there was some trouble at the school today? Liang Chuanfeng's tone was gentle, yet laced with an underlying sharpness. Isn't Gu Lingxiao being a bit reckless? Gao Yuliang chuckled lightly, maintaining a respectful stance. Young people can be impulsive. But Gu Lingxiao has clearly expressed his disinterest in a political career. So, he paused, adding with significant weight, Secretary Liang, some matters are best left unspoken. Liang Chuanfeng discerned the subtext. Gu Lingxiao's disinterest in politics implied he would not be constrained by the rules of the system, rendering the Liang family's influence ineffective against him. Moreover, considering Zhang Xiao's background, he pondered briefly before responding coolly, understood. After ending the call, Liang Chuanfeng rubbed his temples and sent a text to Liang Lu. Let this matter rest. Do not escalate it. Liang Lu glared at her phone screen, her fingertips trembling with rage, yet feeling utterly powerless. At that moment on campus, Gu Lingxiao ambled leisurely along the tree-lined path with his hands tucked in his pockets. Zhong Xiao walked closely beside him, suddenly letting out a light laugh. You are quite carefree, simply choosing not to come. Gu Lingxiao turned to glance at her, a playful glint in his eyes. What, do you miss me? Zhong Xiao shot him an exasperated look, but did not deny it, murmuring softly, in any case, just don't cause trouble in the future. In her heart, she added, even if trouble arises, we are not afraid. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly, running his hand affectionately through her hair. Rest assured, I do not seek trouble, but should trouble find me, I will not show mercy. That rascal Ho Liangping has become rather bothersome and needs to be dealt with. As he took out a cigarette and lighter, a delicate hand reached out, and Zhong Xiao gently lit his cigarette for him. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Gu Lingxiao took out his phone and sent a text to Teba, then feigned nonchalance as he strolled alongside Xiao. Darling, where are you going now that you're skipping school? Xiao expressed her concern, fearing that Gu Lingxiao would not return home after taking a leave, which would leave her feeling quite lonely, even though her mother was now living with them. Where am I going? Of course, to make money. This world is too perilous. Not to mention Dongshan City, Tang City, and Jinghai City are all in Handong Province. Hong Kong's entertainment industry can be set aside for now, but in this era, the Hong Kong dollar and foreign currencies still hold significant value. As for whether there are any nefarious forces in Korea, he couldn't be certain. He had his suspicions that this world, devoid of extraordinary powers, is indeed a vast and chaotic realm. He must strive to earn money. Otherwise, how could he protect the woman he loves in the future? Earn money. Earn a great deal of it. I never noticed, but my husband is quite the money enthusiast, she teased. How can I provide you with a happy life without money? With a flick of her long hair, Zhong Xiao pouted in discontent. Gu Lingxiao gently rubbed her head to soothe her. Focus on your studies. I must take my leave. MHM. As Zhong Xiao closed her eyes and tilted her head back, Gu Lingxiao leaned down to kiss her. After an intimate 5 minutes, he departed. Exiting, he climbed into the tiger head bins that John had parked by the roadside. Where hasn't gone? He inquired. Madam has gone to the mall, John replied as he started the vehicle. Let us head home first. Due to an increase in the number of bodyguards, Gu Lingxiao had also purchased 2 additional Land Rovers. Upon reaching the designated floor, he exited the elevator, observing the construction workers with satisfaction. Their efficiency was commendable. He ascended the stairs to the top floor. The security measures in place were indeed robust. Back in his room, he reclined on the sofa and turned on his computer to check the latest news from Xiangjiang. Has the Red Tunnel already had an incident? Upon seeing the information that popped up on the screen, Gu Lingxiao's pupils narrowed. He had not anticipated such rapid developments, but felt fortunate for having entered the fray in time. Closing his laptop, he began to contemplate how to allocate the incoming funds wisely. A click sounded from the door as the key turned in the lock, and upon glancing over, he noticed Zhang's mother had returned, now dressed in a different outfit, adorned with a subtle makeup and painted with wine-red lips reminiscent of flames. She donned a figure-hugging dress that exuded an irresistible allure. Her legs were encased in nude stockings, and her feet were elegantly perched in stilettos with a striking black and red design. The rigid impression she had initially left behind was now a distant memory. As Luya, the mother of Zhong, found herself captivated by Gu Lingxiao's transformation, swallowing hard at the sight. Particularly striking was the hint of alabaster skin revealed when she bent to change her shoes. Upon raising her gaze, Liu spotted Gu Lingxiao on the sofa and, astonished, inquired, "Lingxiao, aren't you going to school?" "I took a leave of absence. I merely need a diploma, nothing more. I have no intention of entering the workforce. It's merely fulfilling my parents' wish to obtain my graduation certificate," she replied. "Is that so? Just in time. I've returned from grocery shopping. I'll take a quick shower, and then I can prepare dinner," Luya said. "Thank you, Aunt," Gu Lingxiao responded graciously. Upon hearing her phone ring, Gu Lingxiao checked to see it was Qin Jiang calling, and she answered directly, "Hello, boss, we've made a fortune," came Qin Jiang's excited voice from the other end. Chapter 36. The unique sensation of Mother Zhong. Gu Lingxiao was acutely aware of what the other party was referring to regarding the outrageous profits, and thus inquired, "How much have we made so far?" "Boss, you have no idea. The Hong Tunnel was just hijacked not long ago, and our 500 million in funds has already multiplied several times. I suspect this group of terrorists is absolutely colluding with Wan Zhong. Forget about their collusion. Just make sure you seize a substantial portion for me. Rest assured, boss." In a buoyant mood, Gu Lingxiao turned on the television, reclined on the sofa, and hummed a little tune. Recently, the Public Security Bureau of Liqing had launched a special operation to clean up the streets, a concerted effort initiated by the National Police. What on earth? Liqing is involved? Mother Zhong, Luya, had just finished her shower and emerged, noticing Gu Lingxiao's astonished expression while watching the television. She approached and saw the same announcement, prompting her to comment, "I've heard of this operation. It seems the petty thieves and pickpockets in Liqing have become exceedingly rampant and concentrated, leading the Ministry of Public Security to take action. Is there something in Liqing that you find noteworthy?" "Noteworthy? There certainly is. In this drama, one cannot overlook a woman named Li Xiaoyan. Both her intellect and reasoning are remarkably sharp, albeit misapplied. He could easily recruit her to oversee the development plans for the village, even without prior experience. Her intelligence alone would suffice. In certain respects, one might even classify her as a top-tier talent. There's someone I'm quite fond of. She would be perfect to send back to the village to help me develop it." Intrigued by Gu Lingxiao's words, Luya moved closer to him and inquired, "Is she truly that exceptional?" Although Luya did not fully comprehend Gu Lingxiao, she understood that his standards were undoubtedly elevated, and few could capture his attention. As the fragrant aroma emanating from Luya enveloped him, Gu Lingxiao inhaled deeply and remarked, "Her intelligence and reasoning are exceptionally strong. That is precisely what I admire." Once the profits from the Hong Tunnel materialize, although he would no longer be in want of funds to acquire elite assassins, why not save if there is an opportunity? As for the likes of that pickpocket leader, who would pay him any mind? Simply take Li Xiaoyan and her brother away. Observing Gu Lingxiao's reaction, Luya inexplicably tightened her legs and said, "I'll go prepare dinner." Unaware of Luya's subtle demeanor, Gu Lingxiao was preoccupied with thoughts of how soon he could visit Liqing, especially as he was currently on holiday. At the dining table, after Luya brought out the dishes she had prepared, she shyly remarked, "I'm afraid my cooking can't compare to yours, so please don't mind." "How could that be? As long as it's made by Auntie, I will finish every bite." "I knew you would say something flattering. Now, let us eat." Luya herself was puzzled by the strange atmosphere that enveloped her during this private time with Gu Lingxiao, feeling a hint of shyness in her speech. Gu Lingxiao couldn't help but marvel at the allure of a married woman with such a bashful demeanor. What was wrong with being a rogue? As for Zhang Zhenghua, who was he? "Dear aunt, would you care to accompany me to Liqing tomorrow?" After taking a mouthful of rice, Gu Lingxiao spoke. Luya and Zhang pondered for a moment and replied, "Sure, since marrying into the Zhang family, I haven't had the opportunity to explore the outside world." Delighted, Gu Lingxiao eagerly finished another bowl of rice. Observing Aunt Zhang tidying up the remnants of their meal in the kitchen like a devoted wife, he couldn't help but let out a soft scoff. "Old Zhang, what a wonderful woman you have. It's a shame you do not cherish her, while many others would." In the afternoon, Zhong Xiaoai returned home, and Aunt Luya felt a tinge of regret quietly surfacing, yet she managed to keep her emotions in check. That evening, in Gu Lingxiao's room, after some physical activity, Zhong Xiaoai lay atop him while he recounted his plans for a trip to another city the following day. Pouting, she gazed at him with displeasure, remaining silent but clearly upset. Gently prodding her cheek, Gu Lingxiao comforted her, saying, "When you have your holiday, I promise to take you wherever you wish to go, all right?" Fine. Although Zhong Xiaoai understood, she remained unhappy. "You must take good care of my mother. She is quite pitiful at home." "How so?" Gu Lingxiao inquired. My parents are in a political and business alliance, as you know. Those in politics often look down on those in business. My mother is truly wonderful, yet the family doesn't hold her in high regard. And she doesn't lead a very happy life. Every day is so regimented. Thankfully, my maternal grandfather dotes on her. Otherwise, I would fear for her mental well-being. After absorbing Zhong Xiao's concerns, Gu Lingxiao wrapped her in his embrace, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will ensure that you all live a happy life in the future." Zhong Xiao had never considered that her husband might harbor special feelings for her mother. She was oblivious to the deeper meaning in his words. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhong tossed and turned in her bed, unable to sleep, feeling utterly deranged for cherishing the moment spent alone with her future son-in-law. She repeatedly chastised herself in her mind, reminding herself that she had a family and must not indulge in such absurd thoughts. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhong Xiao departed for school. Aunt Luya took a deep breath, arranged her appearance in front of the mirror, and deliberately donned a serious and dignified expression. Silently reminding herself, "I am the elder. I must maintain my authority and banish those foolish thoughts." She wore a meticulously tailored Chanel ensemble, a fitted cream-colored blazer over a silk V-neck blouse, subtly revealing her exquisite collarbone. The pencil skirt accentuated her mature, voluptuous curves, while her long legs, clad in black stockings, were elevated by a pair of stiletto heels, exuding an air of elegance and allure that she struggled to conceal despite her efforts to maintain a stern demeanor. Gu Lingxiao approached casually, asking, "Aunt, shall we drive to Liqing or take the train?" Luya pursed her lips, feigning calmness as she responded, "Let us take the train. Driving would be too exhausting." "Very well," Gu Lingxiao nodded, then snapped his fingers. Immediately, John Wick appeared with 5 elite bodyguards, each robust and sharp-eyed, their waists subtly bulging, clearly armed. A group of individuals discreetly yet efficiently escorted Gu Lingxiao and Luyu to the train station. The station was a bustling hive of activity, filled with a cacophony of noise. Luya, cautiously navigating in her high heels, trailed closely behind Gu Lingxiao. However, the throngs of people rendered her nearly immobile, particularly as several men around her cast lingering glances, with some even attempting to approach, causing her considerable discomfort. With a furrowed brow, Luya instinctively leaned closer to Gu Lingxiao. Sensing her unease, Gu Lingxiao's expression hardened. He surveyed the surroundings, and those men with ulterior motives were immediately deterred by the piercing gaze of his bodyguard. "Aunt, stay close to me," Gu Lingxiao murmured, and promptly wrapped his arm around Luya's slender waist, shielding her at his side. Luya felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heart racing unexpectedly. Yet, in that moment, she could not afford to feel shy and allowed him to embrace her as they navigated through the crowded passageway. She distinctly sensed the strength of Gu Lingxiao's arm and the faint, comforting scent of dragon saliva emanating from him, which inexplicably brought her solace. As for why he chose to hold her waist rather than take her hand or protect her from the front, Gu Lingxiao had to admit he harbored a certain ulterior motive. A woman who had long been dissatisfied with her family, deprived of warmth and fulfillment, required a gradual dismantling of her defenses. Chapter 37. The beginning of a cunning scheme. At long last, they arrived at the reserved sleeper compartment. Gu Lingxiao released his grip, graciously allowing Luya to enter first. The compartment was spacious and tidy, with 2 bunks arranged opposite each other. Luya sighed in relief and settled into the window seat, gently massaging her ankle. Gu Lingxiao poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her, asking, "Are you tired?" Luya accepted the cup, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his hand, causing her to flinch back as if jolted by an electric shock. She murmured a soft, "Thank you." Gu Lingxiao cast her a half-smile, saying nothing further, and turned to John Wick, directing, "Take turns guarding the compartment." John Wick nodded and exited with the bodyguards, closing the door behind him. The carriage swayed slightly as the train began to move, and Luya gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, striving to calm her racing heartbeat. She reminded herself that this was merely a routine trip, and she must not let her thoughts wander astray. However, when Gu Lingxiao removed his coat, revealing his well-toned torso, and lazily reclined on the opposite bunk, Luya found her gaze irresistibly drawn to him. "Auntie, shall we grab a bite to eat soon?" Gu Lingxiao remarked, engrossed in his phone. Luya, like a startled fawn, flushed deeply and averted her gaze, softly replying with an "Auntie, does your foot still hurt?" "It's bearable. Just that the train station was too crowded, and I twisted it while trying to stand." Gu Lingxiao stood up and moved to the foot of her bunk. In her astonished gaze, he placed her feet on his lap and began to massage them, dismissing her reaction entirely. A soft hum escaped Luya's lips, and she bit down on her lip, closing her eyes in embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. How could Gu Lingxiao be so audacious? It was utterly mortifying, yet what shamed her more was the fact that she felt no resistance. The air in the compartment seemed to solidify, leaving only the rhythmic clattering of the train wheels and their slightly hurried breaths. Gu Lingxiao's long fingers glided around Luya's slender ankle, expertly kneading each sore muscle with just the right amount of pressure. Auntie's feet. His deep voice held a hint of playful amusement, softer than she had anticipated. Upon hearing this, Luya involuntarily tightened her feet, her delicate toes curling in embarrassment beneath the sheer fabric of her stockings. She bit her lip fiercely, her long eyelashes fluttering, yet she dared not open her eyes to meet his gaze. The warmth of his palms seeped through the thin stockings, sending tingling sensations up her entire leg. That's enough, Luya finally murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly but did not immediately release her. He deliberately slowed his movements, pressing gently on her arch a couple more times, causing her to shudder and curl her toes even tighter. Only after relishing her flustered demeanor did he reluctantly let go. Shall we go eat now? Gu Lingxiao rose, casually adjusting his cuffs. Luya hurriedly retracted her legs, her hands awkwardly folding over her knees, her head bowed in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed, and even the tips of her ears tinged with a soft hue of pink. The pair of feet, previously kneaded, now fidgeted restlessly against one another, the silk stockings producing a subtle rustling sound. I need a moment to compose myself. Her voice trembled, her gaze averted, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Mrs. Zhong felt truly deranged, for she found herself savoring this sensation with an insatiable longing. Gu Lingxiao, ever considerate, turned away to grant her the space she needed to regain her composure. Yet, through the reflection in the car window, he could still perceive Luya flustered as she hurriedly smoothed her skirt, her cheeks flushed with both embarrassment and irritation. Her disheveled appearance resembled that of a startled rabbit, evoking an irresistible urge to tease her further. Are you ready? He inquired deliberately after a brief pause. Yes, I'm ready. Luya feigned calmness as she rose, only to falter on her weak legs. Gu Lingxiao swiftly supported her waist, feeling her body tense beneath his touch. Be careful, he whispered close to her ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe. If you're this nervous, others might assume we've engaged in some mischief. At his words, Luya's neck flushed crimson, and she hastily pushed him away, inadvertently stumbling back onto the bed. This time, she buried her face in her palms, utterly mortified. Finally, Gu Lingxiao, in a rare display of mercy, declared, "Let us go. If we delay any longer, there may be no seats left in the restaurant." He gallantly extended his hand, but just as Mrs. Zhong Luya was about to take it, he abruptly withdrew, causing her to stumble. Gu Lingxiao, Mrs. Zhong Liu could no longer contain her playful reproach, her flustered yet indignant expression eliciting a delighted laugh from Gu Lingxiao. All right, no more teasing, let us dine," he said, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment throughout the day, as teasing Mrs. Zhong became a delightful routine in his life, and he anticipated savoring her exquisite charms soon. Within the restaurant's compartment, a crystal chandelier cast a warm golden glow upon a table adorned with crisp white linens, as Luya feigned calmness while consuming her meal. "Your earrings complement your complexion beautifully," Gu Lingxiao remarked suddenly, leaning in, his fingertips almost imperceptibly brushing against her earlobe, though they appeared slightly askew. The silver cutlery clattered against the porcelain plate, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Luya clutched the napkin tightly, a blush spreading from her touched earlobe to her collarbone, subtly glimmering beneath her pearl necklace. She had deliberately chosen a navy V-neck dress for the occasion, yet now regretted it immensely. I need to freshen up." Flustered, she rose but inadvertently knocked over the red wine, the deep crimson liquid spreading across the tablecloth, reminiscent of the dew-laden rose garden from her dreams. Gu Lingxiao promptly steadied the wine glass, his fingers brushing against her hand as he traced the remnants of wine. "Be careful." The cool touch sent a shiver through Luya, the lingering wine stain shimmering alluringly under the light. "Let us go. I shall wash my hands as well," Gu Lingxiao said, placing the wine glass down as he accompanied Mrs. Zhang toward the restroom. As they navigated through the dining car's connection, 3 unsavory men suddenly closed in, a glint of steel flashing ominously, yet John's iron grip had already seized the leader's hand, rendering it powerless with a sharp crack. The pickpocket crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. As the tumult subsided, Gu Lingxiao enveloped the startled Luya in his embrace, his palm pressed against her wildly heaving back. Beneath the silk fabric, Her racing heart resonated with his through the layers of clothing. When the police arrived, they were met with this scene: a towering bodyguard standing over a wailing assailant, while the graceful lady was half cradled by the young man. Her hair disheveled with a few strands cascading like rain-soaked begonia petals. Without waiting for the officers to speak, Gu Lingxiao, still holding on to Mother Zhong, departed with John and others, leaving 2 elite assassins to elucidate the situation to the police. As they passed a man strikingly reminiscent of Gu Jingfei, the young man faced off against a bespectacled individual engrossed in browsing demigods and semi-devils. Had the plot of the Yellow Sparrow already commenced? Upon witnessing Li City, he understood instinctively, though he was unaware of the precise juncture. Now, observing the scene before him, it became evident that it was shortly after the initial report of the stolen Mount I, which, in reality, concealed the narrative of silver washing water. The moment had indeed arrived at the outset of the tale. Chapter 38. Shopping with Mother Zhong without acknowledging a few bystanders. Gu Lingxiao prioritized the beautiful woman in his arms. Upon returning to the carriage, he gently assisted her to sit down and softly inquired, "Aunt, are you all right now?" Just as he released her, he felt an anxious little hand clutching at the fabric of his shirt. Glancing sideways, he realized that Luya, Mother Zhong, was trembling slightly. With a sigh in his heart, Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arms around her once more, allowing her to lean fully against him, while his hand gently patted her back in a comforting manner. After a moment, once she had regained her composure, Mother Zhong propped herself up, retrieved a handkerchief from her bag to dab at her tear-streaked eyes, and said, "Am I utterly useless? I cannot even endure such a scene." Before Gu Lingxiao could respond, she continued, "I have always been rather naive. It is perhaps laughable, but I have been sheltered too well, never encountering any real danger. Ever since the bodyguard assigned by the Liu family died before my eyes, I fell ill and lost my sense of security. After marrying into the Zhong family, facing Zhong Jinggua's indifference magnified this feeling exponentially. Am I truly cowardly?" She lamented. "I constantly maintain my composure for the sake of family honor, upholding the facade of a dignified lady of the Zhong family. Yet in truth, I feel profoundly insecure." As she spoke, Gu Lingxiao noticed tears slipping down her cheek, hidden beneath her flowing hair. Rather than immediately addressing her self-reproach, he gently wiped away the traces of her tears with his fingertip. "Look at that cluster of oleander outside the window." He suddenly pointed to the vibrant pink flowers passing by the car window. "The more poisonous a flower, the more brilliant it blooms." Sensing a momentary pause from her, he softened his tone. "You are not cowardly. You have simply chosen to remain gentle after witnessing true darkness. This quality is far more precious than mere bravery." As the train's announcement signaled their arrival at Li City, Mother Zhong's fingers, which had been clutching his clothing, finally loosened. Gu Lingxiao, however, took the initiative to grasp her icy hand, feeling the familiar weight of her wedding ring on her ring finger. "Be careful of the steps," he advised, as he steadied her with a supportive hand at her waist, suddenly pulling her gently into his embrace. "Ah!" Mother Zhong Liya gasped softly, finding herself enveloped in Gu Lingxiao's arms. He held her hand as they navigated through the crowd, John Wick creating a barrier with his body against the oncoming passengers. The outline of a firearm subtly visible beneath his tailored black suit. The bodyguard quickly made his way to the line of taxis outside, extracting a bill from his wallet and declaring, "To Junwei Hotel." "Understood, boss," the bodyguard replied, opening the car door. Gu Lingxiao helped Mother Zhong inside, while John took the passenger seat, with the remaining bodyguards boarding another taxi to follow closely behind. In the lobby of Junwei Hotel, a chorus of welcoming voices greeted them. "Welcome to Junwei Hotel." Several attendants bowed respectfully at the entrance. Approaching the front desk, Gu Lingxiao inquired, "How many rooms are there on the first floor of your hotel?" "Sir, our hotel has 6 rooms on the first floor, so let's reserve the entire floor for 3 days." The receptionist, recognizing Gu Lingxiao as a distinguished client, promptly processed the credit card handed to him, swiftly returning both the room key and card while stating, "Certainly, sir, your rooms are located on the 6th floor." After receiving the items, he took hold of Zhongmu and proceeded towards the elevator. Even until they returned to their room, Zhongmu maintained a demeanor of placid submission, remaining silent. "Auntie, please take a shower first. We will go out for a stroll shortly." "All right," Gu Lingxiao replied, closing the door as he entered his own room. The warm water cascaded over him, washing away the fatigue of travel. He completed his shower expeditiously and, wrapped in a towel, approached the wardrobe. Noticing that only 12 minutes had elapsed, glancing at his phone, he sent a message to Zhong Xiaowai. "What are you doing?" Just as the screen dimmed, It illuminated again with the name Xiaowai dancing across it. A clear voice echoed from the receiver. "Darling, have you arrived in Liqing?" "Just got to the hotel." Gu Lingxiao replied, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear while fastening the buttons of his shirt with one hand. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting slender beams upon his collarbone. A sound of a book closing resonated from the other end, indicating that Zhong Xiaowai had likely moved to a quieter location. "How is Mom doing?" "She dislikes crowded places." "I'm here with her," Gu Lingxiao reassured, fastening the last button as he heard the distant sound of a hairdryer from the adjacent room. John and the others were stationed outside, keeping watch. "You must take good care of my mother." Zhong Xiaowai's voice lowered suddenly, hinting at an underlying concern since that incident. Gu Lingxiao gazed at the wall connecting their two rooms, affirming, "I understand." A school bell chimed on the other end, and Zhong Xiaowai hurriedly relayed a few final words. Before hanging up, Gu Lingxiao added, "We are heading out now. I'll talk to you later." Putting away his phone, he stood before Zhong Mu's door and gently tapped. "Annie, are you ready?" As the door opened, a wave of fragrant moisture enveloped him. Zhong Mu was dressed in the pearl gray ensemble she had arrived in, droplets still clinging to her hair, the collar dampened to a darker hue. She was unconsciously twirling a wet strand of hair around her finger, murmuring, Didn't he bring any change of clothes?" Without hesitation, Gu Lingxiao took her hand and led her back, his fingers weaving through her half-dried hair amidst the hum of the hairdryer. The scent of sandalwood shampoo mingling with her warmth. "Let us go browse the mall. We can pick up a couple of outfits as well." Exiting the hotel with Zhong Mu, John Wick and the others promptly fell into step behind them, maintaining a respectful distance. The June sun in Liqing was just right. Gu Lingxiao unfurled a black umbrella to shield Zhong Mu from the sun while securely holding her hand with the other. "Let us head to the women's section on the third floor," Gu Lingxiao instructed the sales associate, gently brushing his fingers over Zhong Mu's wrist. "Select some light summer attire." In the first boutique, Zhong Mu's gaze lingered on a champagne-colored silk dress for 3 seconds. Gu Lingxiao signaled to the sales associate, "Please fetch her size." As Madame Zhong emerged from the fitting room, the hem of her dress gracefully unfurled with each step, the silk fabric impeccably accentuating her well-maintained figure. "This outfit suits you splendidly," the young sales assistant couldn't help but exclaim, her gaze drifting toward Gu Lingxiao standing nearby. "Perhaps her would like to try our new couples collection?" Madame Zhong's ears flushed a delicate shade of crimson, yet she refrained from retorting as her eyes met Gu Lingxiao's in the mirror. As she turned, the hem of her dress brushed against his trousers, leaving a faint waft of her perfume in its wake. After trying on 5 ensembles, Madame Zhong suddenly halted as she passed through the men's section. "Lingxiao," she gently tugged at his sleeve for the first time, "let me buy you an outfit as well." Her nails inadvertently grazed the inner side of his wrist, leaving a fleeting sensation behind. At the Armani counter, she personally selected a deep blue patterned shirt for him. When Gu Lingxiao emerged from the fitting room, having changed, she instinctively stepped forward, her fingers smoothing out non-existent creases along his shoulder line. "It suits you perfectly," she whispered, her voice barely audible, her fingertips lingering at the collar of his shirt, reluctant to withdraw. During the checkout, Gu Lingxiao handed the garment to the attendant behind him, when suddenly, he felt a gentle pressure on his right arm. Unbeknownst to him, Madame Zhong had linked her arm with his, the cashmere sleeve brushing against his forearm, allowing him to distinctly feel the warmth of her skin beneath the fabric. Chapter 39 Li Xiaoyan. "Are you going to take another look at the shoes?" Gu Lingxiao inquired, lowering his gaze just in time to catch the fleeting curve of Mrs. Zhong's lips. Today, for the first time, she had taken the initiative to point out a shop window. "That beige pair seems quite nice." When Mrs. Zhong donned her newly purchased nude strappy heels, her height perfectly aligned with Gu Lingxiao's ear, she linked her arm with his as they walked through the glass corridor of the mall, their reflections appearing as a harmonious couple. Behind them, 2 female shop attendants whispered, "That gentleman's gaze towards his lady is so tender." As they reached the atrium of the mall, Mrs. Zhong suddenly halted, releasing the arm she had linked with Gu Lingxiao, only to be immediately grasped by his hand from behind. "Are you tired?" Gu Lingxiao gently traced his thumb across her hand, indicating a dessert shop ahead. "Mrs. Zhong shook her head but unexpectedly reached out to adjust Gu Lingxiao's tie. This motion brought her almost into his embrace, her crown brushing against his chin. "Your tie is crooked," she explained softly, yet did not immediately step back. Gu Lingxiao caught a whiff of the lingering scent of her shampoo, mingling with a barely perceptible hint of her body fragrance. Unable to bear the subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Mrs. Zhong dared not look directly at him. "How long do you plan to meet the person you mentioned?" Noticing Mrs. Zhong's evasive gaze, Gu Lingxiao smiled. Perhaps during dinner, and we can discuss matters over a meal. Mrs. Zhang responded quietly, following Gu Lingxiao as they strolled. This feeling was genuinely delightful, even igniting a novel sense of romance within her as she stole a glance at her nominal son-in-law. Liu felt her face flush, exclaiming that it was shameless. Passing a watch shop, Mrs. Zhang glanced at Gu Lingxiao's arm and said, "Let's take a look," pulling him inside. As they approached the entrance of the watch store, the uniformed sales manager performed a deep bow. "Welcome to the Patek Philippe boutique." The spotlight in the glass display cases illuminated each timepiece, making them gleam brilliantly. Gu Lingxiao's gaze lingered for a moment on a rose-gold Nautilus, its dial exuding a subtle dark blue luster under the light. "Sir, madam, this way please." The young saleswoman's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "We have just received new arrivals." However, Mrs. Zhang had already walked straight towards a corner display case. Lightly tapping the glass, "Please take out the Starry Sky series." Her nails glimmered with a pearlescent sheen under the counter's light. "This watch costs over 300,000. If it sells, she would earn a substantial commission." The saleswoman's heart was racing with excitement. The saleswoman, trembling with eagerness, exclaimed, "You truly have an eye for this. This is our couple's limited edition, globally exclusive." As she retrieved the men's watch, Mrs. Zhang naturally took hold of Gu Lingxiao's wrist. The sensation of the strap gliding across his skin made him raise an eyebrow. Mrs. Zhang lowered her head, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks. As her fingertips adjusted the watch clasp, initially cool to the touch, but suddenly warming upon contact with Gu Lingxiao's pulse. Couples edition, these three words echoed in Mrs. Zhang's mind, as she resolutely refused to acknowledge the fluttering thoughts within her heart. "Do you like it?" She tilted her face upward and inquired, her breath brushing against Gu Lingxiao's chin. The deep blue dial reflected the hue of his pupils, and as the second hand traversed the celestial pattern, it emanated a delicate shimmering of the Milky Way. Gu Lingxiao nodded appreciatively. "It is indeed quite special." He genuinely cherished this timepiece, but more importantly, the person who gifted it to him was extraordinary. Mrs. Zhang immediately turned to the sales associate. "Let me try the ladies' model as well." She took the diamond-studded women's watch and, feigning nonchalance, slipped it onto her wrist. The star trails on its surface harmonized perfectly with the men's watch, the diamonds sparkling against her fair skin like an unspoken confession. "Wrap it up," she commanded. Extracting a black card from her pearl handbag, Mrs. Zhang noticed the sales associate's hands tremble more vigorously as they caught sight of the gold-embossed Lu character on the card. This card belonged to her true family, the Lu family, but she had never used it. In her eyes, no one had yet warranted its use, except for Xiao Ai. As they exited the store, Gu Lingxiao held the deep blue watch box in his left hand, while suddenly, Mrs. Zhang linked her arm with his. Their celestial watches glimmered under the mall's lights, her earlobes reddening as though they might bleed, yet she tightened her grip on his arm. She was uncertain whether Gu Lingxiao was aware of her secret thoughts. But even if he were, she would never admit it. The watch merely happened to be a couple's watch that they both happened to adore. "Now," her voice was unusually buoyant, "should we go meet your esteemed guest?" The sound of her high heels striking the marble floor conveniently masked her racing heartbeat. "It's about time. Let's go take a look." At this, Gu Lingxiao glanced at Mrs. Zhang and asked, "I didn't expect you to be so affluent, Auntie. Spending tens of thousands without a hint of remorse." Mrs. Zhang laughed exuberantly. "This was a gift from my father. Our Lu family may not be the wealthiest, but we possess assets in the trillions." A hint of pride colored Lu Ya's tone as she spoke. Although they had the support of the Zhang family, the Lu family was formidable in its own right, merely enhanced by the alliance. The union was also a strategic move. Without the backing of a powerful family, vast fortunes could easily be consumed by others. "I never imagined that I had unwittingly indulged in such a lavish lifestyle," she mused. Mrs. Zhang playfully pinched Gu Lingxiao at his waist, provoking a hearty laugh from him. "What is this? Eating Xiao Ai's soft rice, and now you want to feast on Mrs. Zhang's as well? You desire both." Mrs. Zhang was equally surprised by her own audacity, repeatedly reminding herself, "This is my son-in-law. This is my son-in-law." After arranging for a bodyguard to return their clothes to the hotel, a striking Mercedes-Benz and a Land Rover came to a halt before them. "Oh, Lingxiao, this is your car, isn't it?" Mrs. Zhang exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Gu Lingxiao. "I had someone bring it over. Relying on taxis was rather inconvenient," he replied. "You were quite thoughtful. Had it not been for her association with Gu Lingxiao, she would never have consented to using a taxi." "Please, my dear Mrs. Zhang," he said, opening the car door and regarding her with a smile, his newfound confidence reminiscent of Zhao Zilong in his prime, exuding courage in every fiber of his being. After rolling her eyes at him, she took his hand and gracefully entered the vehicle. At the train station, the boss assumed the role of the driver while John occupied the passenger seat, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Ever since he learned of his boss's mother-in-law's unique status, he had to remain alert wherever they ventured. In the back seat, Gu Lingxiao playfully toyed with the fair hands of Zhongmu, who felt the occasional squeeze of her fingers and tender strokes across her palm. As she tilted her head to gaze out the window, her breathing became slightly unsteady. Arrived, the boss announced, and John promptly exited the vehicle to survey the area. The bodyguards stationed around the rear of the Land Rover maintained an orderly presence until John confirmed that there was no threat, at which point he opened the back door. Once outside, Gu Lingxiao gently took Zhongmu's hand, guiding her out with the utmost care, as if handling a precious treasure. "Let us go meet the doctor," Gu Lingxiao urged. Zhongmu, still unaccustomed to holding hands, released her grip and instead linked arms with Gu Lingxiao. In her heart, she concluded that while holding hands felt pleasant, linking arms was also quite agreeable. The entourage of Gu Lingxiao attracted significant attention, with both undercover police officers and opportunistic thieves directing their gazes toward them. Chapter 40. The Jealous Mistress Peng Gu. What do you think these individuals are? I am unsure. Yet they are undoubtedly either affluent or of noble descent. Peng Gu, that is merely stating the obvious. Li Tang, munching on the bread in his hand, gazed silently at his nominal mentor, Gu Pengfei. Peng Gu, should we not keep an eye on them? After surveying the area, Gu Pengfei understood the implication, noticing at least 10 pairs of eyes fixated on Gu Lingxiao and his entourage. As a seasoned anti-theft officer, he had honed his observational skills to an exceptional level. Suppressing his astonishment, he nonchalantly replied, "No need. If those petty thieves dare to approach, they will undoubtedly suffer." Casting a discerning glance at the bodyguards surrounding Gu Lingxiao, his surprise deepened. There was no doubt that they were armed. A group of thieves attempting to rob individuals accompanied by armed bodyguards was akin to courting death. Observing his mentor's indifference, Li Tang suppressed his thoughts and remained rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxiao and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the medical room at the station. Just as they reached it, Zhongmu extended her petite hand and pinched Gu Lingxiao. Confused, Gu Lingxiao cast a bewildered glance at her, while Zhongmu remained silent, only letting out a soft huff. She was uncertain whether this woman possessed genuine capabilities or if Gu Lingxiao had taken a liking to someone else. Peering through the glass door at Li Xiaoyan, who sat behind a desk, she could sense her intellect and beauty radiating. Gu Lingxiao was oblivious to Zhongmu's feelings. Had he known she was envious, it would have undoubtedly brought him joy. "Knock, knock, knock, please enter." Hearing the slightly hoarse yet remarkably intelligent voice from within, Zhongmu was acutely aware of the woman's formidable presence. However, upon reflecting on her own identity, her expression dimmed considerably. Li Xiaoyan lifted her gaze towards the striking man and woman entering, and upon noticing the group of bodyguards trailing behind, her heart tightened. Considering that her companions had just stolen the cornea, and now a distinctly distinguished group had arrived, she genuinely feared that the master had come to confront her. It must be said that Li Xiaoyan's composure was remarkable. Her face betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Even if the owner of the missing cornea had indeed come looking for her, she would not reveal any weakness. "May I inquire what brings you here?" Gu Lingxiao recognized that this was indeed the original tone of her voice. It was not unpleasant, but rather possessed a unique quality. "We are here to seek you, or rather, I wish to employ your services." Employed? Li Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, momentarily forgetting to respond. Waving his hand in front of her face, Gu Lingxiao felt that his words had been too vague. Thus, he restructured his dialogue. "I have a settlement at the border, and I require your assistance in managing its affairs, including development, construction, maintenance, and a series of related tasks. If you enjoy being a doctor, I can arrange for a clinic to be established for you. You may practice as a physician, and your brother will reside there. I will cover the expenses for the caretaker, and you can select someone you deem suitable." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat, and she abruptly questioned, "What have you done to my brother?" Li Xiaoyan was in a state of panic. She feared no one and was capable of enduring anything. But when it came to her brother, that was a different matter altogether. It is said that an elder brother is like a father and an elder sister like a mother. Li Xiaoyan truly embodied this sentiment. From a young age, she had left home to work tirelessly in search of her brother. After enduring countless hardships, she eventually found him, only to be confronted with a new hellish ordeal. Did the character of Li Xiaoyan truly wish to serve as the strategist for the notorious Buddha gang? She did not. Yet she found herself coerced into compliance under the threat to her brother. Gu Pingfei once commented on Li Xiaoyan, noting that with her abilities, she could have easily secured a position at the provincial hospital, yet she chose to remain holed up in a station's medical room. Seated beside Mother Zhong on a chair relocated from the special ward, Gu Lingxiao lit a cigarette. After inhaling deeply, he remarked, "I am not the so-called thief of the Buddha. You need not worry about what I might do to your brother. Of course, if you refuse, I will have no choice but to take your brother away, as this is my last resort. I would prefer not to compel you in this manner." An agitated Li Xiaoyan retorted, "Since you know the Buddha, you should also understand that I cannot leave." She was unable to depart and harbored no belief that Gu Lingxiao could take her away. As he flicked the ash into the cup of water that Mother Zhong had taken, he subtly signaled to John and the others, who then drew firearms from their waists. "So what now? You must realize that my stronghold lies at the border, and not just anyone can catch my eye, especially not the leader of a petty thief gang. Guns." Li Xiaoyan had never considered that these individuals would be armed, let alone with multiple weapons, and they were not law enforcement. Her heart was tumultuous. Her thoughts urged her to avoid risk, particularly as it might provoke the Buddha and potentially endanger her brother. Yet a flicker of belief in him emerged, compelling her to consider going with them. Li Xiaoyan's heart was truly in disarray. Noticing her indecision, Mother Zhong spoke up. "Lingxiao's influence is far from simple. Even at the border, no one dares to provoke him. These men are bodyguards of special forces caliber. I know not what sort of person this Buddha is, but in the face of armed special forces, he is insignificant. Choosing to accompany someone willingly is a vastly different concept from being coerced." With that, they all awaited Li Xiaoyan's response. She felt a bitter ache within, realizing her life had been dictated by others. Yet, as the lady had articulated, the distinction between voluntary and forced was undeniable. "May I inquire what it is that you see in me?" Recognizing the shift in the other's demeanor, Gu Lingxiao replied, "It is your thinking and insights that captivated me, particularly your intelligence and capacity for learning. My stronghold requires development. You might understand it as my aspiration to transform it into the central hub of Handong province, even if it is situated at the border. You need not worry about safety. I am not limited to merely a handful of special forces. All you need to do is live peacefully with your brother in the stronghold, and I will not impose restrictions on you. Should you wish to travel or conduct business, simply take a bodyguard along." Upon concluding his remarks, even Mother Zhong cast a glance his way, pondering the ambition to develop the area into the central city of Handong province. This is indeed no simple matter. Yet considering that Lingxiao's gaze has always been fixed upon the world, it seems not entirely impossible. "I have agreed to your request." Li Xiaoyan understood that this was undoubtedly her final opportunity. She must seize it. As for being deceived, she did not believe herself to be of such worth that someone would go to the lengths of deception for her. "Then let us proceed. You shall first resign, and then go to the hospital to fetch your brother. Currently, there is no hospital in the village, and the medical staff and necessary supplies are for you to select." "I understand, but may I inquire how to address you?" Li Xiaoyan even resorted to honorifics. "My name is Gu Lingxiao. You may call me Lingxiao, or even boss if you prefer. This is Luya. You may refer to her as Madam or Sister Lu." Gu Lingxiao had no desire to disclose that she was his mother-in-law. His intentions had grown less than pure. "Very well, boss. My name is Li Xiaoyan. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. I shall go and resign now. Please bear with me for a moment." Li Xiaoyan was inherently decisive. Once she made up her mind, she swiftly removed her lab coat and sought out the station manager to tender her resignation, leaving any concerns about finding a replacement for her to others. Chapter 41. The Arrival of Li Xiaoyan. "Please step outside," stated Mother Zhong. Casting a knowing glance at Gu Lingxiao, "Are you attracted to her talent, or to her as a person?" "Both," Gu Lingxiao replied candidly, never one to conceal his thoughts. He certainly would not overlook a beauty such as Li Xiaoyan, yet he was not in a rush, being in his own territory. He believed there was ample time to explore matters further. "Ah, regardless of your sentiments, you must not let Xiao Ai down." Gu Lingxiao longed to inquire, "What about you?" However, the words remained unspoken, for his relationship with Mother Zhong was at best ambiguous, hardly qualifying as flirtation. "I shall not let down any of my women. I treat them all equally," Gu Lingxiao declared, rather brazenly, perhaps the first to articulate such a notion with such conviction. He cast a look that urged her to experience the implications of his words, prompting Mother Zhong to dismiss him. "Pinggu, those individuals from the station are just ahead." Upon arriving on the second floor, Gu Pingfei and Li Tang spotted a group of bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Coincidentally, Li Xiaolian had just returned after resigning. Remaining resolute in the face of the station master's numerous pleas to stay, ultimately yielding only to the necessity of the situation. "Doctor, what is happening?" Gu Pengfei inquired as he observed Li Xiaolian approaching. "I am no longer a doctor here. I have resigned." Ah, both men were taken aback. Yet Gu Pengfei quickly comprehended that, given her capabilities, the station's medical office was indeed too limited for her talents. "Could you prescribe me medication one last time? I will visit the hospital next." "Of course, you need not go to the hospital. The station will arrange for a new doctor shortly, by tomorrow at the latest." "Thank you." Li Xiaolian entered the medical office, while Gu Pengfei and others were halted by John and his team. The doctor was already confirmed to be their future colleague, or even referred to as Madam, though Gu Pengfei and his companions were unfamiliar with her. Let them in. I will write him a prescription." Li Xiaolian interjected, breaking the awkward silence. "Certainly." However, John insisted on accompanying them. The boss's safety was paramount. Upon entering, Gu Pengfei and Li Tang beheld Gu Lingxiao and Mother Zhang seated, the former exuding an extraordinary charisma and the latter possessing dignified composure. Recognizing the scrutiny from the two, Gu Pengfei was the first to respond, slightly bowing as he murmured, "Pardon the intrusion." Gu Lingxiao cast a meaningful glance at Gu Pengfei, harboring no disdain for the officer. "Boss, he has come for a prescription. Since I have resigned, I will write it for him," Li Xiaolian explained, remaining stationary as she awaited his agreement. She was yet unaware of the true nature of her boss, thus proceeding with caution. "Go ahead, it's fine," Gu Lingxiao replied, shifting his attention back to Gu Pengfei. Feeling like a fish out of water, Gu Pengfei mustered the courage to ask, "Is there something you require, sir? I hold a certain admiration for you." "Allow me to share some matters of interest," Gu Lingxiao said, as Li Xiaolian, diligently preparing the prescription, listened intently, aware of his identity as a police officer. "Do you remember the doctor who lost his cornea?" "Yes." "Are you aware of who his fiancée is?" Observing the profound implications in Gu Lingxiao's eyes, Gu Pengfei found it hard to believe that someone like him would utter meaningless words. He was neither foolish nor naive. A seemingly improbable conjecture took root in his mind, yet it was precisely this notion that weighed heavily upon his heart. "Please allow me to inform you that the doctor's fiancée is none other than your betrothed, Feng Hui. I hold you in high regard and wish for you not to squander your attention on this woman incessantly." The surrounding individuals were taken aback. What was happening? "Your fiancé is another man's fiancée?" It was rather convoluted. "Lingxiao, are you implying that his fiancée has transferred her affections and become engaged to someone else?" "Regrettably, such is the reality," Gu Lingxiao continued. "It would be prudent to relinquish your feelings for her. She is not worth your time. As for the cornea lost by that doctor, it was purloined by the owner of the watch shop downstairs. The strategist is Xiao Lian, yet she will soon be mine. How you apprehend that monk is your own affair." Before Gu Pengfei could recover from his shock, he was struck by yet another unsettling fact, leaving him feeling utterly bewildered. Upon hearing that Li Xiaolian was the mastermind behind the cornea theft, the young and impulsive Li Tang attempted to rise, only to freeze in his tracks as several firearms were pressed to his head. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he kicked Gu Pengfei, who remained in a daze. "Peng Ge, save me. Do not remain lost in your own world. Your disciple is in peril." Who can truly fathom the sensation of being held at gunpoint? Staring down the dark muzzle of a gun, Li Tang fought to suppress his trembling body. Gu Pengfei turned to look, immediately rising to his feet, yet as he moved, John had already aimed at him, commanding him to stay still. "Xiao Lian is already mine, and you possess no evidence, so do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Do you understand?" "Very well, sir, rest assured." Gu Pengfei felt his voice quiver. "Lower your weapons. Show them your firearm permits, and do not seek trouble with me." "Yes, boss." Upon seeing the guns lowered, the impetuous Li Tang attempted to speak again, only to be silenced by a glance from Gu Pengfei. "Are you a fool? They have firearms and permits." After inhaling deeply, Gu Pengfei took the permits from the group, verifying their authenticity before returning them. "Your medication is ready." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Li Xiaolian handed the medication to Gu Pengfei. After paying for the medicine, Gu Pengfei seized Li Tang and departed. How amusing. If I didn't leave now, I truly wonder what reckless act this foolish youth might attempt next. Ignoring Li Tang's dissatisfaction as they exited the station, Gu Pengfei immersed himself in thoughts about what Lingxiao had said. Had Feng Hui truly turned her affections to another man and become engaged? And what of that monk at the watch shop? However, none of this concerned Gu Lingxiao anymore. as the group prepared to head to the hospital to retrieve Li Xiaoyan's brother. Observing Li Xiaoyan shed her white coat, Gu Lingxiao found himself still fond of her in her skin-tight attire. "Let us go and pick up your brother." Mother Zhong occupied the left side of the back seat, with Gu Lingxiao in the middle and the right side left vacant for Li Xiaoyan. After taking a deep breath, Li Xiaoyan, standing outside the door, finally settled into the car. Although the three of them did not feel cramped, the space was certainly not generous. She had already prepared herself for the worst. She was acutely aware of her own appearance and was willing to make sacrifices for her brother. "Which hospital is your brother in?" "City Hospital." As the convoy set in motion, Gu Lingxiao pondered whether he should acquire another vehicle. Just as he took out his phone, an incoming call interrupted him. "Hello? Boss. We have made a tremendous profit. This time, we have earned quite a lot." Qin Zhang's exuberant voice echoed throughout the vehicle, drawing the attention of the two women beside him. It seemed that this was the individual Gu Lingxiao had previously dispatched to Hong Kong for a lucrative venture. A tremendous profit? It appears that matters there have concluded, though the exact figures remain uncertain. "What is the profit?" Gu Lingxiao inquired with a calm demeanor, estimating it to be at least 10 billion, though only the other party truly knew the specifics. Chapter 42. The delectable bell-mother in Qin Zhang's personal office. A haze of smoke enveloped the room, with ashtrays overflowing with cigarette butts. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a bird's nest, and his hair was disheveled, glistening with oil. He had entirely lost the polished and clean appearance he once possessed. The immense pressure of the past few days weighed heavily on him as he constantly monitored the stock situation in Xiangjiang and the status of the Hong Tunnel, leaving him in a state of perpetual tension. However, at this moment, Xinjiang felt as if he were soaring, enveloped in a sensation of liberation. He fixated intently on the numbers displayed on the screen, a mixture of solemnity and joy washing over him. The profits amounted to a staggering 23 billion, a monumental increase of over 46 times from a mere 5 billion in costs. Although he did not hear any further comments, Xinjiang could sense the heavy breathing on the other end of the line. "Ah, Lingxiao, it hurts," the bell mother whimpered, feeling an unexpected pain in her thigh. "Apologies," Gu Lingxiao said, gently rubbing the area he had pinched. "I will allocate 10 billion. The remaining 5 billion should be used in the stock market." He then glanced at Li Xiaoyan, who stood beside him, mouth agape in astonishment. "The remaining funds will be entrusted to Li Xiaoyan. The future development and construction of the village will be her responsibility. We will return today or tomorrow." "And no, that is too much," Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, waving her hands frantically. She had assumed that Gu Lingxiao was referring to only a few million, perhaps a billion at most, considering it was merely a village. Now, she was confronted with the reality of managing tens of billions in RMB, not cherry blossom currency, let alone mere paper. It was beyond her capabilities. "I say you can do it, and you will. Do not underestimate yourself." After saying this, Gu Lingxiao addressed the phone. "Let us put everything on hold until I return, boss. One more thing. The guards at the village entrance have been withdrawn." "Oh, it seems that Captain Gao is quite efficient." "Understood." Ignoring the dazed Li Xiaoyan, Gu Lingxiao's left hand continued to knead the bell mother's thigh, occasionally giving it a gentle squeeze. "System. I wish to make a purchase. Do you have any anti-air missiles? Something cost-effective?" "Beep. Understood. Affordable and effective." What a straightforward request. Dragon Country Red Flag 2 Improved Model HQ-2B includes radar and command system, missiles, 500. Price, 50 million per set. 50 million per set is reasonable. If memory serves him correctly, this particular anti-air missile lacks a radar and command system. Buy 2 sets for now, let them sit idle for the time being. Also summon 5 top-tier assassins, 500 elite assassins, and 1,000 intermediate assassins. What is the cost for a complete set of special equipment? Beep. A complete set of special equipment includes clothing, helmets, goggles, M4A1 rifles, pistols, grenades, smoke bombs, flashbangs, etc. All weaponry is of the latest and finest materials. Price, 500,000 per set. Not bad. At 500,000 per set, it isn't exorbitant. Order 2,000 sets, 1 for each person, and the excess can gather dust. Beep. The host has expended 100 million, 500 million, 5 billion, 1 billion, and 1 billion, totaling 7,600 million. All the elite operatives have been assigned to recuperate in the outskirts of Myanmar, with equipment remaining unclaimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Top Director Elite, Top Singer Elite, White Ghost, Special Forces, Feng Yuxiu, and Yuer Foji. System, what nonsense is this? Anime characters have emerged? Ding. Host, have you not been following the neighboring little realm? There's also a famed Steam Deck. Wow, I truly haven't been paying attention. Never mind, never mind. Let's leave it at that. After all, that place is still quite distant. I can address it later. With a director and a singer, I can easily establish a company. Boss, we have arrived. Snapped back to reality, Gu Lingxiao looked out the window, realizing they had unknowingly reached their destination. Boss, Li Xiaoyan shyly called out, and Gu Lingxiao, momentarily taken aback, only loosened his grip upon feeling a slight struggle from his right hand. Let us go? Madame Lu let out a soft hum, disinterested in the other party, as they were busy eyeing other prospects while enjoying their own. Gu Lingxiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose, catching a whiff of the fragrance emanating from his left hand, which reminded him of Madame Lu. I don't want to go in. The scent of disinfectant wafting from the hospital displeased Madame Lu, leading her to declare her decision outright. Li Xiaoyan, I'll have the bodyguard accompany you. You go in and take care of it. We'll wait for you outside. Casting a glance around, Madame Lu still held a more significant place in his heart, and her earlier discomfort seemed to have diminished considerably. She admitted to feeling uneasy seeing Gu Lingxiao with someone else, which only fueled her desire to act out. All right, Lingxiao. We will be out shortly, Li Xiaoyan reassured, coming to terms with the situation. After all, Gu Lingxiao had wealth and looks, and being a bit fickle was hardly a concern. With newfound clarity, Li Xiaoyan changed her mode of address and entered with two elite operatives. Once they departed, Gu Lingxiao wrapped an arm around Madame Lu's waist and teased, "Are you feeling jealous?" Feeling the playful caress at her waist, the flushed Madame Lu retorted, "What I have to be jealous of? What is my status, and what is yours?" Though she spoke in jest, her tone carried a hint of sorrow when it came to their identities. Indeed, what was her status? In recent days, she had engaged in numerous indiscreet situations with Gu Lingxiao. Should she truly continue this relationship, which lacked recognition? On noticing her despondence, Gu Lingxiao tightened his embrace, gently stroking her silky hair. "Do you wish to escape, Yejie?" The alteration in their terms of address brought them markedly closer. The breeze caressing her ear made Madame Lu's earlobes blush adorably, creating a delightful contrast. Zhongmu lifted her head, shedding the dignified demeanor she typically upheld, revealing instead a beguiling charm akin to that of a delicate woman, her bright eyes shimmering with a faint veil of moisture. Gu Lingxiao, who had never acknowledged such an identity, lowered his gaze and captured her soft lips. John and the others turned their backs, diverting their attention to the surroundings. As Gu Lingxiao assertively invaded her mouth, Zhongmu, despite her modesty, gently pushed him away until their tongues intertwined. In this moment, she embraced Gu Lingxiao, both of them indulging hungrily in the sensation. After several minutes, feeling a peculiar sensation coursing through her body, Zhongmu pushed Gu Lingxiao away, casting a tender glance in his direction. Gazing at the enchanting Zhongmu, Gu Lingxiao leaned down once more, bestowing upon her a fleeting kiss, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Ha ha ha, observing the beautiful woman in his arms, Gu Lingxiao could not help but laugh heartily, realizing that his meal was indeed served. With a chuckle, he excused himself to the car to rearrange his attire, eliciting a playful glare from Zhongmu. Even as she entered the vehicle, Zhongmu could feel her heart racing, her eyes closed as she replayed the events of the evening, inwardly chiding herself for her lack of restraint in developing feelings for Lingxiao. Chapter 43. Zhou. Yet, contemplating her situation, it would have been better if she were divorced. However, she had not yet separated from her family. Was she, then, guilty of infidelity? As for whether Gu Lingxiao truly harbored feelings for her, the earlier reaction had ignited a fervor in her cheeks that she could not suppress. Just as Gu Lingxiao savored the flavor of married life, Li Xiaoyan arrived with her brother. "Boss, we can leave now." Li Xiaoyan, catching sight of his sister's boss from the corner of his eye, awkwardly greeted, "Hello, boss." "Very well, just focus on living peacefully in the village once we return. There's no need to worry about anything else," Gu Lingxiao replied with a smile. Given that two vehicles could not accommodate their party, Gu Lingxiao had previously arranged for Special 4 to acquire a Land Rover, and they set off toward the border in grand style. Li Xiaoyan observed the flushed countenance of Gu Lingxiao, whose gaze remained fixated on the outside, and her curiosity piqued. She was aware that something had transpired in her absence but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Glancing back at the Land Rover trailing behind, she felt a sense of liberation for both herself and her brother from external constraints. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the vehicle's tire burst, and Special 3 swiftly regained control, bringing the vehicle to a gradual stop by the roadside. At the moment of the tire explosion, Zhongmu tightly clutched Gu Lingxiao's arm, while Li Xiaoyan, though silent, gripped him firmly with her left hand. What happened? Gu Lingxiao inquired, offering comfort to the two beside him. Boss, the tire has blown. Both Li Xiaoyan and Special 3 exclaimed simultaneously. Li Xiaoyan continued, her gaze fixed on Gu Lingxiao. He definitely won't let me go so easily. He must have discovered my brother's abduction. His preferred method is always the unexpected, yet these events are orchestrated by human hands. Embracing the trembling form of Xiaoyan, he spoke softly, if it truly is him, then let it be resolved with violence. I have no desire for my people to remain unsettled. As the three vehicles came to a halt, a group of over 20 thugs rushed from the street. Gu Lingxiao's expression hardened. Indeed, it was the reckless Buddha. My friend, is it really appropriate to silently attempt to take away what belongs to me? Buddha emerged from the throng of thugs, addressing John outside the vehicle. Yet his icy glare was fixed on the rear window where Li Xiaoyan sat. Lowering the window, Gu Lingxiao commanded, bring him along. We are leaving. Without hesitation, John and the others drew their firearms, causing the previously brash thugs and the self-assured Buddha to freeze in place. You, stay behind. The rest of you, get lost. John ordered Buddha, dismissing the other thugs as unworthy of his attention. Leave. Brothers, we shall depart now. The gang retreated hastily, their retreat marked by disarray. At this moment, Special 3 had successfully replaced the tire, while Special 6 and Special 7 restrained Buddha, forcing him into the rear of the Land Rover. Observing the astonished expression on Li Xiaoyan's face, Gu Lingxiao chuckled. These individuals are hardly worth your concern, are they? With her eyes sparkling, Li Xiaoyan gazed at Gu Lingxiao, perceiving the once menacing Buddha figure effortlessly subdued by him. Indeed, he is her savior. Resuming their journey towards the border, the Buddha figure in the rear Land Rover watched nervously as the route drew closer to the border. He incessantly pleaded, I was wrong. Please spare me. I am but a minor character. Just let me go, I implore you. As he witnessed the group drawing weapons in the street, he realized the peril he was in. Now, as they approached the border, he understood that if he did not seek a way to survive, he would be awaiting his demise. Cursed woman! If only you had mentioned your background earlier, I would not have foolishly provoked you. He cried out in desperation. But the 6 men in the vehicle paid him no heed. As for retaliating or fleeing, with 4 people in the car, armed and himself bound, despair began to envelop his heart. Several hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the village. It was only upon stopping that Gu Lingxiao woke from his brief respite. He glanced at the 2 women beside him and, after rousing them, declared, We have arrived. Let us disembark. Is this your village, Lingxiao? Mother Zhong inquired, surveying the surroundings. Truth be told, it appeared rather ordinary, but she refrained from discouraging the little man. Li Xiaoyan also thought the village, while not prosperous, was rather underdeveloped, albeit frequented by tourists. This is where you will need to foster development in the future, Xiaoyan. Come, let me show you the true essence of this place. Taking the hands of both women, Gu Lingxiao, tired of pretense, turned and commanded, dispose of him. First, find a place for Xiaoyan's brother to settle. Understood, boss. Xiaoyan, you should accompany them to rest. I will join you once my matters are concluded, Li Xiaoyan softly instructed, to which he nodded in agreement. Leading the 2 women through the left side of the village, they traversed nearly 200 meters before encountering a shocking sight. Dozens of excavators and cranes, along with over 1,000 workers, were engaged in construction, the outlines of villas taking shape before them, with various buildings and several designated playgrounds extending for miles. Mr. Gu, you have arrived. The construction manager, Lu, rushed over upon spotting Gu Lingxiao, extending his hand with a sycophantic smile. What is the situation? Aren't you pressed for time? I have enlisted several brother companies to assist. Are you satisfied with the progress? Lu led the way, with the 3 trailing behind, inspecting the surroundings. We have deployed over 100 workers for the villa. It will undoubtedly be completed within a month, he boasted as they beheld the nascent form of the villa. Or rather, a manor would be more fitting. Mother Zhang and Li Xiaoyan admired the sprawling estate, nearly covering thousands of square meters, with many architectural features and decorations that captivated them. Did you design all of this? Lingxiao, observing the sparkling gaze of Mother Zhang, spoke candidly. It was all designed by Xiao AI. Instantly, Mother Zhong's interest waned. Noticing her lackluster response, Gu Lingxiao, possessing a keen emotional intelligence, remarked, although a preliminary design has emerged, If you have any ideas, you might want to discuss them with Boss Lu. Sounds good. With such an expansive estate before her, inspiration struck immediately. Perhaps a cherished garden design was in order. Although there was already one in place, it left much to be desired. Xiaolian, if you're interested, you could also take a look. The third floor is where the living quarters are located. You can choose a room and design it to your liking. Both women accepted the suggestion without hesitation. While they were not yet Gu Lingxiao's intimate partners, they had already begun to bear his mark. Boss. Qin Jiang rushed in, panting, followed closely by 3 men and 2 women. Yafoji, a statuesque beauty with flowing black hair and dark red eyes, adorned with a floral hairpiece and a sleek black off-shoulder gown, complemented by knee-high black stiletto boots and a pendant hanging gracefully around her neck, was awarded a score of 9. Xiao Ai received an 8, while Mother Zhong garnered a 9. Together, the duo achieved a perfect 10. Chapter 44. The matriarch's family, another renowned singer, Gu Xining, donned a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her figure splendidly, while her tailored trousers highlighted her exquisite curves, embodying a perfect S-curve silhouette. Complemented by a sleek hairstyle, she radiated an aura of an urban femme fatale. A commendable score of 8 out of 10. Following her were the White Phantom, Feng Yuxiu, and the esteemed director Gu Zheng. Upon encountering Yuer, both the matriarch and Li Xiaolian felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The adversary's beauty and physique conveyed an immense threat. Regrettably, they had failed to recruit top talents from elite companies. Gu Zheng. Scout for a building in the village to establish an entertainment company. Gu Xining shall be affiliated with it. Whatever it costs, enlist Qin Jiang as assistance. Understood, boss. Boss Lu, construct a 30-story corporate building across from the village. Whether to outsource or manage it yourself is your discretion. But one stipulation remains. It must not impede my ongoing projects. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, it will be handled with utmost efficiency. As for the land acquisition and related formalities, I entrust them to you, Xiaolian. Is that agreeable? Gu Lingxiao turned to Li Xiaolian. Absolutely, Lingxiao, leave it to me. Li Xiaolian readily agreed without expressing any reservations. Lingxiao, regarding the land matters, I can have my family assist with the design plans for the estate, the matriarch interjected. Indeed, why not leverage Annie's connections? It's not the Zhong family, it's the Lu family. All right, we shall discuss this further. Allow me to show you my troops. Troops? Lingxiao, are you referring to some special task force? Close enough. It has attained a considerable scale. As they made their way to the border, the moment they crossed the threshold, the necklace around the matriarch's neck emitted a series of alarming beeps. They all came to a halt as she pressed a button on the necklace, silencing the alarm. This is a locator developed by my family. It triggers an alert once we step beyond the border and promptly notifies home. Wait, where's Xiao Ai? That girl despises the feeling of constant surveillance, so she opted out. The matriarch responded as she removed the necklace. I'll discard it when we return and inform the family. You will ensure my safety, won't you? It would be a disgrace if I were to come to harm. Gu Lingxiao chuckled, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. As for the restriction against crossing the border, the matriarch had ceased to care since that kiss. Approaching within a kilometer of the exit, they beheld dozens, if not hundreds, of tents, alongside thousands of armed personnel rigorously training and patrolling. Upon witnessing this scene, both Lu Ye and Li Xiaolian gasped in unison, instinctively halting their steps. This is. Li Xiaolian's voice quivered as she gazed at the soldiers lined up in formation, each clad in uniform black combat attire, wielding the latest assault rifles. Under the sunlight, the metallic weapons glinted with a chilling sheen. Zhong Mu's hand instinctively tightened around Gu Lingxiao's sleeve as she observed a squad of soldiers engaged in tactical drills, their movements executed with precision and synergy, resembling a singular entity. The distant sound of gunfire echoed from the shooting range, each target struck with impeccable accuracy, registering perfect scores. The patrol teams, composed of 5 members each, marched in flawless unison, their keen gazes scanning the surroundings. A patrol vehicle lingered nearby, its camouflage paint still bearing fresh traces of earth. This is merely the advance unit, Gu Lingxiao remarked casually, his fingers gently tracing Zhong Mu's waist. Currently, there are 1,400 personnel, with 100 stationed in the village, and reinforcements will follow. Li Xiaolian noted that whenever the soldiers caught sight of Gu Lingxiao, they would immediately halt their actions, saluting with a clenched fist against their left chest, their eyes reflecting fervent loyalty. Even more astonishing was the chilling detachment in their gazes, which only softened with warmth when directed towards Gu Lingxiao. The entire compound spanned 500 acres, Gu Lingxiao pointed towards a construction site in the distance, indicating the dormitory buildings on one side and the training grounds on the other, with plans for a command center and an arsenal to be erected behind. This area was equivalent to 47 standard soccer fields. Zhongmu suddenly noticed the ground beneath her feet was unnaturally flat, evidently subjected to professional grading. In the distance, several large construction machines were at work, yet the noise was surprisingly minimal, indicating the use of specialized technology. Are they all your men? Zhongmu whispered incredulously. Gu Lingxiao smiled, refraining from a direct answer. He snapped his fingers, and instantly a team of soldiers sprinted over, forming a neat line 5 meters away. The leading officer stepped forward, reporting, "Boss, the 3rd patrol team is executing their vigilance task. Please advise." "Continue." Gu Lingxiao nonchalantly waved his hand, and the soldiers saluted before departing, the entire exchange taking no more than 10 seconds, yet showcasing remarkable discipline. Li Xiaoyan suddenly grasped the implication and lowered her voice to inquire, "These soldiers, they can't all be special forces, at the very least. Reconnaissance troops," Gu Lingxiao acknowledged candidly, "each one of them." Zhongmu felt her legs weaken as the realization dawned upon her. Now she understood why Gu Lingxiao dared to establish a base at the border. He commanded a military wholly loyal to him, equipped and trained to rival any regular special forces unit. In the distance, a group of soldiers was engaged in close-quarters combat training, the sounds of fists and feet colliding resonating clearly. On another side, snipers practiced their marksmanship at 1,000 meters, each gunshot accompanied by the shattering of distant targets. "Do you like it?" Gu Lingxiao whispered into Zhongmu's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. This is merely the beginning. As Zhongmu gazed upon the scene before her, she suddenly realized she stood at the very heart of a vast power. And the man embracing her waist was far more formidable and captivating than she had ever imagined. "Your safety will rival that of the president. Not even missiles can compare." Zhongmu and Li Xiaoyan were truly taken aback. "Not even missiles?" Zhongmu hesitantly inquired. "Lingxiao, do you possess an anti-missile system?" "Quite astute," he replied, rewarding her with a gentle kiss as he lowered his head slightly. "Once I establish the park, or shall I say, the camp, everything will fall into place." After the tour concluded, the setting sun bathed the training ground in golden hues. Gu Lingxiao wrapped one arm around Zhongmu's slender waist while the other rested casually in his pocket, guiding them toward the village. The sound of Zhongmu's high heels clicking against the compacted earth path resonated softly, and she instinctively leaned closer into Gu Lingxiao's embrace. Upon returning to the second-floor office of the village, Zhongmu promptly retrieved her phone and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window. Her delicate fingers glided swiftly across the screen, finally pausing at her father's number. As the call connected, she inhaled deeply and said, "Dad, it's me." "Xiaoya?" came her father's voice, imbued with authority and surprise. "Why is there a border area code on your end?" Unconsciously, Zhongmu twirled a strand of her hair, her gaze drifting through the glass to where Gu Lingxiao was conversing with Li Xiaoyan below. Chapter 45 Untitled, I am currently surveying a project on the southern border of Yunnan, and I require assistance from home to secure several plots of land and the necessary building permits. Nonsense. Lu's father's voice suddenly escalated in intensity. Do you not realize how perilous that area is? Return to Beijing immediately. Dad. Zhang's mother's tone softened unexpectedly, laced with a hint of feminine petulance. I am quite safe. Ling Zhao's people have ensured that this place is well protected. Her gaze trailed after the tall figure downstairs, unconsciously biting her lip. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Is it that man, Xiao Ai's husband? Lu's father's tone shifted to one of complexity. You and he. Dad. Zhong's mother's ears flushed instantly, and she hurriedly interrupted. The procedures for developing this land are far too cumbersome for Ling Xiao. She paused, her voice lowering. Please, just help me. It has been ages since I last sought your assistance. This plea for indulgence indeed bore fruit, and Lu's father sighed deeply. Send the documents to my secretary. But Xiaoya, you must check in with me daily. After hanging up, Zhong's mother exhaled in relief, only to turn and find Gu Lingxiao standing at the doorway, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He approached, holding 2 glasses of red wine. Did you manage to resolve it? Yes. Zhong's mother accepted the wine glass, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Gu Lingxiao's hand, causing her to flinch slightly as if shocked. My dad said he would arrange it promptly. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly, clinking his glass against hers. To our collaboration. He deliberately emphasized the word collaboration, his gaze lingering suggestively on Zhong's mother's flushed cheeks. With a day devoid of structure and the procedures handed over to her family, Zhang's mother naturally settled behind the desk, her voice soft as she said, "I'm feeling tired. Please give my shoulders a massage." "Of course, let me pamper my dear aunt," Gu Lingxiao replied. Zhang's mother languidly reclined in the genuine leather office chair, the collar of her silk blouse slightly parting with her movement, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster neck. Standing behind her, Gu Lingxiao gently placed his hands on her slender shoulders, instantly feeling the warmth of her skin beneath the fabric. As his thumb pressed against her tense shoulder and neck muscles, Zhang's mother involuntarily emitted a soft sigh, her eyelashes fluttering downwards, casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. Gu Lingxiao's technique was remarkably skilled, from her shoulders to her collarbone. He adeptly kneaded every inch of taut muscle. His fingertips occasionally brushed against the sensitive skin behind her ears, causing Zhang's mother's breathing to grow increasingly erratic. "This area is quite stiff," Gu Lingxiao whispered in her ear, his warm breath caressing her flushed earlobe. Their bodies were nearly pressed together, and through the thin fabric, Zhang's mother could distinctly feel the definition of his muscular form. Unconsciously, her fingers tightened around the armrest, her knuckles paling. "You should not be so close." Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet there was no indication of her desire to push him away. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly, his hands gliding down along her graceful shoulder line. When his fingertips brushed over the hollow of her spine, Zhang Mu suddenly trembled, her body rigid as if struck by an electric current. "Auntie, this spot is quite sensitive," he remarked teasingly, while his fingers continued to circle that area with increasing intensity. "Lingxiao, stop." Zhang Mu's voice quivered with a hint of desperation, her cheeks flushed and her chest rising and falling rapidly. Despite the air conditioning in the office, she felt an unbearable heat enveloping her. Suddenly, Gu Lingxiao withdrew his hands and gently massaged her temples. "Relax," he said, his tone softening. "You're too tense." Zhang Mu exhaled deeply, her body gradually softening. She closed her eyes, surrendering to Gu Lingxiao's fingers as they wove through her hair, tenderly massaging her scalp. The tranquility of the moment almost made her wish to lose herself in it. However, moments later, sensing his increasingly audacious hands, Zhang Mu's eyes flew open, and she sprang from the chair like a startled deer. Flustered, she adjusted her disheveled collar and hair, unable to meet Gu Lingxiao's amused gaze. I need to touch up my makeup," she murmured, hurrying towards the restroom, only to stumble at the door. Gu Lingxiao swiftly caught her waist. Their bodies pressed close once more. "Be careful," he whispered, his lips nearly brushing against her earlobe. "Shall we continue tonight?" Zhang Mu darted into the restroom, slamming the door behind her. Gazing at the woman in the mirror, whose face bloomed like a peach blossom, she could hardly believe it was her own reflection. Ice-cold water splashed against her face, yet it could not extinguish the fire that burned ever more fiercely within her. "Where will I stay tonight?" she inquired upon regaining her composure. "Stay at my place. I have plenty of rooms," he replied, not wanting to remain cramped on the sofa, which was rather uncomfortable. He yearned for a rapid ascent, yet recognized the need for patience. Zhang Mu subtly nodded, a flush creeping back to her cheeks as she contemplated something. "Hello, Moto?" Gu Lingxiao smiled at the caller ID on his phone. "Xiao Ai, what made you think to call me?" he said, approaching Zhang Mu and pulling her closer, his large hand playfully rubbing her waist. "I miss you, hubby. Where have you two been?" Hearing her daughter's voice over the speaker, Zhang Mu Luya gasped, quickly restraining Gu Lingxiao's restless hand, scarcely daring to breathe. "I brought Annie back to the village. Our estate is taking shape. By the time you visit next, it should be complete." "Really? Boo-hoo. I feel so pitiful having to go to school. Can I just skip it?" "No way. Xiao Ai, you must finish school." The formerly shy Zhang Mu, upon hearing her daughter's reluctance, spoke sternly without hesitation. "Ah, Mom, you're there too?" Gu Lingxiao could easily picture the embarrassed expression on Xiao Ai's face. In a light-hearted manner, I assured my dear mother that I would diligently finish my tasks. Listening to the plaintive voice of my daughter, my mother gently responded, "Lingxiao has his own career. You must also assist one another within your capabilities." "I understand, Mom. I will do my best," I replied, inadvertently feeling the subtle pressure to conform to expectations without contemplating how I could genuinely support Lingxiao. "Mom, I'm heading home. Husband. Oh dear, the house feels so desolate without me. You must return early." I added, "By the way, please take good care of my mother." After hastily ending the call and observing the situation between us, Gu Lingxiao playfully remarked, "Sister, do you think I have taken good care of you?" "Not at all. You just bully me," responded my mother, Luya, as she propped herself up in my embrace, her tone a blend of tenderness and playful pouting. "Ha ha. Let us go home." I'll prepare a meal for you, I said, stealing a quick kiss before leading the blushing Luya downstairs. Thank you so much, Lingxiao. I heard Li Xiaolian exclaim as she approached me at the foot of the stairs, clearly having waited for a while. It's nothing, as my own. I must ensure your well-being, I replied. Have you settled your brother? Upon mentioning this, Li Xiaolian's expression turned to one of frustration as she retorted. I had arranged for a caregiver before I left, but once they learned he was at the border, they all became fearful. They now demand double the salary just to come. As I guided Li Xiaolian toward my true home, I couldn't help but notice her resemblance to a pufferfish, revealing an unexpected side to her character. Chapter 46, Conquering the World. In his recollection, a woman like Li Xiaolian should embody the essence of a cold, aloof goddess, devoid of warmth and human sentiment, initially valuing only the capabilities of others with little regard for appearance. Yet now, witnessing a Li Xiaolian who can exhibit anger, indulge in playful whims, and reveal a spectrum of emotions, he finds himself undeniably captivated. Fear not, we are not short on funds. I shall escort you home first, where we will reside until the manor is restored. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the cobblestone path of the village as Gu Lingxiao held Luya, the mother of Zhong, with his left hand, while his right hand clasped Li Xiaolian's, the three of them strolling amid the bustling crowd of tourists. Amidst the surroundings, exclamations of wonder erupted. Look at those soldiers. A tourist with a camera whispered, their gear is even cooler than in the movies. Upon hearing the remarks, Zhong's mother straightened her back with pride. She glanced at the man beside her, only to find Gu Lingxiao walking ahead with unwavering focus, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As they turned a corner, the cacophony gradually receded. At the end of the narrow path stood a charming wooden cottage, perched by the river, with a terrace in the backyard extending gracefully over the water. We have arrived. Gu Lingxiao released their hands and retrieved a key from his pocket. As the wooden door swung open, a gentle waft of sandalwood enveloped them. Li Xiaolian's eyes widened in astonishment. The living room housed a Steinway piano, and the walls were adorned with several masterpieces she had only glimpsed in auction catalogs. The pièce d'or was a grand floor-to-ceiling window that showcased the breathtaking river view. These were all procured by Qin Jiang, and surprisingly, they did not cost a fortune. Do you like it? Gu Lingxiao whispered into her ear as he draped his arm around her shoulders. This will also be your home. Zhang's mother, already familiar with the space, made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a few bottles of chilled juice from the refrigerator, making it seem as though she had visited before. As she turned, she caught sight of Gu Lingxiao leaning down to place a gentle kiss on Li Xiaolian's forehead, while the usually formidable businesswoman blushed and did not shy away. Ahem. Zhang's mother deliberately cleared her throat. Did someone not claim they would cook for us? With a smile, Gu Lingxiao released Li Xiaolian and rolled up his sleeves, entering the kitchen. Zhong's mother followed suit, pretending to assist while discreetly observing his adept knife skills. While Li Xiaolian sat in a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly at the fish swimming in the river. In the kitchen, Gu Lingxiao suddenly turned, trapping Zhong's mother between the counter and himself. Sister, were you just a tad jealous? He grinned mischievously, his nose nearly brushing against hers. Who is jealous? Zhong's mother stammered, her ears flushing crimson, nearly dropping the carrot in her grasp. At that moment, a tremendous splash resonated from the backyard. The two hurried outside to find Li Xiaolian standing by the river, drenched, clutching a writhing fish. I wanted to catch a fish for dinner, she explained awkwardly, her wet shirt clinging to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Gu Lingxiao and Zhong's mother exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter simultaneously. In the kitchen, Gu Lingxiao wielded a chef's knife, deftly chopping ingredients on the cutting board. The glint of the blade sparkled as the ingredients were neatly arranged on the plate. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the finely sliced ginger into the hot oil, immediately releasing a rich aroma. The sound of fish sliding into the pan prompted both women in the living room to look up. Mrs. Zhang involuntarily swallowed, as the television show had long ceased to capture her attention. How intoxicatingly fragrant. Li Xiaolian's stomach let out a gurgle, and she awkwardly clasped her abdomen, only to see Mrs. Zhang already rising and making her way to the kitchen. Inside, Gu Lingxiao expertly flipped the food in the pan with one hand, flames leaping half a meter high. The golden fish fillets soared through the air, evenly coated in sauce. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of two curious heads peeking in at the doorway, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Just wait 5 more minutes. When the final dish, sour fish with pickled vegetables, was placed on the table, Li Xiaolian's eyes widened in astonishment. The vibrant red broth cradled snow-white fish slices, adorned with emerald green scallions and fiery red chilies, evoking an irresistible desire to indulge. Do taste it. Gu Lingxiao served each of them a bowl of rice. Mrs. Zhang eagerly picked up a piece of fish, and the moment it touched her lips, she instinctively closed her eyes. Its tender texture, perfectly balanced spiciness, and an indescribable richness set her taste buds dancing. Heavens! Li Xiaoyan's chopsticks hovered midair, her expression one of disbelief. This is far superior to any dish I have ever tasted. Gu Lingxiao nonchalantly remarked as he served the two of them. It's merely a home-cooked meal. How deceitful! Mrs. Zhang playfully chided, her chopsticks never ceasing to deliver more food to her mouth. With such culinary skills, you would have a line out the door at any restaurant. Li Xiaoyan was too engrossed in her meal to respond, her usual grace completely abandoned as she devoured the food. Her cheeks flushed from the spiciness, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she couldn't put down her chopsticks. Originally a vegetarian, she never anticipated that her first experience with meat would be so delightful. After the meal, the two women languished on the sofa, contentedly caressing their slightly swollen bellies. Oh dear, Mrs. Zhang lamented. How will I enjoy any other meals from now on? Li Xiaoyan nodded in profound agreement. Lingxiao, you must take responsibility for this, she hinted with a playful wink. Having tidied up the dishes, Gu Lingxiao approached with a plate of fruit. Then, shall I be responsible for a lifetime? He settled between the two, feeding each a strawberry. As night deepened, the warm glow of the wooden house cast gentle reflections upon the river's surface. The three nestled together on the sofa, the television sounds fading into mere background noise. Without realizing it, Mrs. Zhang's head rested on Gu Lingxiao's shoulder, while Li Xiaoyan discreetly grasped his hand. You two shall occupy these 2 rooms tonight. I will be just across from you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. As the clock approached 11, Gu Lingxiao had arranged accommodations for both women. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Xiaoyan spoke up. Lingxiao, I wish to learn more about the village, so I can contribute to our future development. Having settled into this new life, especially after the passing of Buddha, she was eager to assist Gu Lingxiao as soon as possible. Very well. I shall entrust that office building to you in the future. You will conduct your affairs there. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact Aunt 17. You may also overhear Gu Lingxiao expressing a desire to depart, prompting a frown from Mother Zhang, who then inquired, where do you intend to go? To conquer the world, Gu Lingxiao declared, pivoting to gaze towards the old courtyard across the way. The two young women were no longer naive girls, understanding that when a man sets forth to achieve greatness, their only recourse is to offer support. Lingxiao, please take care. One of them urged, concern evident in their eyes. Gu Lingxiao reassured them with a smile, do not worry, I will ensure I am accompanied by sufficient personnel. As the door swung open, they were met by the imposing figure of Joel Fugue standing confidently outside. Mother Zhong inquired, Lingxiao, who is this? This is your assigned bodyguard. Joel possesses strength surpassing that of elite soldiers. From now on, you shall take her wherever you go. Accepting Gu Lingxiao's thoughtful gesture without hesitation, Mother Zhong nodded with a smile. Chapter 47. The Serum of a Trillion. System, is there truly nothing suitable for me? With a combat power of merely 9. Am I not too feeble? Observing the two women depart accompanied by their bodyguards, Gu Lingxiao felt a profound dissatisfaction. He aspired to be a boss, indeed, but not of the pitiful sort. Super Soldier Serum. 10,000,000,000,000. Hulk Serum. 100,000,000,000,000. Superman Serum. 1,000,000,000,000,000,000. The least expensive option is 100 billion. Do you even comprehend what you are proposing? However, upon glimpsing the Superman Serum, Gu Lingxiao thought that perhaps a trillion was not entirely out of reach. He wished to embody the essence of his homeland, not to transform into a superhero. Hey, Xinjiang, I have a task for you. Gu Lingxiao promptly retrieved his phone and dialed. Boss, you command. Secure me 100 billion. It is imperative. On the other end, Xinjiang ran his fingers through his hair, observing the few strands slipping through his grasp, his eyes filled with sorrow. He felt the specter of baldness looming ever closer, yet he replied, no problem, boss. As he hung up the phone, Gu Lingxiao would never concede to being a wretched capitalist. He adamantly denied exploiting his employees. Absolutely not. Ah, the Super Soldier Serum. Captain America. A veritable deity on Earth. How exhilarating. With his bodyguards in tow, he proceeded towards the military encampment. Upon entering the conference room, Gu Lingxiao surveyed the elite death squad below. Although their numbers were few, they were undoubtedly sufficient. John and White Phantom must remain by his side. Not that he underestimated Feng Yuxiu, whose prowess in hand-to-hand combat was commendable, but his skills with firearms were decidedly lacking. In the future, the military would incorporate a new training module, namely martial arts. This responsibility shall fall solely upon Feng Yuxiu. Understood, boss. John and White Phantom will accompany me. Our manpower is now adequate, and it is time to begin expanding our influence. As he spoke, Gu Lingxiao signaled, and the elite unit unfurled a map upon the table, revealing the Golden Triangle. We currently find ourselves at the central border of Myanmar, with Thailand and Laos not too distant. From this point, we shall commence our outward expansion. The entire Shan State borders both Laos and Thailand. Our first objective is the Shan State. System: how much for an armored vehicle and a helicopter? M1A2 Abrams. The mainstay of the U.S., equipped with depleted uranium armor. Price: 20 million. Challenger 1, the mainstay of the British Army. Chobham armor. Price: 15 million. Helicopter series AH-64 Apache. U.S. Hellfire missiles. Battlefield Dominator. Price: 50 million. Me-24 Hind, heavy attack helicopter. Capable of transporting infantry. Price: 30 million. Indeed, this is somewhat costly. While the prices are comparatively lower than normal, they remain quite steep. Purchase 50 Challenger tanks and 10 AH-64 Apaches. Ding. Total expenditure: 1.25 billion. As Gu Lingxiao rose and proceeded towards the exit, a cadre of bodyguards trailed behind him. The moment he pushed open the grand door of the conference room, a chilling amalgamation of steel and oil assailed his senses. Bathed in the waning sunlight, 50 Challenger main battle tanks stood in meticulous formation, their dark green armor glinting with the cold sheen characteristic of metal. The 120mm rifled gun barrel pointed skyward like the scythe of death. 10 AH-64 Apache attack helicopters hovered nearby, their 30mm chain guns beneath the noses and Hellfire missiles nestled on short wings reflecting a deep crimson in the twilight. John Wick unconsciously brushed his hand against the handgun concealed beneath his suit, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from these steel behemoths, which rendered him breathless. The pupils of the white ghost slightly constricted. Being a top-tier assassin, he understood all too well what such equipment entailed. "Be boss." The voice of Tai Sen trembled. "These are." Gu Lingxiao approached the nearest Challenger, his palm resting against the cold front armor, the unique sensation of the Chobham composite armor coursing through his hand. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun atop the turret rotated automatically as he drew near, akin to a loyal hound detecting its master's presence. It must be acknowledged, a man's heart is invariably drawn to aircraft and tanks, gazing upon the array of equipment before him. Even Gu Lingxiao could not suppress a surge of excitement. Leaving behind 30 armored vehicles and 10 Apache helicopters, he set forth towards Myanmar with 20 armored vehicles and 100 personnel, accompanied by 100 special forces and 500 scouts. As dust swirled outside, Gu Lingxiao recalled the chaotic situation in Myanmar. Fraud, human trafficking, organ trade, and drugs crime was pervasive. "Boss, shall we proceed to that location?" Naikong. Naikong was the closest area to his stronghold. Systematically taking down adversaries one by one was indeed a viable strategy. The convoy halted in the jungle a few kilometers from Naikong. Standing atop a hill, he accepted the binoculars handed to him by John. Although marked on the map, Naikong appeared more akin to a county town. It was not particularly prosperous, yet the number of buildings was substantial. He pondered whether to storm in aggressively or to adopt a more gradual approach. Directly antagonizing the government was hardly a prudent course of action, fraught with peril. Especially if the opposing side unleashed missiles, he too would perish. Yet, with a system at his disposal, he felt stifled by the idea of retreating in fear. "Attack!" he exclaimed. "Damn it. Once we seize control, we will immediately deploy anti-aircraft weapons and summon the Death Warriors." Notably, he had almost overlooked the 2 sets of HQ-2B air defense systems within his arsenal. The system will deploy the HQ-2B at the military camp outside the stronghold. Understood. Host. Ghost. Take 50 special forces and maneuver to the rear of Nankong. John, you lead the remaining 50 and follow me. Understood, boss. System. Do you possess signal jamming devices and communication equipment to contact the Death Warriors? Beep. Radio system equipment. All warriors can communicate mentally. Price: 100 million. Signal jammer. Range of 10 kilometers. Price 100,000. Purchase 1 radio. Buy 20 signal jammers first. Ding. Total expenditure 100,200,000. Can you hear me? John. Yes. Boss White Phantom. I can hear you. Boss Gu Lingxiao first distributed the 20 signal jammers and then began to study the radio device. The unmistakable flavor of Tingxin lingered. Was this not akin to QQ's chat method? He discovered the ability to create group chats, which was quite extraordinary yet undeniably convenient. After adding all the elite warriors into one group chat, White Phantom was paired with 50 high-ranking warriors, while John was assigned the remaining 50. I have created these 2 groups for you. Use this channel for silent communication during combat, John. Understood. Boss White Phantom. Received. 30 minutes later, they commenced their operation. Ensuring the signal jammers were properly installed. Yes. Phantom, you lead your team over to prepare. No problem, boss. After responding, White Phantom, accompanied by 50 warriors, each equipped with 10 signal jammers, stealthily made their way into the jungle towards the rear of Nankan. Boss, leave this to White Phantom and me. John, concerned for the boss's safety, hesitated before speaking up. What? Do you lack confidence in safeguarding my safety? Gu Lingxiao genuinely felt akin to a petulant woman at that moment. While his overall combat power was merely 9, he was certainly not a helpless weakling. Chapter 48. The first territory in Northern Myanmar, Nankan. It is noteworthy that the average person's limit is 10, yet he possesses a commendable score of 9. However, that is not the case, my friend. Observing John's discomfort, Gu Lingxiao reassured him, do not worry, you shall enter first. I will follow closely behind. I value my life too much. He raised his hand to check the time and continued, let us proceed. The time is ripe. Ultimately, John realized he could not dissuade him but steeled himself with utmost resolve. Gu Lingxiao was indeed truthful. He cherished his life. At least until the serum was in his possession, he would not act recklessly. The armored vehicle was composed entirely of bulletproof materials, and as he sat inside, he watched John and the others make their way in. Gathering intelligence? There was no need. A direct assault would suffice. Myanmar was chaotic, particularly in the northern region, teeming with various zones. The southern part, being near the Golden Triangle, was even more notorious. Those in the know understood well. As the night deepened like ink, the small town of Nankan lay enveloped in silence. John's contingent of 50 elite warriors infiltrated from the north like phantoms, clad in all-terrain camouflage uniforms. Their faces adorned with tactical paint, expertly avoiding areas illuminated by moonlight with every step. Click. A patrolling armed man had just rounded the corner when a white specter swiftly covered his mouth and nose from behind, the blade precisely slicing through his carotid artery. The body was gently laid down, not even stirring a speck of dust. To the south, John S. squad had already secured 3 high vantage points. Through infrared scopes, 2 sentinels smoking atop a rooftop were simultaneously dispatched, the suppressors muffling the gunfire to a gentle puff. Area A cleared. Area B identified as a drug production site. Messages continuously refreshed in the group chat. Gu Lingxiao, seated in the armored command vehicle, observed the real-time footage from the warriors' helmet cameras. On the screen, the white specter gestured for a group of civilians huddled in a corner to remain silent, pressing a finger to the mask while signaling them to crouch with his other hand. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the east. A squad of armed men had detected an anomaly, but before they could sound the alarm, 10 elite warriors had already flanked them in a fan formation. The turret of the Challenger tank slowly pivoted, its 125mm smoothbore cannon locking onto a suspected command post. Boom! The shell struck the target with precision, the entire structure collapsing in a blaze of fire, as simultaneously, 20 signal jammers activated, rendering Nankan an information island. Gu Lingxiao observed the thermal imaging on his tactical tablet, the red dots representing enemies swiftly vanishing. The coordination of the elite warriors was nothing short of artistry. As one breached the door, 2 others provided crossfire cover, while another was dedicated to deploying stun grenades. When the first rays of dawn illuminated Nankan, the surviving civilians timidly emerged from their homes, only to find the soldiers lined up in an orderly fashion, posing no threat to them. Several locals who understood Mandarin were quickly brought to the command post to serve as temporary translators. They were instructed to relay the message to all. Gu Lingxiao addressed the translator, stating that from this day forth, a curfew would be enforced, although normal life and work could continue during daylight hours. He proceeded towards the drug production site reported by the White Ghost, accepting the gas mask handed to him by John. Peering through the mask, he surveyed the surroundings, his discomfort evident as he furrowed his brow. The lenses of the gas mask were fogged with condensation, and as he surveyed the so-called drug den, he noted the dimly lit shed filled with rusted iron tables scattered with yellowed filter papers and grimy glassware. In the corner, dozens of woven bags emblazoned with fertilizer logos were stacked, one of which had torn, spilling white powder that left chaotic footprints on the ground. Is this it? Gu Lingxiao's voice came through the gas mask, muffled and discontented, not even a proper reaction kettle in sight. He kicked a plastic barrel lying on the ground, and the murky liquid inside immediately emitted a noxious odor. Suddenly, a bloody drug dealer sprang from beneath the operating table, shrieking hysterically in Burmese. Gu Lingxiao stepped back. While John's gun was already pressed to the man's temple, Gu Lingxiao rubbed his forehead, utterly perplexed by the man's words. "Bring in a translator." "Yes, boss," replied the white ghost. The translator was soon brought in, and upon hearing Gu Lingxiao's words, he approached the drug dealer to engage in a rapid exchange. He relayed. He asked who you are, and why you attacked them. Says they are men of General Kunsha. Gu Lingxiao scoffed, turning to exit. Just as he stepped over the threshold, a gunshot rang out behind him. Moments later, John emerged, holding a smoking silenced pistol, followed by a pale-faced translator. "Clean it up." Gu Lingxiao removed his mask, inhaling the fresh air deeply. "Burn this place down." As the gasoline was poured, flames quickly engulfed the filthy hideout, and Gu Lingxiao stood before the burning shed, the firelight dancing upon his stern visage. "Kunsha, you wretched creature. Who would have thought that a mere raid on a den would lead me to you?" Kunsha was the very man who had killed Gu Lingxiao in his past life and was suspected of murdering his parents. In the distance, the death warriors were distributing notices printed in 3 languages from house to house. "Boss," a message crackled through the radio from the white ghost. "Over 20 captives have been found in the eastern warehouse, likely for trafficking." Gu Lingxiao's gaze turned icy. "Bring them here." He then addressed the trembling translator. "Inform the townsfolk that starting tomorrow, food and medicine will be distributed in the square." When those emaciated victims were brought forth, one young man, his face smeared with filth, suddenly lunged to embrace Gu Lingxiao's leg, crying out in a Yunnan dialect of Chinese, "Save me. I was kidnapped." Gu Lingxiao knelt down, gently lifting this compatriot, and in the fire's glow, calmly stated, "You are going home. As long as one does not venture abroad." Instances of capture are virtually non-existent. However, should such an occurrence arise, it would be more accurate to assert that these individuals ventured forth in pursuit of monetary gain. Gu Lingxiao found it incomprehensible that despite extensive national propaganda, there are always fools blinded by greed who choose to leave the country. Shaking his head, he felt a profound disinterest in further engaging with these individuals. He would simply arrange for 2 people to escort them back the following day. "Boss, I have gathered information. The most formidable force in Nankan is the group of drug traffickers we have just eradicated. As they were subordinates of Kunsha, few dare to provoke them. Additionally, Nankan is quite underdeveloped, offering little in the way of lucrative prospects. You might inquire among the indigenous residents if they recognize Jean Kuan." He recalled that Jean Kuan had indeed visited Nankan on a previous occasion. "Understood, boss." Shortly after John departed, the White Phantom approached, accompanied by 2 death warriors carrying bags of money. "Boss, we have confiscated a total of 20 million in drug funds. While 20 million may not seem excessive, it is certainly not insignificant either. Let it be taken from the people and returned to the people." System: summon 100 low-level death warriors and 20 AK-47s with this 20 million. Equip these weapons directly to the death warriors. Affirmative, host. As night enveloped the town of Nankan, a faint green luminescence suddenly illuminated the depths of the jungle. 100 low-level death warriors clad in camouflage combat uniforms emerged as if rising from the earth, forming an orderly line, each grasping a pristine AK-47. The barrels gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the moonlight. Chapter 49. Onward. Jiogu. The rhythmic sound of marching feet startled the birds in the forest as the newly formed battalion traversed the thickets, converging at the town's entrance to meet Gu Lingxiao. The leading soldier snapped to attention with a crisp salute, his movements as precise as a well-rehearsed performance. "You," Gu Lingxiao pointed to a special forces soldier, "will be in charge of the southern defense from now on." Simultaneously, Gu Lingxiao established a new group chat on the radio, aptly named Southern Defense. Before adding this special forces soldier along with 100 lower-tier warriors into the chat, he then created another group chat with only 4 participants: Gu Lingxiao, John, the White Phantom, and this special forces soldier. "Understood," Boss. The soldier acknowledged, turning to direct the troops in fortifying their positions, 20 men assigned to the wall watch, 30 forming patrol units, and the remaining 50 stationed in the town center. Gu Lingxiao observed the swiftly operational defense system, nodding in satisfaction as he lit a cigarette. The glow illuminated the newly erected searchlights that had begun scanning the outskirts of the town, and the machine gun emplacements were now complete. This remote little town had transformed overnight into a rudimentary military stronghold. Boss. John jogged back, holding a list in his hand. I've confirmed it. Jean Kuan indeed visited last month. According to their accounts, he comes every month. It seems this Kunsha faction is quite formidable. That evening, Gu Lingxiao rested in the office of the former government building at the town center. At dawn, the synchronized calls of morning exercises echoed from outside, where the newly stationed soldiers were conducting their daily training. As dawn broke, Gu Lingxiao summoned several village representatives from Nankan. These suntanned farmers stood awkwardly in the office, their rough fingers nervously fidgeting with the hems of their garments. From now on, you may cultivate durians, mangosteens, and longans, Gu Lingxiao stated, flipping through an agricultural manual and pointing to the images. These fruits can fetch a high price in China. The representative's eyes widened, and an elder among them trembled as he asked, My lord, can we truly grow these? We have only ever cultivated sugarcane. Gu Lingxiao gestured for the Special Forces soldier to bring in several boxes. This is the first batch of premium fruit seedlings and cultivation manuals. For durians, select the Musang King variety. And for mangosteens, choose the Thai purple skin variety. He tapped the table decisively. I will send people to purchase your harvest regularly, at prices 20% higher than the market rate. Really, is this true? A young representative stammered in excitement. My lord, we have always worked for those drug traffickers, and no one has ever. Remember, Gu Lingxiao interrupted sharply, his gaze piercing. From this moment on, this is my territory. The drug trade is strictly forbidden, but I will ensure you live well. He pointed to the soldiers outside. Should you have any issues, feel free to approach them. After the representatives expressed their profound gratitude and departed, John entered to report, Boss, the armored division is ready. Gu Lingxiao stood by the window, observing the bustling South Kan town enveloped in morning mist. Women gathered around the newly received fruit saplings, engaged in lively discussion, while children curiously touched the soldiers' equipment. This border town, long ravaged by the scourge of drugs, was finally witnessing the dawn of rejuvenation. Boss, the team has arrived, White Ghost reported as he entered. With a nod, Gu Lingxiao stepped out of South Kan town's entrance, where 600 elite soldiers stood like statues of steel in the fog. Clad in all-terrain camouflage and armed with standard rifles, their tactical vests brimming with magazines, each face bore a resolute expression, chiseled and cold. Attention! At White Ghost's command, 600 pairs of military boots struck the ground in unison, creating a deafening roar that startled the townsfolk, causing several children to seek refuge in their mother's arms. Gu Lingxiao walked slowly past the formation, his gaze sweeping over each soldier. From this moment on, you shall be my eyes and ears. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. 10 men per group will disperse to monitor every village within 100 miles. He raised his hand to signal John to unfurl the military map. Each group is responsible for overseeing 3 main routes and 2 strategic high points. Any movement of armed factions must be reported immediately via radio. Remember your mission. Gu Lingxiao's tone suddenly hardened. This was not about being saviors, but rather about establishing an intelligence network. However, should you encounter drug trafficking or human smuggling, he made a gesture across his throat. In unison, the 600 soldiers pounded their right fists against their chests, the sound of metal clashing reverberating like distant thunder. With a wave of his hand, 60 tactical teams swiftly dispersed, seamlessly blending into the jungles and mountain paths. There are no novices, they know how to disguise themselves and assimilate into the villages. No need for concern, White Ghost murmured. Gu Lingxiao lit a cigarette, his gaze sharp amidst the swirling smoke. We do not need to occupy every village. We only need to grasp the movements of every inch of land. He flicked the ash, waiting for the armored units to capture Meiji, as these strongholds would serve as the finest early warning system. In the distance, the first squad had already arrived at the Karen village on the hillside. The villagers looked on in terror at the fully armed soldiers, only to find them quietly stationed outside the village, even assisting the elderly in fetching buckets of well water. Gu Lingxiao turned toward the command vehicle, followed closely by John and White Ghost. The morning light pierced through the mist, casting a golden hue over South Kansas. This town would become the first domino in his sweeping campaign across Myanmar. Notify the armored units, he said as he opened the car door. "We will head to Jugu in 1 hour." "Yes, boss." Jugu is akin to South Can, and even closer to the border, nearly adjacent to it. 702nd Regiment Headquarters report. The hurried footsteps of a communications soldier shattered the tranquility of the regiment's corridor. Wang Qingrui was sipping tea from an enamel mug when he heard the commotion. He abruptly set the cup down, splashing tea onto his training uniform without a care. "What is the situation?" The thick Sichuan accent erupted from the office. Reporting to the regiment commander, the communications soldier stood at attention, saluted, and reported that a convoy of armored vehicles, exceeding 20 in number, was advancing towards Jugu. Originating from the southern direction, Wang Qingrui's brows furrowed instantly. He snatched the training cap resting on the back of his chair and hurriedly made his way to the conference room, the buckle of his belt clanging in the corridor. Inside the conference room, a haze of smoke lingered, and the projection screen displayed real-time footage transmitted by a high-definition camera, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The dark green convoy of armored vehicles surged along the dirt road like a torrent of steel, their cannons glinting coldly in the sunlight. Prominently displayed on the lead command vehicle was the unmistakable Black Dragon insignia. "Damn it." Wang Qingrui slammed his palm onto the operations table, causing the laser pointer to bounce. "Which unit is this?" Political Commissar Gao Cheng, his gaze fixed on the screen, shook his head. "This is not the Myanmar government forces. Their armored vehicles do not bear such markings." He pointed to the golden numbers on the side of the convoy, noting that the systematic nature of these markings resembled. Before he could finish his thought, the footage suddenly jolted violently. It turned out that the lead vehicle had abruptly veered, raising a cloud of dust. While the mounted machine gun adjusted its angle in tandem with the turn, the dark muzzle inadvertently sweeping across the camera's direction. Chapter 50. The Unexpected Invasion of Soldiers. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly thickened. The training officer's pencil snapped sharply. "Notify the border defense troops," Wang Qingrui exclaimed, tearing open his collar, his Sichuan accent becoming increasingly pronounced. "All units, enter level 1 combat readiness. Get those anti-tank missiles set up." He seized the red telephone connecting to the division headquarters. "I cannot bear this burden alone." Gao Cheng suddenly grasped his wrist. "Commander, look." On the screen, an armored convoy abruptly veered off course, heading west along the dirt road parallel to the national border, merely 500 meters from the boundary marker. The officers exhaled deeply, but Wang Qingrui's back was already drenched in sweat. He fumbled for a crumpled pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes, struggling with his lighter until it ignited after 3 attempts. "Relay the order. All outposts, double the watch." Amidst the smoke, he squinted, commanding further reconnaissance. "Send the reconnaissance company closer to observe. Remember, the cigarette but must be firmly pressed down on the border line. Absolutely no crossing." In the beam of the projector, dust slowly settled, and everyone gazed at the distant Black Dragon insignia, as if witnessing the prelude to a tempest. "Order." As Wang Qingrui's command resonated, all stood up. 7th Company, 3rd Company, prepare for combat, and head to the border immediately. "Yes." Dismissed. With a grave expression, Wang Qingrui exited the conference room. The blaring whistle shattered the tranquility of the unit. Shurjin stood on the playground, the whistle still clenched between his teeth, as soldiers from various teams surged forth like unleashed tigers from every corner. "All present. Attention." Gao Cheng strode up the steps, his eyes cold as steel beneath the brim of his cap. Behind him, the commander of the 3rd Company was earnestly briefing the communications soldier, his expression equally somber. "Division headquarters orders." Gao Cheng's voice boomed like thunder. 7th Company, 3rd Company. Immediately proceed to the border." He scanned each youthful face, commanding, "Return to pack your bags and collect live ammunition. Depart in 30 minutes." The ranks swiftly dispersed, their footsteps reverberating against the ground. Just as Shurjin turned, Gao Cheng seized him by the arm. "Shurjin, have Susanwa's team bring 2 additional boxes of anti-tank rocket launchers." In the company conference room, instructor Hong Xinghua anxiously rubbed his hands together. "Old Gao, what on earth is happening? This sudden. See for yourself." Gao Cheng slammed the facts from the division headquarters onto the table. Hong Xinghua glanced down, and the sight of the armored vehicle's gun barrels sent a chill down his spine. This must be an armored battalion." Gao Cheng remained silent, his finger pressing heavily on the map. "Old Hong, where do you think we should station ourselves?" Hong Xinghua scrutinized the borderline for a while before suddenly pointing to a gourd-shaped landmark. "Yizhailingwa. Directly across is the observation post of the 3rd Company. If we camp on the mountain, we can cover the entire border, and we are not far from Nankan and Jugu." Agreed. Gao Cheng grabbed his steel helmet and headed out. Informed the cooking team to bring the field kitchen. 30 minutes later, at the camp gate, 20 military trucks roared to life. Susandio was loading the last box of ammunition onto a vehicle when he suddenly heard someone calling for him. Susandio. Wu Lu poked his head out from the driver's seat. Your team is with the command vehicle, at the forefront of the convoy. Gao Cheng was verifying the radio frequencies with the commander of the 3rd platoon. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Each soldier sat rigidly within the vehicle, their firearms glinting coldly in the morning light. Let's set off. At the command, the iron behemoth rolled through the camp's gates. Hong Xinghua, seated in the passenger seat, watched the barracks recede in the mirror, only to suddenly realize his palms were drenched in sweat. Lao Gao, he murmured, are we really going to engage in combat? Gao Cheng did not respond. He merely switched the safety of his sidearm on and off. The soft click resonated like the initiation of a countdown. The military truck jostled along the rugged mountain road, and the expressions of the steel 7th Company soldiers varied within the cabin. Chen Kai sat at the back, repeatedly polishing his .88 sniper rifle with a cloth, the metal gleaming under his diligent touch. His fingers caressed the trigger guard, excitement flickering in his eyes. Sanduo, why are you trembling? Chen Kai suddenly nudged his elbow into the side of Su Sanduo. With me here, I guarantee you'll earn a 3rd-class merit when we return. Su Sanduo's fingers turned pale as he gripped his rifle, his throat bobbing nervously. Chen Kai, what about those armored vehicles? What are you afraid of? Chen Kai whispered fiercely, our anti-tank rocket launchers are no trifling matter. He patted the ammunition pouch at his waist, promising to demonstrate what it meant to be a sharpshooter. At the other end of the cabin, a few new recruits were conversing in hushed tones. I heard there are over 20 tanks on the other side. Is our equipment even sufficient for this? Shut up. Wu Lui suddenly barked, his eyes glaring like brass bells beneath his helmet. Will you all keep it down? Do you think this is a spring outing? An immediate silence enveloped the cabin, leaving only the roar of the engine and the metallic clinking of weapons. Meanwhile, the command vehicle had arrived at the garrison of the 3rd platoon. Gao Cheng jumped out, greeted by a dark-skinned officer. Captain Gao, the commander of the 3rd platoon. Gaoi saluted. The situation has been reported by the regimental headquarters. After returning the salute, Gao Cheng cut straight to the point. Our company is stationed on the eastern hill, providing crossfire support for you. He pointed to the location marked on the map. If there is any movement, contact us on Channel 3. Gaoi nodded, his expression grave. Drone reconnaissance shows that the armored unit has halted on the outskirts of Jiugu, seemingly establishing a stronghold. He handed over binoculars. Take a look for yourself. Gao Cheng lifted the binoculars. Black smoke was rising in the direction of Jiugu. Squinting, he could faintly discern dark green armored vehicles constructing fortifications. Damn. Gao Cheng lowered the binoculars. This did not appear to be a temporary encampment. Upon returning to the makeshift camp, the Steel 7th Company had already constructed their rudimentary positions. Gao Cheng saw Su Sanduo digging a foxhole alongside several soldiers, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Old Hong. Gao Cheng called the instructor aside, his voice lowered to a whisper. Inform the soldiers to take turns resting. It seems tonight might be. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden roar of engines erupted from the distance, prompting everyone to instinctively grasp their weapons. Gao Cheng raised the binoculars to gaze towards the direction of Jiugu, his hand trembling slightly as he peered through the lenses. Reflected within were the fluid and harmonious tactical maneuvers of a mysterious unit. 20 armored vehicles fanned out in formation, while dozens of fully armed soldiers glided like phantoms amidst the concrete structures of Jiugu town. Attention, everyone. Gao Cheng lowered the binoculars, his voice barely above a whisper. Check your ammunition, load live rounds. No one is to fire without an order. Proceed immediately to the border base. Su Sanduo crouched behind the cover, his gaze fixed on a figure clad in unfamiliar black combat gear, a golden insignia glimmering on the chest under the sunlight. His index finger instinctively hovered over the trigger, only to be firmly restrained by Wu Lui. Do not fire. The enemy is beyond the border, and even if they were within, we cannot engage directly. Meanwhile, in the central square of Jiugu town, Gu Lingxiao was leaping down from an armored vehicle. He removed his sunglasses and surveyed the town, which was far more prosperous than Nankan. Though the exterior walls of the concrete buildings bore the scars of gunfire, the streets were surprisingly tidy. Chapter 51. A limit. Indeed, there is a limit. Boss, John strode over, his tactical boots crunching on the shattered glass beneath him. I've checked. This is now just an ordinary border trade town. Suddenly, the white ghost pressed down on his earpiece. Boss, over there. He handed over the infrared binoculars, indicating 10 o'clock. Gu Lingxiao raised the binoculars, and through the lens, he immediately spotted soldiers crouching by the border canal. Familiar faces swam into view. Gao Cheng, Shi Jin, Wu Liuyi. In other words, the Steel 7th Company from the assault soldiers? The young faces beneath their helmets were taut with tension as a slight soldier aimed a sniper rifle in their direction, the barrel trembling slightly. Ah, Gu Lingxiao chuckled suddenly. Soldiers from the 702nd Regiment? He turned and patted the armored vehicle's exterior. Move it a bit farther away. Don't scare the kids. In the distance, by the canal, Gao Cheng watched the suddenly retreating armored convoy, his brow furrowing deeper. Hong Xinghua crawled over cautiously. Old Gao, what are they doing? Gao Cheng clenched his teeth. Those bastards are playing mind games with us. Chen Kai suddenly exclaimed in a hushed voice, squad leader. Someone's coming. A young man dressed casually was approaching the border line alone, hands raised in a gesture of peace, the sunlight casting varied shadows on his sharply defined features. Gu Lingxiao halted 5 meters from the border marker, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers in the canal, who appeared to be on high alert. Finally settling on the insignia on Gao Cheng's shoulder. Comrade, may I borrow a light? He waved his cigarette with a playful smirk. It's no surprise that Gu Lingxiao was so audacious. Not only did he lack a firearm, but he was also outside the border. Firing towards the outside would escalate into a matter between two nations. Dragon Nation? One village, 2 nations is mine. Huh? So you're one of us. What's the situation then? Gao Cheng rose and walked towards him. I think it's best if you have them put away their weapons and engage the safeties. Gu Lingxiao remarked, observing Su Sanduo and his group shivering in trepidation, genuinely concerned they might accidentally discharge their firearms. Gao Cheng glanced back, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, before he barked, engage safeties, retract live ammunition. The group collectively sighed with relief, promptly securing their weapons and stepping back to observe. All right, could you kindly inform me of your situation? Gao Cheng turned to Gu Lingxiao and inquired. I'm unable to disclose that. You only need to know that I am indeed from the Dragon Nation and pose no threat to it. Anything beyond that is classified, Gu Lingxiao replied, lighting his cigarette and inhaling deeply, his tone nonchalant. Appreciating these individuals is one thing. Inviting trouble upon oneself is another. Gao Cheng found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had no grounds to question the other, as they were strangers with no prior acquaintance. Before departing, Gu Lingxiao remarked, those 2 soldiers are quite commendable. Nurture them well. And do not worry, I harbor no ill intentions towards the Dragon Country. My patriotism is unwavering. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach the village leader. With that, he took his leave. The path toward success for Chen Kai and Su Sanduo was theirs to forge. Gao Cheng pondered over Gu's words, then turned to observe the 2 soldiers mentioned. He shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. While he believed Chen Kai to be a fine soldier, as for Su Sanduo, that was a different story altogether. However, the offer of assistance was significant. Possessing such influence in Myanmar afforded numerous opportunities, and it warranted a report upon return. Boss, this village appears rather ordinary. What should we do? Upon seeing Gu Lingxiao's return, John and the others rushed forward. After all, Jogu was situated near the border, influenced by the Dragon Country, and was not as backward as one might think. It was mutually beneficial, with most households enjoying a decent standard of living, if not affluent. Gu Lingxiao remained silent as he walked towards the vast plain behind Jogu, covered entirely in sugarcane. It was not that cultivating sugarcane was inherently wrong, but the choice to cultivate it over more advantageous crops perplexed him, often. A region's or a nation's poverty stemmed from such choices. A significant factor was the residents' inertia. Hello? Modo? Gu Lingxiao was puzzled as he received a call from Xiao Ai. Hello, dear husband. What's the matter? Husband, you must tell me, did you break Ho Yongping's leg? Xiao Ai's excited voice came through the line. She had been wondering why she hadn't seen Ho Yongping for 2 days. And upon learning he was hospitalized with a broken leg, she immediately suspected her husband's involvement. I did indeed. Do not concern yourself with him. If he continues to harass you, let the special ops deal with the other leg. Gu Lingxiao's tone turned icy at the mention of Ho Yongping. It was fortunate he hadn't been killed. Rest assured, dear husband, I will not be taken advantage of. Xiao Ai had always had her own approach to dealing with Ho Yongping. Given his years of servitude as a sycophant, she considered arranging a respectable job for him upon graduation. However, if he remained ungrateful, she would not hesitate to retaliate. All right, make sure to contact me if anything arises. Understood? After ending the call, Gu Lingxiao instructed, have them shift their cultivation to durians, mangosteens, and longans. The prices for these fruits are exceptionally high. Although starting from scratch may pose challenges, the investment will undoubtedly yield significant returns. Before the fruits are harvested, we can send workers to the village to assist. It is crucial to note that his village is currently in dire need of labor, as his ambitions extend far beyond this. Yes, boss. You boss. The lady inquires when you will return? Before dinner. Yeah, very well, boss. Gazing at the map held by the reanimated soldier before him, he resolved to return at a later time, aiming to seize the villages of Minga and Modai, which are situated near the border. Subsequently, he would commence a horizontal advance from Nankin to Hobin, thereby ensuring the acquisition of a modest triangular territory. System, summon 100 low-level reanimated soldiers along with 20 handguns. Understood, host. There is no need for AKs, as the proximity to the border renders them unnecessary. In fact, even 100 individuals may be excessive. Ding. Friendly reminder. There exists a summoning limit for reanimated soldiers of each tier. Low-level reanimated soldiers, 100,000 to summon 1, equivalent to a high school diploma. Strength comparable to a 3-year veteran of the military. Combat power unified at 12. Limit, 50,000. Mid-level reanimated soldiers, 1 million to summon 1, university degree. Strength comparable to a military scout. Combat power unified at 20. Limit, 20,000. High-level reanimated soldiers, 10 million to summon 1, Master S degree. Strength comparable to a Special Forces operative. Combat power unified at 50. Limit, 5,000. Top-tier reanimated soldiers, 100 million to summon 1, doctoral degree. Strength comparable to elite Special Forces. Bodyguards are classified as individuals possessing the strength of elite Special Forces, including figures such as Lung Feng, Feng Yuxiu, Xiao Zhuang, Yuan Lang, and Tian Yaxing, among others. Talents are categorized into stock market experts, financial analysts, film directors, singers, and a variety of others. Limit, 100. Chapter 52. Methods to lift restrictions. Bureaucracy or politics? System, there must be a way to lift this cap, right? Ding. Indeed, host. As expected, without a means to lift the restrictions, how could he be invincible? It appears to be a limitation of sorts. Otherwise, given Qin Zhang's ability to amass wealth, earning 100 billion in a year, no, even in half a year, would be absolutely feasible. Summoning millions of low-level warriors. Who could possibly restrain him? Based on the country ruled, the host's population cap will be increased. For example, Myanmar, Laos, Thailand. Population cap will double. In the case of the chicken pot nation, it will increase by 0.5 times. The size of the territory depends on the population cap. Reasonable. No objections. Does it increase the difficulty? He was indifferent to that. Is there no limit on weaponry? Ding. None. Hey, if there are no limits on equipment, then the operational space expands significantly. 1 helicopter for every 3 men. Would over 10,000 aircraft not instill fear? 2 men per fighter jet. A fleet of 25,000 jets. Would that not strike terror? Moreover, other weapons, such as missiles, hydrogen bombs, and eggs. Occupying land does not equate to international recognition. But possessing eggs changes the narrative. After all, if one were to provoke a rogue leader from M country, what would happen if they were to toss an egg? Yet, possessing nuclear weapons dissuades anyone from offering support. I would become the world's newest rogue leader. Gu Lingxiao stood beside the sugarcane field. A cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, releasing wisps of blue smoke. Before long, John arrived briskly, accompanied by a hunchbacked elder, the village chief of Jiugu village. We will switch to planting these, Gu Lingxiao declared, handing a stack of colorful printed materials to the trembling hands of the elder. The documents detailed the cultivation techniques for durian, mangosteen, and longan, with the stipulation that upon maturity, the produce could only be sold to his procurement station. He leaned closer to the elder's ear to add, if anyone is found selling privately. The village chief's murky eyes suddenly widened on the dirt road not far away. 100 fully armed soldiers marched in formation, their synchronized footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. With a wave of his hand, Gu Lingxiao summoned a stern-looking warrior from the special unit. From now on, he will be your liaison. The elder swallowed hard, the documents in his hands crumpling under the pressure. Master, we will comply without fail. Gu Lingxiao nodded in satisfaction, and as he turned, his combat boots crushed a piece of sugarcane. Walking alongside John, he instructed, have the armored convoy turn around and head back. As the convoy departed, Gu Lingxiao caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of the villagers gathering around the special unit, while the elder repeatedly bowed in the direction he was leaving. Further away, at the observation post of the 7th Company, a flash of light reflected from a telescope. Gao Qing watched the armored vehicles leave and turned to Shi Jin, saying, "Gather everyone for the return." "Yes, Captain." An hour later, Gu Lingxiao's convoy returned to the vicinity of their own encampment. Gazing at the vast base before him, he marveled at how it transformed day by day. White Phantom summoned Boss Lu. Yes, the White Phantom traversed the dust-laden construction site and found Boss Lu engrossed in blueprints within a makeshift cabin. The builder, cigarette clamped between his lips, furrowed his brow as he calculated the concrete requirements. Lu was startled by the sudden voice of the White Phantom, nearly dropping his cigarette onto the plants. "Oh my goodness," he exclaimed, patting his chest. "Director Bai, you move so silently." He chuckled awkwardly, rising to his feet. "Is there something you need?" With an impassive expression. The White Phantom replied, "The boss wishes to see you." Gu Lingxiao stood before a vast military map, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Upon entering, Lu was overwhelmed by the map's densely packed markings, indicating not only existing bases but also planned missile sites and radar stations. "Lu, boss," Gu Lingxiao said without turning. "Have a seat." Lu perched precariously on the edge of the chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he covertly glanced at the design plans for an armed helicopter hanging on the wall, his throat tightening. "I require an airport." Gu Lingxiao suddenly turned around, tossing a stack of documents towards him. "Within a 20-kilometer radius, choose a location." Lu clumsily caught the papers, and as he flipped to the first page, he gasped. This was no ordinary airport. It was clearly a military base designed for the takeoff and landing of strategic bombers. "Gg Gu, this scale." His voice trembled. "It seems we would need to level 2 mountains." Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly, extracting a Cuban cigar from his box and tossing it to Lu. "That's precisely why I sought you." He lit his own cigarette, his gaze sharp as an eagle amidst the smoke. "Money is not an issue, the timeline is." Lu's hands trembled, nearly dropping the cigar. "But the construction difficulty. And the government approvals." "Approvals?" Gu Lingxiao burst into laughter, snapping his fingers towards the door. John promptly entered with a metallic case, which he opened with a loud clap, revealing it was filled to the brim with cash. In Northern Myanmar, Gu Lingxiao withdrew a stack of bills and slapped it against Lu's chest. "This is your approval." Lu swallowed hard, suddenly noticing, out of nowhere, 20 military SUVs had halted outside, each flanked by fully armed soldiers. He sprang to his feet. "I'll take my team to survey the site right away." Gu Lingxiao nodded in satisfaction. As Lu stumbled out of the command center, he heard Gu Lingxiao's languid voice behind him. "By the way, the runway must withstand 50 tons of impact. My future aircraft will be rather heavy." Lu's legs nearly gave way, nearly causing him to tumble down the steps. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the project he had undertaken. He was not merely a builder, but rather constructing a war fortress for a warlord. "The White Phantom will oversee the construction of this military camp. John will accompany you." "Understood, boss." Gu Lingxiao pushed open the door to his home, where an enticing aroma of food wafted toward him. In the kitchen, Mother Zhang Luyu was donning a floral apron, stirring shredded pork with green peppers, while Li Xiaoyan was slicing tomatoes beside her, both women's hair slightly dampened by the steam. "I'm back." Gu Lingxiao leaned against the doorframe, a smile playing on his lips. "Lingxiao," Mother Zhang exclaimed in surprise, turning around with the spatula still raised in her hand. Li Xiaoyan immediately set down the kitchen knife, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gu Lingxiao strode over, planting a gentle kiss on Mother Zhang's cheek before turning to cradle Li Xiaoyan's face, brushing her lips with a fleeting touch, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Instantly, both women felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, stealing glances at each other, yet unable to suppress their smiles. "What delectable dish shall we prepare?" Gu Lingxiao inquired, leaning closer to the pot and inhaling deeply, savoring the enticing aroma. Mother Zhang playfully swatted away his hand as he attempted to sneak a taste, chiding, "Go wash your hands." Her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. For today, she had prepared the braised fish that he adored, along with, at the dinner table, the shadows of the three intertwined in the warm, golden light. Gu Lingxiao served each of them a piece of fish, proclaiming, "In the past few days, I have secured Nankan and Jiugu." "What?" Li Xiaoyan's chopsticks froze midair. "Those 2 towns near the border?" Mother Zhong's hand suddenly grasped Gu Lingxiao's sleeve, her voice trembling with concern. You weren't injured, were you? I heard it's quite chaotic over there." Gu Lingxiao grasped her icy hand reassuringly, replying with a smile, "Do not worry. I know how to handle myself." He then proceeded to serve soup for both women, adding, "This is merely the beginning. Our territory will expand even further." Chapter 53. The concerns of the Northern Myanmar government. Li Xiaoyan bit her lip, but the Myanmar government will not sit idly by. "I am merely waiting for the other party to initiate negotiations," Gu Lingxiao remarked casually, as if discussing the weather of the following day. Whether one's official identity mattered or not was insignificant. The thought of population constraints gave him a headache. Suddenly, Zhong Mu's spoon clattered into the bowl as she stood up. Embracing Gu Lingxiao tightly from behind, her voice choked with emotion. "You must be careful." "Rest assured, I hold my life dear," Gu Lingxiao replied softly, turning to reciprocate the embrace. "Lingxiao, you must secure your official identity," Zhong Mu insisted. She straightened her posture abruptly, her gaze transitioning from tenderness to sharpness. Her slender fingers gently adjusting her collar, the long-lost aura of the matriarch of the Zhang family emanating naturally. "Lingxiao, listen to me." Her voice became cool and steady as her fingertips gently tapped on the table. "Do you think M Nation acquired so many puppet regimes by mere chance?" Gu Lingxiao narrowed his eyes, instinctively leaning forward. "The first step is always to support proxies." Zhong Mu's nails produced a crisp sound against the glass. "By obtaining key positions like Minister of Defense and Minister of the Interior through legitimate means." She suddenly smiled slyly. "Once the military high command becomes your people, the president is merely a rubber stamp." Li Xiaoyan gazed in astonishment at the woman who had transformed so drastically, her own breathing unconsciously quieting. "Look." Zhong Mu dipped her chopsticks into the tea, sketching a simple diagram on the table. "Currently, your aggressive approach requires station troops to defend every town you occupy. However, if you were to attain the position of chairman of the Shan State Special Region," her chopsticks pressed down heavily, "the water stain spreading into a circle representing control over the entire situation, the police and militia of Shan State would become your free manpower." Gu Lingxiao's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. Consistently relying on brute force while neglecting that political maneuvering was the most effective form of warfare. "Auntie is right," he exclaimed, abruptly rising and pacing the room. "If I can secure a legitimate structure, I could easily treat the government forces as cannon fodder." Zhong Mu elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth, her earlier sharp demeanor transforming back into a gentle appearance. However, as her gaze flickered, she winked at Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle, the tense atmosphere at the dining table dissipating. Yet, as she lowered her head to sip her soup, a contemplative glint flashed in her eyes. This Mrs. Zhong was likely far more complex than she appeared. The nature of their relationship felt oddly peculiar. Myanmar, Shan State Province, East Branch, Government Building. Ring. Hello. Governor. Armed forces have emerged at the border, and both Jiugu and Nankan are under their control. The man on the other end of the line urgently conveyed the known situation. The governor, also referred to as the regional leader, had initially appeared calm in his office. However, upon hearing the news, his demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes sharpened as he rose to gaze out the window at the bustling traffic below. "Clarify the situation." Although the governor's voice betrayed no turbulence, the man on the other end of the line sensed the foreboding signs of an impending eruption. He cautiously replied, "Governor, this is a sudden force that has emerged. We had no time to react before they seized control of these two regions. According to eyewitnesses in the vicinity, they possess armored vehicles and weaponry that is unfamiliar to us, resembling the elite forces depicted in films." Governor Jin Yun Gu Kuan, suppressing his fury, commanded, "Investigate this thoroughly. I wish to uncover who dares to act with such audacity." "Understood, Governor. I will ensure a thorough investigation." After the call ended, Gu Kuan's expression returned to its previous state, yet the tension in his chest revealed his lingering anger. "Come in," he called toward the door. The secretary promptly entered, standing respectfully before him. "Contact the commander of the Lashio military and request that he dispatch soldiers to investigate the specifics concerning Nankan and Jiugu." "Yes." The secretary, though lacking understanding of the full situation, remained silent and swiftly set about arranging the governor's directives. Reflecting on the earlier report from Seza, the district head of Mingxi, Gu Kuan mused that Seza was far from trustworthy. He merely turned a blind eye to the unfolding chaos. Gu Kuan rubbed his temples, contemplating the dire state of Shan State, or rather, the entirety of Myanmar. The issues were grave, stemming from the influence of the Golden Triangle and the rampant corruption among local officials. This was not merely a matter of Gu Kuan's personal concerns. As the governor of Shan State, he was determined to combat crime and foster development throughout the region, Yet the obstacles he faced were formidable. Did Seza truly believe he was oblivious to the connections with Kunsha? Such a self-deluded wretch. The mere mention of Kunsha filled Gu Kun with trepidation. Not only was he a notorious drug lord, but Gu Kun found himself powerless to act against him. Firstly, the location of his stronghold remained unknown, hidden within the vast mountainous terrain of Myanmar. Secondly, Kunsha commanded an army of over 10,000, equipped with sophisticated weaponry. Thirdly, the intricate web of interests supporting him was far too extensive and convoluted. This predicament underscored the difference between Gu Kun and Gu Lingxiao. Had it been Gu Lingxiao in charge, he would have acted decisively. He would not be intimidated by numbers. As for the handling of local officials, that would be a matter for another time. Mingxi Town, Government Building. Mr. Seza, the general's goods and territory have been cleared. The general is quite displeased. As Seza hung up the phone, the scarred man opposite him toyed with a dagger, his seemingly self-directed murmurs causing beads of sweat to form on Seza's brow. Inform the general that I will swiftly ascertain who attacked Nankan and Jiogu, and I shall mobilize forces to eliminate the adversary at the earliest opportunity. I hope you can keep your word. A general can elevate you to this position, but he can also cast you down from it. With that, the man sheathed his dagger and rose, striding towards the door. Before departing, he left behind a parting remark. The general needs you now. I trust you will not disappoint him. Bang. Seza gazed at the closed door. The fear that once marred his features now vanished. He glowered in the direction of the man's departure, muttering to himself, a mere sycophant, daring to act so high and mighty. Huh. Bah. Yet, the words spoken had indeed posed a significant threat to him. He was acutely aware of how he had risen to power. Grabbing his phone, he promptly instructed his subordinates to investigate the situation. The next morning, after glancing at the breakfast left on the table but not seeing the two women, he proceeded towards the office building after finishing his meal. Outside the door, John quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the second floor of the office building, he spotted Joel reading outside the door. Good morning, boss, Joel greeted. Gu Lingxiao nodded in acknowledgement and pushed open the solid wooden door of the office. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the entire space in a bright and warm glow. The formerly austere military-style office had undergone a complete transformation. The off-white walls paired with natural wood flooring, two L-shaped desks arranged at right angles, and various documents meticulously organized on the tables. On Li Xiaoyan's side, architectural models and rolled-up blueprints were displayed, while Zhongmu's workspace was adorned with a laptop and several hefty planning manuals. Chapter 54. Future construction plans. This renovation is commendable, Gu Lingxiao remarked, gently tapping the doorframe. His voice laced with admiration. Li Xiaoyan, engrossed in her work, continued to annotate the blueprints without lifting her gaze. The previous single-table setup hindered our efficiency. Her fountain pen glided smoothly across the paper, facilitating discussions with Lu Jie at any moment. Zhongmu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, fingers dancing across the keyboard. The space utilization has improved by 40, she noted, as intricate 3D models illuminated the screen before her. Gu Lingxiao positioned himself behind the two women, resting his hands casually on the backs of their chairs. Li Xiaoyan was revising the military camp expansion plan, her blueprints filled with meticulous annotations reflecting her professional caliber. On Zhongmu's screen, the functional zoning of the entire village was displayed, with residential, commercial, and industrial areas distinctly marked in various colors, all arranged with remarkable efficiency. Impressive, Gu Lingxiao leaned closer, admiring the planning that surpassed even that of seasoned designers. At last, Li Xiaoyan looked up, her fingertip lightly tapping the blueprint. The eastern area has been earmarked for educational facilities, while a medical center is planned for the west. Her eyes shone with seriousness and focus. Within 3 years, this place would evolve into a complete miniature city. Zhongmu pulled up another chart. The road design featured a circular radial pattern, with the main thoroughfare adhering to municipal standards. She pointed to a corner of the screen where future light rail lines had been allocated. The water and electricity networks have been designed with redundancy in mind, Li Xiaoyan added, retrieving an exquisite scale model from a drawer. This is the preview of the final outcome. Gu Lingxiao accepted the model, observing the meticulously arranged miniature village, even the greenery depicted with vivid realism. He gently traced the central square of the model, exclaiming, "This surpasses my expectations." Once the first phase is completed, Zhongmu flipped open the schedule, revealing the acquisition of 200 sets of housing and essential municipal facilities. Li Xiaoyan had already taken up another document, The industrial zone will initially focus on agricultural product processing to tackle local employment issues. She circled key points with her pen, planning for gradual upgrades to a high-tech industrial park. Li Xiaoyan was bent over her desk, her slender fingers swiftly marking the architectural designs. Today, her hair was neatly tied back in a high ponytail, and her eyes, sharp and focused beneath her gold-rimmed glasses, exuded determination. Across from her, Zhang Mu and Lu Yu were typing away at the computer, the screen displaying a detailed 3D planning diagram, with commercial, industrial, and residential areas clearly delineated in vibrant colors. I plan to position the entertainment district by the riverside, Li Xiaoyan stated, her pen gesturing toward the blueprint, as the open view is ideal for constructing a resort hotel. Zhang Mu quickly accessed another drawing. The industrial zone should be distanced from residential areas. I suggest placing it in the southeast. She suddenly sensed a presence behind her and turned to find Gu Lingxiao leaning over to inspect her screen. This diversion is quite professional. Gu Lingxiao's breath brushed past her ear as his finger traced the meandering road network on the screen, considering even the underground pipelines. Zhang Mu's ears flushed slightly. Yet she maintained her composure, adjusting her glasses. Li Xiaoyan also lifted her head. Presenting the architectural blueprint to Gu Lingxiao, the commercial center accompanying the airport has been designed in a circular layout to maximize spatial efficiency. She tapped her nails on the blueprint, and Sister Lu's suggestions were exceptionally professional. Gu Lingxiao stepped between the two. Placing a hand on each of their chair backs, it seems I have stumbled upon two treasures. He leaned in to observe the thick design manual beside Li Xiaoyan, noting, "You've even marked the seismic resistance level? Designed according to an 8-level standard." Li Xiaoyan turned to another page, indicating that all building materials were selected. Suddenly, Mother Zhong interrupted, pulling up a new rendering. The green belt of the commercial center should be widened by another 5 meters. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange of ideas, fully immersed in their work. Gu Lingxiao smiled and retreated to the sofa area, pouring himself a cup of coffee. As the sun rose higher amidst their animated discussion, the office was filled solely with the sound of keyboard clatter and the rustle of blueprints being turned. After sitting for a while, Gu Lingxiao grew bored and suddenly had a thought. From now on, all industries in the village and the subway and the community will be named after the Black Dragon, such as Black Dragon Community, Black Dragon Supermarket, Black Dragon Bar. The two women looked at him disdainfully, and Mother Zhong remarked without mercy, naming things like a child. Is the village planning to rename itself Black Dragon Village? Haha. Upon hearing this, both Li Xiaoyan and Mother Zhong burst into laughter. Gu Lingxiao felt his face redden, realizing his humor was insufficiently refined. But seeing the two women continuously mock him, he set down his coffee and approached them. "What are you planning to do?" The two women immediately quieted their laughter and regarded Gu Lingxiao with caution. "I'm not planning anything," he replied with a mischievous grin, pulling both women in for a deep kiss until their faces flushed. "What you said is also valid. The commercial names can change, but nothing else will. You two work hard, and I'll check on Xinjiang." After Gu Lingxiao left the office, Mother Zhong and Li Xiaoyan exchanged glances and could not help but laugh again. Mother Zhong rubbed her lips, still warm from the kiss, and chuckled, "Black Dragon Bar. I can't believe he thought of that." Li Xiaoyan adjusted her disheveled collar, the corners of her mouth curving upward, but it does fit his style rather well. She picked up her pen and continued to revise the blueprints, though the smile in her eyes was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxiao arrived at the room at the end of the corridor and pushed the door open to find Xinjiang seated before 3 monitors. Various stock charts flashing on the screens. The room was remarkably tidy, each document meticulously sorted, and even the keyboard gleamed dust-free. "Boss." Xinjiang immediately stood, his fingers still hovering over the keyboard. "Please register a group trademark for me, to be called Black Dragon Group." He paused. "Have Gu Sinian and Gu Zheng establish a few subsidiaries under the group name." "Understood." Xinjiang quickly jotted this down in his memo. "I'll contact the legal department right away." "How long has the legal department been established?" Gu Lingxiao inquired, puzzled. "Hee. It was set up when I secured the red tunnel." Seeing Xinjiang's eager expression for praise, Gu Lingxiao gave him a thumbs up. Gu Lingxiao cast a glance at the screen, inquiring, "How much have we earned?" Xinjiang adjusted his spectacles, his eyes gleaming with confidence from behind the lenses. "Currently, we have a profit of 320 million. Although it pales in comparison to the figures from Hong Sui, this return is indeed commendable." "Excellent," Gu Lingxiao replied, patting him on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work." With his hands tucked into his pockets, Gu Lingxiao strolled leisurely through the village. Sunlight filtered through the palm leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground. The village was livelier than usual. Clusters of tourists lingered before unique shops, while a few children dashed past him, brandishing colorful windmills and leaving behind a trail of joyous laughter. Business appears to be thriving. Gu Lingxiao paused in front of a newly opened silver jewelry store, where exquisite Miao-style ornaments adorned the display window. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a face etched with wrinkles, meticulously polished a silver ring with his calloused fingers. Upon exiting the village gates, Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. The once barren land had transformed into a makeshift parking lot. A dozen vehicles were parked haphazardly, with his own few black SUVs standing out, glimmering with a sharp sheen under the sunlight. Chapter 55, Gaocheng owes a favor. When did this happen? Gu Lingxiao kicked the concrete ground beneath him and inquired of the security guard directing the parking. Report, boss. The guard stood at attention and saluted. It was arranged by Director Li last week, stating that there were too many tourists and not enough parking spaces. Gu Lingxiao nodded, his gaze sweeping over a few tourists in the parking lot who were attempting to take pictures of him, holding their phones aloft yet hesitating to be too obvious. A rather amusing sight. Boss. Hearing John's voice, Gu Lingxiao turned to see Gaocheng and Gao Yi, two squad leaders, approaching together. Hello, good to see you again. Gaocheng said as he stepped forward. Speak, what brings you here? If possible, shall we discuss this elsewhere? Gu Lingxiao nodded and led the two to the reception hall within the village. Here's the thing, we want to know where you got those armored vehicles. Gaocheng asked straightforwardly as they settled down. My dear brother, do you really wish to hear what you're asking? Even if I were to disclose where I obtained the equipment, I couldn't possibly tell you, Gu Lingxiao replied, his expression one of bemusement. Gaocheng, feeling awkward, took out a cigarette and lit it. After accepting a cigarette from Gaocheng and taking a puff, Gu Lingxiao nonchalantly remarked, as I said, I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Should you require assistance, you may contact me, but to divulge more, I truly cannot. Gaocheng grew anxious. Setting aside whether you harbor animosity towards the Dragon Kingdom, that structure you're constructing near the border is clearly a military base. Recalling the words spoken by the other party the previous day, Gaocheng peered through binoculars and spotted the base under construction. It not only housed armored vehicles but also attack helicopters, which was precisely what troubled him the most. Such firepower was beyond the capability of a mere battalion to contend with, and the soldiers' training and formation numbered at least in the thousands. As he spoke, Gaocheng glanced outside at the vigilant guards patrolling by, the military aura unmistakable. They were undoubtedly soldiers. I have a fear of insufficient firepower, and the construction of this military base is intended to safeguard my village. You know how chaotic the border is, especially on the Myanmar side, Gao Yi interjected. Unable to contribute much to the conversation, Gaocheng felt helpless, acutely aware that the other party possessed an array of unconventional weaponry, yet there was nothing he could do, as Gu Lingxiao had not violated any laws. By the way, you aren't part of this area S battalion, are you? Gu Lingxiao asked knowingly, feigning ignorance. Gaocheng's irritation flared. It was evident that they were in the midst of the battalion's most rigorous training period, and his tone grew brusque. Isn't it because of you that the higher-ups are anxious, fearing you might cross the border? Is that so? Gu Lingxiao pondered the implications of the Steel 7th Company being stationed nearby. How would they conduct their training? Living arrangements would also pose a challenge, as there were no established barracks available for them, meaning they would have to reside in the mountains. If you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me, Gu Lingxiao offered, demonstrating that he was not solely inclined to create adversaries. Forming alliances with Gaocheng could prove beneficial. Indeed, as soon as Gu Lingxiao finished speaking, Gaocheng interjected, his gaze fervently fixed upon John, sensing the formidable prowess of this foreigner. I would like to request your assistance in training my soldiers, he proposed. Gu Lingxiao regarded Gaocheng with a peculiar expression, acknowledging, you possess quite the discerning eye, having chosen one of my strongest subordinates immediately. John replied, no, I can dispatch a unit of special forces to assist with their training. Gaocheng exchanged a look with Gao Yi, both perceiving the astonishment and incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. You have special forces at your disposal? At that moment, the level of danger posed by Gu Lingxiao loomed larger in Gaocheng's mind. Having an army and possessing special forces were two entirely different matters. Gazing at Gu Lingxiao's nonchalant demeanor, Gaocheng felt an overwhelming urge to pry into his mind, to uncover what secrets lay hidden within. What secrets are concealed? Perhaps anti-aircraft missiles and even greater treasures to come? Would you care for 5 special forces operatives as your instructors? Gu Lingxiao coaxed, akin to an uncle enticing a child. Absolutely. I agree, but you owe me a favor in return. That is acceptable, yes? Upon hearing the mention of a favor, Gao Chang scrutinized Gu Lingxiao with caution, suspecting that the true beneficiary was not himself, but rather his father. Noticing the wariness in Gao Chang's eyes, Gu Lingxiao assured him, rest assured. This favor will not be utilized for any unlawful or unethical purposes. It is often said that those in politics disdain merchants, yet what of the military's perspective on politicians? While the commercial sector may lack definitive power, the military unequivocally wields authority. Though Gu Lingxiao was uncertain of the purpose behind this favor, Gao Cheng's presence indicated that his father's military district undoubtedly encompassed this region. Allowing Gao Cheng a moment to ponder, Gu Lingxiao called out, "Bring in 3 drinks." "Yes, boss," came the prompt reply. Moments later, the elite soldiers delivered the beverages. After taking a sip, Gao Cheng declared, "I accept your proposal." Then, Captain Gao Yi, "Does your unit require assistance?" Gu Lingxiao inquired, directing his attention to Gao Yi, though he had no intention of demanding anything from him. "I shall pass. Our border defense unit rarely engages in live-fire exercises," Gao Yi declined with a wave of his hand. "All right," Gu Lingxiao instructed. "Have the special forces from Team 300 to Team 304 report to me, unarmed." After a brief pause, he added, "Shall we share a meal together?" "Sounds good." Gao Cheng responded eagerly, displaying the straightforwardness characteristic of a soldier. He turned to Gao Yi and gestured, "Come along, old Gao." Gu Lingxiao retrieved his phone and dialed Zhong Mu's number, saying, "Sister Lu, please bring Xiao Lian to the reception room for a meal." He paused for a moment. 20 minutes later, 5 Special Forces soldiers clad in black uniforms stood in perfect formation outside the reception room. They bore no weapons. Yet their upright posture and keen gazes captivated Gao Cheng. Reporting to the boss, Teams 300 to 304 have arrived. The lead soldier announced in a booming voice. "This is Captain Gao Cheng, Gu Lingxiao, who will provide a brief introduction. In the coming 3 months, you are responsible for guiding his unit in training." "Yes." The 5 responded in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. At that moment, Zhang Mu and Li Xiaolian entered the room. Zhang Mu, adorned in a light blue dress, exuded an air of grace and elegance, while Li Xiaolian, dressed in a sharp professional suit, radiated sophistication and poise. "This is Li Xiaolian, my partner and the acting head of the village," Gu Lingxiao introduced them. "Should you require anything in the future, you may contact her directly." Li Xiaolian smiled as she presented her business card. "Hello, Captain Gao, here is my contact information." Gao Cheng accepted the card. Noticing it bore only the emblem of the Black Dragon Group and a phone number, devoid of any title. The card was printed swiftly by Li Xiaolian immediately after Gu Lingxiao finished speaking, her smile unwavering despite her quick actions. Lunch was soon served. A modest spread of 4 dishes and a soup, yet it was prepared with remarkable flavor and presentation. During the meal, Gao Cheng could not help but frequently observe the 5 Special Forces soldiers, who maintained impeccable posture while dining, their movements in serving themselves resembling those measured with a ruler. "Mr. Gu," Gao Cheng set down his chopsticks, "these individuals. Rest assured in their capabilities," Gu Lingxiao replied, serving Zhong Mu a piece of fish. "Their skills will undoubtedly meet your expectations." Chapter 56, The Arrival of the Seza People. Li Xiaolian timely interjected, "If any specialized equipment is required, we can certainly provide it." Casting a meaningful glance at Gao Cheng, "Of course, there will be an additional cost." Gao Cheng burst into laughter upon hearing this, and the atmosphere immediately lightened. Though Gao Yi remained somewhat reserved. As lunch concluded, Gu Lingxiao personally escorted Gao Cheng to the entrance. "You may take him, but return him to me in 3 months." He lowered his voice. "Remember our conversation today?" Gao Cheng, with a serious expression, replied, "I understand," glancing at the 5 Special Forces soldiers waiting by the car. Suddenly feeling that this transaction seemed to favor him. It was not until Gao Cheng and the Death Warriors departed that Li Xiaolian finally spoke up. "Lingxiao, is this Gao Cheng particularly special? I noticed your demeanor towards him seems different." At the same time, Zhong Mu directed her gaze towards him, holding a strong belief in his judgment, much like Li Xiaolian, who, despite her medical background, possessed a unique perspective on the construction of the village and its future prospects. Our location in Handong Province falls within the defense jurisdiction of the Southwest Military Region, and his surname is Gao, just like the commander of that region. This succinct statement immediately enlightened the 2 women, as if it were implied that his father was a general. "Then, Lingxiao, it is imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him. Such a formidable connection must not be squandered." No wonder you were willing to send 5 special forces soldiers to serve as instructors for him. Old Zhong, despite appearing to hold a high position, was of no significance in the eyes of the other party, as they were not in the same hierarchical system. Haha. Indeed, it is essential to foster good relations. But merely as a normal friendship, he remarked. He certainly wouldn't lower himself to ingratiate because of someone else's powerful background. No one could compel Gu Lingxiao to do that. Let us depart. It's time to return. As Gu Lingxiao left, he seemed to recall something and turned to Zhong Mu, asking, "Has the Zhong family not called to urge you to return?" "No, it is better if they do not contact me." The once cheerful expression of Zhong Mu instantly turned cold. It is best not to communicate. A divorce would be even better. Gu Lingxiao refrained from pressing further, deciding to discuss his thoughts once they were back in the office, given the crowd outside. Noticing Gu Lingxiao, who appeared to have more to say but remained silent, Zhong Mu chose not to inquire further and followed him back. Once the three returned to the office, Gu Lingxiao sat beside Zhong Mu and suggested, "Annie, why not discuss with your family about establishing a branch office here?" In truth, Gu Lingxiao intended to suggest that the Liu family relocate entirely, but upon reflection, he deemed that unrealistic. Establishing a branch office would still be a step towards fostering development. If a top-tier domestic conglomerate sets up a branch here, would not other companies follow suit, believing in the promising prospects of this location? After all, the actions of such large corporations are closely monitored, and if they can profit, surely others could too. Moreover, considering the planned developments for the future, this area indeed holds significant potential, despite being on the border, as it is safeguarded by its military presence. After a moment of silence, Zhong Mu slowly replied, "I will discuss it with my father tonight." Before Gu Lingxiao could express his enthusiasm, Zhong Mu added, "There are matters to address, Auntie, but nothing concerning Liu Jia, right?" The tone of Mother Zhong was imbued with a sense of grievance and a hint of annoyance as she fixed her gaze directly upon Gu Lingxiao until the latter, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat several times. This peculiar harmony elicited a soft chuckle from Li Xiaolian, who covered her mouth. "How could that be? You shall forever remain my aunt, my dear Liu Jia," Gu Lingxiao remarked, his eyes drifting to Zhong Mu's lap. Sensing the lascivious gaze, Zhong Mu Liu retorted with a mix of shyness and indignation, "Leave. Do not disturb me and Xiaolian while we work." The mention of work struck Zhong Mu as rather strange. They had come ostensibly for a vacation, yet inexplicably found themselves assigned tasks, though she did not entirely resent it. "South Cantier 200. Boss, South Cantier has discovered individuals from other factions probing for our intelligence." Gu Lingxiao rose and exited the room, standing in the corridor, lightly tapping his fingers against the wall, his expression gradually turning icy. "Gu Lingxiao, White Phantom, prepare the personnel. We are heading to South Cantier." "White Phantom? Yes, boss." After hanging up, he peered through the slats of the blinds into the office, where Zhong Mu and Li Xiaolian had returned to their work, their heads together in discussion, the sunlight casting a gentle golden hue upon their profiles. "Boss." John appeared silently behind him. "Shall we bring heavy weaponry?" Gu Lingxiao, opting for a lighter load, turned and proceeded towards the elevator. Half an hour later, 3 modified off-road vehicles departed from the base. Gu Lingxiao sat in the rear of the lead vehicle, his fingers lightly drumming a rhythm upon his knee. "South Cantier 200. 3 spies have been captured. They revealed they are from Seza." A cold smile crept across Gu Lingxiao's lips. "Inform South Cantier 200 to unearth Seza's lair. John Wick, extract everything from the adversary. South Cantier 200, interrogation is underway." They claim Seza is one of Kunsha's representatives, responsible for the logistics in northern Shan State. "South Cantier 200, boss, Seza holds an official position. He is the district chief of Mingxi." Interesting. This implies that Seza publicly holds an official title in northern Myanmar, while covertly being affiliated with Kunsha. Truly, this nation is thoroughly rotten. As the wheels traversed the uneven dirt road, Gu Lingxiao's gaze drifted toward the undulating mountains in the distance, Kunsha. The name rolled off his tongue, tinged with a metallic taste of blood, and memories of his parents flooded back, alongside the harrowing images of his own demise. He instinctively clenched his fists. "Accelerate," Gu Lingxiao commanded suddenly, reached South Cantier before nightfall. The scenery outside the window rushed past, the setting sun bathing the convoy in crimson. Gu Lingxiao retrieved his phone and sent a message to Zhong Mu. "I will not return for dinner tonight." After a moment's thought, he added, "Notify me of any developments." His phone vibrated almost immediately with Zhong Mu's reply, "Stay safe," accompanied by a small emoji. Gu Lingxiao gazed at the emoji for several seconds before breaking into a soft laugh. This dignified Mrs. Zhong was becoming increasingly lively and private. Boss. We are nearing South Cantier. John's voice brought him back to the present. Gu Lingxiao stowed his phone, his expression sharpening once more. In the distance, sentinels were lined up at the watchtower, awaiting orders. Boss. South Cantier 200 approached the car window. To the conference room. Yes. Upon entering the conference room, Gu Lingxiao took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by John and the White Phantom. A map of northern Myanmar was spread across the table. Special Unit 200 stood before the table, pointing to Mingxi, located 100 kilometers from Nankan, and reported, Boss, here lies Mingxi, approximately 100 miles from us. It is a town significantly larger than Nankan, and it also has an official presence, including a police station and a small military force. Gu Lingxiao, with his hands clasped on the table, understood that he required an official identity to ascend to the pinnacle of power and exert control over the nation. Engaging in conflict with official forces at this stage would jeopardize all his aspirations. Boss, our understanding of Mengxi's situation is limited to the surface. We are unaware of the covert circumstances. We must first position operatives to ascertain the full scope of the situation before formulating a plan. John, seated to the side, remained exceedingly prudent, knowing that to know oneself and one's enemy is to win 100 battles. As loyal subordinates of Gu Lingxiao, they were acutely aware of their leader's intentions. Chapter 57. Global Talent Recruitment. No shortage of funds. Why is it essential to possess an official identity in Northern Myanmar? Yet the Dragon Nation remains indifferent? In the Dragon Nation, ascension is not merely dictated by the strength of one's faction. Qualifications and background are paramount. Not only does it feature a pinnacle figure, but there are also influential individuals within its ranks, and the military capabilities differ significantly. Most importantly, as a compatriot of the Dragon Nation, Gu Lingxiao is reluctant to oppose his fellow citizens. As a staunch patriot, he finds no merit in idling at home, especially when the world beyond offers ample opportunities for exploration. System, summon 10,000 low-level warriors, distributing them throughout Myanmar. With the following directive, gather intelligence on all factions in the region. We require information from all sectors, black, gray, and white. Ding. 100 million consumed. Successfully summoned 10,000 low-level warriors. Low-level warrior cap. 10, 350, 000, including the 100 from Handong University. Intelligence is indeed of paramount importance. Unfortunately, he currently lacks top-tier spies for gathering information. If only he could summon characters akin to the commanders of the Jinui for intelligence collection. Myanmar, Mandalay, an undisclosed warehouse. Lord Oil Palm. Reports indicate that a group of armed militants has emerged along the border with the Dragon Nation. The man referred to as Oil Palm set down the bloodied iron rod in his hand, accepted the cloth offered to him, and wiped the grime from his hands before responding, Armed militants? Are you not aware of my busy schedule? Is a group of armed militants truly worthy of a report? The organization did not assign me to oversee Myanmar for trivial matters. Listening to his superior's disdainful tone, the member in black wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and explained, Lord Oil Palm, they not only have armored vehicles, but, according to our intelligence operatives, they also possess Apache helicopters, an unconventional weapon. Upon hearing the mention of Apaches, Oil Palm's interest was piqued, albeit slightly. Have Chieftain keep an eye on them. If we can recruit them, we shall. If not, then let them be. Oil Palm lit a cigar as he spoke. Understood, my lord. Returning to his office, Oil Palm contemplated for a moment, then opened a drawer to retrieve an encrypted phone and dialed out. Hello? Oil Palm. Is there a problem in Myanmar? Oil Palm quickly replied, Lord Rum, Chieftain has reported the emergence of an armed faction within his jurisdiction, and they are heavily armed. As long as it does not affect us, we need not intervene. Focus on your own affairs. Yes, my lord. Click as he hung up the phone. Oil Palm's previously respectful demeanor vanished without a trace. Damn it. You think just because I call you my lord that you are something special? We are all codenamed members. What is with the pretense? Rum is the overseer of Southeast Asia, but he is rarely present in this region, which encompasses Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, Indonesia, and East Timor, a total of 11 regions. Though he was appointed as Rum's representative for Myanmar, he has never been held in high regard. And one day he shall usurp Rum's position. Nankan. After summoning the Death Warriors, Gu Lingxiao turned to the White Ghost and instructed. Take 100 special forces and disperse into Mingxi. Gather all information on that individual named Seza, preferably any incriminating evidence. Understood, boss. I assure you the task will be accomplished. After creating a separate group chat for White Ghost, Gu Lingxiao entrusted the Mengshi operation to him, while he still needed to equip the others for the mission in Nankan. System: purchase 80 AKs for the low-level death warriors in Nankan. Ding. Purchase successful, 800,000 spent. Although low-level death warriors are not particularly valuable, it is prudent to upgrade their equipment. Since they are here, they might as well seize a territory. Gu Lingxiao, deploy 10 armored vehicles and 50 special forces to capture Minka. Vampiman will mobilize 30 armored vehicles, along with 100 special forces and 200 reconnaissance soldiers. Gu Lingxiao, once Minga is secured, you will temporarily remain there awaiting my orders. After issuing commands to the death warriors at the base, Gu Lingxiao set aside his thoughts. The reason for mobilizing such a large force in Vampiman was due to its proximity to Mingxi, necessitating the deployment of 30 armored vehicles and 300 personnel for safety. System: purchase 487 signal jammers to distribute to each high-level death warrior. Signal jammer, 100,000 each. Ding. A total of 470,000 spent. He now possessed 507 high-level death warriors, and after accounting for the 20 previously purchased, there was precisely one for each warrior. Time was of the essence, as he had discerned that the situation in Old Myanmar was exceedingly intricate. Once all arrangements were complete, Gu Lingxiao, accompanied by John and others, made his way towards the fields. Walking along the ridge of a rice paddy with hands clasped behind his back, Gu Lingxiao felt the soft, damp earth beneath his feet. A few villagers engaged in transplanting rice saplings noticed him and promptly straightened up, their hands joined in respectful greeting in Burmese. Although he could not comprehend their words, their humble demeanor conveyed a cordial salutation. Gu Lingxiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Not far away, several barefoot children frolicked at the edge of the field, their sun-kissed faces radiating pure joy. Gu Lingxiao instructed the death warriors behind him, "Go buy some candies." Shortly thereafter, a warrior returned with a large bag of fruit candies. Waving to the children, they initially hesitated, but upon seeing the colorful candies, they timidly gathered around. He crouched down and distributed a few pieces to each child, who eagerly unwrapped the candies and stuffed them into their mouths, their eyes gleaming with delight. A little girl with braided hair even jumped up in joy, revealing a toothless grin. No matter the setting, the simplest smiles of children are always captivating. After distributing the candies, Gu Lingxiao settled onto the ridge of the field. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the rice paddies, the ripening grains swaying gently in the breeze, while the distant green mountains loomed like ink. And children played nearby, creating a serene pastoral tableau. He inhaled deeply, the air fragrant with the scent of earth and rice, and felt the tension within him gradually ease. Gu Lingxiao addressed all personnel, directing attention to the intelligence regarding Kunsha. These orders were primarily intended for the 10,000 lower-tier warriors. Although the expanse of Old Myanmar was vast, deploying 1,000 men was sufficient. Swallowing the candy in his mouth, Gu Lingxiao rose, brushing off his trousers as he declared, "Let us proceed." John gestured towards the distant warriors, who approached in an armored vehicle. Gu Lingxiao felt a twinge of humor. It seemed that armored vehicles had become the norm for outings, rendering his beloved tiger hound somewhat redundant, though he jested, knowing his subordinates would ensure its upkeep. "Boss, where to now?" John inquired. "Back to the camp," Gu Lingxiao replied, retrieving his phone to contact Mother Zhong. "The situation has changed. We shall convene shortly," he texted. A swift response arrived. "Understood. Both Xiaoyan and I are in the office." Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the camp. Upon disembarking, Gu Lingxiao headed straight for the office. Gently pushing the door open, he found Mother Zhong and Li Xiaoyan exchanging puzzled glances. Mother Zhong set her pen down and asked, "What has transpired?" "Nothing much, merely a realization I have come to," Gu Lingxiao replied as he pulled up a chair to sit opposite them. "I have been searching for talent among my subordinates, but I should be recruiting from around the globe. After all, we are not lacking in funds at present." Chapter 58. Renowned worldwide, billions in advertising expenditure, financial abundance. Gu Lingxiao was not exaggerating in the least. Considering his current assets, they were all liquid cash flow. The financial reserves of those colossal conglomerates, nearing trillions, might not even surpass his own. The two women set aside their tasks, eagerly anticipating his further remarks, especially Li Xiaoyan, who felt utterly exhausted despite Lu Jia's assistance, overwhelmed by an avalanche of matters at hand. "What positions do you intend to recruit?" she inquired. "I need to clarify my thoughts on which companies to establish, so I can accurately position our recruitment efforts." Upon speaking, Gu Lingxiao took a pen and a sheet of paper, while the two women similarly prepared their writing materials to record and analyze his insights. He inscribed several prominent characters on the paper, the pen leaving indelible ink marks on the stationery. Firstly, a film and entertainment company. We possessed the talents of director Gu Zheng and top-tier singer Gu Xining. He tapped the table, emphasizing the necessity for complementary screenwriters, sound engineers, and distribution teams. Li Xiaoyan quickly noted, the Shaw brothers in Hong Kong are currently downsizing. We could recruit some seasoned script supervisors and lighting technicians. Suddenly, she recalled something. Should we reach out to Rock Records? They are expanding into the mainland market. Zhang Mu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. My father is acquainted with individuals from China Film Group. We could secure import quotas for film stock. She paused. However, what we urgently require is a producer well-versed in the production of Hong Kong-style commercial films. Secondly, a beverage chain. Gu Lingxiao sketched the shape of a cup on the paper, referencing the model of Chun Shui Tang from Taiwan, the pioneering brand of bubble tea, which had yet to enter the mainland in 1997. I possess the milk tea formula, but we still need talented franchise management personnel. Zhang Mu pondered thoughtfully. Pointing to the words franchise written on the paper, there is currently no mature franchise system in the domestic market. We need store operation managers and supply chain experts. Thirdly, a battery laboratory. The pen punctured the paper, marking a black dot. As of now, Motorola is still utilizing nickel hydride batteries. We must directly tackle lithium battery technology. I have relevant information, but no personnel. Note, in 1997, Sony had only recently commercialized lithium batteries. Recalling the complete set of lithium battery data available in the System S marketplace, he mused that 100 billion was not excessive. Once a finished product emerged, there would be no shortage of collaborators domestically. Li Xiaoyan interjected. The Institute of Physics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences has just brought in a cohort of researchers. We could hire them at high salaries. Her pen hovered over the words safety regulations, but noted that production equipment would need to be imported from Japan. Suddenly, Zhong Mu had a thought. Should we consider acquiring an existing laboratory first? This would allow us to rapidly obtain patents and a technical team. Gu Lingxiao nodded in approval. Excellent idea. Fourthly, a technological industrial park. This requires architectural planners. Li Xiaoyan and Zhong Mu exclaimed in unison, sharing a smile of camaraderie. Gu Lingxiao sketched the outline of Shenzhen, proposing to initially manufacture BP machine casings to accumulate funds, gradually transitioning towards mobile phone components. The battery project would involve directly acquiring a military laboratory in Tianjin. The discussion grew increasingly animated as various job requirements swiftly filled the pages. Zhang Mu proposed the establishment of a human resources subsidiary to streamline recruitment efforts, while Li Xiaoyan suggested initially advertising high-level positions on LinkedIn and with headhunting firms. As for venture capital, Gu Lingxiao whirled his pen, stating the necessity for a team of actuaries, as well as fund managers with industry experience. Zhang Mu interjected, emphasizing the preference for those with a background in Silicon Valley. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyan raised a pertinent question. Where would the headquarters of these companies be located? Would they be dispersed or managed centrally? Gu Lingxiao pondered for a moment before responding. Centralized management, all situated around the village. This would clearly convey to prospective applicants the strength we possess, ensuring their job security. By the way, Lingxiao, my father has agreed to establish a subsidiary here, although he has yet to make an official announcement. He wishes for us to secure crucial land first. Zhang Mu's words were like a timely boon. With the endorsement of a leading company, future recruitment would require far less explanation. System, is there land available for sale in the market? Ding. Yes. 10 yuan per square meter, including all procedures. If we ultimately aspire to develop a complete urban system, how much land would we require? Hold on, let us calculate. A complete urban system encompasses universities, transportation hubs, healthcare facilities, medium-sized industrial zones, residential areas, commercial districts, living quarters, as well as roads and greenery, while maintaining 20% of the terrain, among other factors. After exchanging glances, the two women estimated the necessary area, 50 to 70 square kilometers. 50 to 70 square kilometers? Assuming the minimum of 50, that amounts to 50,000,000 square meters, which at 10 yuan per square meter totals 500 million. Very well, let South consider 70 square kilometers. I'll handle the land acquisition. You both focus on recruiting personnel. If we identify top-tier talent, their salaries can be doubled, including provisions for housing and vehicles. Thus, The three continued their deliberations late into the night, with the office whiteboard adorned with sticky notes and the floor scattered with discarded drafts. The final recruitment list encompassed hundreds of positions, ranging from entry-level employees to executives, each annotated with priority levels and salary ranges. "I will contact headhunters tomorrow," Li Xiaoyan said, massaging her sore wrist, a flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. Zhong Mu chuckled softly, also rubbing her aching wrist. "Shall we place an advertisement on CCTV's Eastern Time? Leave everything to you. If funds run low, seek Xinjiang. Do not skimp on expenses. Since we are committed, let us recruit globally, whether through television programs, advertisements, magazines, or even novels." "Excellent. A worldwide advertisement. Expensive, you say?" "Not at all. It is 1997, and the term worldwide does not encompass underdeveloped regions. It merely refers to some major nations." 3 days later, in the heart of Shanghai, at the Bund Financial Center, Andy sat by the floor-to-ceiling window of her apartment, engrossed in the broadcast of Eastern Time. Her slender fingers cradled a cup of black coffee, and her gaze was suddenly captivated by a recruitment advertisement in the lower right corner of the screen. Halung Group was seeking senior executives globally, launching a unique two-nation special zone initiative. Clad in a sharply tailored camel-colored Max Mara suit, complemented by a pure white silk blouse and pointed Jimmy Choo heels, her shoulder-length chestnut hair was impeccably styled. Her makeup was understated yet exquisite, with only a bold swipe of Dior 999 lipstick signifying her assertiveness. The cool gleam of her Cartier tank watch mirrored the sharpness in her gaze. "A unique two-nation initiative?" she murmured softly, her fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Years of avoidance regarding the family business were seemingly swayed by this multinational project. Even though the salary figure displayed on the screen, an annual income of 5 million plus equity, fell short of her current earnings. The promise of a fully autonomous team compelled her to seriously contemplate the possibility of a career change. Meanwhile, in Tokyo at the Heim law firm, Haimiri was diligently reviewing case files when her assistant, Kuriyama Midori, burst through the door, brandishing a copy of the Asahi Shimbun. "Sensei, look at this recruitment. Halung Group is hiring legal advisors, offering remote work and case bonuses." Seated behind her desk, Haimiri was dressed in a navy Chanel suit, meticulously buttoned to the collar with pearl buttons. Her slender legs, encased in black stockings, were adorned with Ferragamo ballet flats. Her long, straight black hair was elegantly pinned up with a silver hairpin, and her eyes, calm as an eagle behind golden-rimmed glasses, conveyed an air of authority. The solitary diamond stud in her earlobe was her only adornment, enhancing her formidable presence. Such benefits must be reserved for regions with high transnational crime rates, she remarked with a light laugh, yet her fingers paused upon seeing the guaranteed annual income of 200 million yen. Considering her often absent husband, Kagoro Muri, and their daughter, Rand, she hesitated for an unusual moment, saying, "Make a note of the contact information." Chapter 59, targeted by the Black Dragon Group. Wealth is abundant. At the headquarters of Runway magazine in New York, Miranda Priestley cast the Wall Street Journal aside on her desk, its headline displaying a full-page advertisement for the Black Dragon Group, revamping the global fashion supply chain, inviting applications for creative director. Clad in a tailored Ralph Lauren pristine white suit, complemented by a V-neck black lace blouse, a Hermes silk scarf casually draped around her neck, and her hair styled in her signature sleek bun, she stepped silently yet powerfully in Christian Louboutin heels across the carpet. Her fingertips, adorned with nude polish, glimmered with a Van Cleef Arpels ring. "Inform the board, I intend to resign," she declared to her assistant, Emily, her gaze fixated on the advertisement's limitless budget. The confines of Runway proved too small for her ambitions, whereas the Black Dragon Group's duty-free zone project in Southeast Asia offered a true stage upon which she could redefine the fashion of the next decade. The world was astounded by Gu Lingxiao's audacious move. Billions spent on advertising solely for recruitment underscored the profound strength of the Black Dragon Group. At the Italian Mafia headquarters, nestled in the underground conference room of the Palazzo dei Principi in Sicily, a heavy oak door stood firmly shut. The air was thick with the smoke of premium cigars, and beneath the dim glow of a crystal chandelier, a dozen men in bespoke suits gathered around a long table. Each cuff bore an intricate embroidery, Cosa Nostra, our thing. At the head of the table sat Don Vito Corleone, the venerable leader of the Mafia in his 60s, his silver-streaked hair meticulously groomed, his robust form enveloped in a charcoal three-piece suit. Observing the cacophony of his subordinates, he silently puffed on a Cuban Cohiba cigar, his steely gray eyes scanning the assembly like a hawk, a jade ring on his finger glinting coldly. On the left side of the table sat the strategist, Salvatore the Butcher Luciano, with a gaunt, menacing physique, his calculating gaze peering through gold-rimmed glasses, idly fiddling with a pure silver letter opener. He regarded the boisterous members with a hint of derision. To him, resorting to violence was the basest method, while intellect was the superior approach. To his right was the action team leader, Antonio Iron Fist Rossi, his face marked by excess, a tattoo of the Virgin Mary gracing his neck, and his knuckles scarred from past confrontations as he angrily extinguished his cigar. Though he appeared hulking and slow, his agility belied his appearance, exuding an air of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Below Antonio sat their financial head, Marco Silver Fox Ferrara. The young and beautiful woman seemed out of place among the group of men who were only familiar with violence and weaponry, dressed in a form-fitting black sheath dress. The contours of her shoulders were subtly revealed beneath a white shawl, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, suggesting a deliberate effort to enhance her appearance. Yet, her hands were occupied with a knife, deftly slicing an apple. The strategist Luciano spoke first. That scoundrel Qin Jiang, who once refused our invitation, now hides in Southeast Asia, acting as a lackey for local warlords? As soon as he finished, Rossi abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Does he think he is safe in that decrepit fortress? Let me gather a team and bring him back to feed the dogs." According to intelligence, the Black Dragon Group was formidable. Although their armed guards were fewer than ours, they still numbered in the thousands. "Are you suggesting we deploy troops to attack?" The voice of Silver Fox Ferrara was not loud, yet it resonated with everyone present. "Shall we bow to those yellow-skinned monkeys? We could send a clean-up crew disguised as tourists. Perhaps we could even bribe local officials." Suddenly, all voices ceased as Don Vito Corleone extinguished his cigar with a heavy thud in the crystal ashtray. In a low tone, he stated, "That is not our territory." His fingers continued to tap rhythmically on the table, producing a steady sound. The hearts of the group seemed to synchronize with his relentless tapping, rising and falling in unison. Although 60 years of age, Don Vito's seemingly aged visage concealed a wealth of wisdom, ruthlessness, cunning, and treachery. He embodied the qualities of a truly perfect leader. Even the winery of the black-clad organization remained impenetrable due to his presence, preventing any infiltration into Italy. "Marco, select 3 clean brothers to enter under the guise of investors with Swiss passports. Since they are in the midst of recruitment, this presents an opportunity." Salvatore added, "Contact General Kunsha from the Shan state of Myanmar and inquire whether he can sleep soundly with such a heretic on his territory. They could offer support." As one of their suppliers, the Mafia's rapport with Kunsha was not insignificant. Antonio glanced at Don Vito as he spoke. "Withdraw your men from the Golden Triangle. Now is not the time for conflict." Antonio Iron Fist Rossi clenched his hands tightly under the table, filled with frustration. Don Vito let out a cold chuckle. "Aren't they recruiting high-level talent? Let Camilo apply." At this, the group's pupils dilated in disbelief, gazing incredulously at their leader. Camila Black Widow Corleone, Don's adopted daughter, a Harvard Business School graduate who had once dismantled Milan Bank using her charms. Her intellect rivaled that of strategist Salvatore Butcher Luciano, and her capabilities were on par with ordinary special forces, making her a versatile woman, cherished as a precious gem by her leader. As the meeting adjourned, Ferrara tossed a copy of the Wall Street Journal into the fireplace, the headline announcing Miranda's resignation engulfed in flames. Black Dragon Group, the rising global power from the East. With a derisive scoff, Ferrara remarked that one must have the means to rise, turning away as the newspaper turned to ashes. In the dimly lit Ushui bar, a secret stronghold of the Japanese black organization in Tokyo, the air was thick with smoke. Chianti, her impatience palpable, drummed her fingers on the bar counter. Her bourbon whiskey nearly depleted. Was gin ever going to arrive? She irritably tousled her wine-red hair, her sharpshooter's instincts picking up the gaze of Bourbon, who observed her from the corner with a bemused expression. Just then, the door swung open, and Gin stepped in, followed closely by Vodka, his silver hair glinting like a blade in the muted light. Finally, he had arrived. Chianti was about to voice her frustration when Gin made a beeline for the bar. The bartender, a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache, cheerfully slid an amber-hued sherry towards him. "Sir, your taste is impeccable," he said. After a single sip, Jin's demeanor shifted to icy cold. He seized the bartender's hair and slammed his face onto the counter, the Beretta 92F pressed against his temple. "Belmod, do not test my limits." "Oh dear, discovered already?" The bartender's voice morphed into a languid female tone as her waxen features melted away to reveal Belmod's alluring visage. She licked the blood from her lips, grinning like a contented cat. Just a jest. Gin Vodka silently took a step back. Every time this woman employed her disguise, his brother's murderous intent felt suffocating. Jin released Belmod and slammed a copy of the Asahi Shimbun onto the table, the front page prominently featuring a recruitment advertisement for the Black Dragon Group. Chapter 60. The Decision of the Lu Group. I have recognized my recurring flaw. I tend to focus on writing female characters. I have resolved that the subsequent female characters will either be fiercely independent or follow the cliché trope of being rescued. Yet the intertwining plots will not extend beyond a few chapters. The primary focus will be on territorial power. If there are any favorite female characters, not limited to anime, television, or film, please leave a comment. I prefer those with high intelligence or some degree of capability. Have you all comprehended this? He cast a cold gaze over the assembly. The gentleman commanded that either the company be controlled or transformed into our financial reservoir. Gianti remarked with a chuckle. Why not just eliminate their boss outright? As she attempted to rise, Cohen firmly restrained her shoulder. Bourbon, with his fingertips gliding over the newspaper, his violet gray eye shrouded in mystery, mused, financial warfare is far more intriguing than bullets. Rum's solitary eye sparkled with insight. The oil palm has mentioned them. A newly emerged warlord faction in Myanmar, yet they are even more domineering than the old guard, acting without restraint. Belmod toyed with an empty wine glass. Upon hearing the gentleman's words, her nails scraped the rim, producing a jarring sound. None noticed the seething hatred simmering in her gaze. Last week, the oil palm sent word, and Rum's prosthetic eye gleamed with a mechanical coldness under the light. The so-called Black Dragon Group is merely a faction developed by a village chief along the China-Myanmar border, but it has grown at an astonishing pace. Not only do they possess dozens of armored vehicles, but also Apache helicopters. Vodka inhaled sharply. This is no mere enterprise. It is fundamentally a warlord. Thus, cunning is imperative. Jin lit a cigarette, a feral grin emerging through the smoke. Belmod. You shall disguise yourself as a headhunter to approach their HR. Belmod's crimson lips curled. What if their boss takes a liking to me? That would be even better. Belmod maintained her composure outwardly, yet her heart was cold as ice. The organization harbors no emotions, only utility. I will seek an opportunity to infiltrate the Black Dragon. As the meeting concluded, Belmod strode through the rain-soaked streets of Tokyo, a veil of gloom settling over her heart. Since she was destined for such a place, she decided to visit her angel first. The thought of Angel Lan uplifted Belmod's spirits considerably. In the Dragon Kingdom, one village spans 2 nations. Within 3 days, Gu Lingxiao purchased 70 square kilometers of land directly for Li Xiaoyan, due to the advertisements placed. However, currently, the village lacks a designated recruitment site, and those arriving for interviews might not even have accommodation. Gu Lingxiao had no choice but to temporarily convert the office into a recruitment venue, eagerly awaiting the first job seeker to arrive. Several air-conditioned buses shuttled back and forth from the nearest town, the journey taking no more than half an hour. The town's sole hotel was entirely booked by Gu Lingxiao, specifically for all applicants. Downstairs, not only were there dozens of Special Forces security personnel, but also hundreds of low-ranking assassins on standby across various floors. What image should he project to these prospective employees? That of wealth, an abundance of resources, opulence. Working for Gu Lingxiao would guarantee that they would not be deprived. All expenses, including flight and transportation, would be reimbursed. Inside the village office, after everything was meticulously arranged, Mother Zhang and Li Xiaoyan prepared to depart. However, instead of the anticipated job applicants, they received a phone call from Mother Zhang. The sudden ringing of her mobile phone interrupted the moment. She set aside the documents in her hands and answered, "Hello, Dad." A hearty laughter resonated from the other end. "Ha ha ha, yeah. Your Gu Lingxiao is quite the bold one." The voice of Father Lu came through the receiver with clarity. The front page recruitment ads in the Wall Street Journal and the Times, even the electronic screens in Tokyo's Ginza are showcasing them. This overwhelming display has become the subject of discussion among the Group S veterans in this morning's meeting. A smile involuntarily crept onto Mother Zhong's lips as her fingers idly twirled the phone cord. P.S. Just being reckless. Yet, the pride in her eyes was undeniable, even tinting her earlobes with a faint blush. After exchanging pleasantries, Father Lu's tone shifted to seriousness. Yeah. Let me ask you one thing. Is this Gu Lingxiao worth the Lu family's entire investment? Without a moment's hesitation, Mother Zheng replied resolutely. Absolutely. She glanced at Gu Lingxiao, who was assisting Li Xiaoyan with documents, her voice soft yet unwavering. He deserves the best. Good. Good. Father Lu exclaimed repeatedly, the sound of a pen tapping against the table audible through the receiver. Then reserve the prime piece of land for me. The Lu group will take it. At that moment, Mother Zhang naively assumed her father merely sought a location for the branch office, unaware that a surprise awaited her. After hanging up, Gu Lingxiao approached with 2 cups of coffee in hand. Did Uncle Lu need something? Upon hearing this address, Mother Zhang's face flushed instantly. She accepted the coffee cup, her fingertips accidentally brushing against Gu Lingxiao's hand, causing her to retract as if shocked. No. It's just. She sipped her coffee to mask her fluster. My dad wants to acquire some land in the village to establish a branch of the group. Small matter. Gu Lingxiao replied with a smile, gesturing toward the model on the table, indicating the core business district A01 plot, which had already been reserved for the Lu family. He leaned in slightly, observing the blush on Mother Zhong's ears as he added, after all, we are family. Li Xiaoyan timely cleared her throat, raising a document to conceal her amused expression. Shanjing City, originally referred to as Jing City, but to differentiate it from Jinghai City, it will now be called Shanjing City, which is present-day Beijing. In the 37th floor conference room of the Lu Group's headquarters, Mother Zhong's father, Lu Erniu, set down the phone and, with a serious demeanor, addressed the gathered shareholders. I have made a decision. The headquarters will relocate. The conference room erupted in chaos. Relocating the headquarters. The financial director, Old Zhang, dropped his pen, causing ink to splatter across the financial reports. The marketing director, Li Mei, abruptly stood, her chair screeching against the floor. Director Lu, this is no joking matter. We have established ourselves in Shanjing for decades. Do I appear to be jesting? Lu Ernie rested his hands on the solid wood conference table, the cold light of his vintage Shanghai watch reflecting in the dim room. He surveyed the 12 shareholders present, all of whom had been his steadfast companions since their days in the construction crew. The antique clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, and the air seemed to hang heavy with anticipation. Finally, Old Wang from the engineering department sighed. Lao Lu, our roots lie in Shanjing. Roots can be relocated. Lu Erniu replied, retrieving a stack of photographs from his briefcase and sliding them across the table. Take a look at this. The images depicted Gu Lingxiao's armored convoy lined up neatly along the border, with a modern industrial park under construction in the background. The most striking photo captured just 3 days prior, a formation of 20 armed helicopters poised nearby, hinting that the adversary was indeed constructing a military airport. The human resources director trembled as he removed his reading glasses, realizing the implications of this endeavor. This is the creation of another commercial empire. Lu Erniu's wife. When Ruyu spoke softly, having donned the emerald green qipao she wore 30 years ago when the company was listed, her words elicited a collective gasp from the assembly. Seizing the moment, Lu Erniu declared, within a year, I expect the new group to be fully constructed, after which everyone shall relocate there. Chapter 61. The candidates from various regions gradually arrive. The Black Dragon is not lacking in funds. The logistics director hesitated to speak. Lu Erniu waved his hand decisively. Build luxury villas for the senior executives, elevator apartments for the mid-level managers, and garden communities for the core employees. He gritted his teeth, insisting that all renovations adhere to a star-rated standard, with the group covering the expenses entirely. Observing the puzzled expressions of his old comrades, Lu Erniu finally revealed the truth. Last month, someone attempted a hostile takeover of our company. He brought up an encrypted document, revealing that the adversary had secretly acquired 15 of the circulating shares. When Ruyu added, going to the border presents both a crisis and an opportunity, she gently pressed her hand against her husband's tense knuckles, assuring him that at least there, no one could harm us. The conference room fell silent once more, until suddenly, the finance chief, Old Zhang, slammed his hand on the table. Let us do it. I have long been displeased with those capital vultures. Exactly. Li Mei wiped the corner of her eyes. Back in the day, we could conquer the world carrying cement. Now with helicopter escorts, what do we have to fear? Laughter erupted among the group as they eagerly signed the relocation resolution. Lu Ernie gazed out the window, watching the neon lights of the capital blur in the rain and mist. He understood that this decision might lead to a short-term evaporation of 30 billion in the group's market value, but compared to his daughter's affirmation over the phone, this was inconsequential. He only informed his brothers that someone had clandestinely acquired shares, and considering the scale of their trillion-dollar group, one could only imagine the formidable backing of the adversary. The Zhong family had long ceased to be a concern, had it not been for Yaya's presence. Relations would have been frosty. Who would still look down on whom? Now, the young man Yaya cared for had already begun to shine. Lu Erniu did not mind lending a hand. The branch office may not hold enough weight, yet it could serve as a false signal to those watching the Lu family. Once the building was completed, they would depart, solidifying everything. That young man was undoubtedly remarkable. As all the shareholders began distributing tasks, General Lu called Lu Yaya once more, seeking clarification on certain matters. The Lu family's domain also encompassed the construction industry, so they would handle the building and accommodation without troubling Lingxiao. Lu Erniu dialed Zhong Mu's number again, inquiring why she was so confident in her bet on Gu Lingxiao. Earlier, amidst the crowd, he hadn't asked, but now it was just him and Zhong Mu's mother. When the call connected, Lu Erniu pressed the speakerphone, leaning in close with his wife, Wen Ruyu, to listen. Yaya, it's just your mother and I now. Lu Erniu lowered his voice. Please tell your father honestly, why are you so sure about betting on Gu Lingxiao? On the other end, Zhong Mu's faint breathing was heard, followed by her resolute voice. Dad, do you know what Lingxiao possesses now? Her tone brimmed with undeniable pride, revealing not merely an ordinary security team but a properly organized military unit, including a special operations squad. The cup in Wen Ryu's hand clattered to the carpet. He was already executing a grand strategic plan. Zhong Mu continued, Nankan and Jiugu are merely the beginning. The entire Shan state is within his vision. Moreover, she paused, observing that he possessed a formal firearm permit, and not just a few. Lu's father's hands trembled involuntarily, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. How? Is this even possible? Most importantly, Zhong's mother's voice suddenly softened. The words he is very kind to me were laden with unspoken implications. After the call ended, an eerie silence enveloped the office. When Ruyu, trembling, picked up a teacup, only to discover that her husband was already perspiring profusely. Lao Lu, she called softly. Lu Erniu removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Ryu, we may have truly made a fortunate bet. He gazed out the window, where the city lights shone brilliantly through the rain, yet they felt utterly disconnected from it. Suddenly, when Ryu recalled something, should we inform Yaya of our true plans? No need, Lu Erniu replied, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Let us surprise our daughter. When our building reaches its pinnacle over there. He envisioned her astonished expression, which would be utterly delightful. When Ruyu shot a helpless glance at her husband, who, despite being half buried in the ground, still exhibited such childlike innocence. Nevertheless, the thought of Yaya's reaction brought a smile to her lips as well. One village, two nations. Observing Zhong's mother's revealing behavior, Gu Lingxiao remained unfazed, knowing it would be discovered sooner or later. The Lu family now belonged to his sphere, and as long as they did not expose the existence of the special forces, all would be well. However, Lu's father's words served as a reminder. If the entire world could see, would anyone become envious? Consequently, the originally insufficient patrol scouts in the village were no longer adequate. For absolute safety, Gu Lingxiao decided to deploy an additional 100 special forces to disperse attention and ensure security, stationing guards both upstairs and downstairs in the office building. He pondered which factions might be unable to resist the urge to cause trouble. Boss, the number of tourists in the village has surged tenfold compared to before. Many of them are foreigners, John remarked, standing behind Gu Lingxiao and observing the tourists below the balcony. It seems our recruitment advertisement has proven quite effective. Let the patrolling mercenaries enhance security measures to prevent any incidents. Indeed, how intriguing. Gu Lingxiao's gaze swept across the crowd, noticing several individuals who averted their eyes, likely spies dispatched by rival factions. Keep it quiet. Do not provoke trouble while I am in a placid mood, or else. Ruijiang Sanyi International Airport, with one character altered. Phew. Teacher, we've finally disembarked. I never imagined the flight would take so long. Li Xiao fanned herself with her hand while tugging at her tank top adorned with coconut tree patterns. Teacher, it's much hotter here than in Tokyo. The imprint of the airplane seat lingered on her fair shoulders. Fei Yingli removed her sunglasses, her long legs clad in light green shorts gleaming under the sun. The hem of her white shirt was carelessly knotted, revealing her slender waist, while her black coat hung loosely over her shoulders. She gathered her softly curled, chestnut hair, and the pearl necklace around her neck swayed gently with her movements. The reception sign of the Black Dragon Group stood out prominently at the exit. As she walked over with her suitcase, Fei Yingli noticed that 7 or 8 people were already waiting. She fluently inquired in English, "We are here for an interview. May I ask, The interview location is at one village, two countries. The staff member, a young girl with a ponytail, had a name badge that read, Reception Team, Lingxiao. The bus would first take everyone to the hotel for check-in, and she gestured to her tablet, indicating that each interviewee would receive a unique identification badge. Fei Yingli keenly sensed the exchanged glances among several applicants, and Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have anticipated this. Raising her voice to reassure everyone, please rest assured, the entire hotel has been reserved by our group, and all security personnel are certified. She deliberately displayed the anti-counterfeiting mark on her work ID, stating that any concerns could be addressed by the duty staff on each floor. Belmont stood on the periphery of the crowd, her golden hair hidden beneath a baseball cap. She squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Fei Yingli, a woman of remarkable poise who seemed familiar to her. Upon hearing the phrase one village, two countries, she subtly stepped forward. Chapter 62, The Subsidiaries of the Black Dragon. As the air-conditioned bus approached, its exterior adorned with the emblematic dark pattern logo of the Black Dragon Group, the gleaming windows reflected the blinding sunlight. Upon boarding, Fei Yingli noticed chilled mineral water resting on the genuine leather seats, while the onboard television played a bilingual promotional video of the village. May I inquire? Fei Yingli began as she twisted the cap off her bottle. Is there accommodation available in the village? Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to respond, Vermouth interjected in a distinctly American accent. I, too, would prefer to stay near the workplace. Please hold on while I contact the proprietor of the village inn. With that, Lin Xiaoyu retrieved her phone and dialed, inquiring about the availability of rooms. On the other end, the innkeeper's booming voice resonated through the speaker. We have plenty of vacancies. The newly renovated bamboo houses are unoccupied. Very well, we shall first transport the other guests to the hotel, Lin Xiaoyu noted swiftly on her tablet. Then we will proceed to the village on this bus. Vermouth nodded slightly, leaning back in her seat. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Fei Yingli diligently scribbling notes, the fountain pen casting delicate shadows upon the paper. As the bus departed from the airport, the soothing strains of traditional music filled the air. Vermouth gazed at the passing banana trees, a subtle smile gracing her lips behind her sunglasses. This hiring event seemed to promise more intrigue than she had anticipated. Several hours later, the bus finally delivered Fei Yingli and her companions to the village. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the village. Allow me to escort you to the inn. Lin Xiaoyu's voice roused the drowsy group. Fei Yingli adjusted her glasses. She had not rested during the journey, her gaze fixed outside. As they neared the village and observed the myriad construction sites, she was taken aback, estimating the area to span several dozen square kilometers. Cranes, towers, and construction zones surrounded them. It felt as though she was witnessing the dawn of a burgeoning metropolis. Similarly, Vermouth, with eyes as blue as the sky beneath her sunglasses, surveyed her surroundings. Her impression distilled into two words: affluence. Indeed, this was wealth, a level far beyond the ordinary. A faint smile graced her lips as she disembarked alongside several interviewees who had chosen to reside in the village. Wow, how magnificent! Exclaimed a girl clad in a pink jacket and sporting long cherry blossom pink hair, gripping her guitar strap tightly, her mouth agape in awe. Is she a child? Surely. She is a child. The others around her exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts. With a guitar slung over her shoulder, she was likely not there for an interview like the rest. She must be auditioning for the subsidiary, Golden Dragon Media. Black Dragon Group. Headquarters. Subsidiaries. Red Dragon Catering Company. Orange Dragon Fruits. Yellow Dragon Real Estate. Green Dragon Apparel Company. Cyan Dragon Research Institute. Blue Dragon Production Park. Purple Dragon Security Company. Golden Dragon Media Company. White Dragon Venture Capital Company, Limited. Everyone, please proceed this way. Lin Xiaoyu, brandishing a small red flag she had procured from somewhere, led the way across the crosswalk. Despite the construction sites bustling with activity nearby, the ground was surprisingly free of dust and dirt, thanks to the diligent sanitation workers sweeping the area. It appeared that this black dragon not only possessed considerable wealth, but also exhibited a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The village was visible in its entirety, extending approximately a kilometer deep, with an intricate network of rivers and an array of souvenir shops, lodgings, and dining establishments. The group arrived at the office building's entrance, where the owner was already waiting. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, he approached with a smile. Hello. These must be the guests staying with us. Indeed, boss, they have all chosen to reside within the village. I will leave the specific room arrangements to you, she replied. No problem at all, the owner said, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned his attention to the guests behind Lingxiao, and his eyes widened in surprise. Not only were they all women, but each one was strikingly beautiful, with a little girl among them, which was hardly a concern. Upon entering the village, several members of Belmore's group felt their nerves tighten, their bodies growing somewhat stiff. What was going on? What kind of place was this village? From the moment they stepped inside, they sensed an icy gaze sweeping over them from the shadows. A long-standing experience telling them it was the watchful eye of a sniper, or perhaps a marksman. They could hardly discern the source of the gaze, but they knew that any hint of danger would result in immediate consequences. Moreover, the frequent patrols and strategically placed sentries exuded an aura of menace. How intriguing, Belmore thought. A faint smile gracing her lips as she eagerly anticipated meeting the leader of the Black Dragon Group. The innkeeper summoned an English translator, a resource hired by Gu Lingxiao from various regions, proficient in English, Japanese, Russian, and more. The translator attentively listened to the innkeeper's instructions before turning to Fei Yingli and the others to explain. Accommodation is complimentary, and meals will be prepared for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you wish to dine, simply head downstairs to the cafeteria at the designated times. Should you encounter any difficulties within the village, feel free to seek assistance from the security personnel. Everyone nodded with smiles, acknowledging their understanding, and the owner proceeded to allocate rooms for the group. Standing by the window of her room, Belmore sensed that she was not the only one among her companions with intentions of investigating the Black Dragon's affairs. It remained uncertain whether they were CIA operatives, spies, or agents of other shadowy forces. Inside the office building, Li Xiaolian hung up the phone, rubbing her weary brow as she spoke. Sister Yaya, the first batch of interview candidates has checked into the hotel we've arranged. Some have opted for lodgings within the village. How long do you think it would be appropriate for us to commence the interviews? Zhongmu pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us commence early tomorrow. After all, we are not made of iron. Today, we shall take a respite. As she spoke, her gaze fell sorrowfully upon Gu Lingxiao, who stood on the balcony outside the door. Once of noble status, her life had spiraled into chaos since encountering Lingxiao. Now, she felt as if she were working within her own corporation. A thought that filled her with a sense of grievance. The scrutiny from behind was too overt. As Gu Lingxiao turned, he met Zhongmu's vulnerable and distressed gaze, which tugged at his heart, prompting him to stride toward her. Zhongmu also rose to her feet, finding herself enveloped in Gu Lingxiao's embrace. I apologize for the hardship you've endured. Once we recruit suitable personnel, your burdens shall lessen, he assured her. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolian, feeling neglected, reached out to comfort Zhongmu, saying, You too, you have worked hard, Xiaolian. With a huff, Zhongmu felt that perhaps these days were not so bad after all, though challenging. She found solace in aiding Lingxiao. I'm hungry. A soft, plaintive voice emerged from her embrace. Gu Lingxiao smiled indulgently. Come, let us return home. I shall prepare a meal for you. Hearing that he would cook, both women involuntarily swallowed, recalling Gu Lingxiao's extraordinary culinary skills. Chapter 63, The Perilous Aura of the Chief. Belmode in action. Let us proceed to purchase some groceries. Today I intend to indulge in a grand feast. Lingxiao, I shall not accompany you. I wish to see how my brother is faring. A gentle light filled Li Xiaolian's eyes as she spoke of her brother. Very well. Do inform me if you require anything. Rest assured, should I need assistance, I shall speak up, Li Xiaolian replied, planting a kiss on Gu Lingxiao's cheek before seizing her bag and departing. Once, she and her brother had navigated life with utmost caution, but now, she had found support, a sanctuary of her own. With a buoyant spirit, Li Xiaolian walked with a skip, having shed the burdens of work from her mind. Xiaolian is truly capable, Mother Zhong remarked sincerely, watching the direction in which Li Xiaolian had vanished. To her, Li Xiaolian was not only gentle and adept, but her insights and perspectives were equally commendable. Had she not been aware of the girl's true lineage, she might have believed that Xiaolian was akin to herself. Indeed, just look at me. My discernment is unparalleled. Gu Lingxiao chuckled, grasping Mother Zhong's hand as they ventured outside, closely followed by John Wick and Joel Forge, who remained vigilant. In this village, where one could hardly distinguish friend from foe, the safety of the boss was paramount. On the second floor of the hotel, several gazes were fixed upon Gu Lingxiao, only to be swiftly diverted by the calm, unwavering looks of John and Joel. Masters. Unquestionable masters. The presence of such elite bodyguards hinted unmistakably at the man's prominence, and with his emergence from the office building, he was undoubtedly the ruler of the Black Dragon. The remaining individuals were not inclined to linger in their rooms, Nothing leaves a more profound impression than an unexpected encounter. Master, do taste this powder. It is truly delectable. Kuriyama Midori exclaimed, still savoring her rice noodles, a blissful expression adorning her face as she addressed her mentor. Is it genuinely so delightful? Fei Yingli regarded the bowl before her, laden with a thick layer of crimson oil, fresh meat, pickled vegetables, pea shoots, and an array of exquisite ingredients. With a slight inhalation, she detected an extraordinarily rich aroma. After stirring the contents, she took a bite, and the moment the flavors touched her palate, her eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was exquisite. Master, I have received some significant intelligence. What is it? Reiko Q2 is coming as well. Coughing slightly, Fei Yingli grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth, incredulously asking, is that true? Who informed you? Higi, I am good friends with a colleague of lawyer Q2. They mentioned she is already set off today. Very well. Let her come. It is of no concern to me. Though she said this, Fei Yingli felt that Reiko Q2 was indeed coming for her, as the two were both rivals and friends, always eager to compete with one another. Passing by, Gu Lingxiao caught a glimpse of familiar voices speaking in what sounded like Japanese and turned to look, though he could not recall who it was. Lingxiao, come quickly. There are wild scallions here. Mother Zheng called from a stall up ahead. I'm coming. As Gu Lingxiao approached, he discovered indeed that it was wild onion, delicious whether prepared in a salad or stir-fried with cured meat. This street, though not particularly large, boasted a variety of vegetables and a shop selling fish and seafood, all of which had been designated specifically by Gu Lingxiao. After all, every household had reached a level of modest affluence. Despite the remote location, the standard of living was far from low. While the two were meandering through the market, John and his companion noticed a woman approaching directly towards their boss. At the opportune moment, Belmont deliberately stepped into the crack of the cobblestone path with her high heels, feigning a fall toward Gu Lingxiao, eyes closed and letting out a startled gasp, portraying an image of accidental tumbling. What a surprise! Gu Lingxiao, adhering to the philosophy of seizing opportunities, instinctively reached out to catch her. A fragrant breeze wafting towards him as he felt the softness against his chest. What a substantial advantage. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine, Belmont replied. Her striking beauty and statuesque figure accentuated as she slightly tilted her head back, her eyes glistening with tears, exuding a pitiful charm. Gu Lingxiao admitted to himself that he was indeed a lecher, yet he still maintained a semblance of gallantry as he helped her to her feet. Marveling at how her heel had become ensnared in the crack, such a narrow gap, yet how did she manage to get stuck? After assisting her to stand upright, Gu Lingxiao crouched down and gently grasped her calf, lifting it to extricate the high heel, which he then placed upon his knee before finally removing it. Blushing, Belmont donned her shoe again and slightly bent forward to express her gratitude to Gu Lingxiao before departing from the scene. What's the matter? Can't bear to part with her? Should we chase after her? Zhongmu said, pouting with a hint of jealousy. Not really. She looks familiar, but I can't quite place which organization sent her. Gu Lingxiao replied. He was no fool. It was apparent that her actions were intentional, and he saw no reason to shy away from such a clear opportunity. What? Zhongmu exclaimed, turning around only to find that the woman had vanished. Angrily, she directed her ire at Gu Lingxiao, knowing she had ulterior motives. You still chose to catch her? What if she had a weapon? Do not underestimate John and Joel. If she had drawn a weapon, they would have subdued her in an instant. Indeed, madam, rest assured, she was indeed approaching the boss. Although her act was convincing, her intentions were quite transparent. And we have been vigilant at all times, Joel explained as he tucked away a long needle from his sleeve. And what about you? Did you find her appealing? Zhongmu teased, catching a whiff of something. What a strong sour scent. She added while glancing at Zhongmu with a playful smile. Humph. Zhongmu, her cheeks flushed, turned and walked towards home. With a light chuckle, Gu Lingxiao pursued her, reaching out to take her hand, only for her to evade him deftly. Are you jealous? He inquired, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, feigning ignorance of the situation. Zhongmu remained silent, allowing herself to be embraced as they returned home, where she finally turned to face Gu Lingxiao with a serious expression. Noticing her earnest demeanor, Gu Lingxiao also subdued his smile. Lingxiao, regardless of how many women you may have in the future, you must promise me that you will never forsake us. Mother Zhong was clearly referring to the bond they shared, not to Xiao Ai. Gu Lingxiao suppressed his playful demeanor, gently cradling Mother Zhong's face in his hands. His gaze intense as he declared, I assure you, no matter what the future holds, I will never neglect you or Xiao Ai in the slightest. His thumb caressed her flushed cheek, vowing that neither would be left in solitude. Mother Zheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she playfully swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "You're such a smooth talker." Yet her lips betrayed her with an involuntary smile. "Come, allow me to showcase my culinary skills." Gu Lingxiao rolled up his sleeves and made his way to the kitchen, with Mother Zheng eagerly following, watching as he skillfully chopped vegetables and tossed the pan. In no time, a delightful array of 3 dishes and a soup graced the table. "Taste this." Gu Lingxiao placed a piece of sweet and sour ribs into Mother Zheng's bowl. She hesitantly took a bite, and her eyes immediately sparkled. "It's just as delicious as ever, truly remarkable." She eagerly sampled the other dishes, each one leaving her utterly amazed. Gu Lingxiao leaned closer to her ear, his breath warming her sensitive earlobe. "But none are as delectable as you." "You." The tips of Mother Zheng's ears turned crimson, and she nearly dropped her chopsticks in surprise. She shot Gu Lingxiao an indignant glare, only for him to seize the moment and steal a kiss. "Rogue." Mother Zheng muttered softly, yet she did not shy away from his subsequent embrace. Chapter 64, finally indulged. "Why not have a glass of red wine, Aunt?" Listening to Gu Lingxiao's hoarse voice and the faint flush in his eyes, Mrs. Zhang felt a moment of trepidation, yet there was an unspoken anticipation stirring within her. "Very well," she replied softly. A single word that brought an instant sparkle of joy to Gu Lingxiao's demeanor. He turned towards the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of red wine with purpose. Today, Li Xiaolian would not be returning, and he yearned for meat. As the night deepened, bathed in the warm glow of the lights, Gu Lingxiao poured the wine slowly into a delicate goblet. Mrs. Zheng rested her chin on her hand, her fingertips gently tracing the rim of the glass, the ruby liquid mirroring the blush on her cheeks. This wine was delightful. She took a sip, her crimson lips adorned with the shimmering stain of the wine, the alcohol igniting a glimmer in her eyes, causing her to unconsciously loosen her collar, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. Gu Lingxiao's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze fervently following her every movement. "Not even a fraction of your allure," he murmured, his voice thick with desire. Mrs. Zheng chuckled softly, taking another sip, the wine cascading from the corner of her lips, leaving an enticing mark upon her collarbone. Unaware of the effect she had, she languidly swirled her glass. "Lingxiao, I think I might be a little tipsy. Let me carry you to your room." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Gu Lingxiao swept her up in his arms. Mrs. Zheng gasped softly, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck, the intoxicating scent of her hair mingling with the aroma of wine enveloping him. As the bedroom door swung open with a decisive kick, Mrs. Zheng suddenly grasped his hand, halting him from unfastening her clothing. "Wait." A flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes. "I am no longer a young woman. You might regret this." Gu Lingxiao paused, leaning down to press her gently against the soft mattress. "Nonsense," he whispered, placing a tender kiss on the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. "Here lies wisdom." His lips danced closer, murmuring, "Here speaks gentleness," as his fingers caressed her collarbone, "and here, strength." Each word transformed into fervent kisses. Mrs. Zheng's breath quickened, the last remnants of her rationality submerged under his intoxicating presence. At some point, their garments had slipped away, the moonlight streaming through the sheer curtains, outlining their entwined forms. The sheets became disheveled, and the pillow bore traces of indeterminate moisture, whether sweat or tears, whispered tales of the night's fervor. As dawn's light broke, Gu Lingxiao embraced the sleeping Mrs. Zheng from behind, his fingertips gliding over the alluring red marks upon her shoulder, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her skin. "Good morning, my dear." Drowsily, Mrs. Zheng nestled closer, her hair scattered across the pillow. A tear yet to dry clung to her eyelashes, yet her lips curved into a satisfied smile, while torn stockings and high heels lay strewn beneath the bed, silently narrating the wildness of the previous night. Gu Lingxiao held her tighter, whispering sweetly into her ear, "Sleep a little longer." His fingers tenderly combed through her long hair. One must admit, last night had been a true delight. "Old Zhong. Oh, old Zhong. How could you allow such a woman to remain alone? I am truly, immensely grateful." No more." Feeling an unusual sensation behind her, Mrs. Zhang playfully protested, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. Truly, she was quite the temptress. Whoever claimed that fertile land would not wither after years of neglect was gravely mistaken. "Yet I feel discomfort," she sighed, casting a lingering glance at him. She resolved that henceforth, no matter how many women Gu Lingxiao pursued, she would offer her unwavering support, strong to a slightly terrifying degree. As she contemplated this, she nestled into the blankets, slightly arching the bed, causing it to undulate. Gu Lingxiao involuntarily inhaled sharply. "That's enough. I wish to rest and shall not be going to work today. Humph. Mother Zhang complained while casting a glance at Gu Lingxiao. Having dressed, Gu Lingxiao gently kissed her forehead before turning and leaving the room. With a refreshed spirit, Gu Lingxiao strolled down the path, finding everything around him pleasing to the eye. Upon arriving at the office, he found Li Xiaoyan already present on the second floor, preparing for interviews. Gu Lingxiao pulled a chair and sat beside her. "Where is Sister Yaya?" Although Li Xiaoyan posed the question, the wisdom reflected in her gaze suggested she comprehended the situation fully. After a sigh, she chose not to elaborate further, while Gu Lingxiao shamelessly pretended not to notice. Moments later, the clock struck 10, and Li Xiaoyan took out the intercom, stating, "The interviews may commence." "Understood, President Li. The first candidate is Mr. Li Mingyuan, applying for the CEO position at Qilong Catering." As the secretary announced, a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue suit entered the office with a steady gait. Li Xiaoyan swiftly scanned the resume in her hand, an MBA from Tsinghua University, previously serving as the regional general manager for a certain chain restaurant brand. "Mr. Li, your resume mentions that you led a team to expand the number of stores from 15 to 47 within 2 years. Could you elaborate on your expansion strategy?" Li Xiaoyan adjusted her glasses, keenly aware of the burgeoning concept of chains. Li Mingyuan began to articulate his theories on regional layout and talent development with poise. Gu Lingxiao appeared to focus intently, nodding, though his gaze occasionally wandered to the window. Li Xiaoyan noted down that his strategy was clear and that his execution capabilities were strong, before continuing to probe. "If tasked with establishing the foundational team for Qilong Catering within 3 months, how would you proceed?" After 20 minutes of interviewing, Li Xiaoyan had formed a comprehensive assessment of the candidate and turned to Gu Lingxiao, who mechanically nodded in response. "Mr. Li, we will provide you with a response within 3 days," Li Xiaoyan smiled formally. Once the candidate departed, she couldn't help but frown. "Lingxiao, you ought to pay closer attention. This is your own company." Gu Lingxiao languidly leaned back in his chair. "Your presence suffices." He lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, expressing his confidence in her judgment. With a sigh, Li Xiaoyan pressed the intercom button. "The next candidate is the COO applicant from Huanglong Real Estate." Throughout the subsequent interviews, Li Xiaoyan exhibited remarkable professionalism. She not only inquired in detail about each candidate's management experience, but also tailored her questions to the unique characteristics of each company. As the production director of a clothing company, how would you balance cost control with product quality? In the context of industrial park construction, what is your implementation plan for environmental standards? If the board requires profitability within 6 months, what would be your prioritized measures? Gu Lingxiao's attention, however, began to wane increasingly. When the third candidate spoke on supply chain management, he even stifled a yawn discreetly. Li Xiaoyan cast a sidelong glance at him, deciding against seeking his input any further. "Ms. Zhang, your previous experience at Lu Group is quite remarkable. What prompted you to leave such a large corporation and join a startup like ours?" The woman applying for the position of Chief Financial Officer at Green Dragon Apparel smiled subtly. "Lu Group is undergoing a strategic realignment, and I personally see greater potential in emerging market opportunities." Li Xiaoyan astutely picked up on this information, making a notable mark in her notebook. After the interview concluded, she promptly researched the recent developments at Lu Group, indeed uncovering signs of asset restructuring. 2 hours later, the final candidate exited the office, and Li Xiaoyan rubbed her temples, confronted by a mountain of resumes and evaluation forms. At last, the process was complete. She organized the documents. Red Dragon Catering had confirmed their CEO and operations director. Huanglong Real Estate had selected their COO and engineering director. Green Dragon Apparel had opted for both a design director and a chief financial officer, while Blue Dragon Park had appointed a factory manager and 3 department heads. Chapter 65. The gift from Belmont. Gu Lingxiao suddenly perked up. What background does the Lu Group have? Zhang Meiling, age 35, was the former deputy financial director of the Lu Group. Li Xiaoyan retrieved that resume. Her professional qualifications were impeccable. Yet I suspect she was deliberately placed by the Lu family. This is fortuitous, Gu Lingxiao remarked with a smile, indicating that old Lu is truly investing heavily. Li Xiaoyan looked at him with seriousness. However, we must remain vigilant against infiltrators from other factions. At least 2 of the candidates today have resumes that are overly polished, as if they were specifically tailored for this occasion. Gu Lingxiao nodded thoughtfully. Infiltrators? I am unperturbed. I will accept anyone, even spies, as long as they possess the capability. Just moments ago, although Gu Lingxiao appeared to be daydreaming, he was actually consulting the system. System, do you possess anything for controlling loyalty? Ding. Loyalty chip price. 1 million each. Nanometer level chips will not harm the user, only delivering an electric shock when the individual contemplates betraying or harming the host. What? Just an electric shock? What if someone isn't afraid of death? Ding. Host, aside from the death warriors you summon, there is no one in this world who can endure such pain. This is a chip that directly invades the brain. All right, you are the system. I concede your prowess. Let's go have lunch. There is another batch of interviewees this afternoon. Certainly. After regaining his composure, Gu Lingxiao responded. After a simple lunch, Gu Lingxiao sat in his office, lit a cigarette, and after exhaling a plume of smoke, inquired, Xiaoyan, how many candidates do we have left this afternoon? About 50. Even interviewing 100 a day would take several days. Sister Yaya, hurry back. I need your assistance. Lingxiao is hardly doing anything. As the next round of interviews commenced, the first individual to enter left them astounded. Is this a child? It must be a child. Hello, boss. I am H.T. Achiri. Here to interview for Golden Dragon Media Company. The translator beside them reiterated the statement. System, provide proficiency in Japanese, English, German, and Russian. Ding. Purchase successful. Expenditure of 40 million. Why does the name H.T. Achiri sound so familiar? You wish to become an artist, correct? Is that a guitar you are holding? As Gu Lingxiao spoke in fluent Japanese, Li Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows in surprise, while H.T. Achiri trembled like a startled rabbit, nearly dropping the guitar cradled in her arms. Hi. Achiri lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. I want to be an artist. Her voice diminished gradually until it was almost a whisper. Gu Lingxiao observed this exceedingly shy girl with great interest. She wore thick black-rimmed glasses, and her pink hair was disheveled, giving the impression that she might curl up and vanish at any moment. Show me a piece to demonstrate your guitar skills. Gu Lingxiao said, softening his tone to avoid frightening her. Achiri's fingers suddenly froze. She slowly lifted her head, though still unable to meet the gaze of the two individuals. Yet the moment her fingers brushed against the guitar strings, it was as if she had been infused with a magical essence. If I could transform into a constellation, she whispered, revealing the title of the piece. The instant the first note resonated, the air within the office seemed to freeze. Li Xiaoyan instinctively straightened her posture. The lively melody flowed through the room as though it possessed a life of its own. Even more astonishing was the clear, melodious voice that gently hummed along. Though soft in volume, it bore an undeniable emotional power. How wonderful it would be to become a star. Then I would no longer feel lonely. Gu Lingxiao closed his eyes, and visions of a summer night sky danced in his mind. This was not merely a performance, it was the very essence of the soul poured into the music. As the final note faded, the office fell into a silence so profound that the hum of the air conditioning became audible. Ili reverted to her timid self, anxiously awaiting judgment. What a treasure we have found, Li Xiaoyan murmured, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Such charisma could undoubtedly lead her to superstardom. Gu Lingxiao nodded and gently inquired in Japanese. Kato, you have just turned 18, correct? If we were to sign a contract, you would need to reside here. Should you discuss this with your family first? To his surprise, Ili vigorously shook her head, her pink hair swaying. No, it's unnecessary. I spoke with my parents before coming. She finally summoned the courage to glance at Gu Lingxiao, only to quickly lower her gaze again. Her mother had said, if she ran away again, she would sell her guitar. Li Xiaoyan could not help but chuckle, then quickly composed herself. Shall we sign the contract now? We provide room and board, a base salary, and a share of the performance revenue. Ili nodded vigorously, nearly dislodging her glasses. After signing, she bowed deeply while clutching her guitar. Thank you. I will work hard. Then, she awkwardly shuffled out of the office, nearly colliding with the doorframe. This child, Li Xiaoyan sighed, marveling at the transformation between on stage and off. Gu Lingxiao pondered, assign her a gentle manager, preferably someone Japanese. Li Xiaoyan jotted down notes in her notebook and pressed the call button. Next, outside the window, Ili crouched in the corner of the hallway, sending a text to her parents to share her joy. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her pink hair glistening with a warm sheen. Perhaps her ocean of stars was truly about to unfold. Knock, 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 please come in. The door was gently pushed open, revealing a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Upon seeing Gu Lingxiao, she feigned surprise, widening her eyes and speaking in heavily accented Chinese. It's you. Thank you so much for last time. Li Xiaoyan looked at Gu Lingxiao with suspicion. Do you know each other? I merely assisted her with a small favor, Gu Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Li Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes, her gaze darting between the two, evidently skeptical of this explanation. She had an inkling that Gu Lingxiao was merely flattering the girl for her looks. My name is Chris Wynyard. The blonde beauty elegantly introduced herself. Upon hearing that name, Gu Lingxiao abruptly straightened his posture, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He almost instinctively exclaimed, Belmont. Li Xiaoyan appeared utterly perplexed, yet it was evident that Belmont's demeanor had stiffened. Her pupils contracted slightly, and her fingers trembled involuntarily. This identity was her most closely guarded secret. How could it possibly? Before she could gather her thoughts, Gu Lingxiao continued. I am unsure which position you wish to interview for, but I have a most suitable role in mind for you. Belmont feigned composure, her lips curling into a flawless smile. What position? Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced toward the doorway, only to discover that John and you had silently taken their stand there, their icy gazes making it clear escape was no longer an option. The head of the intelligence department of my army, Gu Lingxiao, calmly proposed this astonishing offer. System: restore Belmont's physical condition. Ding. Gene serum. Price: 100 million. Can restore the recipient's physical state and revert their age to approximately 30. Good. As long as it exists. The air in the room seemed to solidify, while Belmont's mind raced as she prepared to concoct an excuse to leave, only to hear Gu Lingxiao continue. Chapter 66. The gift of the enigmatic lady. I can assist you in eliminating Wuwan Lianme and liberate you from your current physical state, restoring you to your youthful appearance at 30. His voice resonated with undeniable confidence. From that point onward, you shall lead a life akin to that of an ordinary woman. Belmont's body trembled violently, her breath quickened, and her fingers clutched the hem of her garment tightly. Is that truly the case? Her voice quivered uncontrollably, the facade she had meticulously crafted crumbling into oblivion at that moment. Gu Lingxiao locked eyes with her, nodding slowly. I never go back on my word. Belmont inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. I can acquiesce to your terms, but I shall not withdraw from the distillery. She raised her chin defiantly, her expression resolute. I came here to be an undercover agent. To her astonishment, Gu Lingxiao chuckled. There is no need for you to withdraw. He rose from his seat and approached the window. You need only assist me in developing the intelligence department. As for everything else, you may pursue whatever endeavors you wish. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating Belmont's face, and she suddenly realized that this might be the opportunity she had awaited her entire life. The elusive mistress of shadows, who had perpetually dwelled in darkness, might truly be on the brink of rebirth. He was indeed her savior, the one who had come to rescue her. Albeit a tad late. Purchase a gene serum. Ding. Consumed 100 million. Feeling the sudden weightlessness in her bag, Gu Lingxiao retrieved the gene serum, which emitted an ethereal blue glow, idly spinning it in his hand. The vial appeared unremarkable, akin to ordinary saline solution, devoid of any label. Is this it? 100 million? He muttered under his breath, oblivious to Belmont's unwavering gaze fixed upon the vial in his hand. Belmont's throat instinctively tightened. She felt every cell in her body screaming with an insatiable desire for the serum. After so many years, she had nearly resigned herself to the hopelessness of ever returning to a normal existence. Then, Gu Lingxiao casually tossed the serum toward her. Belmont fumbled to catch it, nearly dropping the vial. She glared at him, exasperated. What if it shatters? This is. Her words faltered, and her eyes inadvertently glistened with unshed tears. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpectedly adorable side of the enigmatic woman. Return and administer the serum. It should resolve your issues. He waved his hand, signaling the end of their conversation. However, Belmont suddenly stepped forward, and before Gu Lingxiao could react, a gentle kiss graced his forehead. Thank you, my dear savior, she said, winking mischievously, her voice returning to its familiar charm yet laced with sincerity. Gu Lingxiao stood momentarily stunned, inhaling a faint trace of her perfume as she departed. By the time he regained his senses, Belmont had already made her way to the door, her high heels clicking against the floor. By the way, boss, she turned suddenly, tilting her head with a devilish grin. Would you like me to report back tonight? Her fingers playfully brushed her crimson lips. Get out. Gu Lingxiao laughed, mockingly scolding her as he reached for the folder on the table, pretending to throw it. Belmont laughed heartily as she slipped through the door, tossing a playful kiss over her shoulder. The corridor resonated with her light-hearted humming, dispelling any remnants of the earlier tension. Outside the window, Belmo delicately cradled the vial of potion as sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a blue hue upon her palm. Her steps grew increasingly buoyant, culminating in a near skip. After so many years, she finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. This woman, Gu Lingxiao shook his head in amusement. Truly deserving of her title as the chameleon sorceress. Li Xiaolian beside him remarked softly, Gu, you possess such refined tastes, even international film stars. Stop. Gu Lingxiao interjected, raising his hands in surrender. This was a serious talent acquisition. He never anticipated that this world would harbor a renowned detective. So, characters like Xiaolon, Yuanzi, Fangli, and Yuk Cizi were all included? He was not a mere lecher. He simply had great capability and wished to provide them with a warm home. System. Will the timeline of the detective affect my world? Ding. No, it is confined to daily life. That's reassuring. Let us continue the interview. Is this an interview? I feel as though you are selecting concubines, Li Xiaolian commented, bemused. Clearing his throat, Gu Lingxiao awkwardly coughed a few times. Knock, knock. Knock, come in. Upon hearing the knock, Li Xiaolian adopted a more serious demeanor. The door gently swung open, and a woman clad in a beige professional suit entered with grace. Fei Yingli had her chestnut hair elegantly styled into a refined bun. Her sharp and composed eyes concealed behind golden-rimmed glasses. She held a leather briefcase, exuding the poised demeanor of an elite lawyer in every gesture. Good day. I am Fei Yingli. Her voice resonated like the deep, soothing tones of a cello. Li Xiaolian quickly scanned the resume, her eyes widening in surprise. Lawyer Fei. You are applying for the head of the legal department? Indeed, Fei Yingli replied calmly as she took a seat. I have practiced in Tokyo for 15 years, handling 327 cases with a 100 victory rate. She retrieved a stack of documents from her briefcase. Here are my credentials and examples of cases I have managed. Gu Lingxiao gazed at this legal queen, internally lamenting. Are you joking with me? Just as Belmode left, now Fei Yingli arrives? Fei Yingli perceptively caught Gu Lingxiao's gaze and furrowed her brow slightly. Is there a concern regarding my qualifications, Mr. Gu? No, it's just. Gu Lingxiao quickly improvised. Our legal department requires a permanent office presence, and you are based in Tokyo. Rest assured, Fei Yingli adjusted her glasses. I can manage through online meetings and regular business trips. In fact, I have already handled legal work for multiple multinational companies, she paused, including legal consulting for Mitsubishi Group and Sony. Over the next half hour, Fei Yingli exhibited remarkable professionalism. From international business law to intellectual property protection, she answered with remarkable fluency. When Li Xiaolian presented a complex cross-border merger case, Fei Yingli even outlined 7 risk mitigation strategies on the spot. One final question. Li Xiaolian closed the folder. Why choose a burgeoning company like ours? Fei Yingli's gaze softened slightly. Because I admire entrepreneurs who dare to defy conventions. She gazed out at the construction site, marveling at how such a grand enterprise could be established in such a short span of time. It certainly deserves the finest legal protection. Li Xiaolian exchanged a glance with Gu Lingxiao before announcing, Attorney Fei, we have decided to appoint you as the Deputy Director of the Legal Department, responsible for international business. A flicker of surprise crossed Fei Yingli's eyes. She had anticipated no more than the position of Regional Legal Director. Thank you very much, she replied, rising to her feet and bowing solemnly. I shall not betray this trust. Chapter 67. A world of familiar faces, a medley of chaos. After Fei Yingli departed, Li Xiaolian pondered thoughtfully, this lawyer. I feel as though I have encountered her before. Gu Lingxiao, feeling a twinge of guilt, took a sip of water. Perhaps it was in a legal magazine. As Fei Yingli exited the office, a smile she could not conceal graced her lips. Waiting outside, Li Shanlu immediately approached her, sensing from her demeanor that the interview had gone well. Teacher, Li Shanlu exclaimed in an excited whisper, then leaned in conspiratorially. However, I just saw Prosecutor Kuzhou had also arrived. Fei Yingli paused, her eyes widening slightly behind her glasses. Kuzhou Reiko? She quickly regained her composure, adjusting her glasses and remarked nonchalantly, we shall each rely on our own abilities. As the two reached the hotel lobby, a woman clad in a deep blue professional suit emerged. Her long, dark hair was neatly tied back, and her piercing gaze resembled a sword drawn from its sheath. Kuzhou Reiko strode towards them in high heels, exuding an undeniable presence. Fei lawyer, what a coincidence, Kuzhou Reiko said with a knowing smile. I presume you have completed your interview? Prosecutor Kuzhou, Fei Yingli replied with an elegant nod. I did not expect to encounter you here. The two stood facing each other, and it seemed as if invisible sparks ignited in the air. Li Shanlu instinctively took a step back, sensing that the temperature around them had dropped a few degrees. I have heard that the Black Dragon Group is assembling a premier legal team, Kuzhou Reiko remarked, playing with the room key in her hand. I happen to have some free time. Fei Yingli smiled subtly. Then I wish Prosecutor Kujo the best of luck. However, she deliberately paused. The position of deputy minister has already been secured by me. A flicker of surprise crossed Kujo Reiko's eyes, quickly followed by a light chuckle, truly worthy of the queen of law. But she leaned closer to Fei Yingli, lowering her voice. The position of minister, I shall claim. The two exchanged knowing smiles before turning to depart. Li Shanlu hurriedly followed Fei Yingli, unable to resist glancing back at Kujo Reiko's retreating silhouette, her stride reminiscent of someone heading to court for a case they were destined to win. Teacher, she. Do not concern yourself. Fei Yingli pressed the elevator button, her eyes shimmering with determination. This is what makes it interesting, is it not? At the same time, Kujo Reiko stepped out of the hotel, raising her gaze towards the Black Dragon Group building, a confident smile gracing her lips. Fei Yingli could not possibly remain here permanently, otherwise, her role would not merely be that of deputy minister. Hence, there was still an opportunity to outmaneuver her opponent. Meanwhile, the interviews continued in the office. Knock, 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 please enter. The door was gently pushed open, and a woman dressed in a beige-fitted suit gracefully walked in. Her chestnut hair fell in soft waves, each step exuding an elegance as if meticulously measured. Lina stood before the desk, her lips curving into a perfectly poised smile. Hello, I am Lina, a recent graduate from Harvard Law School, applying for the position of secretary. Li Xiaolian quickly scanned her resume, catching a glimpse of Gu Lingxiao's instantly straightened posture from the corner of her eye. This resume is nothing short of impeccable, a recipient of the Ivy League scholarship. Fluent in 5 languages, and with an internship at the United Nations under her belt, Miss Li Xiaolian could not help but inquire, with your qualifications, you could easily secure a position at a top law firm. Why choose to start as a secretary? Lina gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, I believe witnessing the rise of an empire holds greater significance than joining an established dynasty. Her gaze drifted to the construction site outside, and she added, moreover, I am confident that Mr. Gu requires not merely a secretary but a bridge capable of harmonizing various relationships. Gu Lingxiao's eyes lit up, her response perfectly aligned with his needs. As the group expanded, such a versatile core figure was indeed essential. Li Xiaolian discreetly pinched herself under the table, captivated by the remarkable poise of the individual before her, whose expressive eyes seemed to speak volumes. Stealing a glance at Gu Lingxiao, she noticed him fixated on Lina. What are your language skills? Gu Lingxiao suddenly inquired in Russian. In addition to Mandarin, English, and French, I am also proficient in Russian and Arabic, Lina replied fluently, seamlessly transitioning between the 5 languages, and concluded in Chinese. If necessary, I can learn more. The ensuing interview resembled a showcase of talents, whether it was business etiquette, crisis management, or itinerary planning. Lina's responses were flawless. When asked how she would handle conflicts at the executive level, she even simulated a mediation scenario, drawing Li Xiaolian into the situation unconsciously. For the final question, Gu Lingxiao leaned forward. What if I were to offer you the position starting tomorrow? Lina blinked. My suitcase is at the hotel. She produced a room key from her handbag, prepared to relocate at a moment's notice. Li Xiaolian sighed, astounded by her level of preparation. Congratulations on joining the Black Dragon Group, Gu Lingxiao decisively announced. You will reside on the 3rd floor. There is a suite, and all living expenses will be reimbursed. A flicker of surprise crossed Lina's eyes. Thank you, Mr. Gu. What will my specific responsibilities entail? Begin with coordinating between the departments. Gu Lingxiao replied with a knowing tone. Soon, you will understand that we aim to establish far more than just a commercial empire. As Lina departed with a light step, Li Xiaolian could no longer contain herself and slammed the folder on the table. Gu Lingxiao, are you hiring a secretary or selecting a consort? Gu Lingxiao feigned innocence. It's all legitimate recruitment. Then why is it all beautiful women? Li Xiaolian ground her teeth, exasperated. Your mode, Fei Yingli, and now Lina. Well, Gu Lingxiao mused, scratching his nose. Perhaps it's because capable individuals tend to be attractive. Li Xiaolian, infuriated, grabbed a cushion and hurled it at him. Outside, the setting sun bathed the entire office in golden hues, casting its glow upon Lina, who awaited transportation below. She looked up at the nascent commercial kingdom, a determined smile gracing her lips. After the interview, the shadows of the 2 women stretched long as they strolled homeward. Li Xiaolian suddenly halted. That Lina, she graduated and can speak 5 languages as if they were her mother tongue. Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly, a testament to his status as a distinguished student of the political and legal university. At home, Luya presented the final dish, a steamed sea bass, onto the stone table in the courtyard, as Joel Jeffrey promptly stepped forward to receive the bowl of soup. Today's list of successful interviewees was handed over by Li Xiaoyan on a tablet. First batch of employment applications from Black Dragon Group. Li Na, Executive Assistant to the President. Fei Li, Deputy Minister of the Legal Department. Belmod, Minister of Military Intelligence. Li Mingyuan, CEO position at Red Dragon Catering. Zhang Zhenging, COO candidate for Yellow Dragon Real Estate. Zhang Li, CFO of Green Dragon Apparel, and Goto Ichiri, artist at Golden Dragon Media Company, Limited. Liu lightly tapped the screen with her chopsticks, contemplating the newcomers. Gu Lingxiao served her a bowl of yam and pork rib soup. Lingxiao, can we truly ensure their loyalty? One must be wary of the potential presence of corporate spies among them. Mother Zhong expressed her concerns with a worried gaze directed at Gu Lingxiao. Rest assured, I can guarantee that none of them will betray me. Gu Lingxiao replied confidently, his smile radiating assurance. That is reassuring. As long as you are confident, it suffices. Chapter 68. Li Xiaoyan cast a curious glance at Mother Zhong and inquired, Sister Yaya, why does it seem that your skin has suddenly improved so remarkably? Her words left Mother Zhong momentarily stunned. Improved skin? How had that happened? Perhaps it simply meant she had been well nourished. Ah, so you, Li Xiaoyan. Dare to jest with me now, do you? Lingxiao, make sure to handle her tonight. Mother Zhong, feeling flustered, deliberately directed her words at Gu Lingxiao. All right, Xiaoyan. Be sure to wash up nicely for me tonight. Gu Lingxiao replied unabashedly, his demeanor refreshingly candid. Li Xiaoyan, undeterred, retorted, I'm just worried someone might not have the courage to show up. Since it was already destined that she would become the other party's woman, it was an experience she would inevitably face. Li Xiaoyan's provocation took Gu Lingxiao by surprise. He silently resolved to make the evening memorable. After a dinner filled with unspoken thoughts, the trio finished their meal. As Li Xiaoyan tidied up the dishes in the kitchen, Mother Zhong playfully leaned against Gu Lingxiao, saying, Remember to indulge in some meat tonight. Mother, I recall you weren't always like this. How did you become so? Risku? Perhaps it is simply my true nature. It has merely been unshackled now. I was far too boring and repressed before, Mother Zhong mused. Tracing circles on Gu Lingxiao's chest with her fingers, her tone imbued with a hint of melancholy, but predominantly a sense of liberation. Embracing her, Gu Lingxiao gazed at her with affection and declared, From now on, live however you wish. I will always be here to support you. Upon seeing the sudden flush on Mother Zhong's cheeks, Gu Lingxiao chuckled mischievously. Are you perhaps thinking of something rather inappropriate? Humph. I am not. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to my room to rest. Tonight, you should seek out Xiaoyan, Mother Zhong said. Struggling to rise before hastily retreating to her room, Gu Lingxiao paid her no mind and turned his attention to Li Xiaoyan in the kitchen, rising to approach her from behind. Sensing another's presence, Li Xiaoyan remained silent until Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arms around her, prompting her to helplessly exclaim, I'm washing the dishes. It's all right. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the task less burdensome. Inhaling the fragrant scent of laundry detergent mingled with her natural aroma, Gu Lingxiao felt a profound respect for her. Noticing her unease, Li Xiaoyan decided against further movement. Fearing that Gu Lingxiao's primal instincts might take over, leading to an encounter she was not yet prepared to face. At the very least, it should occur in a room. That was her bottom line. The kitchen lights cast an especially intimate glow in the midst of their hurried breaths. As the washing came to an end, Gu Lingxiao's arms tightened around Li Xiaoyan's waist as they made their way to the room. She could feel the warmth radiating from his chest, almost scorching her back. Wait a moment. Li Xiaoyan's voice was barely above a whisper, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the countertop. Shall we take a shower first? The warmth of Gu Lingxiao's breath against her ear sent a shiver down her spine. He chuckled softly, his voice laced with restrained desire. All right. I'll do as you wish. Soon, the bathroom was enveloped in a misty steam as Li Xiaoyan stood beneath the shower, the warm water cascading over her taut skin. Through the hazy glass door, she could discern the indistinct silhouette of Gu Lingxiao. I have arrived, his voice resonated, accompanied by the gentle sound of the door's creak. Li Xiaoyan instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Yet in the moment of turning, she forgot to breathe. Drops of water cascaded down Gu Lingxiao's collarbone, gliding over his sculpted chest and neatly defined abs, ultimately disappearing into a tantalizing region that quickened her heartbeat. His eyes, shrouded in mist, appeared exceptionally profound, as if they sought to engulf her entirely. Do not shy away. He stepped forward, trapping her between himself and the wall, reaching for the shower gel. I shall assist you. The tips of Li Xiaoyan's ears flushed crimson, almost as if they might bleed. Gu Lingxiao's palm, laden with foam, began to glide slowly down from her shoulder. His movements were astonishingly gentle, as if he were handling a fragile treasure. When his fingers brushed against her sensitive waist, Li Xiaoyan could not help but shiver slightly. Are you cold? Gu Lingxiao inquired softly, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, his voice deep and soothing. Li Xiaoyan shook her head, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, his hand rested upon her hips, kneading with a slow yet firm touch. The water washed away the foam, yet it could not extinguish the heat rising within her. She grasped his wrist urgently. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly and turned off the shower. He enveloped her in a towel and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Instinctively, Li Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling the damp droplets on his skin seep through the towel, moistening her own. The bedroom was illuminated only by a dim bedside lamp. Gu Lingxiao placed her gently in the center of the bed and leaned over her. His kisses grazed her forehead, her nose, and finally settled upon her lips. Li Xiaoyan could taste a subtle hint of mint mingled with the fresh scent of the shower gel, making her head spin. She clutched his shoulders, her voice trembling noticeably. Be gentle. I fear the pain. Gu Lingxiao paused, propping himself up to gaze into her eyes under the soft yellow light. If you are not yet ready, we can. No, Li Xiaoyan interrupted him, taking a deep breath. I merely need you to be a bit gentler. Gu Lingxiao's gaze softened. He lowered his head to kiss her forehead, reassuringly whispering, I shall. His fingertips glided over her collarbone like feathers before wandering further. When his lips replaced his fingers, Li Xiaoyan let out a small gasp. Relax. She could feel his body pressing against hers, the warmth igniting both fear and anticipation within her. Blinking her moist eyes, she suddenly leaned up to kiss him. Gu Lingxiao wrapped her in his embrace, and Li Xiaoyan's face nestled against his damp chest, listening to the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. Does it hurt? He asked softly, his fingers combing through her disheveled hair. Li Xiaoyan shook her head, then nodded slightly, just a little, but she looked up at him, a shy smile gracing her lips. It is quite wonderful. The following morning, feeling refreshed, Gu Lingxiao opened the door only to find that the door to the opposite room had also swung open. There stood the strikingly beautiful Mother Zhong, her face etched with fatigue as she shot a disapproving glance at Gu Lingxiao before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Embarrassed, Gu Lingxiao rubbed his nose and followed her into the kitchen. Today is the interview. Are you going? He inquired. If not, then who will? Mother Zhong cast a fierce look at Gu Lingxiao, clearly annoyed. The noise from last night had deprived her of a good night's sleep, leaving her feeling exasperated. Aware of his own shortcomings, Gu Lingxiao promptly stepped forward to assist Mother Zhong, taking over the breakfast preparations himself. After setting the meal on the table, he returned to the kitchen to bring a portion back to his room. As he gazed at the still sleeping Li Xiaoyan, he gently placed the breakfast by her bedside before quietly exiting the room. After finishing their meal, the two at the dining table set out for the office buildings. For today held the promise of an interview. Following the conclusion of today's interview, I shall refrain from detailing further interviews, as it would be excessive and perhaps tiresome for you. I will expedite the narrative. Chapter 69, The Enigma of Belmont in the Office. Mother Zhang was organizing the documents, while Gu Lingxiao sat nearby, playing the role of a mere assistant. A crisp knock resonated through the air, prompting Gu Lingxiao to lift his head from his reverie. As the door swung open, a cascade of fiery red hair blazed into view. Please, come in, Mother Zhang's voice, tinged with professionalism, conveyed a gentle warmth. Natasha Romanoff entered the office with an elegant stride, her black business attire accentuating her athletic silhouette. As she handed her resume to Mother Zhang, her emerald eyes subtly flicked over Gu Lingxiao, a fleeting glimmer of appraisal dancing in their depths. Good morning. I am Natasha Romanoff. Her voice was smooth as silk, yet carried a barely perceptible metallic undertone. Mother Zhang accepted the resume, her fingertips gliding delicately over the paper. Proficient in 8 languages, an MBA from Harvard Business School, previously a senior assistant at Stark Industries. She looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes. Your credentials are truly exceptional. Natasha's lips curled into a slight smile. Thank you. I have always pursued excellence. Were she inclined, S-H-I-E-L-D could fabricate any background for her. The thought of S-H-I-E-L-D brought a wave of discomfort. She had only just joined the organization before being dispatched as an undercover agent. It seemed her experiences in the Red Room were still a source of unease. Gu Lingxiao felt a pulse at his temples when those green eyes swept over him once more. A chill crawled up his spine. He would not mistake her identity. This was the Black Widow of the Avengers, SHIELD's most lethal operative. Yet, it remained uncertain what era of Marvel this was. Damn it, system, are you serious? You just had to throw Marvel into my mundane world. What position do you aspire to? Mother Zhong inquired, her fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the desk. Secretary to the president of the Black Dragon Group, Natasha replied succinctly, her gaze unwavering on Gu Lingxiao. I believe I can provide Mr. Gu with the most efficient work support. The office fell into a silence so profound that the hum of the air conditioning could be distinctly heard. As Gu Lingxiao took the resume, the paper trembled slightly in his grasp. The woman in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the Black Widow he had seen in the Marvel films. Has the Ancient One discovered me? This thought struck him like lightning, yet he quickly dismissed it. If the Sorcerer Supreme truly cared about his existence, he would have made his presence known by now. Lingxiao? Mother Zhong's voice pulled him back to reality, and he noticed the flicker of displeasure in her eyes. This Ms. Romanoff wishes to be your secretary. What do you think? She emphasized the word secretary clearly, her fingertips drumming a distinct rhythm on the table. Gu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Refusing ASHIELD agent would only arouse further suspicion. His influence before SHIELD was decidedly insufficient, and he needed to focus on earning money starting tomorrow. The super serum must be secured at all costs. Of course, welcome aboard. He forced a smile upon his face, only to find Natasha gazing at him with an ambiguous expression, as if she could see through all his thoughts. Thank you so much. Natasha suddenly beamed with a radiant smile, instantly transforming from a poised agent into an eager candidate. I assure you, Mr. Gu, I will not disappoint. Her slightly leaning form was as graceful as a cat, yet it exuded a dangerous signal in Gu Lingxiao's eyes. As Natasha turned to leave, Mother Zhong added, you may stay at a nearby inn for now. All expenses will be reimbursed by the company. Once the manor is completed, we will arrange for your accommodation. Her tone reverted to professionalism, though her fingertips unconsciously twirled a strand of hair. Understood. I look forward to the day of formal employment. Natasha's gaze lingered on Gu Lingxiao's face for a fleeting second, her eyes seemingly conveying, we shall meet again, before she gently closed the door behind her. At that moment, Gu Lingxiao felt a dampness on his back. Mother Zhong looked at him with suspicion. Do you know her? No, it's just. Gu Lingxiao rubbed his temples. She reminds me of a movie character. Mother Zhong scoffed lightly and placed the next candidate's file heavily in front of him. The next is Ms. Camilla Black Widow Corleone from Italy. Let us hope she doesn't remind you of any movie characters. Gu Lingxiao's throat tightened. Black Widow? Is it truly possible for someone to bear such a name? Just as one Black Widow leaves, another arrives? A gentle knock echoed at the office door. Its rhythm both proper and professional. Come in. Mother Zhong organized the materials before her. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a young woman in a custom Armani suit. Stepping in with grace, Camilla Corleone's resume bore no unsettling nickname. Her chestnut hair was elegantly styled into an intricate bun, her face adorned with a suitable smile. Good morning. I am Camilla Corleone. Her English, tinged with a slight Italian accent, was impeccably standard, and as she handed her resume to Mother Zhong, the Bulgari watch on her wrist glimmered subtly under the light. Gu Lingxiao leaned back in the leather chair, while John Wick and Yorick Forge, two of the world's top bodyguards, vigilantly observed every move within the room. Harvard Business School, previously an investment manager at Morgan Stanley. Mother Zhong perused the resume, her eyes sparkling with appreciation as she glanced up. Miss Corleone's credentials were remarkably impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Camilla nodded slightly, her demeanor radiating an elite aura. I have been dedicated to a deep exploration of the financial sector. Gu Lingxiao casually flipped through the resume, finding it flawless in its perfection. Why have you chosen our company? He inquired, his tone casual. Camilla answered with poise, your company's strategic positioning in Southeast Asia is remarkably forward-thinking. I believe that under your leadership, Mr. Gu, the Black Dragon Group will become the next multinational giant. Her gaze was sincere and passionate, revealing no signs of faltering. Mother Zhong discreetly kicked Gu Lingxiao under the table, whispering, this one is far more normal than the last. Gu Lingxiao remained noncommittal. What position do you aspire to? Mother Zhong inquired further. Supervisor of the Financial Investment Department, Camilla replied, extracting a beautifully bound proposal from her briefcase. This is a short-term investment plan I have devised for your esteemed company, with the hope of creating value for the group. Gu Lingxiao accepted the proposal and perused its contents. The professionalism of this plan was astonishing, with each data analysis executed with precision. Were it not for his awareness of the inherent dangers of the world, he might have been inclined to believe that this individual was simply an ordinary financial prodigy. An exceptional proposal, Gu Lingxiao remarked as he closed the document. Miss Colwyn, you are hired. Welcome to the Black Dragon Group. A radiant smile blossomed on Camilla's face. It is my honor, Mr. Gu. I shall not disappoint you. After Camilla departed, Mother Zhang let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we have a sensible individual. The previous Ms. Romanoff looked at you with the gaze of a cheetah fixated on an antelope. Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly and said, I leave the interview in your capable hands. I must attend to other matters. Understood, Mother Zhang replied without lifting her head. With the protection of Joel Forge at his side, Gu Lingxiao felt little concern for Mother Zhang's safety. He stepped out with John Wick and, just as he descended the stairs, he was met with an unexpected sound. Chapter 70, The Talented Young Lady. Cammy. Just as Gu Lingxiao turned his head, a dazzling flash of gold caught his eye. Belmont stood in the sunlight, seemingly radiating light herself, clad in a delicate pink off-shoulder dress that swayed gently with the breeze. Her fair calves sculpted like exquisite art. The once gloomy and perilous aura around her had completely vanished, replaced by an exuberant vitality. She appeared as if she were a college student in her early 20s. Cammy. Her voice was bright and melodious, devoid of the previous raspy note that came from excesses of smoke and drink. Before Gu Lingxiao could fully grasp the situation, Belmont bounded towards him like a joyful fawn, wrapping her arms around his. As she tilted her face upwards, he noticed that the fine lines at the corners of her eyes had disappeared entirely. Her skin so tender it seemed capable of yielding moisture. Look, she exclaimed excitedly, twirling around, her skirt blooming like petals. My knees no longer creak. My spine no longer aches, and her voice trailed off, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Even my menstrual cycle has normalized. I could bear your children now. The words left her lips, and her face glowed with shyness. Due to her past as an experimental subject in her youth, her body neither aged nor diminished in function, resembling a form of alternative immortality, yet the price of such existence was the loss of fertility, a state she had never desired. In her earlier days, she lacked the right to impose demands on others and could only endure her fate. John Wick silently stepped back, granting space to this suddenly fervent devotee. Belmont pressed closely against Gu Lingxiao, her eyes shimmering with almost religious fervor. After receiving her injection the previous night, she had experienced a lengthy, beautiful dream and awoke to find herself returned to her most glorious youth. In that moment, she resolved that henceforth, Gu Lingxiao would be the very essence of her existence. Where are you going? She inquired, blinking her large, watery eyes, her fingers unconsciously twirling the cuff of his sleeve. To inspect the troops, Gu Lingxiao replied, naturally allowing her to cling to him, relishing the sensation of being depended upon by such a beauty. Take me with you. Please, Belmont cooed, playfully shaking his arm, her tone sweet enough to be drizzled with honey. I am now your intelligence officer, after all. I must familiarize myself with our own troops. Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly. Let us go. He had long since appointed the Queen of Intelligence from the organization to this position. For no one understood the underworld's rules better than she. Belmont was so elated that she nearly leaped from her seat, hastening to match his pace. If her current state were seen by Qingjiao, it would surely drop their gun in shock. The once enigmatic enchantress who toyed with men was now a girl blissfully in love. The convoy made its way towards the Myanmar border, the scenery gradually growing desolate. As the outline of the military camp appeared on the horizon, Belmont instinctively straightened her posture. Oh my! She leaned against the car window, her small mouth slightly agape. Dozens of colossal steel structures were simultaneously under construction, with hundreds of cranes towering like a forest of steel. Workers donned in safety helmets bustled about like industrious ants, with welding sparks shimmering in the sunlight like twinkling stars. In the distance, a sentinel, fully armed, stood atop a completed watchtower, the dark muzzle of his weapon glinting coldly in the sun. This is the military camp under construction, Gu Lingxiao explained, as soldiers temporarily resided in the rear. As the convoy traversed the construction area, even the seasoned Belmont gasped at the sight before her. Thousands of camouflage tents stood in perfect alignment, resembling a vast ocean. Soldiers were engaged in group training, their battle cries resonating thunderously. She astutely observed that the tactical maneuvers of these soldiers were precise and efficient, clearly indicating their elite status. More alarming was the presence of heavy weaponry accompanying each training squad, with armored vehicles visible in the distance conducting maneuvers. Where did you find these individuals? Nelman's voice trembled slightly. They are trained special forces, Gu Lingxiao remarked nonchalantly. Belmont's professional I immediately began to assess. Individual soldier quality rated A, equipment level S. Organizational discipline SS. If the dark organization dared to make a bold move, they would likely be torn to shreds by the firepower before even breaching the perimeter. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to glance at the quietly driving John Wick. Is this gentleman also one of your subordinates? John Wick met her gaze through the rearview mirror, a look that sent a chill down Belmont's spine. It was the gaze of a true harbinger of death. He is my personal bodyguard, Gu Lingxiao smiled, and also one of the world's top assassins. Belmont nodded obediently, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. She finally understood why Gu Lingxiao remained so composed. There was truly no need to fear any mafia or spies with such a formidable army and such capable subordinates. On the return journey, Belmont eagerly volunteered, Cammy, let me take charge of the intelligence network. I have connections in various countries. Gu Lingxiao gently tousled her golden hair, which is exactly why I appointed you as the supervisor. This intimate gesture made Belmont feel faintly euphoric, and she silently vowed to dedicate the finest intelligence in the world to her divine commander. To hell with any dark organization or jinn. From now on, they are of no concern. After alighting from the vehicle, Belmont leaned against Gu Lingxiao's shoulder, yearning to remain close to him at all times. If you don't wish to retreat from the dark organization, you may continue playing with them, but if you do wish to step back, simply disregard them. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Lingxiao added, would you like me to arrange some bodyguards for you? Oh no, Cammy, there's no need for bodyguards. I prefer not to retreat from the dark organization, lest that old fool escapes. Upon mentioning Karama Renya, a chilling coolness flickered in Belmont's eyes. She would eventually kill him with her own hands. I just thought of something. What if I rescue Sherry and her sister to work for us? Gu Lingxiao was genuinely intrigued. Do you understand Sherry's worth? It would not be an exaggeration to call her a genius among geniuses. Her intelligence is truly exceptional. Kaimi, your idea is entirely feasible. Sherry, serving Kaimi alongside me is indeed a privilege bestowed upon you. It will make bullying you all the more convenient. To be frank, Gu Lingxiao is genuinely infatuated. He truly wishes to bring Sherry back. He swiftly retrieved his phone and instructed Natasha to purchase 4 tickets for tomorrow's journey to Little Japan, acting decisively without wasting a moment. On the other end, Natasha, upon receiving Gu Lingxiao's message, felt quite helpless. Was her very first task merely to buy plane tickets? After coordinating with the airport for the purchase, Natasha's hand trembled slightly as she held her phone, contemplating whether to reach out to Nick Fury. Ultimately, she set the phone down, chuckling to herself with self-deprecation, while her gaze drifted out the window, tinged with an inexplicable melancholy. Perhaps S-H-I-E-L-D was not her ideal sanctuary. The intricacies within were far too convoluted, especially for an agent like herself who had joined midway, lacking any semblance of loyalty. To put it gracefully, she was a level 7 agent. To be blunt, she was merely a traitor, having betrayed the Soviet Union's espionage organization, the Red Room. Fury's concerns were not without merit. Ding Chapter 71. The Dilemma of Mother Zhong. Upon receiving a reply, Natasha rose from her seat and exited the inn, only to encounter the waiting assassins outside. Under their guidance, she made her way to the military base where Gu Lingxiao was stationed, a place of undeniable strength. As Natasha approached Gu Lingxiao, her voice carried a hint of melancholy. Boss, I am your secretary. Why do you go off to places without informing me? Her expression revealed a sense of helplessness as she pondered the nature of her employer, who seemed quite the handful. After the interview, he did not disclose his working hours or location, leaving her confined to the inn. You can follow me from now on. For the time being, you will stay at the inn. The house is still under repair, Gu Lingxiao stated. Before he could finish, Buyer Mode interjected, I want to accompany Kame. Natasha raised an eyebrow at Buyer Mode, her sharp memory allowing her to immediately recognize the individual as a member of the Black Organization. This group held a relatively low rank within S-H-I-E-L-D, at least 2 levels beneath Hydra. She had perused intelligence on the underground forces of the M Nation and had even taken the time to study them. Yet it seemed there were discrepancies in the information now. Kame, a deity. Let us proceed. I shall give you a thorough tour of my base. Gu Lingxiao said, casting a glance at Natasha. Your responsibilities will seldom involve commercial matters. Your focus will primarily be on the military. Boss, are you not afraid I might betray you or act as a spy? Natasha retorted. Then I shall eliminate you. Came Buyer Mode's menacing reply before Gu Lingxiao could respond. Trust those you employ. Distrust those you do not. Of course, this was mere bluster, for Gu Lingxiao had already implanted loyalty chips in those who passed the interview. serving as a form of insurance. Unbeknownst to him, his words had significantly bolstered Natasha's and Byermode's loyalty. Ah, Fury, look at the difference. After a brief tour of the barracks, Natasha gained a clearer understanding of Gu Lingxiao's military strength. While it could not rival S.H.I.E.L.D., it surpassed that of the Black Organization. Upon returning to the village with Natasha and Byermode, the setting sun bathed the bamboo buildings in golden hues. He instructed John Wick to escort the two women to rest while he proceeded directly to the office area, pushing open the door to the conference room. He was surprised to find Mother Zhang, Luya, engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar woman. The young lady, clad in a beige professional suit, had her long, dark hair meticulously styled into a bun, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, radiating an air of rigor and intellect. Ah, you're back. Mother Zhang acknowledged, smiling as she noticed Gu Lingxiao. Perfect timing. This is Miss Kutareko, our newly appointed legal counsel. Kutareko promptly stood, bowing at a precise 45-degree angle. Nice to meet you. I am Kutareko. I look forward to your guidance. Her Japanese accent was flawless, and her movements were as meticulous as if measured with a ruler. Gu Lingxiao nodded slightly, welcoming the newcomer. Miss Kujo was initially the star prosecutor of the Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office, as explained by Mother Zhang. She had specifically resigned to join us and would be residing here permanently, no longer returning to Japan. Kujo Reiko adjusted her glasses, stating, "Your company's legal philosophy resonates profoundly with me." As she spoke, her gaze was resolute, yet Gu Lingxiao astutely detected a fleeting complexity behind her lenses. "Please, continue," he urged. Turning to Mother Zhang, "I have something to discuss with you." Understanding his intent, Mother Zhang imparted a few instructions regarding work matters to Kujo Reiko. Once the Minister of Justice departed, Gu Lingxiao closed the door. "I need to go to Japan." "When?" Mother Zhang's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of her teacup. "Tomorrow." Her movement hesitated, causing the tea to ripple gently within the cup. She inhaled deeply. "This matter. Let us confer with Xiao Lian tonight." Gu Lingxiao frowned. This was not characteristic of Mother Zhang. She usually either consented outright or opposed directly, never shrouding her response in ambiguity. He noticed her gaze wandering, her right hand fidgeting with the jade bracelet on her left wrist. "What happened?" He lowered his voice. Mother Zhang opened her mouth, ultimately shaking her head. "It's nothing, just a family issue." She forced a smile. "Let's discuss it tonight, shall we?" Gu Lingxiao scrutinized her flickering eyes, but chose not to press further. As he exited the conference room, he glanced back. Mother Zhang stood by the window, lost in thought, the sunset casting a long shadow that lonely stretched across the wall. Whatever Mother Zhang was concealing, he felt compelled to uncover, for in this perilous world, any anomaly could herald a tempest. Mother Zhang was at a loss, unsure how to articulate her predicament. Today, Zhong Shai's father had contacted her, suggesting it was time for her to return home after having her fill of freedom. Yet, she was reluctant to return to that household, to confront Zhong Zhenghua, and even more so, to see him. She desired a divorce. But such a resolution was not easily attained. With a sigh, Mother Zhang resumed her seat at the desk, continuing with the day's interviews. By the time the interviews concluded in the afternoon, as Mother Zhang Liuya pushed open the door to her home, an enticing aroma of cooked dishes enveloped her, easing the tension that had gripped her all day. "I'm back," she murmured softly, as the silent figure of Joel Fu Jia lingered in the doorway like a quiet shadow. From the kitchen came the cheerful sound of footsteps. Li Xiaolian, adorned in a floral apron, emerged carrying a plate of steamed base, her cheeks flushed from the heat, droplets of water still clinging to her hair. "Sister Yaya is back," Li Xiaolian exclaimed, her eyes curving into crescent moons, just as the last dish was completed. Mother Zhang placed her briefcase on the entryway cabinet, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips as she approached the dining table. Leaning closer to Li Xiaolian, she whispered conspiratorially, "How did it feel last night?" Her tone was teasing. "Someone couldn't even rise from bed this morning." Li Xiaolian's ears instantly flushed crimson, nearly causing the plate she held to slip from her grasp. She cast a hurried glance at Gu Lingxiao, who was in the kitchen, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's quite impressive." Having uttered those words, she swiftly retreated back into the kitchen. Mother Zhang chuckled softly to herself, finally avenging the teasing she had endured from the girl the previous day. She removed her coat and rolled up her shirt sleeves, preparing to assist, only to discover that the dining table was already laden with a feast, sweet and sour ribs, poached shrimp, and sauteed seasonal vegetables, dishes that they all cherished. "No need to rush. Please sit down and enjoy your meal," Gu Lingxiao said, having approached her from behind, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Mother Zhong felt a tightening around her waist as she was enveloped in a strong embrace. The atmosphere during dinner was warm and tranquil. Li Xiaoyan, like a devoted young wife, continuously served Gu Lingxiao with food, while Mother Zhong sipped her red wine elegantly, occasionally contributing to their conversation. As the last dessert was polished off, Gu Lingxiao set down his chopsticks and fixed his gaze on Mother Zhong. Can we speak now? What exactly transpired? The air in the dining room seemed to freeze instantaneously, and Li Xiaoyan, sensing the shift in mood, dutifully began to clear the dishes, creating space for the two. Chapter 72. Each departing journey. Madame Zhong's fingers absently caressed the wine glass, droplets of condensation sliding down her slender digits. She inhaled deeply. The Zhong family, let me return. This statement fell like an ice cube into a warm room. Gu Lingxiao's gaze abruptly turned cold, yet soon returned to a placid demeanor. Please elaborate. Today, Zhang Zhenghua contacted me. Madame Zhong's voice trembled slightly as she uttered her husband's full name for the first time, stating that I have played enough and must return home. She furtively observed Gu Lingxiao's reaction, fearful of encountering anger or disappointment. I am uncertain how to respond. Let us get a divorce. Gu Lingxiao declared decisively, his tone as calm as a discussion about the weather. Li Xiaoyan, having returned to the dining room with a half-washed plate in hand, chimed in. Yes, Sister Yaya, let us get a divorce. You have us now. The turbulence in Madame Zhong's chest was palpable. Did she not wish for a divorce? That political marriage had long since become a mere formality. Yet, the Zhong family's influence in the capital was deeply entrenched, and Zhong Zhenghua was notoriously vindictive. Her nails dug deeply into her palm. This time, upon my return, I will have a serious discussion with my family. She lifted her head, determination glimmering in her eyes. I will undoubtedly resolve this matter. Gu Lingxiao did not respond immediately. He rose to his feet, his tall figure casting a shadow in the light. Madame Zhong held her breath in anxiety, dreading any hint of doubt or reproach. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a strong embrace. Gu Lingxiao's chin rested atop her head, his voice resonating from his chest. I believe in you. These four simple words brought tears to Madame Zhong's eyes, and she clung tightly to Gu Lingxiao, as if trying to merge herself into his very being. Li Xiaoyan approached, nuzzling against the shoulders of the two like a small kitten. Now, tell me about your trip to Japan. Madame Zhong finally calmed her emotions and gently extricated herself from the embrace. Gu Lingxiao resumed his seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. I am going to retrieve a brilliant medical researcher, and Xiaoyan will oversee all matters during my absence. Should any issues arise, consult the White Phantom directly. White Phantom? Li Xiaoyan blinked in curiosity. Your new bodyguard, Gu Lingxiao clarified. Until we find a suitable female bodyguard to replace him. He nearly divulged details about the system. Madame Zhong keenly noticed this detail but refrained from probing further. She was more concerned about another matter. Who are you taking with you? Belmod, Natasha, and John, Gu Lingxiao replied. Belmod is well acquainted with the Japanese underworld. Natasha will handle daily operations, and John is in charge of security. Madame Zhong nodded in acknowledgement. As the night grew late, Li Xiaoyan had long returned to her room. Madame Zhong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of her bedroom, gazing at the distant lights of the military camp. Gu Lingxiao wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, placing a kiss upon her neck. Do not worry, his voice was deep and resolute. No matter what plans the Zhong family harbors, they cannot alter the fact that you belong to me. Madame Zhong turned and melted into his embrace, their shadows merging beneath the moonlight. She was fully aware that this return to the capital would be a formidable challenge, yet for the sake of standing openly by this man's side, she was prepared to confront the entire world. If Zhong Zhenghua wished to avoid an embarrassing situation, Gu Lingxiao believed that the other party would swallow his pride. For both Zhong Xiaoai and Zhong Mu had made it clear that Zhong Zhenghua prioritized his political achievements above all else, with family barely ranking in the top 3. However, perhaps Gu Lingxiao was overthinking. Given Zhong Zhenghua's nature, he might not have even considered Zhong Mu, and this recent contact was likely due to her prolonged absence. That evening, both Gu Lingxiao and Zhong Mu engaged in a relentless exchange. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room as Zhong Mu, supporting her aching waist, emerged from the bedroom with slightly trembling legs. Her silk robe hung loosely on her shoulders, revealing several ambiguous red marks on her neck. Sister Yaya, how are you? Just then, Li Xiaoyan emerged from her room, and upon seeing Zhong Mu's appearance, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. The young girl was already dressed, her white dress making her resemble a fresh gardenia. Zhong Mu leaned against the wall and shot her a glare. What do you know? Little girl. Her voice still bore a raspy note from the night prior. At 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as tenacious as a tiger. And here I am, over 40. While speaking, she rubbed her lower back and sighed softly. She was uncertain how long it would be before she could see him again. Li Xiaoyan blushed as she handed over a glass of warm water. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Her gaze inadvertently flickered to the kiss marks on Zhong Mu's collarbone before she quickly averted her eyes. In the dining room, Gu Lingxiao was already cheerfully preparing breakfast. Dressed in a crisp black shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms. He couldn't help but smile proudly as he noticed Zhong Mu slowly making her way over, supporting her waist. Still smiling? Zhong Mu playfully smacked his shoulder. But upon touching his firm muscle, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. The three shared a quiet breakfast, enveloped in a warm, yet slightly melancholic atmosphere. Li Xiaoyan occasionally stole glances at them, noticing that although Gu Lingxiao appeared calm, he was cutting the bacon with more force than usual. The car is ready. John Wick had appeared at the dining room door, his voice as deep as ever. Gu Lingxiao nodded and stood to pull out a chair for Zhong Mu. As he assisted her toward the door, Natasha and Belmord were already waiting in the yard. The two female agents raised their eyebrows in unison upon observing Zhong Mu's gait. With Belmord smirking slightly as she leaned toward Natasha's ear, it seems our Cammy worked quite hard last night. Natasha coughed lightly, pretending not to understand. Though her ears betrayed her with a subtle flush, she instinctively glanced at Gu Lingxiao's upright figure, her heart inexplicably racing. Gu Lingxiao carefully helped Zhong Mu into the back seat of the Mercedes before turning to the front passenger, Joel Foger. Your responsibility is Yaya's safety. His tone was unusually serious. Remember, no matter what happens, prioritize her safety, but you must also take care of yourself. Fuge nodded gently, her ponytail swaying slightly with the motion. I guarantee with my life. Her voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. Gu Lingxiao turned once more to Mother Zhong, his hand brushing over her somewhat weary visage. Call me when you arrive. These simple 6 words evoked a pang in Mother Zhong's heart. She murmured, grasping his large hand and rubbing it against her cheek. You. Be careful in Japan. I know. Gu Lingxiao interrupted her, leaning down to place a tender kiss upon her forehead. Trust me. This kiss was light. Yet it instantly moistened Mother Zhong's eyes. She hastily lowered her head, feigning the adjustment of her skirt to conceal her emotional turmoil from him. The atmosphere within the car was both sweet and heavy, as the tiger-headed vehicle slowly exited the village. Through the rear window, Mother Zhong observed Gu Lingxiao standing steadfastly in place, his figure diminishing in the morning light until he vanished completely around the bend. In stark contrast, the ambience within the following Land Rover was entirely different. Chapter 73, The Target. Sherry, the ratings are absurdly low. It seems the book is on the brink of failure. Sobs. Thus, Natasha fastened her seatbelt and glanced at Belmod beside her. Do you call him Cammy? Belmod was applying lipstick in front of the makeup mirror, and upon hearing, her crimson lips curved into a mysterious smile. Because he is my deity, she replied. Her tone a blend of sincerity and jest, yet the fervor in her eyes was chillingly genuine. Natasha, contemplative, gazed out the window. As a top-tier agent, she keenly sensed the transformation occurring within Belmod, which extended beyond mere youthful appearance. It was the radiance of faith emanating from her very core. This deepened Natasha's curiosity about Gu Lingxiao, the enigmatic man, and made her ponder how many more secrets he concealed. As the convoy entered the airport expressway, Gu Lingxiao had already vanished from sight. Mother Zhong leaned against the luxurious leather seat, gently caressing the jade bracelet on her wrist, a gift from Gu Lingxiao, who had personally adorned her with it that morning. Yufoji glanced at her through the rearview mirror, silently offering a pack of tissues. Thank you. Mother Zhong managed a strained smile but did not accept them. She stared at the swiftly receding scenery outside, silently vowing, this time, she would sever all ties with the Zhong family and return to that man with dignity. The kiss mark on her neck was intentional, if it came down to it. She would sever all ties. Even if Zhong Jinghua, in a fit of rage, sought to dismantle the Liu family's corporation, it would be futile. She believed that his obsession with status would lead him to madness if the Liu family turned against him. She acknowledged the gamble she was taking. But she felt no remorse. At worst, she would bear the consequences alone. There is a time for those in politics to look down upon commerce. Should this merchant be pushed to the brink, the repercussions could be severe. In the departure hall of Ruei Jiangsani International Airport, Gu Lingxiao and his trio were queuing to check in. Belmod, sporting sunglasses that obscured half her face, wore her golden locks loosely over her shoulders. Clad in a well-tailored beige trench coat, presenting herself as an ordinary businesswoman. "Cammy, I still feel this is too risky," she whispered, seizing the opportunity while adjusting Gu Lingxiao's collar. "Only the three of us are going to Japan. If the organization discovers..." Gu Lingxiao gently pressed her hand down. "Rest assured, I have long arranged for personnel to assist us upon arrival," he said, his tone calm, yet his gaze radiated an unyielding determination. He spoke the truth. Once they arrived, they could summon the death warriors through the system at will. It was merely a matter of power, easily constructed. Belmont bit her lower lip, ultimately nodding in agreement. She had faith that her deity would not engage in an unprepared battle, though her instincts compelled her to worry for his safety. "Economy class passengers, please line up here," announced the ground staff, interrupting their conversation. Natasha approached with her boarding pass, casting a thoughtful glance at the two. Dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, her red hair tied into a sleek ponytail, she appeared to be an ordinary university student. Sitting separately was less conspicuous. She distributed the boarding passes to the group. John and I were seated in row 23, while the others occupied row 35. John Wick silently accepted his boarding pass, the contours of his muscles subtly visible beneath his black suit. Today, he had deliberately left all weapons behind. Even his usual tactical pin remained at the hotel. As we passed through security, Belmode anxiously watched Gu Lingxiao's backpack glide through the X-ray machine, although she knew there could be no weapons inside. A nagging worry lingered in her mind about unforeseen complications. "Relax," Gu Lingxiao whispered in her ear. "You are now Anna Williams, an ordinary passenger, not a member of any organization." Belmode took a deep breath, forcing herself to display a relaxed smile. Indeed, no one was aware of her defection. Jin and the others likely believed she was engaged in some covert operation. Once on board, the cramped economy class seats left Belmode feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Habitually, she reached for her lipstick from her handbag, only to find it empty. All her cosmetics had been left in her checked luggage to facilitate the security process. Uncomfortable? Gu Lingxiao noticed her small gesture. "A bit." Belmode managed a wry smile. "It's the first time in years I've sat in economy class. And under the guise of an ordinary person." Gu Lingxiao grasped her hand. "You'll get used to it. Once we settle into our new lives, there will be much for us to accomplish." As the plane took off, Belmode instinctively tightened her grip on the armrest. The long-forgotten tension evoked memories of her first mission. The difference this time was that the person seated beside her was not a surveillance agent sent by the organization, but rather someone for whom she was willing to sacrifice everything. "That brilliant doctor." She hesitated before speaking. "Shiho Mayano, how do you plan to find her?" "The organization has concealed her well." Gu Lingxiao gazed out at the clouds. "I have my methods." He turned to Belmode. "However, I will need you to provide some information about the organization's bases in Tokyo." Belmode nodded, beginning to mentally evaluate which intelligence she could share. Although she had resolved to follow Gu Lingxiao, her years within the organization had instilled in her an instinctual wariness, especially given her deep-seated animosity towards that girl, which meant Jin would never divulge her whereabouts at that base. Nonetheless, she was no novice. If she truly wished to investigate, she could certainly uncover the truth. In the front row, Natasha feigned reading a book, yet her ears were attuned to the conversation behind her. The name Shiho Mayano piqued her interest. It sounded distinctly Japanese. Why did Gu Lingxiao place such importance on a Japanese scientist? Meanwhile, John Wick remained ever vigilant, his gaze sweeping across the cabin. A habit ingrained from years of being a hired assassin, constantly assessing threats even in the absence of weaponry. Once the flight stabilized, the flight attendants began distributing meals. Belmode accepted her meal box, astonished to find Gu Lingxiao naturally arranging her utensils and thoughtfully asking her what beverage she would prefer. "What's the matter?" Gu Lingxiao noticed her gaze. "Nothing much." Belmode lowered her head and stirred her coffee, "Not expecting you to engage in such trivial matters." Gu Lingxiao smiled and said, "From now on, you must get accustomed to the fact that I am not merely your Kimi, but also an ordinary person." This statement warmed Belmode's heart. Indeed, on this commonplace flight, they were simply two ordinary companions, devoid of organizations, pursuits, or perilous games. The airplane traversed through the clouds, heading eastward. Belmode leaned against Gu Lingxiao's shoulder and gradually succumbed to slumber. She dreamt of wearing simple attire, strolling alongside Gu Lingxiao on the streets of Tokyo, much like an unremarkable couple. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, in a certain part of Tokyo, a girl with chestnut short hair was peering through a microscope when she suddenly shuddered, as if sensing the impending turn of fate's gears. Chapter 74. The Angel in the Afternoon. The airport was graced by the arrival of those who would eventually alter their destinies. "Cammy, I have booked the hotel. Shall we proceed?" Gu Lingxiao nodded, hailing a taxi by the roadside, and the four of them simply took their seats. They soon arrived at the hotel in Belmode, with John's room directly opposite and Natasha's room to the left of Gu Lingxiao. Observing Belmode's reluctance to depart, Gu Lingxiao inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter, Belmode? Aren't you going back to your room?" "Hee, Cammy's room is so spacious, I don't wish to squander money. I'll just stay with Cammy." Gu Lingxiao regarded Belmode with a peculiar gaze, skeptical of the implications of a man and woman alone together, fully aware that he was not a paragon of virtue. "Once you enter, you must be resolute in your thoughts." With that, he stepped inside, leaving the door ajar. Resolute? No, she had already made her decision. Swiftly, she slipped into the room and shut the door. Upon hearing the door close, Gu Lingxiao turned to face Belmode as she approached him. He was convinced he had made his intentions clear, and as he strode towards her, he lifted Belmode into his arms and carried her into the bathroom. The steam from the bathroom lingered in the air, and Belmode's fair skin glowed with a delicate blush as she nestled in Gu Lingxiao's embrace. Her golden hair damp against her shoulders, her breath still unsteady. Gu Lingxiao gazed down at her, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Is this your first time?" His voice was low, tinged with astonishment. Belmode slightly opened her eyes, a languid smile gracing her lips. "What? Cammy thinks I should be an experienced woman." Gu Lingxiao offered no reply, merely caressing her cheek gently. He truly had not anticipated that this enchanting chameleon, adept in the organization, had never genuinely belonged to anyone. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Belmode chuckled softly. "The men in the organization are unworthy of my touch." Pausing, her voice softened, "I am only willing to submit to my divine." Gu Lingxiao's gaze darkened slightly as he leaned down to kiss her forehead, then lifted her once more, returning beneath the shower's cascade to cleanse her of any remnants. Belmode, nearly unable to stand, leaned softly against him, allowing him to tend to her. After ensuring she was clean, he wrapped her in a towel and gently laid her on the bed. Almost instantaneously, upon touching the pillow, Belmode succumbed to a deep slumber, her breathing long and tranquil. Gu Lingxiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, clad only in a towel, the neon lights casting their glow upon his silhouette, sharpening his austere and defined features. He quietly surveyed the nightscape of Tokyo, his thoughts drifting towards the plans ahead. Miyano Shiho, the organization's stronghold, the mafia's probing. Time slipped away until 6 in the evening, when he returned to the bedside, gently shaking Belmode's shoulder. "Awake now, it is time to venture out." As Belmode drowsily opened her eyes, she instinctively reached out to embrace his neck, her voice still laced with sleepiness. "Cammy, let us sleep a bit longer." Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly, pinching her cheek. "If you sleep any longer, Natasha's glare will pierce right through me." It was only then that Belmode fully roused, recalling the two individuals in the adjacent room, causing her cheeks to heat up slightly. She propped herself up, feeling sore all over. Yet her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. 10 minutes later, the four gathered outside. John Wick remained silent, fulfilling his role as her bodyguard. Meanwhile, Natasha, with her arms crossed, her red lips pursed, gazed intensely at Belmode, then glanced at Gu Lingxiao, ultimately rolling her eyes. The soundproofing in this hotel was utterly atrocious, she coldly remarked before turning towards the dining area. Belmode blinked, quickly realizing, her ears flushed red, but she soon regained her composure, even deliberately linking her arm with Gu Lingxiao's, flashing a victorious smile at Natasha's retreating figure. Gu Lingxiao, however, appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, merely stating, "Let us go eat." Leading the way, Natasha inwardly berated the situation, having spent a fortune on a top-tier suite, only to find the soundproofing as flimsy as paper. And Belmode's smug demeanor tsk, she thought. I should have worn earplugs. At the dining table, Belmode elegantly sliced her steak, then suddenly lowered her voice to Gu Lingxiao, "Cammy, regarding Miyano Shiho. I just received news that the organization has been quite active at a research facility in Tokyo recently. She is likely there." Gu Lingxiao's gaze flickered. "Specific location?" Belmode smiled slightly. "I will inform you after our meal." Natasha stabbed her fork fiercely into her steak, her expression more forlorn than ever. The restaurant's lighting was soft, as Belmode gently set down her wine glass, tracing a simple route on the table with her fingertip. Miyano Shiho is currently stationed at a research facility on the outskirts of Tokyo, located here. She lowered her voice, pointing to a specific area, but it was heavily guarded, with snipers and patrols from the organization surrounding it. Direct infiltration would be too risky. She paused, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. However, she has a vulnerability, her sister, Miyano Akemi. Gu Lingxiao's eyes subtly shifted, memories from the past life of Detective Conan surfacing in his mind. Mayano Akemi. That woman. Naive to the point of foolishness, rather than a vulnerability, it could be said that the two sisters were each other's most significant presence. Belmode continued. Akemi is currently working at the Central Trust Bank in Mihua Town, with the organization providing her a cover as an ordinary employee, yet in reality, every move she makes is under surveillance. Gu Lingxiao scoffed internally. According to the original plot, she would soon be deceived by Jin into robbing a bank, naively believing that accumulating 1 billion yen would free her sister from the organization. How adorably foolish. Yet strangely, he did not find this foolishness displeasing. Mayano Akemi is innocent, gentle, and somewhat naive, yet, within her world, there exists no scheming, only the most genuine love for her sister. Such a woman, in the midst of a dark and treacherous realm, appears akin to a lamb unwittingly wandering into a den of wolves. However, it is precisely this simplicity that renders her more susceptible to manipulation. He is certainly not driven by carnal desires. Perhaps the bond between sisters could be quite delightful. Gu Lingxiao set down his napkin and remarked nonchalantly, "Let us proceed to the bank." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the Mahanko Central Trust Bank. Mayano Akemi stood behind the counter, smiling as she assisted a customer with their deposit. Dressed in the standard bank uniform, her chestnut short hair accentuated her gentle, yet capable demeanor, making it difficult to perceive her as anything but a devoted bank employee, far removed from her role as an external member of the black organization. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the bank, "Dad, hurry up," Maori Ran exclaimed, tugging at the reluctant Maori Kagaro while accompanied by Conan. "This month's household expenses must be deposited. You can't keep sneaking off to bed on horses." I know. Maori Kagoro grumbled, running a hand through his hair, visibly distressed. Honestly, it would be just as safe at home. The duo pushed the door open, completely oblivious to the 4 individuals trailing behind them: Gu Lingxiao, Belmode, Natasha, and John Wick. Chapter 75. The unconventional Kagoro Muri Belmode had transformed her appearance. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, and she wore black-rimmed glasses, resembling a sophisticated professional woman. She linked her arm with Gu Lingxiao's and whispered, "That is Mayano Akemi." Gu Lingxiao's gaze fell upon the chestnut-haired woman behind the counter, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, just as he remembered, she exuded an aura of gentleness, devoid of any threat. Natasha, standing nearby, keenly sensed Gu Lingxiao's interest in Akemi and inwardly mused, "Another target? How many women does this man need to collect to feel satisfied?" John Wick remained silent, observing the bank's security layout, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his thigh. A habitual gesture when assessing threats. Gu Lingxiao strode directly toward the counter where Mayano Akemi was situated. "Hello, what services do you require?" Akemi looked up, her professional smile gracing her lips. Gu Lingxiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he regarded her with a meaningful glance before slowly articulating, "I wish to open an account." Akemi nodded, skillfully retrieving a form. "Very well, please fill out your basic information." As Gu Lingxiao took the pen, his fingertips brushed against hers ever so lightly, causing her to momentarily pause before regaining her composure. At that moment, an inquisitive voice interrupted. "Oh, are you here to deposit money as well?" It was Mao Lilan, smiling warmly at them from the side. Gu Lingxiao glanced over to see Lilan beaming at them. Belmode reacted swiftly, displaying a gentle smile. "Yes, we've just moved to Tokyo, so we're here to handle some banking matters." Lilan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Welcome to Mihua Town. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask me." Muri Kagoro yawned nearby, clearly disinterested in socializing. Gu Lingxiao nodded lightly, though his gaze returned to Akemi. "Soon, Jin would assign you that 1 billion yen task, wouldn't he? However, this time, your savior has changed." He did not intend to disclose the plot prematurely. What is a savior? It is someone who steps in to assist when one is in dire need of redemption. Conan's pupils suddenly constricted, his fingertips instinctively digging into his palm. The tall man in the black suit, with merely a casual glance, seemed to freeze his very blood. That gaze was strikingly reminiscent of Jin's. John Wick, sensing something amiss, turned his head, his gray-blue eyes cold as a gun barrel, locking onto the bespectacled boy. The air grew thick, and Conan's breath nearly halted, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. "Shinichi." Muri Kagoro suddenly grasped Conan's shoulder, his grip astonishingly firm. His face retained a nonchalant demeanor, yet his voice was low and grave. "Don't do anything foolish." Conan looked up in shock, only to see a sharp glint in Kagaro's eyes. The usually inebriated uncle now bore an unsettling clarity, laden with an unprecedented warning. "Uncle." Conan's voice trembled slightly. Kagoro, while adjusting his tie, obscured his lips and asked, "Do you think I faint at just the right moment by mere coincidence?" He narrowed his eyes toward John Wick. But this time it was futile. The scent of blood emanating from that man could be detected from 3 streets away. It was then that Conan observed John Wick's left foot slightly advanced as he stood, with his right hand consistently positioned 20 centimeters from his waist, an optimal distance for drawing a firearm. More alarming was the subtle outline of muscles beneath the man's suit, indicative of a physique honed through extensive combat experience. Belmont suddenly chuckled softly, her manicured fingertip tracing a circle in the palm of Gu Lingxiao's hand. "Cammy, there's a little mouse spying on us." She cast a sidelong glance at Conan, her eyes glimmering with mischief behind her sunglasses. Gu Lingxiao continued filling out the form without raising his head, allowing the pen to carve sharp strokes across the paper. If Shinichi Kudo lacks even this modicum of vigilance, it would truly disappoint me. Mayano Akemi's hand trembled as she returned the identification, her forced smile failing to mask her inner tumult. Why would this stranger mention the missing high school detective? "Get lost, you brat." Kagoro suddenly raised his voice, grabbing Conan by the nape of his collar. "If you keep causing a ruckus, I won't take you for sushi tonight." "Ahahaha, got it, Uncle Murray," Conan replied, feigning a silly grin. Although his glasses reflected an eerie glint, he cast one last glance at Gu Lingxiao's silhouette, who was speaking to Miss Akemi, her complexion turning pale in an instant. As they stepped out of the bank, Conan felt the tracker that Dr. Agasa had given him damp with sweat. It was the first time he realized so clearly that this group was even more perilous than the Black Organization. John Wick withdrew his gaze only after their figures vanished. "Shall we take care of this?" Gu Lingxiao placed his bank card into his wallet. "No need," he replied, glancing out at the sunlit street, a cold smile curving his lips. An excellent detective will always leap into the trap themselves. Natasha leaned closer to Belmont, whispering, "Does your Cammy not spare even minors?" Belmont raised a finger to her lips, her smile both alluring and perilous. "This is just the beginning." The air conditioning in the bank lobby hummed, and Ran Murray watched her father hastily whisk Conan away, perplexed. "What is wrong with Dad?" She glanced at the cue number in her hand, then at the 2 distant figures, ultimately sighing and resuming her weight. In the alley outside the bank, Kagoro pressed Conan against the wall, his eyes sharp as a blade behind his glasses. "Uncle Murray, what are you doing?" Conan struggled, astonished to discover that this usually intoxicated uncle possessed remarkable strength. "Kudo Shinichi." Kagoro addressed him directly, his voice low and menacing. "Do you think you can deceive everyone?" Conan's pupils abruptly contracted, and his throat tightened. "When did you?" "Not long after you moved into my home." Kagoro released his grip and adjusted his suit and tie, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Which normal elementary school student gazes at a corpse with such fascination and consistently speaks like a high schooler? He lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. "I haven't informed Ran." "Where will I?" "Why?" Conan pressed eagerly. "Why?" Kagoro suddenly raised his voice, then immediately lowered it, his tone laden with caution. "You carry such a perilous identity, and yet you wish to endanger Ran?" His gaze was unprecedentedly serious. "That man in the black suit today, can't you recognize how dangerous he is?" Conan fell silent. He was acutely aware of John Wick's threat, that oppressive presence rivaling even that of Jin. "Listen here," Kagoro asserted, extinguishing his cigarette with force. "I will not permit you to be with Ran, not because of your diminutive stature, but because you will always be surrounded by danger. Or perhaps it's that you never consider the safety of those around you." Chapter 76. Nothing is more moving than the savior. He turned towards the alley's mouth, pausing momentarily. "Tonight, I shall contact Eri and have her take Ran to stay with her. If you truly care for her, keep your distance." Conan stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. It was the first time he had witnessed Kagoro Murray in such a clear-headed and resolute state. The image of the perpetually inebriated detective had completely shattered at that moment. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxiao and his companions concluded their business and prepared to depart. As they passed through the waiting area, he noticed the solitary figure of Ran Murray. "Has your friend left?" Gu Lingxiao inquired gently, halting his steps. "Ah, yes," Ran replied, a hint of embarrassment in her smile. Dad suddenly had an urgent matter. Behind Gu Lingxiao, Belmode lingered, her gaze lingering on Ran for a few moments. This girl, whom she referred to as an angel, possessed an astonishing purity. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. What would it be like if Kaido and the angel were together? "Have a pleasant day." Gu Lingxiao politely nodded in farewell. leading his companions away from the bank. Upon exiting, Natasha spoke up. Is there something special about that girl? Gu Lingxiao did not respond, merely casting a meaningful glance at the diminishing bank structure in the rearview mirror. Belmode, entwining her arm with his, whispered, if Kaido likes her, I could. No need, Gu Lingxiao interrupted. Some flowers are best admired from afar. Meanwhile, within the bank, Akemi Mayano gazed in the direction of Gu Lingxiao's departure, her grip on the pin tightening unconsciously. The way that unfamiliar man looked at her, it felt as if he already knew everything about her. Is the operation coming to an end? No. This is her chance with her sister. It must not be squandered. Honestly, we're about to be called, Ren exclaimed, hands on her hips, looking exasperatedly at her father and Conan as they returned. Conan suddenly said he needed to use the restroom. Kagoro scratched his head, wearing his signature foolish grin, completely oblivious to the sharp demeanor he had just displayed in the alley. Conan playfully adopted an innocent expression, sorry. Sister Ran sighed in resignation. Fine, it's our turn now. Let us proceed with the business. Kagoro discreetly surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that the dangerous individuals had departed before his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Conan, on the other hand, lamented the missed opportunity to continue observing. Behind the counter, Akemi Mayano busily prepared to change shifts. I'm sorry, I must hand over now. She smiled apologetically at the Muri family. Your next colleague will assist you. Kagoro inadvertently stole another glance at her. This female employee had seemingly exchanged words with that dangerous man, but Akemi had already turned away, her chestnut bob swaying gently with her movements. The business concluded smoothly, and as the trio emerged from the bank, the afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the streets of Mitanak. Shall we go out for a meal today? Shaolan's words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing screech of brakes emanating from behind the bank. This was swiftly followed by the thunderous sound of gunfire. Get down. Xiao Wulong instinctively threw himself and Xiao Lan, along with Conan, to the ground. In the back alley of the bank, an armored truck was awkwardly parked at the roadside, its doors wide open, while three masked assailants hastily tossed bags of money into a black van. Don't move. Police. The patrolling officers rushed towards the commotion. Without hesitation, the criminals opened fire, and a bullet struck one of the officers in the shoulder. The street erupted in screams as pedestrians scattered in panic. From a nearby high-rise, Gu Lingxiao lowered his binoculars, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. It has begun, he remarked to Belmode behind him. Your savior will arrive shortly. Belmode elegantly sipped her red wine. Should we make contact with Mayano Akemi now? She seems quite terrified. Wait a bit longer, Gu Lingxiao replied, his gaze fixed on the chaotic street. Let her despair a little more. Only then will the savior appear all the more precious. Natasha leaned against the wall, contemplatively observing. That little boy has reappeared. He truly is a persistent spirit. John Wick silently checked his weapons, his gray-blue eyes glinting like those of a predatory wolf. The commotion in front of the bank gradually subsided, though the wailing of police sirens persisted. Xiao Wulong tightly grasped Shaolan's hand. We must leave here immediately. But Dad, someone is hurt. Xiaolan anxiously glanced at the injured officer. Conan's glasses reflected a glimmer of light as his mind raced. Conan, don't run off, Xiaolan exclaimed. But the boy had already nimbly slipped past the cordon and was sprinting toward the bank's side entrance. Xiao Wulong's face turned ashen. He finally understood that his worst fears were coming to fruition. This kid, Shinichi Kudo, would never learn to steer clear of danger. Inside the bank staff passage, Mayano Akemi trembled as she dialed a number. The task is complete. A cold voice echoed from the other end. 1 billion yen. This is the price for your and your sister's freedom. Akemi bit her lip. What about Shito? We'll discuss that once you bring the money. The call was abruptly terminated. She leaned weakly against the wall, suddenly noticing a small shadow on the floor. Sister, do you know those robbers? The bespectacled little boy had appeared before her, his gaze sharp and unchildlike. Akemi's breath hitched, and her phone clattered to the ground. Her complexion drained of color. She forced a panicked expression. What are you talking about, little boy? I was just startled by the gunfire. As she bent down to retrieve her phone, her fingers trembled slightly, her act so convincing that even Conan momentarily could not discern the truth. This place is too dangerous. You should return to the adults. Akemi hurriedly urged, then swiftly walked deeper into the staff passage, her ears reddening with anxiety beneath her chestnut hair. Conan watched her retreating figure, a flash of light glimmering on his lens. He keenly observed that the woman's display of fear was executed with such perfection. It seemed as though she had undergone professional training. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel in Tokyo, Belmode, like a graceful feline, leaned against the bar, her fingertips delicately gliding over a row of liquor bottles. Gu Lingxiao loosened his tie, carelessly tossing it onto the leather sofa. Whiskey on the rocks. John Wick stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his slate blue eyes scanning every corner of the street below. Natasha sat in front of a computer, swiftly browsing through real estate listings in Tokyo. What is the budget for the car and house? She inquired without lifting her gaze. Gu Lingxiao accepted the glass of amber liquid handed to him by Belmode, the contents gently swaying between the ice cubes. No limit. Natasha paused for a second over the keyboard. Preferred location? Mikawacho, Gu Lingxiao replied, taking a sip of his drink. It would be best if we could monitor that bank end. The Mori Detective Agency. Belmode's crimson lips curled into a playful smile. Cammy seems to be quite infatuated with that angel. Gu Lingxiao swirled his glass, the ice clinking with a crisp sound. An angel so pure it could soften even the heart of a demon could prove quite useful in certain situations. Chapter 77. The Indomitable Cockroach. Natasha closed her laptop, stating, "It can be settled by tomorrow. What type of vehicle do you require?" For daily use, a Lexus LS would suffice, while for operations, a modified G63 is advisable. Gu Lingxiao contemplated further before adding, "Let us procure a few motorcycles as well." And what of the residence? A high-rise apartment with a top-tier security system. Additionally, acquire a secluded stand-alone villa with a basement. Gu Lingxiao gazed out at the nightscape of Tokyo, remembering to engage a real estate agent to conduct the transaction through his shell company. Natasha nodded, suddenly revealing a sly smile. "Should we also purchase an apartment opposite the Mori residence? It would facilitate your observation of that angelic lady." Belmode chuckled softly, and even John Wick's lips twitched ever so slightly. Gu Lingxiao cast a cold glance at Natasha, remarking, "You've been quite talkative lately." "Apologies, boss," Natasha replied, mimicking a zippered mouth gesture, yet her emerald eyes sparkled with mischief. In the stillness of the night, Mayano Akemi sat alone in her cramped apartment, the day's newspaper spread before her. The headline read, "Mihanko Bank Armored Vehicle Robbed. Loss amounting to 1 billion yen. Her fingertips grazed the blurred surveillance snapshot on the paper. "Shihoko." Akemi whispered her sister's name, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. A text from an unfamiliar number read, "If you wish to save your sister, meet at Mihan Central Tower CF tomorrow at noon. Someone who can oppose the organization." Akemi stared intently at the screen, her fingers whitening from the pressure. This could be a trap, yet it might also be her and her sister's sole opportunity. In the hotel's penthouse, Gu Lingxiao stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the dazzling night vista of Tokyo. The screen of his phone remained illuminated, indicating that the message had been successfully sent. Belmode embraced him from behind. The scent of her perfume enveloping him, Cammy is determined to intervene in this matter? Jin will soon eliminate Mayano Akemi. Gu Lingxiao replied calmly, but before that, I aim to secure the loyalty of the two sisters. System, purchase 50 elite assassins and 200 intermediate assassins. Have the elite assassins wait for me outside the hotel tomorrow morning, while the intermediate assassins should find nearby accommodations for now. Ding, purchase successful. Total expenditure 700 million. At present, the minor affairs are not his primary focus. He would address them after securing the allegiance of 3 trustworthy brothers from the old Myanmar faction. With 50 elite assassins, he could effortlessly establish a syndicate. The most critical aspect is that in the minor affairs, the gang is entirely legitimate, and the 200 intermediate assassins hold vast potential. The following midday, at the Mihan Central Tower CAF, sunlight poured through the CAF's floor-to-ceiling windows as Mayano Akemi occupied a window-side seat, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Her gaze occasionally flickered towards the entrance, then lowered to check the time on her phone. 12:05. The other party was 5 minutes late. Who could have sent that message? A member of the organization? Or perhaps an enemy? Her heartbeat quickened, and beads of perspiration formed on her palms. Rationality warned her that this could be a trap, yet the content of the message was too precise. The sender not only knew about her sister, but also explicitly stated the ability to counter the organization. What if, just perhaps, there was hope? As she hesitated, contemplating her departure, the CAF door swung open, and 4 figures entered. Mingmei's pupils dilated in sudden alarm. The leader was the man who had unsettled her at the bank the previous day. "Long time no see, Miss Mayano." Gu Lingxiao approached her table directly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Behind him trailed 3 individuals, a woman with golden hair and striking blue eyes, exuding elegance, a burly man in a suit, his gaze icy, and a young woman with red hair tied in a ponytail, her expression indifferent. Mingmei's breath caught in her throat, her fingers instinctively tightening around the tablecloth. Who are you? She stammered, her voice trembling. Gu Lingxiao casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his demeanor relaxed yet radiating an undeniable aura of intimidation. My name is Gu Lingxiao. He inclined his head slightly, and as for them, you may consider them my subordinates for the time being. Belmont gracefully seated herself beside him, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she addressed Mingmei. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Maiano. Mingmei's gaze flitted among the group before settling on Gu Lingxiao's face. That message, did you send it? Indeed. Gu Lingxiao replied, lifting the coffee just delivered by the waiter to his lips for a delicate sip. I wish to propose a transaction. 10 billion yen? Jin doesn't care at all. Mingmei's complexion turned ashen. How do you know? I know far more than you can imagine. Gu Lingxiao set down the coffee cup, his eyes sharp. For instance, Jin's promise to you, 10 billion yen in exchange for your and your sister's freedom? Mingmei's lips quivered, her silence revealing all. Gu Lingxiao scoffed. Do you truly believe the organization would let you go? Belmont interjected at the opportune moment, her voice soft yet laced with chilling undertones. The organization has but one method for dealing with traitors, silencing them. Mingmei's fingertips dug into her palm. As the introducer of Black Label whiskey, you should be well aware of its fate. Belmont tilted her head slightly, her smile dangerous. Even the FBI's top agent nearly perished at Jin's hands. Do you think you and your sister can escape? Then why do you wish to help me? Mingmei's voice was barely above a whisper, yet her gaze wavered. Gu Lingxiao did not answer directly. Instead, he retrieved a photograph from his pocket and slid it across the table towards her. The image depicted a girl with short brown hair, Maiano Shiho, standing in a laboratory, expressionless as she recorded data. Mingmei's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Shiho. She is currently at a research facility on the outskirts of Tokyo. Gu Lingxiao reclaimed the photograph. Jin will not allow you to see her, for he never intended to fulfill his promise from the very beginning. Mingmei's nails nearly pierced her skin, yet she forced herself to regain composure. What is it that you want? Gu Lingxiao smiled. Quite simple. He spoke slowly, your loyalty and your sister's abilities. The cacophony of the CAF seemed to fade away, leaving Mingmei with a buzzing in her ears. They are exploiting me, but at least they are willing to offer me a choice. The organization would not even grant her that opportunity. She took a deep breath and raised her head. If I agree, can you guarantee Shiho's safety? Gu Lingxiao's gaze was profound. Not only can I ensure her safety, but I can also provide her with true freedom. Belmont chuckled softly. Of course, the premise is, you must prove your worth. Mingmei remained silent for a long while before finally nodding slowly. All right. Her voice was soft yet resolute. I accept your terms. Gu Lingxiao's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he stood up. You will conduct normal transactions with Jin, but you must contact your sister in advance and inform her not to believe that you are dead. You are still alive. The thought of Maiano Shiho being devastated by the news of her sister's death was quite perplexing. He was not a lowly enthusiast, so it was better for Mingmei to clarify things first. Chapter 78. A Daring Rescue at the Institute. With those words, he turned on his heel, and Belmode and the others followed closely behind. Akemi watched their retreating figures, her heart pounding fiercely. Shizuko, this time, I will undoubtedly rescue you. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Mihua town, inside an abandoned factory, Akemi Maiano stood in the desolate expanse of the factory floor, a suitcase containing 1 billion yen in her grasp. Her heart raced, yet her expression remained composed. Shizuko, you must believe in me. She took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. This place was unnaturally quiet, an unsettling stillness enveloping her. Tap, 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 the sound of polished shoes striking the concrete echoed from the shadows, and the imposing figure of Jin slowly emerged, followed closely by Vodka. Have you brought the money? Jin's voice was frigid, akin to a serpent's hiss. Akemi tightened her grip on the suitcase's handle and nodded. 1 billion yen, not a single yen less. Jin let out a cold chuckle, refraining from reaching for the suitcase. Instead, he leisurely procured a cigarette and lit it, the smoke curling around him as his gaze grew even more sinister. Then, according to our agreement, Akemi struggled to steady her voice. Shizuko and I can leave the organization, right? Jin fixed his eyes upon her, suddenly bursting into laughter. Akemi Maiano, you are laughably naive. Her pupils constricted sharply. When has the organization ever allowed a traitor to depart unscathed? Jin exhaled a plume of smoke, adding ominously, especially since you once introduced an FBI mole into our ranks. Akemi's complexion turned ashen. Indeed, Gu Lingxiao is right. Jin had never intended to honor the agreement from the very beginning. Gritting her teeth, She summoned her last vestige of courage. What about Shizuko? She knows nothing. Surely? Jin scoffed. Her value far surpasses yours. The organization would never permit her to leave. Akemi's body trembled slightly, despair and fury entwining within her. Thankfully, Shizuko already knows I'm alive. Just as Jin raised his hand to draw his weapon, bang, bang, bang. 3 sniper bullets sliced through the air, striking with precision. Jin's pupils dilated in shock, his instinct driving him to pivot sharply as the bullets grazed his coat, leaving a crimson streak in their wake. Brother, Vodka exclaimed, but in the next moment, thud, thud, 2 bullets struck his chest and arm, blood gushing forth immediately. A sniper? Vodka staggered back, his face paling dramatically. Jin's expression darkened to a chilling intensity, and he swiftly seized Vodka, retreating to the cover of a nearby structure. His gaze scanning the vicinity. 3 individuals? No, perhaps more. He had not anticipated that Akemi Miyano would possess such formidable backup. Akemi stood momentarily stunned. She had been oblivious to anyone safeguarding her. But at that moment, she finally understood what Gu Lingxiao meant when he said, "My people are always protecting you." "Let us go," Jin growled, yanking Vodka and retreating towards the factory's rear exit. He cannot engage here. The adversary possesses snipers at a commanding height, and their numbers remain uncertain. Reckless confrontation would only lead to a stalemate. Mingmei stood frozen, her legs trembling. Yet a wave of relief washed over her as she felt as though she had narrowly escaped a disaster. "Zhou Wei, sister has truly found someone to save us." On the outskirts of the factory, Gu Lingxiao lowered his binoculars, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Qingji was not so easily dispatched. Belmerd, standing beside him, raised her crimson lips slightly. After all, she is the organization's top killer. It would be rather dull if she were to perish so effortlessly. Natasha holstered her sniper rifle, clicking her tongue. What a pity. Only the vodka was hit. John Wick silently inspected the magazine, his gaze steely. "Shall we pursue?" Gu Lingxiao shook his head. "No need. Our objective has already been achieved." He turned his attention to Mingmei at the center of the factory and issued an order through his earpiece. "Team 500, escort her away." In the next instant, 5 fully armed elite assassins emerged from the shadows, swiftly escorting Mingmei from the scene. In the vehicle, Mingmei's heart raced. She glanced at the expressionless assassins beside her, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Have you been following me all along?" The assassins offered no reply, merely coldly executing Gu Lingxiao's commands. Taking a deep breath, Mingmei finally comprehended the extent of Gu Lingxiao's power, far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. "Zhou Wei, we truly have hope now." Meanwhile, a black Porsche 356A sped down the highway. Vodka pressed against his bleeding wound, his complexion pale. "Brother, could those snipers be from the FBI?" Qingzhou's gaze turned icy. "No, the FBI does not operate with such caliber." He lit a cigarette, and through the smoke, his eyes glinted like those of a malevolent spirit. "Miyano Mingmei, who exactly is the person behind you?" Simultaneously, at the Suburban Research Institute, with a soft thud, the suppressed sniper rifle discharged, and 2 sentinels from the black-clad organization fell, each with a bullet hole in their foreheads. "Target eliminated. Proceed." 5 elite assassins emerged from the shadows, followed by dozens of reconnaissance assassins, all wielding M4A1 rifles, their eyes behind tactical helmets as cold as machinery. "Team A, secure the entrances. Team B, eliminate resistance. Team C, locate the target." The moment the orders were issued, the assassins surged into the research institute like a tidal wave. Inside, piercing alarms blared abruptly. "Enemy attack. All personnel, take cover." Just as an organization member finished shouting, 3 bullets pierced his chest, splattering blood against the pristine white walls. The assassin's assault was precise and efficient. Members of the organization fell before they could even raise their weapons. "Damn it. Who are these people?" A researcher trembled behind a laboratory table, dialing a number. "Qingzhou. The institute is..." Before he could finish, a bullet penetrated his temple. On the other end, Qingzhou listened to the abrupt silence of the communication, crushing the cigarette between his fingers. "Turn around. Head to the institute." His voice hoarse, the Porsche 356A carved a sharp arc on the highway. Vodka held his bleeding wound, never before having witnessed his elder brother in such a furious state. "Miyano Akemi, is this your trump card?" In Jin's eyes, a murderous intent surged. "Yet Sherry, you cannot take her away." In the underground laboratory on the 3rd level, a test tube suddenly slipped from Shiho Miyano's grasp and shattered on the floor. "What is happening?" Her chestnut short hair swayed slightly as she listened to the distant sounds of gunfire and screams, her complexion gradually paling. This is not the organization's style. Has there been an invasion? The gunfire grew nearer, then abruptly ceased. In the deathly silence, the door to the laboratory was forcefully kicked open. 3 fully armed assassins burst in, their gazes fixed upon her. Mayano Shiho, come with us. Shiho stepped back, her back pressed against the laboratory table. Who are you? Your sister is waiting for you. Upon hearing the word sister, Shiho's pupils dilated in shock. Akemi. Is she still alive? Outside the research facility, a black Porsche screeched to a halt. Jin had just exited the vehicle when he heard sporadic gunfire from within. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Brother, our reinforcements will take at least 10 more minutes. Vodka struggled to keep pace. Jin did not respond. He drew his Beretta and strode toward the front entrance of the research facility. However, just as he stepped through the door, Chapter 79, the repugnant Akai Shuichi boom. A violent explosion reduced the entire entrance to rubble. On a distant hillside, John lowered his rocket launcher and whistled. Bullseye. Gu Lingxiao gazed through binoculars at the billowing smoke rising from the research facility, calmly declaring, it's time to retreat. Belmode chuckled softly. Aren't you curious if Jin is dead? He won't perish so easily. Gu Lingxiao turned away, but the lesson was etched in his memory. Inside a speeding armored vehicle, Mayano Shiho clutched the phone handed to her by the assassin. Shiho, it's me. A tearful voice of her sister, Akemi, came through. The moment she heard her sister's voice, the tension in Shiho's body shattered, tears streaming down her face. Sister, what is happening? We are free, Shiho. Akemi choked. Someone has rescued us. Shiho looked up at the swiftly retreating night outside the car window. The outline of the research facility long vanished. Freedom. This unfamiliar term caused her heart to race with fervor. In a European-style mansion next to the new shop in Miwa town, the crystal chandelier in the living room cast a gentle glow. Gu Lingxiao sat on a leather sofa, a half-burnt cigarette delicately held between his long fingers. His gaze calm and profound amidst the swirling smoke. Opposite him, Belmode lounged on a single sofa, meticulously applying deep red nail polish with her fingertips. A faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, though a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Shirley has truly been brought out. Did she still harbor resentment towards the 2 sisters? She herself was uncertain, but as long as Kane was present, everything would be fine. Natasha and John Wick stood like silent statues, flanking Gu Lingxiao. Meanwhile, Akemi sat at the edge of the sofa, her hands tightly clasped, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her gaze occasionally darted toward the window, straining to catch every sound from outside. Shiho, you must be safe. Suddenly creak. The sound of tires grinding against the ground echoed from outside the mansion. Akemi's body tensed instantly, her eyes brightening, instinctively wanting to leap up and rush out. But a glance at Gu Lingxiao, who remained steadfast, quelled her impulse. Belmode chuckled lightly, her red lips parting. In such a hurry? Akemi bit her lip, offering no reply, though her fingertips dug into her palm. Moments later, the grand door of the mansion swung open. 3 special forces operatives entered, the leading man speaking in a cold, firm tone. Boss, the mission is complete. The target has been retrieved, with no casualties. Gu Lingxiao nodded slightly. Well done, you may rest. The operatives silently withdrew, but just as they parted, a slender figure appeared at the doorway. With chestnut short hair, fair skin, and icy blue eyes reflecting lingering vigilance and confusion, Mayano Shiho. Her gaze swept across the living room, ultimately fixating on the familiar figure that stood trembling. Mingmei's voice cracked, tears welling in her eyes. She's pupils dilated with intensity, and in the next moment, sister. She nearly flew towards Mingmei, burying herself in her embrace, her arms clasping tightly around her waist. Mingmei held her close, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrential flood. How wonderful, Mingmei repeated, her voice quivering as she stroked her sister's hair. She buried her face in her shoulders subtly trembling, muffled sobs escaping her lips. Gu Lingxiao observed this scene quietly, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Truly a popular character from the renowned series, her intellect aside. Her physique and appearance were undeniably exceptional. Belmode set down her nail polish, resting her chin on her hand with a playful smile. What a touching reunion indeed. Natasha raised an eyebrow, whispering to John, it seems our boss is about to take in another young girl. John Wick maintained a stoic expression, yet his gaze lingered on she for a fleeting moment. Her eyes resembled those of the children he had encountered, forced into the shadows. After a long pause, she finally lifted her head from Mingmei's embrace. Her eyes were still tinged with redness, but her expression had returned to its usual composure. However, as her gaze fell upon Gu Lingxiao, her body instinctively tensed. "Who are you?" Her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable sharpness. Mingmei quickly grasped her hand. "This is Mr. Gu Lingxiao, he saved us." She remained vigilant, her ice blue eyes locking onto Gu Lingxiao. "Why are you helping us?" Gu Lingxiao flicked away the ash from his cigarette, the corners of his lips curling slightly. "2 reasons. First, I require your research expertise. Second," his gaze flitted between Mingmei and she, "I have taken an interest in both of you sisters." She's fingertips trembled slightly. Yet her voice remained steady. "You want me to continue researching APTX 4869? The audacity of this man, seeking her out, not sparing even her sister." "No." Gu Lingxiao shook his head. "I do not require such substances. I need legitimate medical supplies, which your talents can wholly provide." Belmode interjected suddenly, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. "Little Shirley, you should be grateful that Kame has taken a liking to you. Otherwise," she left her sentence hanging. But she understood her implication. Mingmei tightened her grip on her sister's hand anxiously. "Mr. Gu has truly helped us immensely, if it weren't for him." She fell silent for a moment before finally exhaling slowly. "I understand," she said, raising her gaze to Gu Lingxiao, "but I have conditions." Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow. "Speak." "First, my sister and I's personal safety must be guaranteed. Second, I will not research poisons. Third," she paused, her eyes resolute, "you must not use force against us." The living room fell into silence. Belmode squinted her eyes. Natasha let out a whistle, while John remained as silent as a towering statue. However, Gu Lingxiao suddenly smiled. "All right." Amidst the swirling smoke of the cigarette, his gaze was as profound as an abyss. "Welcome aboard, Zhiwei, Mingmei." Mingmei's face instantly flushed, her fingers anxiously entwined as she whispered to Zhiwei, "I have a boyfriend. You know that." Zhiwei's eyes abruptly turned cold. She seized her sister's wrist, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sister, that man is merely using you. If not for him, we wouldn't be trapped in this predicament. Please, come to your senses." Mingmei's lips trembled, a flicker of struggle shining in her eyes. "No, Zhu Xingda." "Zhu Xingda?" Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly, tapping the edge of the ashtray with his cigarette. "Are you referring to Zhu Xingda? That is not his name. He is known as Akai Shuichi." Zhiwei's pupils constricted sharply, her body tensing in an instant. What did you say?" Mingmei was also taken aback, staring blankly at Gu Lingxiao. "Akai." Gu Lingxiao exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze laced with amusement. "Zhu Xingda is merely an alias. His true name is Akai Shuichi, the FBI's ace marksman." Chapter 80. The cunning girl Shiho. He paused, casting his gaze between the two sisters. "It is worth mentioning that he is your cousin. Your mother, Elena Mayano, is his aunt, and he is indeed aware of your familial ties." Boom! This statement struck Shiho's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her fingers to unconsciously dig into her palm. Her ice blue eyes swirling with shock and fury. Akai. She certainly recognized that surname. Her sister must know too. Impossible. Akemi shook her head, her voice trembling. "Zhu Xingda would not deceive me." Shiho abruptly turned, pressing her hands on her sister's shoulders. Her voice nearly gritted through clenched teeth. "Sister, he clearly knows your blood relation, yet he still approaches you, exploiting you. Is that not abundantly clear?" Tears streamed down Akemi's face, her strength seemingly drained, collapsing onto the sofa. Shiho held her tightly, feeling her sister tremble violently, the flames of rage within her threatening to consume her reason. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Vermouth lounged lazily on the sofa, her fingers twirling around her golden locks, her red lips curling into a mocking smile. "The man's gaze is truly pitiable, isn't it?" She tilted her head towards Akemi, her smile dangerous. "Why not obediently choose Kamiyu? At least he won't deceive you with such a nauseating cousin relationship." Shiho shot her head up, fury igniting in her ice blue eyes. "What do you know?" The temperature in the living room seemed to plummet instantaneously. Vermouth's smile froze on her face, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She slowly straightened her posture, her voice soft yet laced with chilling intent. "Little Shirley, it seems you have grown bolder after these years." In the next moment, swish, Vermouth raised her hand and tore off the disguise mask from her face, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful visage, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and her emerald eyes glinting with danger. "Vermouth?" Shiho's breath hitched, her body instinctively recoiling, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. This woman had once attempted to kill her and her sister countless times. It was her. No wonder her instincts had warned her of the presence of the organization. Yet she never expected it to be her. Akemi froze as well, tears still clinging to her face, but she had forgotten to cry. staring blankly at Anna, who had suddenly changed her face. Vermouth reveled in the sudden pallor of Shiho's face, letting out a light laugh. What's the matter? Not going to retort anymore. She stood, towering over Shiho, her tone suddenly flippant. Don't be afraid, my body has already been healed by Kamiyu, and while I won't kill you. Her gaze turned icy. Don't expect me to show you any kindness. Mind your words, do you understand? Shiho's fingertips dug deeply into the sofa, forcing herself to regain her composure. She could not show weakness, especially in front of her sister. Why are you here? Are you still following that man? Bermode's expression softened instantly as she turned to gaze at Gu Lingxiao, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and affection, because Kame is my deity. Shifting her attention to Zhihui. Her demeanor grew icy once more. As for you? Merely a whimsical collection of Kames. Mingmei finally emerged from her state of shock, instinctively leaning closer to her sister. Observing this, Bermode let out a derisive laugh. Rest assured, as long as you obediently comply, I shall not impose any harm upon you. Her gaze lingered pointedly on Zhihui. Particularly at you, little Shirley. Do not provoke me further. Gu Lingxiao remained seated on the sofa, quietly observing this verbal skirmish. Until he finally spoke in a calm tone. That is enough. His voice, though soft, commanded immediate attention, causing Bermode to instantly compose herself and sit beside him obediently. Zhihui tightly embraced her still trembling sister, the shock within her heart lingering. Who exactly is this man? Even Bermode submits to him. Bermode pouted slightly, her slender fingers playfully tugging at Gu Lingxiao's sleeve, her emerald eyes misting over as she spoke in a tone laced with honeyed sorrow. Came. Do you forsake the old for the new? She deliberately elongated her words, casting a pointed glance at the Zhihui sisters, resembling a petulant cat deprived of affection. Zhihui's face flushed crimson, her ice blue eyes widening in indignation as she turned her head away. Who? Who wants to be with him? Mingmei hurriedly tugged at her sister's sleeve, whispering. Zhihui refrained from speaking. Gu Lingxiao found amusement in Bermode's theatrics. This woman is truly a natural performer. Clearing his throat, he stated seriously, Zhihui, Mingmei, you will not remain in Japan. Then where shall we go? Mingmei instinctively inquired. To Longhua. Gu Lingxiao lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingertips. My village is well equipped. You may live freely there. Freedom? Zhihui scoffed, her sharp gaze piercing beneath her chestnut hair, merely a change of gilded cages. Zhihui. Mingmei gasped, grasping her sister's hand, fearful of provoking their adversary. Yet Gu Lingxiao remained unperturbed, chuckling softly. You are quite forthright. He rose to his feet, looking down at Zhihui. I only require you to complete your research work. During your free time, he shrugged, you may indulge in shopping or immerse yourself in the laboratory, even if you wish to pursue romance. Who wants to pursue romance? Zhihui interrupted him like an irate cat. Bermode giggled. Little Shirley is feeling shy. You. Zhihui's cheeks flushed with anger. Gu Lingxiao waved his hand dismissively. Very well, time shall reveal all. He turned to Mingmei. Please take Zhihui to rest. The room has been prepared. Mingmei felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and quickly ushered her sister to their feet. As they reached the door, Zhihui suddenly turned back. Wait. My research materials have all been packed and taken care of. Natasha leaned against the doorframe, tossing car keys casually. Not even your laboratory mice have been left behind. Jito. This group is indeed thorough in their actions. In front of the ruins of the Suburban Research Institute, a black Porsche 356A came to a halt. The door swung open, and Jin stepped out, his long legs striding forth, his silver hair gently swaying in the night breeze. Vodka trailed behind, clutching his injured chest, his pallid face betraying his pain. Yet he dared not utter a single moan. Jin stood before the shattered remnants of the institute, his expression eerily calm. Yet within the depths of his dark green eyes churned a tempest of ruthless intent. Sherry has been taken. He slowly raised his hand and dialed that seldom-used number. Boss. Jin's voice was deep and frigid. The research institute has been destroyed. A brief silence lingered on the other end of the line, before a venerable and commanding voice responded, What is the situation? All security personnel have perished. Not a single researcher survived. Jin's gaze swept across the lifeless bodies strewn about. I suspect Sherry has been abducted. Akemi Mayano was also rescued by a group of individuals, likely orchestrated by the same organization. Chapter 81. The aware Kagoro. He crouched down, his fingers brushing over the brow of a lifeless body, a precise bullet hole. A single shot to end it all. The marksmanship was exceptionally professional. Jin's voice was cold as ice. This group comprises elites. On the other end of the phone, Karasuma Renya issued an undeniable command. Bring Sherry back. This matter is entirely in your hands. Understood. Jin hung up, his fingers nearly crushing the phone. Vodka cautiously inquired. Big brother, what now? Without responding, Jin dialed another number. Everyone, assemble at safe house number 7 immediately. His voice was as chilling as poison-laced ice. I want to see each one of you within 30 minutes. In a concealed bar in Tokyo, members of the black organization arrived one after another under the dim lights. Kiani kicked open the private room door, her face a mask of impatience. Jin, what's the urgency at this hour? Cohen silently followed her, instinctively polishing his beloved firearm. Bourbon leaned against the wall, a flicker of contemplation in his violet-gray eyes. He had just received news from Hayu Kizaki. The laboratory had been attacked, and Sherry was missing. Who could be behind this? What on earth has happened to Jin? Kianti furrowed her brow and asked. Jin stood in the center of the room, shadows cloaking half of his face. He spoke slowly, his voice a whisper from the abyss. The laboratory has been destroyed, and Sherry has been abducted. What? Kiani sprang to her feet. Who did it? A professional team, Jin replied coldly. Headshots all around. The operation was clean and efficient. Bourbon's gaze flickered. Any leads? Jin surveyed everyone present. Akemi Mayano was rescued in the afternoon. In that evening, the laboratory was attacked. This is no coincidence. He pulled a photograph from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. It was a blurred image captured by surveillance, a black Honda leaving the laboratory. Find this vehicle, and we will locate Sherry. Bourbon picked up the photo, seemingly nonchalant as he asked, could it be the FBI? Akai Shuichi has indeed been active in Japan lately. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Jin's eyes. If it is him. His fingers unconsciously caressed the grip of his Beretta. This time, he must die. Kiani licked her lips in excitement. Finally, we can unleash a massacre. Cohen nodded silently, his eyes gleaming coldly. Jin rose, the hem of his trench coat slicing through the air with a sharp arc. Everyone, move out immediately. Remember, his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over them. Sherry must be brought back alive. As everyone hurriedly left, only Bourbon deliberately lagged a few steps behind. He needed to relay this intelligence to the Public Security Bureau as soon as possible. In the empty room, Jin stood alone by the window, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his thoughts raced. It doesn't align with the FBI's style. Who could it be? Emergency meeting at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department at 5:30 in the morning. The emergency meeting room of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department was filled with swirling smoke. Matsumoto Saishu, the chief inspector, slammed his fist on the conference table, causing a few droplets of liquid to spill from the coffee cup. Overnight, 7 districts experienced gun violence. He pointed at the densely marked locations on the projection screen: Shinjuku, Shibuya, Minato. It was as though they were declaring war on the police. Morijuiza perused the autopsy reports, his brow furrowed. All the victims had been shot in the head or heart, the execution method disturbingly professional. Matsumoto interrupted sharply, glancing around before lowering his voice. This incident has been reported to the Public Security Commission. From now on, all officers are to cancel their leave and remain on standby 24/7. He turned to Muri, instructing, Special Investigations Section, you are in charge of the Shinjuku District. Sato. Takagi, you will lead the team. Muri Detective Agency. Multiple heinous shooting incidents occurred in Tokyo last night. The news anchor on the television spoke gravely, while Conan stared at the blurred surveillance footage on the screen. Hey, kid, Mori Kagura set down his newspaper, his expression unusually serious. What do you think? Conan adjusted his glasses. The execution method is too refined. It doesn't resemble that of ordinary gangsters. Ah, so you think the same. Kagura took a sip of beer. I've seen such cases when I was a detective. He suddenly lowered his voice. It's a professional hitman group targeting someone. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the shared suspicion in the other's eyes. Conan's heart raced. Targeting whom? Could it be the black organization at play? Dad, Conan, I'm heading out. Rand's melodious voice echoed from the second floor, dressed in a light blue dress, her hair still damp from a shower. Kagura abruptly stood. Wait, Rand. The girl paused on the staircase, tilting her head in confusion, sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting mottled shadows across her face. This scene caused a pang in Conan's chest, realizing he might never see it again. The difficult conversation between father and daughter unfolded. Dad has thought about this for a long time. Kagura rubbed his hands together, his gaze flitting. Your mother's apartment is larger and closer to school. Rand's smile faltered. Are you trying to send me away? Her voice was barely audible. No. How could that be? Kagura waved his hands in distress, nearly toppling the beer can. Dad just thinks it's not convenient for a girl to live with 2 men. Conan silently lowered his head. aware of the unspoken words left hanging, especially when one of those men was a high school detective being pursued by a mysterious organization. Ran intertwined her fingers. Is it because my cooking isn't good? Or did I forget to do the laundry yesterday? Idiot. Kagaru suddenly raised his voice, startling Rand. He took a deep breath and approached her, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Listen carefully. Dad will never dislike you. However, his gaze drifted to the newspaper sprawled on the coffee table, its alarming headline about the shootings. Dad's reputation has grown, and so have the enemies. Just last week, someone even sent a threatening letter. This was indeed true, albeit the letter was one he had forged himself. Tears welled in Xiaolan's eyes. What about Dad and Conan? Who will cook for you? I will learn to do it. Kagoro thumped his chest, adding that there is always the downstairs Poirot CAF. He forced out an exaggerated smile, yet his daughter began to cry even harder. Conan clenched his fists. Rationally, he understood that Kagoro's decision was indeed correct. The man in the black suit from last night, along with the explosive news from the Research Institute. The organization was evidently making significant moves in Tokyo. But emotionally, Sister Xiaolan, he suddenly spoke, his voice unnaturally calm. Uncle Mori is right. Just last week, I caught him secretly practicing with the washing machine in the dead of night. Xiaolan's tears turned to laughter. Really? Of course. Kagoro seized the moment to embrace his daughter, adding, and you can always come back on weekends to check in. That woman, Eri, is busy with cases all day. Your visit would be a perfect opportunity to keep her company. Chapter 82. Preparing to depart from a simple life. The sound of cicadas outside suddenly grew louder. Conan gazed at the unshed tears glistening on Xiaolan's eyelashes, reminiscing about a month ago when she stayed up late to mend his school badge. Those were such good times. Although she has grown smaller, at least he could still see her every day. Father, you must promise me a few things. Xiaolan raised her finger. First, you must have at least one proper meal each day. Second, dirty laundry should not be allowed to pile up for more than 3 days. And third, her voice choked, you must tell me immediately if you encounter any danger. Kagoro's throat bobbed as he suddenly pulled his daughter into a tight embrace. Conan noticed that this usually carefree uncle had strands of gray beginning to appear in his hair. I'm off. Yoko must be waiting anxiously. Xiaolan said as she picked up her backpack, bending down at the door to change her shoes. The sunlight stretched her shadow long, extending all the way to Conan's feet. Wait. Kagoro rushed into the kitchen and retrieved a bento box he had secretly prepared that morning, despite its unappealing appearance. When Xiaolan opened the box, the lopsided rice balls made her laugh. Dad, you've even spilled the pickled plum. Seeing his daughter finally smile, Kagoro rubbed his reddened eyes and said, be careful on the way. As the door closed, both men simultaneously slumped their shoulders. Kagoro grabbed a can of beer and took a long swig. Kudo, you better remember. I know. Conan interrupted him, the reflection of his glasses gleaming coldly. I will not approach Xiaolan. I will not contact her. And I will not allow her to become embroiled in danger. He paused, but I will deal with that organization, I promise. Suddenly, an emergency news broadcast interrupted the television. Breaking news, a suspicious vehicle has been discovered in Mihua Town, believed to be related to last night's series of shootings. In the European-style mansion of Mihua Town, in the makeup room of the European-style mansion, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the vanity mirror. Vermouth stood behind Shiho Mayano, her slender fingers delicately handling a gossamer-like biomimetic mask, carefully aligning it with Shiho's face. TSK. How troublesome. Vermouth's gaze was as cold as ice, and the pressure of her fingertips unconsciously intensified, causing Shiho to frown slightly. Be gentle, Shiho said flatly, her icy blue eyes locking with Vermouth's in the mirror. Are you trying to strangle me while you have the chance? A dangerous smile curved Vermouth's lips. If Kurumi allows, I wouldn't mind. Shiho let out a light laugh, her tone laced with sarcasm. I never expected that the illustrious queen of disguises, Vermouth, would one day personally give me a makeover. Snap, the contour brush in Vermouth's hand suddenly broke in half. Her expression darkened instantly, her knuckles turning white as she struggled to suppress the urge to twist Shiho's neck. This little brat is becoming increasingly arrogant. Nearby, Akemi held a small mirror. Curiously gazing at her entirely unfamiliar face, the originally gentle chestnut short hair had been transformed into sleek, flowing black locks, and her features had been adjusted to appear softer, leaving no trace of her former self. Impressive. Mingmei could not help but exclaim, utterly unrecognizable. Belmode cast a sidelong glance at her, scoffing softly, stay still. It isn't secure yet. Mingmei immediately straightened up obediently, daring not to utter another sound. However, Zhihui remained relentless, a faint smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Belmode. Could it be that you are envious of my sister's youth compared to yours, hence deliberately distorting our faces? With a sharp clap, Belmode slammed her makeup tool onto the table, leaning closer to Zhihui's ear, her voice gentle yet laced with malice. Surely, do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Unfazed, Zhihui tilted her head slightly, retorting provocatively. Do you dare? The atmosphere instantly thickened. Belmode's eyes narrowed dangerously, her fingers sliding toward Zhihui's carotid artery, seemingly contemplating whether to strangle her right then and there. Sensing the tension, Mingmei anxiously stood up. Miss Belmode, Zhihui didn't mean it. Just as Belmode's fingertips were about to tighten enough, Gu Lingxiao's voice resonated from the doorway, deep and calm, yet it chilled the room's temperature considerably. Leaning against the doorframe, he held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the two. Zhihui, tone it down. If you provoke her again, I want to intervene. Belmode's eyes sparkled with mischief, her lips curling into a sinister smile. So, what you mean is, as long as she remains alive, I can teach her however I please? Gu Lingxiao shrugged. As long as you don't break any bones or take a life, feel free. Zhihui's expression froze instantly. Belmode's smile deepened, her fingers lightly caressing Zhihui's cheek, as if savoring her prey's final struggles. Did you hear that, little Shirley? Zhihui's throat bobbed slightly, finally realizing she had overstepped her bounds. She quickly adjusted her expression, feigning calmness to shift the topic. Ahem. So, is the disguise for leaving Japan? Gu Lingxiao nodded. We leave tonight. A flicker of joy passed through Zhihui's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by composure. Finally, the chance to escape this nightmarish place. Belmode snorted softly, resuming her work on Zhihui's disguise, but this time her movements were noticeably rougher, deliberately tugging at Zhihui's skin to elicit slight pain. Zhihui gritted her teeth, enduring without daring to provoke further, silently noting this dead. That detestable woman. One day, Mingmei watched her sister's plight, unable to suppress a chuckle, yet quickly stifled her expression, fearful of attracting Belmode's attention. Gu Lingxiao observed this scene with a hint of exasperation. These two women, truly adversaries, seated on the leather sofa in the living room. Gu Lingxiao casually pulled out his phone to check messages. When his gaze swept across the date on the screen, his brow furrowed suddenly. September 3rd? He distinctly remembered arriving in Japan on April 13th. Even accounting for the time spent in Tokyo, it had only been 2 or 3 days at most. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he tossed his phone aside. Indeed, the timeline of the world of Conan was utterly chaotic. However, what intrigued him more was the thought of returning to the Dragon Kingdom. What would the date be then? Would it align with this time, or revert to normalcy? Never mind. It wouldn't affect his plans. He murmured to himself as he lifted the glass of whiskey from the coffee table and took a sip. A refreshing transformation of the sisters. 30 minutes later, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Cammy, how do you like our new look? Belmode's voice carried a hint of pride. Gu Lingxiao glanced up, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. Chapter 83. An unexpected encounter in the Garden of Little Orchid. Leading the way. Belmode has transformed her usual alluring demeanor into a more practical appearance, her golden locks now cropped to a chic chestnut bob, and her makeup considerably subdued, presenting herself as an ordinary urban professional. Mingmei, on the other hand, has undergone a complete metamorphosis. Her formerly gentle chestnut short hair has cascaded into smooth ebony locks. And with her features artfully enhanced, she embodies the essence of a gracious homemaker. Most astonishing of all is Shiho. Belmode has styled her hair into playful twin ponytails, complemented by round glasses and a slightly youthful makeup look, making her resemble a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. Gu Lingxiao could not contain his laughter. Belmode, is this your form of revenge? Belmode blinked innocently. How could it be? This is the latest trend in JK style. Shiho, with a dark expression, tugged at her ponytails. I demand a redo. Not possible, Belmode replied with a cheerful smile. We've run out of materials. Mingmei, suppressing a giggle, pulled her sister's hand. Actually, it's quite adorable. Sister. Shiho shot her a glare filled with embarrassment. Before their departure, Gu Lingxiao glanced at his watch. There are still 10 hours until the flight. You can go out for a while. Mingmei's eyes sparkled as she deeply bowed to him. Thank you so much. We will definitely return on time. Shiho, still looking displeased, followed suit with a reluctant, thank you. Suddenly, Belmode leaned closer to Gu Lingxiao. Cammy, I'd like to go shopping to suit yourself. Gu Lingxiao waved his hand nonchalantly. At that moment, Natasha descended from upstairs, her red hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, dressed in casual attire. Boss, may I go out to buy something? Gu Lingxiao glanced at her. Do you have any money? Natasha's expression froze, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her green eyes. I forgot to change for yen. With a sigh, Gu Lingxiao pulled a black card from his wallet and handed it to her. Just don't overspend. Natasha's eyes lit up, her fingers trembling slightly as she received the card. Thank you, boss. I promised to buy only essentials. Belmode scoffed. With your so-called essentials, even 10 LV stores wouldn't suffice. Natasha stuck her tongue out at her before eagerly dashing out the door. Watching the three women depart one after another, Gu Lingxiao stretched leisurely. John, let us take a stroll as well. John Wick nodded quietly, retrieving his coat from the rack. The streets of Mihua town buzzed with their usual liveliness. Gu Lingxiao strolled aimlessly with his hands in his pockets, while John maintained a two-step distance behind him, his gray-blue eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Relax. Gu Lingxiao called over his shoulder. There shouldn't be any trouble today. John inclined his head slightly, yet his alert posture remained unwavering. As they passed the Polo CAF, Gu Lingxiao caught a glimpse of the busy Amuro Toro through the glass window. It seemed Amuro sensed his gaze as he looked up to meet Gu Lingxiao's eyes. Toru Amuro's pupils slightly constricted, yet he swiftly regained his professional smile. Gu Lingxiao's lips curled into a knowing smile as he continued walking forward. Akai Shuichi. I wonder what the public security has uncovered. As he turned the corner, a familiar peal of laughter reached his ears. Gu Lingxiao halted, spotting Ran and Sonoko emerging from a department store, their arms laden with numerous bags. Ran, this hairpin suits you perfectly, Sonoko exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. However, Ran's smile appeared somewhat strained. Thank you. Gu Lingxiao squinted. It seemed that Kagoro's arrangements had put her in a less than cheerful mood. Just as he prepared to depart, a soccer ball unexpectedly rolled to his feet, followed by a bespectacled boy who came huffing and puffing in pursuit. Sorry, that's mine. Conan's words abruptly ceased as he caught sight of the man before him, his entire being freezing as if struck by lightning. Gu Lingxiao bent to retrieve the soccer ball and, with a smirk that hinted at amusement, handed it over. Be careful, little one. Conan mechanically accepted the ball, his eyes hidden behind lenses, fixed intently on him, his lips trembling slightly. That presence, it cannot be mistaken. It is the dangerous individual I encountered at the bank that day. John stepped forward, an invisible pressure compelling Conan to instinctively retreat. Gu Lingxiao waved John back and offered Conan a meaningful smile. We shall meet again, little detective. With that, Conan clutched the soccer ball and fled in a panic, feeling as though his pants might soon be dampened. Does he realize my true identity? Holding the ball tightly, Conan stumbled back to his companions in the Junior Detective League. His complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and his breaths grew increasingly rapid. Conan, what's wrong? Ayumi looked at him with concern, noting his pale visage. Could it be that you've had a bad meal? Jinta pondered seriously while looking at his chin. However, Mitsuhiko sharply noticed Conan's trembling fingers. Your hands are shaking. And no, it's nothing. Conan forced a smile, though his voice trembled. I just remembered that the professor urgently needs me. We can play another day. Without waiting for a response, he grasped the three children and pulled them in the opposite direction with such force that Ayumi nearly toppled over. Wait, Conan. Ayumi stumbled after him. Slow down. Ignoring her, Conan quickened his pace, his mind replaying the man's inscrutable smile and the phrase little detective. He realized. He must know my true identity. Meanwhile, Rand and Sonoko were approaching from the other side. Sonoko was still enthusiastically waving the newly purchased hairpin. Rand, this really suits you. You could wear it on our next date. Huh? Rand followed Sonoko's gaze, her eyes widening in surprise. Ah, it's the banks. What bank? Sonoko leaned in curiously. Rand, do you know that handsome guy? Before Xiaolan could respond, Yuanzi had already taken her by the hand and hurried towards Gu Lingxiao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh my, such striking looks. Such charisma. He is simply 10 times more handsome than the latest doctors. Yuanzi. Xiaolan's face flushed as she attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Hello there. Yuanzi dashed in front of Gu Lingxiao, her face adorned with a radiant smile. I am Suzuki Yuanzi, Xiaolan's dearest friend. With a playful toss of her chestnut short hair, she blinked flirtatiously. You seem rather unfamiliar. Have you just arrived in Tokyo? Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering between Xiaolan and Yuanzi. We have met before. At the bank. Xiaolan quickly clarified. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she bowed apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't have the chance to ask for your name last time. Gu Lingxiao, he replied with a slight nod, and this is my. He glanced at the towering figure of John, who stood like a sentinel behind him. Bodyguard, John. Yuanzi's eyes widened even further. Wow. You have a personal bodyguard. She jabbed Xiaolan with her elbow, lowering her voice, yet still ensuring everyone could hear. Xiaolan, you are such a bad friend. How could you not tell me about such a remarkable man? Yuanzi. Xiaolan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. We have merely crossed paths by chance. Chapter 84. A trip to the park for 3, the beginning of dreams. Is it also fate? Yoko, with an unwavering spirit, turned to Gu Lingxiao and flashed a sweet smile. Are you here in Japan for tourism, Mr. Gu? Do you require a guide? Lon and I would be happy to. Yoko. Lon interjected hurriedly, apologizing awkwardly to Gu Lingxiao. I beg your pardon, my friend can be a bit exuberant. A rare smile flickered across Gu Lingxiao's face. It's all right, she's quite charming. Yoko beamed with pride, exchanging a conspiratorial glance with Lon, mouthing, he thinks I'm cute. Suddenly, John stepped forward, his slate blue eyes scanning the distance with vigilance. Amuro Turu had appeared at the street corner, feigning interest in a newspaper while discreetly observing them. Gu Lingxiao subtly gestured for John to step back and address the two young women. That sounds delightful. It would be nice to have 2 lovely companions before I depart. Are you leaving so soon? Yoko's face fell in disappointment. Lingxiao, are you really going to leave this little slice of life? Yoko. Lon, unable to watch her friend's dismay any longer, seized Yoko's arm. Mr. Gu must be very busy. Gu Lingxiao found Lon's flustered demeanor amusing. If it is meant to be, we shall meet again. Without warning, Yoko linked her arm with Gu Lingxiao's, her movements reminiscent of longtime friends. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? She turned to Lon, winking. Hurry up. Gu Lingxiao paused, glancing down at the overly enthusiastic heiress. Sunlight filtered through her chestnut hair, casting delicate speckles of light upon her fair neck. He recalled the stunning moment in the original work when Yoko removed her headband. Indeed, the daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate was not lacking in beauty, rivaling even Ranmuri. His gaze drifted subtly between the two girls. Lon stood awkwardly, her azure uniform skirt fluttering in the breeze, her long legs glistening healthily in the sunlight. Her delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, enhancing her allure. One radiated warmth like the sun, the other exuded a serene beauty akin to moonlight, each possessing their own unique charm. Where are we going? Lon asked softly, nervously twisting her skirt. Yoko finally registered the question and turned to Gu Lingxiao with eager anticipation. Mr. Ling, where would you like to visit? Sensoji Temple? Tokyo Tower? Or perhaps? Gu Lingxiao's lips twitched in response. I am not well acquainted with Japan. An abrupt silence enveloped the air. Ha. Yoko awkwardly released her grip, chuckling nervously. I forgot you're a foreign tourist. Lon could not suppress a soft giggle, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Then, shall we visit Tropical Paradise? They recently opened a haunted house. Tropical Paradise? Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, inwardly pondering. Isn't that where Kudo Shinichi was drugged? Yoko clapped her hands in excitement. Perfect. I happen to have a VIP pass. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. It allows us to skip the lines for all the attractions. Lon quietly observed the profile of Gu Lingxiao. The man exuded an enigmatic aura of danger, yet curiously instilled a sense of reassurance. She recalled her father's recent peculiar behavior and, propelled by an inexplicable impulse, inquired, Mr. Ling, what is your occupation? Yuanzi immediately perked up. Gu Lingxiao remained unperturbed, responding, I do a bit of everything, except for illicit activities. He gestured towards John behind him. That's why I need a bodyguard. John promptly donned a fierce expression, warning others to keep their distance. Impressive. Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Well, occasionally, Gu Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Weren't we supposed to head to the amusement park? If we don't hurry, time is running out. Yuanzi immediately perked up and waved for a taxi. Let us go. Let us go. As they settled into the taxi, Gu Lingxiao intentionally placed Xiaolan in the middle, the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms lingering around her. That kid, Kudo Shinichi, truly has an eye for beauty. Yuanzi leaned over from the other side. What's on your mind, Mr. Ling? Your expression is rather daunting. I was contemplating whether to buy 2 ice cream cones later. Gu Lingxiao fibbed without batting an eyelash. Xiaolan giggled softly. Yuanzi loves vanilla the most. Hey, Xiaolan. Yuanzi playfully covered her friend's mouth, and laughter filled the taxi. The vibrant flags of the tropical amusement park fluttered gently in the breeze, and cheerful music resonated throughout the venue. Yuanzi held an ice cream cone in one hand, while clutching Gu Lingxiao's arm with the other, excitedly pointing at the distant roller coaster. We should ride that first. However, Gu Lingxiao noticed that Xiaolan lagged a few steps behind, although a smile graced her lips. Her azure eyes appeared veiled in mist, lacking their usual luster. What's the matter? He slowed his pace, discreetly walking alongside Xiaolan. Are you feeling unwell? Xiaolan paused slightly, then shook her head. No, I'm fine. I might have just had a poor night's sleep. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on her face, and Gu Lingxiao clearly observed the faint shadows beneath her eyes. Here, Yunzi suddenly emerged from the side, handing each of them an ice cream cone, vanilla for Xiaolan, chocolate for Mr. Ling, and strawberry for herself. She took a lick of her ice cream and suddenly sensed the awkward atmosphere. Huh? What were you two talking about? Gu Lingxiao accepted the ice cream, casting a meaningful glance at Xiaolan. I was inquiring why Miss Xiaolan appears somewhat disheartened. What else could it be? Yunzi rolled her eyes, wrapping her arm around Xiaolan's shoulders. She is probably mulling over that deduction-obsessed maniac again. Xiaolan's face flushed crimson. Yunzi, stop saying that. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow. Deduction-obsessed maniac? It's Kudo Shinichi. Yunzi huffed, taking a big bite of her ice cream. Her childhood friend, who only cares about solving cases and frequently ditches Xiaolan. Her excitement grew as she animatedly gestured. Last time on a date, he bolted halfway just because he heard a siren. And the time before that, we had agreed to watch a movie together. Yunzi. Xiaolan hurriedly covered her mouth, her eyes subtly reddening. Gu Lingxiao feigned a look of sudden realization. So Miss Xiaolan has someone she cherishes. He deliberately displayed a regretful expression. No wonder she seemed distracted throughout the journey. That's not the case. Xiaolan lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. He hasn't been in touch with me for a long time. Yunzi tightly embraced her friend, turning to Gu Lingxiao with a complaint. The most outrageous part is that Guy has been missing for so long, and he hasn't even made a single phone call. Xiaolan checks her phone several times a day. Xiaolan suddenly looked up. Yunzi, stop saying that. Her voice trembled slightly. Shinichi must be dealing with something important. Gu Lingxiao observed Xiaolan struggle to hold back tears, a cold smile creeping into his heart. That Kudo Shinichi, truly oblivious to the blessings he possesses. It does sound rather excessive. He took a delicate sip of ice cream, his tone flat yet piercingly truthful. No matter how significant the matter, it should never cause concern for those who matter. Chapter 85, Preparing to Return to the Village. These words seemed to unleash a torrent of emotions within Xiaolan, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. She hurriedly wiped them away with the back of her hand, murmuring, I'm sorry. I'm such a fool. Yunzi enveloped her in a warm embrace, urging her to let her emotions flow freely, admonishing, why pretend to be strong in front of me? Gu Lingxiao timely offered her a handkerchief, stating, there is no right or wrong in feelings. You need not apologize. Xiaolan accepted the handkerchief, her fingertips trembling slightly as a faint scent of ambergris wafted from it, inexplicably providing a sense of comfort. Thank you, she said, dabbing at her tears and forcing a smile. I'm fine. Let's go have some fun. Yunzi wished to say more, but Gu Lingxiao gently shook his head. The sun cast elongated shadows of the three friends, and the cheerful tunes of the amusement park music felt oddly ironic at that moment. Kudo Shinichi. Gu Lingxiao gazed at the distant roller coaster tracks, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, wondering what expression you would wear upon witnessing this scene. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the terrace of the Tropical Park's restaurant, enveloping the trio in a warm glow. Glancing at his watch, Gu Lingxiao noted that the hour hand pointed to 6. With time still on their side, he set down his wine glass and suggested, why not join me for dinner? My treat. Absolutely. Yunzi exclaimed, raising her hand in agreement, though her voice lacked the exuberance it had during the day. Stealing a glance at Xiaolan beside her, and then at the handsome Gu Lingxiao across the table, she felt a tumult of emotions stirring within her. Today has truly been delightful. Yet, she poked at the salad on her plate, suddenly losing her appetite. This man, Gu Lingxiao, was gentle, considerate, and strikingly handsome, truly the embodiment of an ideal prince. However, throughout the day, it seemed his gaze was perpetually drawn to Xiaolan. Yunzi? Gu Lingxiao noticed her unusual demeanor. Is something wrong with the food? Huh? No. Yunzi hurriedly waved her hand, but when she met Gu Lingxiao's concerned gaze, her heart skipped a beat. In truth, she inhaled deeply, abruptly rising from her seat, hands slamming down on the table. Lingxiao, I like you. Xiaolan sprayed a mouthful of lemonade, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at her best friend. Yuan, Yunzi? Gu Lingxiao was taken aback as well. He had sensed Yunzi's affections, but never anticipated this wealthy young lady would be so forthright. Yunzi's face flushed crimson, yet she stubbornly refused to sit down. Although we've only known each other for a day, I'm serious. Her voice dwindled. Of course, if you prefer Xiaolan. Yuanzi. Xiaolan urgently tugged at her sleeve, her ears burning with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Lingxiao set down his knife and fork, his gaze shifting between the two young women. The sunlight crowned Yuanzi's chestnut hair with a golden halo, and her biting her lip rendered her particularly captivating. Meanwhile, Xiaolan's flushed cheeks and shimmering eyes made it difficult to look away. I am honored. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly, but certain matters must be clarified. He lifted his glass of red wine, taking a sip with an untroubled expression. Firstly, I will not be limited to just one woman. He gazed intently into the eyes of Yuanzi, expressing his fondness for both her and Lan in that moment. Lan gasped, her fork clattering onto the plate. Moreover, Gu Lingxiao continued, my career is rather perilous. He gestured towards John, who stood guard in the distance, indicating that the presence of a bodyguard was indeed necessary. Surprisingly, Yuanzi did not react with anger. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That's wonderful, she exclaimed, grasping Lan's hand tightly. Let's do this together. It's far better than waiting for that reasoning fanatic. Yuanzi. Lan felt a rush of embarrassment, wishing for a place to hide. Gu Lingxiao's gaze softened. Lan, if I may be so bold, he said gently, swirling his wine glass, is a man who perpetually abandons you truly worth the wait? Lan's fingers nervously twisted the napkin. He has a case to handle. Gu Lingxiao's voice, though soft, pierced through her heart. Once could be an accident, twice a coincidence, but if it happens repeatedly, either he is certain you won't leave, or he intentionally left the thought unfinished. Yet Lan's expression shifted dramatically. Seizing the moment, Yuanzi added, it means he doesn't truly care about you. Lan, consider this, he has been missing for so long, and not even a phone call. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the scene, Lan's eyes began to well with tears. She recalled countless dates that had been dashed, the empty benches of amusement parks, and the many times she checked her phone in vain. Her voice caught in her throat. Gu Lingxiao timely offered her a handkerchief. Feelings should be reciprocal. Lan, you shouldn't live as a mere backup. This statement acted as a key, unlocking a box deep within Lan's heart, and tears flowed freely, accompanied by an unexpected sense of relief. Yuanzi tenderly embraced her friend, turning to Gu Lingxiao with a playful grimace. This is all your fault. You made Lan cry. Gu Lingxiao raised his hands innocently. I merely spoke the truth. As Lan wiped her tears, a smile unexpectedly broke through. You too, honestly. She gazed at the forthright man before her, pondering for the first time. Would her days truly be filled with happiness if she were with Shinichi Kudo? As night fell, the colorful lights of the amusement park began to twinkle. Gu Lingxiao observed the two uniquely charming young women, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Shinichi Kudo, are you pleased with this grand gift? He had not uttered a single disparaging word about the other. Rather, he had been entirely factual. That arrogance, that blindness, and the untested naivety of a youth seemed utterly inappropriate. Following Kagoro every day, basking in the limelight. Had he ever considered how many would go wild if they learned of his predicament? By then, it would become a matter of national concern. And neither Yusaku nor Yukiko could intervene. The neon lights of the tropical paradise flickered in the night, casting a dreamlike hue over the parting of the three. The fountain at the restaurant entrance gushed melodically, the droplets glimmering like scattered jewels under the colored lights. Hey, Yuanzi, she pulled out her phone. The screen displaying the QR code for Line. Let us be friends. Her eyes sparkled, shining like they were filled with stars beneath the lights. Gu Lingxiao chuckled lightly, deliberately allowing his fingers to brush against hers as he scanned the code, causing Yuanzi's ears to flush a shade of crimson. Lan is coming too, Yuanzi exclaimed, pulling the hesitant Xiaolan closer. Don't be shy. Xiaolan's fingers trembled slightly, nearly dropping her phone as she attempted to scan the code. When the notification of successful addition chimed, her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. She murmured, her voice scarcely above a whisper. I will send a message to check in. Suddenly, Yuanzi embraced Xiaolan from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder and winking at Gu Lingxiao. When I travel to Longwa, you mustn't turn your nose up at us. She elongated her tone mischievously. I will bring Xiaolan along. Yuanzi, Xiaolan protested, playfully pinching her best friend's waist, only to be met with a fit of giggles. Gu Lingxiao observed the lively exchange between the two friends, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. The night breeze tousled Xiaolan's hair, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. You are always welcome, he stated, producing two embossed business cards which he handed to them. When you arrive in Longwa, just make this call, and I shall arrange for someone to pick you up. Chapter 86, The Transformation of the Kingdom of Huilong in 3 months. Yunzi received the business card and was astonished to discover that it bore only a series of numbers and the name Lingxiao. Wow, so cool, just like a secret agent. Xiao Lan, meanwhile, cautiously tucked it into her wallet, her fingers hesitating momentarily when they brushed against the photograph of herself and Xne. An undercurrent of emotion stirred within her. As time slipped away, Gu Lingxiao glanced at his watch. Shall I drive you back? No, no. Yunzi waved her hand dismissively. Our car is parked nearby. Suddenly, she leaned closer and whispered into Gu Lingxiao's ear. Next time we meet, I will bring Xiaolan all ready to go. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, imbued with the sweet fragrance typical of a young girl. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover this playful side of the young lady, although Xiaolan did not catch the words exchanged. The mischievous expression on Yunzi's face told her it was not innocent chatter. Blushing, she tugged at her friend's arm. We should be going. All right, all right. Yunzi made a playful face, then unexpectedly stood on her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on Gu Lingxiao's cheek. Consider this a deposit. This bold action left Xiaolan wide-eyed, and even John, standing some distance away, raised an eyebrow. Gu Lingxiao touched the spot where he had been kissed, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Then I shall look forward to the final payment. It's a deal, Yunzi exclaimed, pulling Xiaolan away as they ran off, glancing back with a glint of mischief in her eyes. No backing out now. As they dashed a few steps, Xiaolan suddenly halted and turned around. The night breeze tousled her long hair, and the light danced in her eyes. Mr. Ling. Safe travels. Her words were spoken softly, yet they warmed Gu Lingxiao's heart. He nodded slightly, watching the two girls vanish into the crowd. Angel Lan, indeed. Gu Lingxiao and John proceeded directly to the airport, signaling the end of this brief yet delightful journey. Inside the VIP lounge of Tokyo's Haneda International Airport, Gu Lingxiao observed the women arriving in succession, his lips twitching slightly. Natasha was the first to burst in, her red ponytail swaying with her movements as she triumphantly brandished 5 shopping bags emblazoned with luxury logos, with several paper bags hanging from her arms. Boss, she exclaimed, waving one of the bags. Look, a limited edition crocodile leather bag. Only 2 million yen. Gu Lingxiao cast a glance behind her. Belmode elegantly maneuvered a luggage cart piled high with exquisitely packaged boxes. Mingmei and Shurho each dragged 2 oversized suitcases, appearing utterly exhausted. You all. Gu Lingxiao rubbed his temples. Did you empty out all of Tokyo? Belmode chuckled lightly, removing her sunglasses. Cammy, you cannot blame us for this. She pointed at Shurho. Xiao surely insisted on buying a bag. Shurho, expressionless, raised a bag. I merely purchased a few ordinary bags. She shot a glance at Natasha, who had splurged on 3 evening gowns, 5 pairs of high heels, and those are necessities. Natasha interjected hastily, casting a sheepish glance at Gu Lingxiao. Right, boss? Gu Lingxiao shook his head in exasperation and turned to Mingmei. And you? Surely you didn't buy too much? Mingmei smiled apologetically, saying, I bought a few pieces of clothing for Zhihui, and also. Her voice dwindled. Some kitchenware. John silently stepped forward, taking the myriad of bags from everyone to handle the check-in. Gu Lingxiao gazed at the group of women, suddenly realizing that bringing them out had been a misguided decision. Meanwhile, in a clandestine bar in Tokyo, Jin sat alone in a corner, his 3rd glass of whiskey emptied before him. The coldness in his silver-haired eyes was alarming as his fingers unconsciously drummed on the table. Surely, where on earth are you hiding? After 2 days of extensive searching yielding no results, it was a first in his career. Even more aggravating was the fact that Vodka was hospitalized due to a gunshot wound, and Kiani and Cohen were under police scrutiny, rendering them unable to act. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Jin glanced at the caller ID, his pupils narrowing sharply at the sight of the boss's private number. Jin, came the icy voice of Karasuma Renya from the other end. You have disappointed me greatly. Jin's fingers tightened instinctively. Boss, Silence. Karasuma's rare fury was palpable. In the past 2 days, there have been 37 shootings, with 12 police officers injured. Interpol has already formed a special task force. Jin swallowed hard. Surely, she. Enough. Karasuma interrupted. Cease all operations immediately. Shirley's matter is to be put on hold. Jin abruptly stood. But boss. She has grasped the organizations. This is an order. The voice on the other end brooked no dissent. If this continues, the entire Japanese division will pay the price. The call was abruptly severed, leaving Jin gripping his phone, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The air around him seemed to freeze, and a few bartenders discreetly retreated to the far end of the bar. With a crash, a whiskey glass was hurled against the wall, shattering into pieces. Jin gasped for breath, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly tangible. Surely, no matter where you hide, I will find you. A farewell above the clouds. As the airplane ascended into the sky, Zhihui gazed through the window at the shrinking Tokyo, a tumult of emotions swelling within her. Do you regret it? Gu Lingxiao's voice came from beside her. Zhihui shook her head. I just find it incredible. She gently caressed the glass of the window, leaving the organization behind. Mingmei leaned over from the back row, tenderly grasping her sister's hand. We are free. The front row Belmore turned to Zhihui, a knowing look in her eyes. Don't celebrate too soon. Little surely there are still a host of experiments awaiting you in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhihui shot her a glance but unusually refrained from retorting. Lowering her gaze to her phone, where the screen displayed live news from Tokyo, the perpetrator of the serial shootings remains at large. Jin must be furious right now. She murmured to herself. Gu Lingxiao accepted the champagne offered by the flight attendant, chuckling softly, let him be angry. He raised his glass in a toast. Celebrating their new life. To new beginnings. Mingmei cheerfully echoed. Natasha lifted her head from a pile of shopping bags, exclaiming, to the esteemed boss and the black card. Laughter erupted within the cabin as the airplane glided smoothly through the clouds, heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. The moment the aircraft touched down at the Dragon Kingdom airport, Gu Lingxiao immediately pulled out his phone to check. As the screen illuminated, his pupils constricted in shock. The date glaringly indicated that it was a full 3 months later than when he had departed from Japan. How could this be? He stared intently at the screen, his fingers instinctively tightening. Although he had witnessed the chaotic timelines in the world of Conan, personally experiencing such a temporal leap left him feeling dizzy. Carmine. Belmont perceptively sensed his distress, her slender fingers gently resting on his arm. What's wrong? Gu Lingxiao inhaled deeply, striving to keep his voice steady. Belmont, what's the date today? Belmont tilted her head in confusion but retrieved her phone nonetheless. It's July 15th. Suddenly, she grew anxious. Are you all right? Have you overexerted yourself? As she spoke, she reached out to touch his forehead, her cool fingertips carrying a faint scent of perfume. Chapter 87. The completed magnificent estate. This intimate gesture caused a subtle lift of Jiho's brow from the back seat, yet what concerned her more was Gu Lingxiao's unusual reaction. She exchanged a worried glance with Mingmei. After all, their fates were now intricately tied to this man. I'm fine. Gu Lingxiao gently brushed away Byermode's hand, forcing himself to wear a smile, merely confirming the time. Natasha peered out from the pile of luggage. Boss, it's time to disembark. She excitedly waved her shopping bags. I can hardly wait to try on my newly purchased swimsuit. Upon exiting the airport, 4 black SUVs awaited them at the roadside. Gu Lingxiao's exclusive vehicle, a classic Mercedes-Benz, gleamed subtly in the sunlight, flanked by 3 Land Rovers. Wow, Natasha whistled. Now that's a spectacle. Byermode elegantly slipped into the back seat of the Mercedes, while Jiho and Mingmei instinctively boarded the second vehicle. Gu Lingxiao settled in the back seat, gazing through the window at the swiftly retreating streets. His heartbeat still a tad erratic. If the flow of time truly differs, then over at the village. This thought both excited and unsettled him, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the armrest. The scenery outside gradually transformed from urban landscapes to rural vistas, ultimately revealing the familiar mountainous roads bordering the region. As the convoy entered the gates of the village, Gu Lingxiao's breath caught in his throat. The once modest military base had more than doubled in size, boasting a brand new training ground, reinforced walls, and even several hangars under construction. Surrounding residential buildings, commercial structures, and distant villa areas came into view. He rolled down the window, incredulity washing over him as he absorbed the sight. The station soldiers snapped to attention, saluting the convoy in perfect unison. Welcome back, boss. A familiar voice called from the side. Li Xiaoyan, with her sleek ponytail and clad in a black skirt and jacket, stood by the roadside. According to your plans, the expansion project is already 70% complete, and the estate has been constructed. Suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within, Gu Lingxiao nodded with feigned composure. Well done. The convoy continued deeper into the northern territory of Myanmar, the scenes along the way becoming increasingly astonishing. The previously small arms depot had transformed into a fortified ammunition storage facility, and the newly added 5 Apache helicopters were neatly lined up on the helipad, with several technicians in lab coats bustling in and out of a newly established laboratory. Jiho leaned against the car window, her ice blue eyes wide with astonishment. All of this belongs to you? Gu Lingxiao refrained from answering, for he beheld an even more astonishing sight at the center of the village. A 3-story command center had risen prominently, with radar antennas slowly rotating atop the roof. Indeed, the flow of time is different. This revelation quickened his heartbeat. The 2 days he spent in Japan had translated to several months here in the village. Moreover, judging by the scale of development, it was evidently progressing according to the plans laid out before his departure. Kami, Buyer Mode's concerned voice jolted him back to reality. You seem quite excited? Gu Lingxiao soon realized that his fingers were trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and turned to the women in the car, offering them a smile that held a significant meaning. Welcome to our new home. It was best not to inquire about certain matters. The impact of the timeline was evidently futile for them, and he had no desire to appear insane. Moreover, having skipped several months was hardly an auspicious scenario. The convoy gradually approached the manor's entrance, where the heavy iron gate slid open silently under the control of an electronic lock, towering 4 meters high. The concrete walls were patrolled by fully armed special forces, their black combat uniforms gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Isn't this a bit excessive? Natasha pressed her face against the car window, her eyes wide with astonishment. Belmont elegantly raised an eyebrow. Kami, have you constructed a military fortress or a home? Gu Lingxiao merely smiled in silence, his gaze sweeping past the watchtowers at the corners of the walls, where the latest model sniper rifles glimmered in the sunlight. The vehicle came to a stop beside the fountain in the front yard, and as everyone disembarked, they instinctively held their breath. Directly ahead lay a meticulously manicured French garden, with roses swaying gently in the breeze. A cobblestone path meandered toward the main villa, flanked by well-kept lawns. But the most striking features were the 2 transplanted century-old ginkgo trees, their golden leaves shimmering like flames in the sunlight. Oh my, Mingmei whispered in awe, subconsciously gripping her sister's hand. Although Jihua attempted to maintain her composure, her slightly parted lips betrayed her astonishment. She had never imagined encountering such an exquisite European manor in this borderland. As they rounded the main villa, the sight of the backyard was even more breathtaking, a vast azure infinity pool seamlessly blended with the distant mountains, and a pavilion by the pool, designed entirely of glass, housed pure white rattan furniture. Even further away, there was a small helipad. I adore this place, Belmont exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she kicked off her high heels and dashed toward the pool. Pushing open the heavy walnut doors, the 6-meter-high foyer compelled everyone to look up. A crystal chandelier descending from the dome, illuminating the black and white checkered marble floor with a radiant glow. The first floor was designated as the communal area. Li Xiaolian had somehow appeared at the entrance, holding a tablet. To the left were the dining room and kitchen, while to the right were the reception room and entertainment area. Belmont caressed the Roman columns in the foyer, her fingertips feeling the cool, delicate texture, Carrara marble. Kami is truly extravagant. Gu Lingxiao smiled in silence, gesturing for everyone to follow. Passing through the foyer, the expansive open-concept kitchen elicited an exclamation from Mingmei. It featured professional-grade commercial stoves, a double-door refrigerator, and even a temperature-controlled wine cabinet, with a long dining table capable of seating 20. Made from a single slab of African ebony. The second floor housed guest rooms and functional areas. Li Xiaolian guided everyone up the spiral staircase, where each guest room was equipped with an ensuite bathroom and a small balcony. Zhihui noticed several seemingly ordinary landscape paintings adorning the staircase walls, yet with her keen eye, she immediately discerned the miniature sensors along the edges of the frames. The security system of this house was far more sophisticated than it appeared. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Xiaolian wisely halted her steps. This was the boss's private domain, as she pushed open the intricately carved double doors. The first sight to greet her was a 270-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, offering an unobstructed view of the scenery on both sides of the border. The expansive office area, relaxation zone, and the bedroom section separated by frosted glass all exuded a subtle opulence. Wow, Natasha whistled. The boss's bed is enormous. Belmode cast a meaningful glance at Gu Lingxiao, implying that Kame had long been scheming. Mingmei, blushing, turned her head away, while Zhihui feigned interest in a row of military tomes on the bookshelf. Gu Lingxiao approached the window, surveying the entire estate and the distant village. In just a few months, this place had evolved into a true sovereign kingdom. Choose whichever room you fancy, he said, turning to the women, from now on. This will be your home. These words silenced everyone, for the concept of home resonates differently with each individual. Chapter 88, Continuing the Plans for Myanmar. Belmod was the first to react, gracefully approaching Gu Lingxiao and, in full view of the gathering, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Then I shall rely on you. Karmit, she declared sweetly. Natasha, imitating her, rushed forward to embrace Gu Lingxiao's other arm, exclaiming, "You're the best, boss." Mingmei and Zhihui stood rooted in place, exchanging a complex glance. Ultimately, it was Mingmei who summoned the courage to pull her sister forward a step. "Mr. Gu, thank you for giving us a home." Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden hue over the scene. Gu Lingxiao surveyed the array of distinct yet equally beautiful women before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The breeze from the border rustled the ginkgo treetops, producing a soft sound as if heralding the dawn of a new era. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains of the bedroom, and the first thing Gu Lingxiao did upon waking was to reach for his phone on the bedside table. As the screen illuminated, the date revealed a return to normalcy, and he felt his tense shoulders finally relax. Thank goodness, the passage of time has resumed its regular pace. Beside him, Belmod stirred awake at his movement. Her golden hair tousled across the pillow. She languidly stretched, the silk straps of her nightgown slipping down to reveal expanse of her fair skin. "Good morning, Carmit," she purred, like a cat nuzzling against him, placing a kiss on his lips. "Checking your phone so early?" Gu Lingxiao playfully smacked her pert backside. "It's time to get up. We have much to do today." Belmod, feigning reluctance, let out a soft whine but clung to his arm. "Just 5 more minutes." Half an hour later, as they finally ambled downstairs, the dining room was already bustling with people. Mingmei was pouring coffee for everyone. Zhihui was elegantly slicing fried eggs, and Natasha was unabashedly stuffing her mouth with bacon. "Oh, finally decided to rise?" Zhihui remarked without looking up, her tone laced with evident sarcasm. "I thought some individuals would sleep until noon." Belmod was unperturbed, instead deliberately looping her arm through Gu Lingxiao's, her red lips curling into a teasing smile. "What, is little Shirley envious? Perhaps I should bring you along next time?" "You." Zhihui's fork clattered onto her plate, her chestnut hair seemingly standing on end. "Who would want to join in your escapades?" Mingmei hurriedly offered her sister a glass of ice water, unable to suppress a grin, while Natasha burst into laughter, spraying orange juice and narrowly avoiding a disapproving glance from Li Xiaoyan. Gu Lingxiao calmly took his seat at the head of the table, accepting the coffee Mingmei handed him. "Today, I need to address the backlog of documents, and also—" His words trailed off abruptly as images of Zhong Xiaoai and her mother flashed through his mind. The mere thought of them returning to find this house full of women sent a chill down his spine. "What's wrong?" The perceptive Belmod immediately sensed his unease. "It's nothing," Gu Lingxiao replied, taking a sip of coffee to mask his discomfort. "Just some family matters." Zhihui keenly noticed the subtle shift in his expression, her ice blue eyes narrowing. "Surely, Mr. Gu cannot have other family members he has yet to disclose to us?" "Humph, I am quite unabashedly a scoundrel. There is nothing to conceal." The restaurant fell into an immediate hush, all the women's gazes converging on Gu Lingxiao. Natasha suspended her piece of bacon midair. "Boss, you aren't already married, are you?" Gu Lingxiao remained undisturbed. Belmode let out a meaningful "oh," her slender fingers tracing circles on the rim of her coffee cup. Mingmei suddenly cleared her throat, deftly shifting the topic. "The fried eggs seem a bit too salty today." Li Xiaoyan quietly rose, fetching fresh-baked muffins from the kitchen, successfully diverting everyone's attention. Gu Lingxiao cast a grateful glance at Mingmei, who responded with a gentle smile and refilled his cup. Sunlight streamed through the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm veneer over the peculiar breakfast. Gu Lingxiao surveyed the eclectic yet formidable group of women before him, suddenly feeling that perhaps dealing with them was less daunting than contending with Jin. As for Zhong Xiaowei, he needed to devise a way to preemptively mitigate that situation. He pondered silently, unaware that this thought would lead to considerable future vexation. Gu Lingxiao placed the muffins at the center of the table and inquired suddenly, "By the way, how is Lena faring at her job now?" A flicker of admiration crossed Li Xiaoyan's eyes. That woman was truly capable, and being a secretary was beneath her talents. Gu Lingxiao sliced a piece of muffin, leisurely spreading honey upon it. "When a suitable position arises, I'll let her try." He looked up at Zhihui and Mingmei, informing them that someone would take Zhihui to visit the research lab in the afternoon, as the equipment should be fully prepared. Zhihui set down her coffee cup, her ice blue eyes locking onto Gu Lingxiao. "Are you certain you do not need me to continue developing the APTX 4869 type of medication?" "I assure you." Gu Lingxiao met her gaze, indicating that future research directions would focus on civilian medicine, such as cancer treatment or anti-aging studies. A slight smile graced his lips. "Of course. If you are interested in rejuvenation, you may continue." but it must be a safe version. Mei gently grasped her sister's hand. I wish to stay by Zhiwei's side. She hesitated, but if the company requires manpower, I could also. No need to force it. Gu Lingxiao interrupted her, stating that her cooking was delightful, and it would be quite fine for her to be a homemaker. Li Xiaoyan suddenly sighed with nostalgia. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I've had a meal prepared by the boss. She glanced at everyone, stating that they had no idea how exceptional the boss's culinary skills were. Stop. Gu Lingxiao raised his hand to halt her, expressing his reluctance to cook. Natasha gasped in astonishment. The boss can actually cook? Belmode immediately became intrigued, nearly leaning into Gu Lingxiao. Cammy, when will you cook for me? Gu Lingxiao helplessly pushed her away. Enough of this nonsense. He spoke with a serious demeanor. Belmode, since the inception of your intelligence department, you have yet to make an appearance. Belmode immediately adopted a look of feigned innocence, her red lips slightly pouting. I simply do not wish to work. I only desire to be by Cammy's side. Her playful protest fell on deaf ears. Gu Lingxiao pinched her cheek gently. There are many tasks ahead that require assistance. Use your voice obediently. It is not as though we cannot see each other in the evening. Reluctantly, Belmode pouted. I understand. Suddenly, Gu Lingxiao called out towards the door, come in. The restaurant door swung open, revealing 3 distinct yet equally perilous men. At the forefront, John Wick stood clad in a black suit, his gray-blue eyes as cold as ice. The white phantom donned a white tactical outfit, his silver hair gathered into a ponytail, while Feng Yuxiu wore traditional Chinese attire, his hands clasped behind his back. Allow me to introduce. Gu Lingxiao gestured towards the trio, for internal matters within the village. You may consult the guards or Feng Yuxiu. The military affairs will be temporarily overseen by the White Phantom. As for John, he paused momentarily. You have already met. He is my personal bodyguard. Zhihui keenly observed that when Gu Lingxiao mentioned the term personal, John's lips twitched ever so slightly. Chapter 89. The women in their respective roles. Mingmei curiously scrutinized Feng Yuxiu, inquiring, and who might this gentleman be? I am a martial arts instructor, Feng Yuxiu replied, bowing respectfully, his voice steady and authoritative, responsible for the close combat training of the Enclave. Bai Yuling nodded towards Belmode, saying, the equipment for the intelligence department has been calibrated and is ready for your inspection, Minister. His tone bore a hint of jest. Belmode elegantly rolled his eyes. Yes, I am aware. Suddenly, Natasha raised her hand, exclaiming, Boss, what shall be my responsibility? Gu Lingxiao arched an eyebrow. Aren't you already tasked with spending money? Laughter erupted throughout the dining room. Even the usually aloof Shizuka couldn't help but smile slightly. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over this peculiar family. Bai Yuling stepped forward, his white tactical uniform glinting in the light. Boss, Ziza from the Mingxi area has been probing us relentlessly over the past month. He presented an encrypted tablet. Should we retaliate and take him down directly? Gu Lingxiao accepted the tablet, his fingertips gliding across the screen, videos vividly capturing armed provocateurs taunting them at the border. It dawned on him that 3 months ago, he had indeed dispatched Bai Yuling with 100 elite soldiers to infiltrate the Mingxi region. Has Ziza's identity been confirmed? Gu Lingxiao's voice turned suddenly frigid. It has been confirmed. Bai Yuling retrieved a dossier. He is one of the 6 representatives of Kunsha, overseeing all drug transactions north of Mingxi. At the mention of drugs, the atmosphere in the dining room seemed to plummet. Mingmei instinctively tightened her grip on her napkin. A flicker of disgust crossed Shizuka's eyes, while Belmode disdainfully scoffed. Gu Lingxiao's fingers unconsciously drummed on the table, a glint of cold fury igniting in his gaze. Have we located Kunsha? Not yet, Bai Yuling replied, a troubled expression taking form. The geography of Myanmar is complex with numerous enclaves, even though we have dispersed over 10,000 personnel. 10,000. Shizuka gasped, the coffee cup slipping from her grasp, leaving a dark stain on the tablecloth. Mingmei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Gu Lingxiao. Natasha, although feigning concentration while slicing bacon, felt her fingers turn slightly pale around the knife. 10,000. That constituted a small army, internally conflicted. She pondered whether to report this intelligence to Director Fry. Bai Yuling continued, we have encountered numerous challenges in our search. The local terrain is intricate, and where there are challenges, we shall surmount them. Gu Lingxiao interrupted suddenly, his voice as frigid as ice. I need to ascertain Kunsha's precise location at the earliest. A flicker of nearly frenzied wrath flashed in his eyes, as painful memories from a past life surged forth, the images of his parents lying in pools of blood, the agony of being shot multiple times, and Kunsha's sinister grin. Li Xiaoyan, perceptive to the shifting atmosphere, gently set down her utensils. Lingxiao, do you require additional personnel? Gu Lingxiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. No need. He turned to Bai Yuling, continued to advance according to plan. Understood. The restaurant was enveloped in an eerie silence. Belmode contemplatively observed Gu Lingxiao's rare display of discomposure, while Zhiwei quietly scrutinized Natasha's unnatural expression. Ultimately, it was Ming Mei who shattered the stillness. The muffins are getting cold, she weakly indicated towards the dining table. Gu Lingxiao snapped back to reality. Forcing a smile, let us eat. He lifted his coffee cup, only to realize that his hand was slightly trembling. John approached silently, presenting a glass of whiskey, which Gu Lingxiao downed in one gulp. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, momentarily soothing his inner turmoil. Kunsha, I shall ensure you pay for your blood debts. Within 3 days. Bring Mingxi down. Yes. The white phantom grinned savagely, having longed to eliminate the adversary, but had refrained due to the lack of directives from the boss, allowing the opponent to grow increasingly audacious. All right, you all may return to your duties. Gu Lingxiao addressed the white phantom and Feng Yuxiu, then turned to Zhiwei and the others. I will assign you 4 bodyguards. Not only to ensure your safety, but also to serve as errand runners. Very well, Lingxiao, I shall head to the office now, Li Xiaoyan said as she rose first. Hey, Cammy, remember to think of me. Mua Belmode shot a provocative glance at Zhihui before exiting the estate to join the white phantom in attending to her department. Her expression swiftly turning icy. Her smile was reserved solely for Cammy. As for the others, they could go to hell. Feng Yuxiu turned to Gongye Zhihui, saying, Madam, please follow me. I shall escort you to the Medical Research Institute. Feng Yuxiu and the others understood that these women were indeed their respective partners, deserving of the utmost respect. Ming Mei also stood up, announcing her intention to leave, and quickly followed suit. In the end, only John and Natasha remained in the estate. Gu Lingxiao contemplated for a moment before speaking. I have no engagements today. You may follow Li Xiaoyan to understand the operational modes of the factions, or perhaps take a stroll in the commercial street, which appears to be nearly completed. As the group departed, the vast dining hall of the estate fell silent. Gu Lingxiao gazed at Natasha's retreating figure, his fingers gently tapping on the mahogany table. John, he suddenly spoke. What do you think of Natasha? John Wick, standing in the shadows, his gray-blue eyes flickering slightly, replied, dangerous. He paused, then added, but potentially useful. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly, taking a sip of whiskey. He was acutely aware of Natasha's perilous nature, the Black Widow of the Avengers, who had endured brutal training in the Red Room from a young age and later joined S.H.I.E.L.D., was undoubtedly a formidable character. According to intelligence, her experiences in the Red Room. Gu Lingxiao thoughtfully swirled his glass, recalling her forced sterilization, raised as a weapon. John nodded in silence, understanding the depth of such trauma as someone who had traversed similar darkness. Perhaps. Gu Lingxiao squinted. I could offer her a true home. Since the system can address the situation of Belmode, Natasha's case should be rather straightforward as well. Meanwhile, Natasha strolled along the tree-lined avenue leading to the commercial street, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her fiery red locks. 10,000. These words swirled in her mind, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. She was acutely aware of their implications. Gu Lingxiao was assembling a private militia capable of destabilizing the regimes of small nations. Miss Natasha. A melodious voice interrupted her reverie. Turning, she saw Ming Mei jogging to catch up. Can I accompany you? Natasha quickly donned a radiant smile. Of course. She linked arms with Ming Mei. I'm not very familiar with this place. Aren't you supposed to be accompanying your sister to the Medical Research Institute? It was too dull. I just wanted to familiarize myself with the area so I can visit later when I have time. The two walked side by side along the burgeoning commercial street, with brand new shops, tidy streets, and even a small fountain square. It was hard to believe that just months ago, this had been a desolate expanse. Chapter 90, The Assault on Mingxi. Is this all? Built by Mr. Ling? Ming Mei feigned surprise as she inquired. Natasha nodded gently. Indeed, our bosses. Quite remarkable. Admiration sparkled in her eyes. This area, once the most chaotic on the border, now presented a stark contrast. Natasha observed the Omer soldiers patrolling the streets, the warm smiles of vendors, and children frolicking in the square. All of this was profoundly different from her imagined criminal empire. Perhaps Director Fu was mistaken? Gu Lingxiao's schemes within the study of the manor. Gu Lingxiao was poring over a top-secret document, the the complete dossier on Natasha Romanov provided by the system. The graduation ceremony of the Red Room involved forced sterilization, he murmured, his brow furrowed. Trained to be a killing machine, she had never experienced a normal life. John, standing by the window, suddenly spoke. She needs a sense of belonging. Gu Lingxiao chuckled softly. I merely wish to provide her with the feeling of home. His gaze grew profound. Outside, the sun still shone brightly on the border. Gu Lingxiao understood that to win over a woman like the Black Widow, he must delve into her deepest yearning, a genuine sense of belonging, a place that could mend all her regrets. And this border city was the perfect stage. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window in the study, Gu Lingxiao gently stroked the screen of his phone. It had been 3 months since he last departed from Longhua, and he had not seen Mother Zhong, Luya, since. With this thought, he pressed the call button, bringing the device to his ear. Beep, beep. The call was swiftly answered, and a deliberately subdued voice came through. Lingxiao? There was a tremor in her tone, as if she were taken aback by the suddenness of his call. It's me. Gu Lingxiao's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. What have you been up to lately? His tone was relaxed, yet he keenly picked up on the background sounds on the other end. No other noises were present. What else can I do? Mother Zhong's voice suddenly took on a hint of melancholy. A certain heartless rascal hasn't he contacted me in 3 months. So I've been staring blankly at the engineering blueprints every day. Gu Lingxiao could almost envision her at that moment, dressed in that beige suit, absently curling a strand of hair around her finger, her red lips slightly pursed. Have you missed me? He asked softly, tracing circles on the glass. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a gentle sigh. I've missed you terribly. These words brushed against Gu Lingxiao's heart like a feather. Among all women, Mother Zhong truly captivated him. The charm of a mature woman, her intellectual elegance, and the allure that only surfaced in solitude. Come back, his voice unconsciously softened. I'll send someone to pick you up. No. The voice of Mother Zhong suddenly became resolute. We must at least wait until the construction of the corporate building is completed. She paused, lowering her voice. And since returning from the village last time, I have not allowed Zhongjungwa to enter the bedroom. Gu Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected candor of this dignified matron. Instead, he found solace in the tranquility. Mother Zhong continued, her tone laced with irony. As for the divorce, it must wait until my father and the others have moved away from the capital. Gu Lingxiao let out a helpless sigh. The political backdrop of the Zhang family was indeed intricate. Hastily pursuing a divorce would attract too much attention. In half a year, Mother Zhong's voice softened suddenly. At most, in half a year, I will definitely return. Her breath came through the microphone. Lingxiao, I miss you too. This confession caused Gu Lingxiao's throat to involuntarily constrict. He recalled the last time they parted, when Mother Zhong whispered in his ear. Next time we meet, I will wear that black lace. I will wait for you, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Remember to message me every day. Mother Zhong responded softly, but suddenly, footsteps could be heard in the background. Someone is coming. I must hang up at the moment the call ended. Gu Lingxiao still held his phone aloft. Has the white phantom set off? Gu Lingxiao suddenly inquired, his tone icy. John emerged from the shadows. Not yet. Gu Lingxiao's gaze sharpened abruptly. Relay the orders. Assemble the troops. We depart for Mengshi in 1 hour. Yes. John pressed the earpiece, his deep voice reverberating throughout the military base. Assemble. An hour later, in the central square of the village, a torrent of steel was poised for action. 10 camouflaged armored vehicles formed a battle formation, their engines growling, belching black smoke. 50 fully armed Special Forces soldiers stood in neat rows, their eyes cold as iron beneath black tactical helmets, while 500 reconnaissance soldiers were dispersed around the convoy, nimbly checking their equipment. Gu Lingxiao, clad in black combat gear, exited the command center, a Desert Eagle strapped to his waist, the soles of his boots thudding dully against the concrete. The white phantom awaited beside the lead armored vehicle. Boss, there are still 10 armored vehicles and 50 brothers on standby at Mingxi, the white phantom reported, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Gu Lingxiao surveyed this iron legion. 20 armored vehicles, 100 special forces soldiers, 500 reconnaissance soldiers, sufficient to flatten the entire Mingxi region. Depart, he commanded succinctly. Stepping into the command vehicle, the convoy surged forth like a colossal steel python, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gu Lingxiao gazed through the observation window of the armored vehicle, watching the border scenery rapidly recede. On the rugged mountain roads, the tracks of the armored vehicles crushed stones, producing a disquieting sound. Occasionally passing villages witnessed terrified inhabitants retreating indoors, daring only to peek through window cracks at this formidable armed force. 3 kilometers ahead. We are entering the combat zone. The communicator relayed the reconnaissance report. The Saiza outpost has already spotted us. A cold smile curled Gu Lingxiao's lips. Accelerate. The convoy abruptly accelerated. The turret of the armored vehicle began to rotate, its dark muzzle aimed into the distance. And the sharp sounds of special forces loading their weapons echoed in succession. Boss, the white ghost suddenly handed over binoculars. Look over there. In the distance. Several small dark figures were moving along the ridge. It was Saiza's patrol team, evidently taken aback by the scale of the assault, frantically calling for reinforcements via their radios. Fire, Gu Lingxiao ordered calmly. Boom. The main cannon of the first armored vehicle belched forth flames, the shell striking the ridge with precision. And amidst the explosion's fiery glow, several silhouettes were hurled into the air by the shockwave. The battle had commenced. In the chess game of Shambang. Within the provincial government building of Dongji City, Jin Gu Kuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the panoramic view of the city. The midday sun pierced through the glass, casting a radiant gleam upon the gold stars on his epaulets. Governor. His secretary rushed in, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Urgent report from the border. The Black Dragon Group is attacking Mingxi. Jin Gu Kuan's fingers lightly tapped the window frame, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Details, he commanded. The secretary quickly sifted through documents based on frontline reports. The enemy had deployed at least 20 armored vehicles and hundreds of armed personnel. 3 of Saiza's strongholds had already fallen. What about the request for support? Saiza's forces have been calling for assistance, hoping we would dispatch troops. Jin Gu Kuan suddenly turned, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Inform the border defense troops to remain motionless. Chapter 91. The Super Soldier Serum. The secretary looked up in astonishment. But Governor, this violates. Violates what? Jin Gu Kuan interrupted sharply. Our cooperation agreement with the drug traffickers? He approached the desk and slammed a document down. Look at this. Last month, we seized 3 tons of drugs, all of which flowed out from Saiza's territory. The secretary fell silent, not daring to respond. Jin Gu Kuan took a deep breath and adjusted his tie. Send a messenger to the border, once the battle concludes. I wish to speak with the leader of the Black Dragon Group. Yes. The secretary saluted and turned to leave. The office returned to silence. And Jin Gu Kuan walked back to the window, the sunlight casting a play of shadows across his resolute face. In the distance, the city bustled with activity. A scene of prosperity. Using a knife to kill someone. He murmured softly, once the Black Dragon clears away this cancer. The army will move in under the guise of maintaining order. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang, interrupting his thoughts. The caller ID displayed the private number of the Minister of Defense. Jin Gu Kuan narrowed his eyes and slowly picked up the receiver. Meanwhile, the battle in the Mingxi region had reached a fever pitch. Gu Lingxiao stood atop an armored vehicle, binoculars in hand, surveying the battlefield. Beneath the blazing midday sun, thick smoke billowed from Saiza's main stronghold, with several bodies strewn haphazardly outside the walls. Boss, the east side has been cleared. The voice of the white ghost crackled through the communicator, gunfire echoing in the background. Continue the advance, Gu Lingxiao ordered coldly, leave no survivors. The turret of the armored vehicle pivoted once more, aiming at the main building of the stronghold. With a thunderous explosion, the reinforced concrete walls were torn apart as if they were made of paper, piercing screams emanating from within. A reconnaissance soldier rushed over. We found an underground passage. Saiza may have escaped. A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Lingxiao's eyes. Feng Yuxiao. A man clad in traditional attire appeared like a specter. Wielding a dagger in each hand, the blade still dripping with blood. Here, take 10 men and pursue, Gu Lingxiao commanded, gesturing towards the tunnel entrance. I want Saiza's head. Feng Yuxiao grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. As you wish. With the sound of hurried footsteps, 10 Special Forces soldiers followed Feng Yuxiao into the tunnel. Gu Lingxiao turned towards the blown-open entrance of the stronghold, with John Wick shadowing him closely. Inside the stronghold, chaos reigned, blood splattered on the walls. And several scattered documents bore the emblem of the Kunsha group. Gu Lingxiao kicked aside a corpse and grabbed a satellite phone from the desk. Check the call records. He tossed the phone to a technician. I want to know who Saiza last contacted. In the distance, another explosion reverberated, shaking the ground. Gu Lingxiao stepped outside the stronghold. Gazing at the inferno of burning buildings, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Amidst the smoke-filled streets of Mingxi, Gu Lingxiao stood in the square before the government building, flanked by a steel wall of 20 armored vehicles. Hundreds of reconnaissance soldiers had dispersed throughout the town, their black tactical suits glinting with a cold sheen under the sun. 2 hours prior, the doors and windows remained firmly shut, but now they have gradually swung open. The tattered residents gather in the square, trembling with trepidation, their murky eyes filled with fear and confusion. Children cling tightly to their mother's garments, the elderly stoop with age, while the youth warily scrutinize this unfamiliar military force. The sound system is set up, and a technician quietly reports. Gu Lingxiao ascends the makeshift platform, his black combat boots creaking against the wooden boards. He removes his sunglasses, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, and his deep, resonant voice reverberates through the loudspeaker. From this day forward, Mingxi shall be under my command. A ripple of unrest courses through the crowd, whispers spreading like ripples on water. Firstly, Gu Lingxiao raises a finger. Your safety is my responsibility. He gestures to the fully armed soldiers behind him, who will patrol around the clock. Any acts of robbery, murder, or rape, he pauses, his tone suddenly chilling, will be met with immediate execution. A woman clutching a baby suddenly bursts into tears, whether from fear or relief remains unclear. Secondly, Gu Lingxiao continues, his tone softening somewhat. Taxes will be halved. Clinics and schools will commence reconstruction next week. He points to the distant ruins still smoldering, where a marketplace will be established, all stalls rent-free for 3 months. A few suppressed cheers emerge from the crowd, and several young people exchange glances, seemingly incredulous at what they have heard. Lastly, Gu Lingxiao's voice takes on an exceedingly stern tone. The war on drugs begins now. He fixes his gaze on the most suspicious addicts in the crowd. From today onward, no drugs are permitted in Mingxi. Users will be subjected to mandatory rehabilitation. Dealers. He slowly draws his Desert Eagle from his waistband. Death penalty. The sound of the firearm being chambered rings sharply in the silent square, and several pallid drug traffickers instinctively recoil, only to be blocked by the soldiers behind them. Now, Gu Lingxiao holsters his weapon. Each household must send a representative to register for relief supplies. He points towards the newly erected tent at the government building's entrance. This announcement lands like a drop of water in hot oil, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. As Gu Lingxiao descends the platform, the white phantom immediately approaches him. Boss, Feng Yuxiu has returned. In the distance, Feng Yuxiu strides forward, carrying a blood-soaked sack. His tang suit is splattered with blood, and as he drops the sack to the ground, a gruesome head rolls out. It is none other than Saiza. The tunnel leads to the northern mountains, Feng Yuxiu reports. I attempted to contact Kunsha, but our signals were disrupted. Gu Lingxiao kicks the severed head, hanging at the city gate. He turns to the white phantom, instructing him to catalog the spoils and ascertain the location of Kunsha's stronghold. As the sun sets, the black dragon flag rises for the first time over Mingxi City. Gu Lingxiao stands atop the city wall, gazing at the lights of countless homes gradually illuminating, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Boss, Saiza was indeed wealthy. We've confiscated nearly 100 million in cash alone. John exclaims, lamenting the wretched drug traffickers. System, how much money do I have now? Suddenly, a vial of super soldier serum materialized in Gu Lingxiao's bag, suppressing his excitement. He led John to an unoccupied room in the government building and proceeded to inject the serum. In the office on the top floor of the building, Gu Lingxiao locked the door behind him, retrieving the vial that glimmered with an eerie blue light from his tactical backpack. The liquid within the glass tube swayed gently under the illumination, as if possessing a life of its own. John, guard the entrance, Gu Lingxiao commanded, unfastening the buttons of his combat suit to reveal his muscular torso. No one is to enter. John nodded silently, a flicker of concern crossing his gray-blue eyes. He stepped outside, loading the Desert Eagle, standing sentinel at the door. Chapter 92. Visitors from Shan State. Gu Lingxiao inhaled deeply and injected the serum into his veins. As the icy liquid coursed through his bloodstream, an excruciating pain erupted at the injection site. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he sank to one knee, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably. Beneath his skin, his veins writhed like worms, while his bones emitted a disconcerting crackle. Sweat instantly drenched his body, forming a puddle on the floor. The agony was unbearable, 100-fold more tormenting than the system had described. It felt as though a legion of ants were gnawing at his marrow, or as if he were being cast into a furnace for reforging. Gu Lingxiao gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, as his nails dug deep into the hardwood floor, leaving behind 10 ghastly claw marks. Outside, John heard the suffocating roars from within, his fingers instinctively tightening around the trigger. As a seasoned veteran who had faced death countless times, he had never heard such a sound from the boss. It was akin to the death wail of a wild beast. Suddenly, all noise ceased. An oppressive silence lingered for a full 3 minutes. Cold sweat trickled down John's temples. And just as he was about to force the door open, "Come in," the voice of Gu Lingxiao emerged from within, deep and unearthly. John pushed the door open, his pupils constricting in shock. The man before him stood bare-chested at the window, the setting sun casting a crimson silhouette around him. His already formidable muscles now resembled a perfect Greek sculpture, each contour brimming with explosive power. Even more terrifying was the palpable aura that compelled the battle-hardened John to instinctively tense his muscles, as if confronted by a formidable beast awakening from slumber. "Clothes." Gu Lingxiao extended his hand, his voice imbued with a metallic resonance. Only then did John notice the fragments of his torn combat suit scattered across the floor. He hastily retrieved a spare shirt from his tactical bag, his fingers trembling slightly as he handed it over. This was the first time in his illustrious career as the king of assassins, John Wick, that he felt fear. Gu Lingxiao accepted the shirt and retreated to the bathroom. Amidst the sound of running water, John caught a glimpse of the reflection in the mirror. Droplets glided down his marble-like back. The scars that once marred his skin had vanished, and a faint blue luminescence pulsed beneath his surface. 10 minutes later, a rejuvenated Gu Lingxiao emerged from the bathroom. The black shirt clung to a more formidable physique, and his already handsome face now bore an air of divine majesty. Most striking were his eyes. Within the depths of those inky pupils, it seemed as if stars were swirling. "How do you feel, boss?" John inquired. Gu Lingxiao suddenly smiled. This simple gesture caused the temperature in the room to plummet. "Excellent." He flexed his wrist, producing a thunderous crack as the air was compressed, feeling so powerful that he could punch through a wall. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the first star twinkled in the night sky. Gu Lingxiao stood by the window, reveling in the surge of power within him. The super soldier serum had not only fortified his body, but had also elevated his reflexes and perception to the pinnacle of human capability. No, it had surpassed the very limits of humanity. Just think of Captain America and the Avengers. One could glean the extent of his strength. "Notify the White Ghost," he commanded, a gust of wind trailing behind him as he turned. "We shall attack the next stronghold of Kunsha tomorrow morning." John solemnly accepted the command, but was halted mid-turn. Indeed, the iron rod in Gu Lingxiao's grasp twisted and contorted like pliable clay, the metal emitting a lamenting groan under the strain. He released his hold, and the deformed rod clattered to the marble floor, rolling a few times before settling in the corner. Such power! Gu Lingxiao gazed down at his distinctly knuckled hand. He advanced to the center of the office and, in a sudden leap, effortlessly reached the 4-meter-high ceiling. When he landed, his toes touched the ground first, as graceful and silent as a feline. The exterior world was aglow with lights, the outline of Mingxi district extending into the night. Gu Lingxiao approached the floor-to-ceiling window, the glass reflecting the depth of his brows and eyes. Within his pupils, it seemed as though a galaxy was swirling. This was the most evident trait of serum enhancement. "Boss." John's voice resonated from the entrance, announcing the arrival of the casualty statistics from Mingxi district. Gu Lingxiao turned to accept the tablet, the cold glow of the screen casting a stark light upon his taut jawline. Upon seeing the list of the fallen, his fingers instinctively tightened, the metallic frame emitting a faint sound of deformation. 14 Special Forces, 27 Scouts, each name accompanied by detailed dossier photographs. Those faces had stood before him just 3 days prior. The tablet's screen suddenly blacked out, the crushed inner display short-circuiting. Gu Lingxiao inhaled deeply, his lungs, enhanced by serum, expanded like a bellows, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt electronic components. Were their bodies all collected? All cremated. The urns have been returned to the base memorial hall. John's voice rasped like sandpaper. "As per your orders, the compensation has been tripled." Gu Lingxiao approached the military sand table on the eastern side of the office. The miniature model of Mingxi district still bore red pins indicating the points of conflict. He removed a pin from the location of the town hall, the metallic tip stained with dark red remnants. Suddenly, the sound of an engine echoed from below. A black Honda pierced through the night, halting before the government building, its headlights piercing the darkness like the eyes of a beast. Gu Lingxiao's pupils constricted slightly. Enhanced by serum, his vision allowed him to discern the Burmese script on the license plate, along with the wrinkled visage behind the windshield. John's earpiece illuminated with blue light. "There is a visitor at the door, claiming to represent the governor of Gukuan province. Make him wait." Gu Lingxiao moved towards the coat rack, his black trench coat slicing through the air with a sharp arc. "Let him wait for half an hour." When Gu Lingxiao finally appeared in the reception room, The middle-aged man clad in traditional Burmese longi had already consumed 3 cups of tea. Upon his entrance, the man hastily rose, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead beneath the chandelier. Wu Minmao, deputy director of the Gukuin provincial governor's office. The man clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, the gold watch on his wrist reflecting light with each movement. I apologize for the unannounced visit. I hope Mr. Gu will forgive me. Gu Lingxiao strode directly to the main seat, the hem of his trench coat brushing against the genuine leather sofa. And he noticed a twitch at the corner of the man's eye. This motion appeared as though in slow motion in his serum-enhanced dynamic vision. The hand of the Gukuin governor extended quite far. Gu Lingxiao spoke in Burmese, his voice akin to a current beneath ice. I have taken Mingxi for less than 24 hours. Wu Minmao's Adam's apple quivered as he retrieved a gilded envelope from his briefcase, his fingers trembling slightly. The governor has been closely monitoring the developments along the border. This is a proposal for collaboration encompassing power supply, road construction, and military assistance. Gu Lingxiao did not accept the envelope, but suddenly leaned forward. This abrupt motion caused Wu Minmao to jerk back, nearly toppling his teacup. Military assistance? Gu Lingxiao's pupils constricted to pinprick size. Was this, for instance, to inform you of the location of Kunsha's drug warehouse? Or perhaps a pretext to launch an assault on his stronghold in Mengla? The temperature in the office seemed to plummet by 10 degrees. Beads of perspiration began to form on Wu Minmao's forehead, his gold-rimmed glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose. Mr. Gu, you misunderstand. The governor merely hopes to maintain regional stability. Chapter 93. Let us see who the menace is. Governor Gu Kuin interrupted him, extracting a photograph from the inner pocket of his trench coat and sliding it across the table. The image depicted a grim scene, the bodies of several children. Their throats slit, lay in a pit like discarded rag dolls, discovered in the outskirts of Mingxi. Wu Minmao's pupils dilated sharply, and his lips began to tremble. This was the work of Kunsha, a cruel retribution for the villagers' refusal to cultivate poppies. Gu Lingxiao's voice was as sharp as a poisoned blade. If the governor truly wished to maintain stability, he ought to first explain why his drug enforcement team had never graced this place with their presence. Suddenly, a fierce storm erupted outside, with flashes of lightning illuminating the sky as torrential rain poured down. As Wu Minmao dabbed at his sweat with a handkerchief, Gu Lingxiao detected a faint scent of sandalwood, an indication of the pheromones released by the human body under extreme stress. I shall convey your concerns, he said. As Wu Minmao rose, he nearly stumbled over the carpet. Nevertheless, the proposal for cooperation remained valid, the governor insisted, stating that official cover would be necessary. As the taillights of the black Honda vanished into the curtain of rain, a white specter emerged from the shadows, toying with a listening device. Shall we track them? Gu Lingxiao gazed out the window, the rain transforming into silvery strands in his enhanced vision. No hurry, let us observe Gu Kuin's next move. He acknowledged the necessity of official status but would not become anyone's tool. What was the current state of the intelligence department at Belmod? The lady certainly had her ways. Within mere hours, she had completely commandeered the intelligence apparatus. The white specter shuddered at the thought of her methods. There were quite a few spies within the stronghold. Some merely practice for Belmod. Gu Lingxiao nodded, turning to depart. Before leaving, he stated, Mingxi will henceforth serve as the primary defense line in the north. Safety must be prioritized. Understood. Watching John follow the boss out, the white specter descended to arrange the garrison, ensuring personnel monitored all activities at least 20 miles beyond Mingxi. Raindrops hammered against the car windows, obscuring the newly raised black dragon flag of the Mingxi district. Wu Minmao cranked the air conditioning to its maximum, yet could not quell the trembling of his fingers as he retrieved his encrypted phone, leaving sweaty smudges on the screen while unlocking it with his fingerprint. Governor, it's me. He whispered, his pale visage reflected in the rearview mirror. I have encountered that black dragon leader. A delicate chime resonated from the other end of the line. Gu Kuin evidently enjoying his evening tea. And how is our young friend faring? His voice carried the languid tone characteristic of those in power. As though discussing a disobedient pet, Wu Minmao felt a pulse of anxiety at his temples. Recalling the deformed iron rod on the office floor in the abyss-like gaze of that young man, he displayed photographs of Kunsha's massacre of children. Oh? Gu Kuin's tone finally fluctuated, and Wu Minmao heard the sound of a chair shifting, indicating that this matter piqued his interest. How fascinating. The windshield wipers traced arcs on the glass as Wu Minmao observed the military checkpoints, partially obscured by the rain, where armed sentinels stood vigilant. He questioned why the government forces never came to Mingxi to combat drug trafficking. A sudden eruption of laughter resonated through the receiver, startling Wu Minmao to the point where he nearly dropped his phone. Such a naive idealist. Gu Kuan's laughter, tinged with a phlegmy quality, suggested that he would return tomorrow with sincerity, promising to present him with the official appointment letter for the district chief of Mengshi. Wu Minmao's pen hovered above his notepad, ink blooming into a small dot on the paper. Would this be too reluctant to forsake the golden bullet yet unable to strike the golden phoenix? Gu Kuan's tone abruptly turned icy, akin to a viper unfurling its tongue. Do you think I care for a hollow title? As long as he is willing to fire the first shot at the Kunsha warehouse. As long as Gu Lingxiao can eliminate Kunsha, he would have the confidence to seize complete control of Shan State. A flash of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the glimmer in Wu Minmao's glasses for a fleeting moment. He recalled the ashen faces of the children in the photograph and suddenly felt the weight of the cooperation documents in his briefcase, heavy as lead. Realization dawned. He would return tomorrow morning. He hung up the phone, discovering his palms drenched in cold sweat. In the leather bag on the back seat lay the sincerity meant for Gu Lingxiao, 3 classified intelligence reports detailing the transportation routes of the Kunsha group. The rain intensified, and in an almost trance-like state, Wu Minmao rolled down the car window, allowing the rain to drench his flushed face. He remembered the mocking smile of Gu Lingxiao when he spoke of official protection. That young man was likely more formidable than the governor had anticipated. Meanwhile, in the study of the governor's residence in Yangon, Gu Kuan hurled the satellite phone onto the teak desk. Outside, the banana leaves rustled violently in the wind and rain. And as he turned, the sash of his bathrobe swept across a porcelain teacup, sending it crashing to the floor. What an ungrateful wretch. He sneered at the secretary lurking in the shadows, the golden-rimmed glasses reflecting the light of the desk lamp. Prepare 2 copies of the appointment letter. One shall go to Ming Li's Wutan. There must always be a backup. As the secretary bowed to record his words, Gu Kuan rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. On the wall, the map of Myanmar displayed Mengshi district circled in red ink, alongside recent military notations, 10 armored vehicles, 3 artillery positions. Have the military supply office allocate some old equipment to the Black Dragon, Gu Kuan suddenly declared, a cruel smile curling his lips. When they are mutually annihilated with Kunsha. The sentence trailed off, yet the secretary nodded in understanding, jotting down the words the mantis stalks the cicada. Inside the Honda sedan amidst the torrential downpour, Wu Minmao finally started the engine. In the rearview mirror, the lights atop the government building remained aglow. Like a beacon in the darkness. He touched the inner pocket of his suit, where a miniature listening device, surreptitiously planted by Belmore, transmitted every conversation back to the Black Dragon headquarters. Official identity. Wu Minmao murmured to himself, suddenly perceiving that in this game of strategy, the outcome of victory or defeat remained uncertain. The following morning in the reception hall of the government building, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room with a bright yet solemn ambience. Gu Lingxiao occupied the main position on the leather sofa, his long fingers gently tapping the armrest, his expression nonchalant, and his pupils appearing even deeper under the light. Opposite him sat Wu Minmao, beads of sweat still dotting his forehead, a clear indication of his hurried arrival. His hands rested on his knees, knuckles slightly pale, betraying his inner turmoil. Mr. Gu, he uttered. Wu Min took a deep breath and spoke directly. Governor Gu Kuan is willing to grant you an official title, the district chief of Mingshi. Meanwhile, your military actions will receive tacit approval from the government forces. Gu Lingxiao's fingers paused momentarily before slowly lifting his eyelids, his gaze sharp as a blade. Oh. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if amused. How generous of Governor Gu Kuan. What, I wonder, does he wish me to do? Wu Min's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his eyes flickering for an instant before resolutely regaining their focus. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice, yet betraying an unmistakable hint of murderous intent. Kunsha. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Chapter 94. The Transportation Route of Kunsha. Gu Lingxiao's gaze suddenly turned frigid, the temperature in the room seemingly plummeting in response. He fixed his eyes on Wu Minmao and began to speak slowly. So, the governor of Gu Kuan has long desired to unify Shan State, yet the power of Kunsha is far too formidable for him to contend with? Wu Minmao did not provide a direct answer, but his expression conveyed everything, his tightly pressed lips, slightly constricted pupils, and an unmistakable ambition that could not be suppressed. Gu Lingxiao let out a cold laugh, reclining into the sofa, his posture relaxed, yet his eyes emanating an even greater danger. Using my knife to kill? After a few moments of silence, Wu Minmao finally nodded slowly, his voice low and resolute. Mr. Gu, you and Kunsha have a long-standing enmity, do you not? Gu Lingxiao's gaze sharpened abruptly, akin to a drawn blade piercing directly into Wu Minmao's heart. Wu Minmao instinctively tensed his body, fingers unconsciously gripping the fabric of his trousers. The room fell into a brief stillness, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds outside. At last, Gu Lingxiao rose slowly. Looking down at Wu Minmao from his elevated position, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Return and inform Governor Gu Kuan." His voice was deep and perilous. "I can assist him in eliminating Kunsha. But what I desire is far beyond the mere position of the district chief of Mingxi." Wu Minmao's pupils constricted slightly, his heart racing. He understood that Gu Lingxiao was bargaining and his demands were substantial. Yet what startled him more was the absence of fear in Gu Lingxiao's eyes, replaced instead by a calmness reminiscent of a hunter. It was as if Kunsha had already been relegated to the realm of the dead in his eyes. "What does Mr. Gu wish for? Let us not speak of it for now. We shall discuss it when the time is ripe." "Very well, I shall not intrude upon you any longer." Wu Minmao, fully aware that he could extract no further information, rose to take his leave. As Wu Minmao's hand grasped the doorknob, it suddenly recoiled as if jolted by an electric shock. When he turned, the strap of his briefcase caught his wrist, hastily leaving several red marks. "I almost forgot the most crucial item," he exclaimed, his voice tense, as he extracted a manila envelope from within his bag. The peacock emblem on the wax seal already blurred by sweat. Gu Lingxiao's gaze, sharp as a hunting eagle, locked onto the envelope as Wu Minmao trembled and presented it. "The 3 recent transportation routes of Kunsha," he stammered, his Tai askew, "including the one passing through Nakyu at dawn tomorrow." The envelope was snatched from Wu Minmao's hand, the paper crackling beneath Gu Lingxiao's fingertips. Wu Minmao maintained his outstretched pose. Yet he observed Gu Lingxiao had already turned toward the sand table, the hem of his overcoat brushing against Wu Minmao's trousers, bringing with it a chill. The document unfurled on the solid wooden surface, revealing a yellowed map with winding routes drawn in red ink, resembling veins traversing the Shan State Plateau. Gu Lingxiao's pupils contracted violently. One of the routes, which passed through the Nansang River, was marked on the map's edge with a pencil annotation, escorting 30 soldiers. Cargo capacity 5 tons. White Phantom. Gu Lingxiao's voice caused the temperature in the room to plummet, as a silhouette clad in a white ninja outfit emerged from the shadows, the silver mask reflecting a cold light. As the document was handed over, the White Phantom knelt on one knee to receive it, his breath behind the mask suddenly growing heavy. "This is Naochio Canyon, before dawn tomorrow." Gu Lingxiao's fingers tapped on a certain spot of the sand table. The miniature trees crafted from resin snapping in response. "I want this batch of goods and the convoy personnel to vanish forever." The clouds outside abruptly obscured the sunlight, plunging the office into darkness. The silver mask of the White Phantom glimmered with an eerie blue hue in the shadows as he drew a dagger and cut his palm, blood tracing the route on the map. "If there is a failure to meet, let it be with such blood." Wu Minmao stumbled backward, colliding with the coffee table, the teacups clattering together. He saw Gu Lingxiao's silhouette against the backlight, his trench coat moving as if stirred by a breeze. "Inform Gu Kuan." Gu Lingxiao suddenly turned to Wu Minmao, causing him to nearly fall to his knees. "This gift I shall accept." Once the office door finally closed, Gu Lingxiao slammed his fist onto the sand table. The Nama base shattered with a thunderous crack, the miniature buildings of Mingxi district collapsing amidst the dust. He seized the black flag representing the Kunsha forces, the metal pole warping in his grip. "Unable to locate you, are you?" Gu Lingxiao released his hand, iron filings cascading through his fingers. He gazed out at the sun gradually sinking in the west, the image of the map still lingering on his retina. As dusk deepened, 10 armored vehicles silently departed from Mingxi. The White Phantom stood atop the turret of the lead vehicle, the night vision lenses reflecting the last rays of twilight. He touched the map in his pocket, the bloodstains now dried to a brown hue, as distant cawing of crows echoed like the sighs of lost souls. On the top floor of the government building, Gu Lingxiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. When the first bolt of lightning split the night sky, it was time to collect the interest, Kunsha. The thunder drowned out his whisper as the wind and rain battered against the windows, akin to countless wronged souls knocking at the door. 3 hours later, the mountain gorge was shrouded in thick darkness, the engine sounds of the armored vehicles startling a few owls. As the White Phantom leaped from the vehicle, his tactical boots crushed a desiccated poppy stalk on the ground. He raised his hand in signal, and 50 death warriors immediately fanned out in formation, the muted sounds of confirmations crackling through the silenced headsets. "Point A is in position. Point B controls the high ground. Hide the armored vehicles behind the reverse slope. The White Phantom tapped the reactive armor of the lead vehicle, turning to the communications officer. Moonlight illuminated his face as the armored vehicle slowly retreated into the shadows of the mountain, the camouflage net draped over the gun barrel glistening with dew. At 4:17 a.m., the eastern ridge began to show the first light of dawn. The observer, crouched behind the rocks, suddenly pressed down on the headset. As a flickering light appeared in the telescope, it was the high beams of the lead vehicle sweeping the winding mountain road. In the thin mist, the outlines of 4 trucks emerged, resembling sharks surfacing from the water. The sparrows are caught in the net. The observer's voice was barely above a whisper for 10-wheeled trucks. 2 armed pickups, spaced 30 meters apart. The White Phantom jolted awake from a light slumber, the luminous dial on his tactical vest reading 4:23. White Phantom, all personnel. Load your weapons. The mountain gorge sprang to life, the metallic glint of gun bolts flashing amidst the dried grass. The sound of an RPG shooter tearing through the camouflage like a snake shedding its skin. The White Ghost crouched beside the predetermined detonation point, his fingertips resting on the detonator. He observed 4 armed militants with AK-47s seated in the cabin of the first pickup truck, one of whom, a bald man, was spitting beetle nut residue out of the vehicle. As the convoy fully entered the ambush zone, the thin mist was torn apart by the morning light into tattered wisps. A corner of the tarpaulin on the second truck was lifted by the wind, revealing neatly bundled square cargo inside. The pupils of the White Ghost suddenly constricted. Those double lion globe insignias on the packaging were the registered trademark of the Kunsha group. White Ghost, open fire. The unremarkable command reverberated through the radio. In an instant, the first pickup truck was overturned by a rocket, and as the burning chassis crashed against the mountainside, flames erupted simultaneously from both cliffs. Chapter 95, District Chief Mingxi, Gu Lingxiao. The bullets shattered the windshield of the third cargo truck, the driver's brain matter splattering onto the amulet of peace. Leave a survivor. The White Ghost kicked open the burning door of the vehicle, his submachine gun firing swiftly to take down 2 drug traffickers attempting to escape the driver's cabin. A burly man, tattooed with a depiction of Mithriya, had just raised an RPG when a sniper's bullet shattered his right scapula, causing him to scream and tumble into the roadside drainage ditch. The gunfire suddenly dwindled, leaving only the crackling sound of burning tires. The White Ghost stepped on the wrist of a bald, armed man, his military boot crushing the opponent's wristbone. Where is the cargo headed? Before the bald man could finish his curse, a smoking grenade was stuffed into his mouth. The White Ghost calmly removed the safety pin, watching the frantic movements of the man's Adam's apple. 3 seconds. Mengpaya. To the Mengpaya processing plant. The bald man, while expelling the grenade, soiled his trousers, only to realize that the firing pin had not been pulled, merely a training dummy round. As the morning mist fully dissipated, the White Ghost was inspecting the last cargo truck, lifting the oilcloth to reveal 20 metallic boxes glinting coldly in the sunlight. He pried open one, finding it meticulously filled with packages, casually opening one to discover a bag containing a white powdery substance. White Ghost. Boss, I successfully eliminated this convoy. Gu Lingxiao, what did you retrieve? White Ghost. 2 tons of heroin. All escort personnel are from Kunsha's private guard. The White Ghost used his military dagger to pry open the collar of a corpse, exposing a cobra tattoo on the side of the neck. White Ghost. An unexpected find. They are wearing passes from the ancient Kuan province government. Gu Lingxiao. Understood. Check the other 2 transport routes. Eliminate if possible, if not, ascertain the starting point and eliminate it. White Ghost. Yes, boss. The White Ghost gazed at the 20 metallic boxes, his icy gaze sweeping over this batch of drugs capable of wreaking havoc on thousands. He raised his hand to press the earpiece, his voice low and resolute. Everyone, dig a pit. The Death Warriors asked no questions, immediately retrieving engineers' shovels from the armored vehicle and swiftly excavating several deep pits on the hillside beside the road. The earth flew, the sound of shovel blades clashing with gravel echoing distinctly in the silent mountain gorge. The White Ghost stood aside, observing the warriors dumping box after box of heroin into the pits, the white powder mingling with the damp soil, stirred into a gray-brown slurry. Crush it, bury it deeper. The White Ghost commanded coldly. The warriors moved swiftly, pouring entire boxes of heroin into the pit and thoroughly mixing it with shovels, ensuring these drugs were rendered utterly worthless. The white powder was soon devoured by the soil, like a tumor being digested by the earth. Finally, they stomped it down firmly and covered it with a layer of dry twigs and leaves, leaving no trace visible from the surface. Move out. The white ghost surveyed the area, confirming nothing was overlooked before giving a wave of his hand. The death warriors quickly regrouped, boarding the armored vehicle. The engine roaring as the convoy sped toward the next target. Inside the Mingxi government building, Gu Lingxiao stood by the window, and after hearing the white ghost report, his tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly. The ambush was successful, not only severely crippling the transportation lines of Kunsha but also acquiring evidence of collusion between the provincial government of Gu Kuan and drug lords. However, just as he was about to recline against his pillow, a sudden fist struck down upon his blanket. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. How foolish of me. Those 2 tons of heroin, simply buried? They should have been brought back and destroyed in front of the media. Gu Lingxiao gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. If this batch of drugs were to be publicly destroyed, coupled with news of the Black Dragon Group's crackdown on drug lords, it would not only intimidate Kunsha but also elevate his stature both domestically and internationally. The government, the public, and even international anti-drug organizations would remember his name. Yet now, this batch of narcotics had merely vanished quietly into the earth, and apart from themselves, no one knew of the success of this operation. Next time, Gu Lingxiao took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. Such opportunities could not be squandered again. He picked up his phone and dialed another number. Xinjiang. His voice regained its composure. Prepare a press release stating that we have intercepted Kunsha Group's drug transport line, but do not include details yet. Wait for my command before publishing. Xinjiang on the other end immediately grasped his intent. Understood, boss. Should we contact the media? Prepare them first. Once we have greater gains from the White Phantom, we will release everything at once. Hanging up the phone, Gu Lingxiao's gaze sharpened once more. Kunsha this time was merely the interest. He stared out at the brightening sky, coldly murmuring, "It's still early. Don't let yourself perish at the hands of others. Gu Lingxiao, White Phantom, ensure all subsequent drugs are brought back." White Phantom, yes. As dawn broke, Gu Lingxiao rose and instructed John to dispatch his elite operatives to announce to the residents of Mengxi Street that he would be assuming the role of district chief from this day forward. The early morning sun had just begun to bathe the streets of Mengxi district, the mist not yet fully dissipated, the street vendors just setting up their stoves. Steam rising from the buns in their steamer, while a few early rising children frolicked in the muddy roadside. Suddenly, a chorus of synchronized footsteps shattered the morning tranquility. Over 100 operatives clad in black combat uniforms, wielding loudspeakers, marched out from the direction of the government building, swiftly dispersing to every street in Mengxi. Their steps were steady and powerful, their gazes sharp, yet they bore no weapons, merely announcing loudly to the surroundings. Announcement. From today onward, Mr. Gu Lingxiao officially serves as the district chief of Mengxi. The proclamation reverberated repeatedly through the alleys, and the residents, who had been leisurely enjoying their breakfast, looked up in astonishment. Gu Lingxiao? The very same young man who seized Mengxi? An elderly man selling rice noodles wiped his hands, squinting at the operatives in the street. I've heard that his men are fiercer than the government army, even daring to kill Kunsha's people, remarked a middle-aged woman in a hushed tone, alacing her voice. A group of ruffians squatting by the roadside exchanged furtive glances. One of them spat disdainfully and muttered, "Damn it, from now on. Collecting protection fees will depend on people's expressions." Meanwhile, at the bustling market, several vendors huddled together, engaged in animated discussions. If he can indeed rein in those drug dealers, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. A fishmonger wiped her hands on her apron, letting out a weary sigh. A few years ago, government officials came and went, accomplishing nothing. Let us hope he is not just another Kunsha, someone whispered, only to be promptly silenced by a companion tugging at their sleeve. Chapter 96. Kunsha. The death warriors did not linger. They knocked on door after door, ensuring every household received the news. Some audacious residents tentatively inquired, "What policies does the new district chief have?" The warriors responded calmly, "The chief will issue an announcement soon. Please be patient." John Wick stood on the platform in the central square of Mengxi, hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathering crowd. His presence was akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, gradually silencing the previously raucous discussions. The district chief had but one demand. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated powerfully. From this day forth, there shall be no more drug trade in Mengxi. The crowd erupted in outrage. No sales. How are we to survive? A gaunt man shouted, clearly a drug addict. John's gaze cut through him like a frozen blade, causing the man to shrink back, silenced. For those willing to change professions, the chief will arrange employment, John stated coldly. For those unwilling, You may leave. With that, he descended the platform, the warriors trailing behind him, leaving a group of residents with complex expressions to grapple with the sudden announcement. Within the government building, Gu Lingxiao stood by the window, overlooking the increasingly bustling streets. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with coldness. Notify the white phantom to expedite his actions. He commanded the communications officer behind him without turning. Within 3 days, I want all of Shan State to know, Mengshi is now my territory. Yes, boss. The impact of the drug ban. Gu Lingxiao's decree detonated like a bomb within the underworld of Mengshi. As night fell, the once lively night market appeared eerily desolate, with a few shadowy figures huddled in the depths of an alley, conversing in hushed tones. Damn it, is Gu really serious? A scar-faced man growled, crushing his cigarette but with a fierce glare. He was a henchman for a local small-time drug lord, responsible for distribution. This morning, my people tried to make a delivery, but they were intercepted by those guys in black. Another lean figure lowered his voice. All the goods were confiscated, and our people haven't been released yet. Who does he think he is? The scar-faced man scoffed. Kunsha hasn't even spoken yet, and this outsider thinks he can cut off our livelihood? Just then, footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. The group fell silent, instinctively reaching for their waists. However, it was merely a hunched old man pushing a dilapidated tricycle piled high with wilted vegetable scraps. Shit, you scared the life out of me. The lean man exhaled in relief, then his expression hardened. No, we need to give this new district chief a little welcome gift. At 2 a.m, a grocery store in the southern part of Mengshi suddenly erupted into flames, the fire raging fiercely, black smoke billowing. The store owner and his family were trapped on the second floor, their desperate cries awakening the entire street. Before the fire truck arrived, 5 death warriors had already charged into the inferno. 2 broke down the door while 3 set up a ladder. In just 3 minutes, the entire family was rescued, while the 2 arsonists had barely fled 2 streets before being tackled to the ground by the ambushing warriors. Who orchestrated this? The muzzle of the assassin's gun pressed against the temple of the thug. I don't know. The thug's anguished scream abruptly ceased, his right pinky severed at the root by a dagger. This was his final chance. The assassin's voice was as cold as ice. It is Brother Yin. He said he would teach the new district chief a lesson. At dawn, a bloodied head was added to the notice board in the central square of Mengshi. Yin Tun, a local drug lord, who once distributed narcotics for Kunsha, had his head hoisted high on an iron rod, beneath which a white paper bore inscriptions in both Burmese and Chinese. This is the consequence of defying the ban. The square fell into an eerie silence, as a woman selling breakfast crumpled to her knees, her legs giving way beneath her. That same afternoon, in a remote mountain camp in northern Myanmar, Kunsha violently overturned the coffee table before him, shards of glass scattering across the floor. Good, very good, he sneered in rage, his scarred face contorting like a centipede. A mere boy dares to impede my livelihood? He abruptly turned, pointing at the map of Mengshi. Inform Gu Kuan that I demand the border passage be opened within 3 days. Assemble the guards to eliminate the opposition. Yes. His subordinates promptly took their leave to arrange the mobilization of troops. Once they departed, Kunsha regained his composure, sitting in silence as he lit a cigar. Damn bastard. I should have eliminated you back then. In the office, the smoke from the cigar swirled, failing to suppress the murderous intent brewing in Kunsha's eyes. He extinguished the cigar with force against the polished wooden surface, leaving a charred mark akin to an unsightly scar. Gu Lingxiao, he uttered through clenched teeth, his fingers involuntarily stroking the handgun concealed beneath the desk, a gilded desert eagle, its grip adorned with the engraving of a coiled cobra. I should have obliterated your entire family. The image of the car accident 3 years prior flickered through his mind, Gu Lingxiao's parents plummeting into the valley with the vehicle, the explosion casting a fiery glow across the sky. Left with a little brat, and now he has learned to bite back? Kunsha chuckled coldly, his facial scar twisting with the movement of his muscles, resembling a centipede come to life. He rose, moving to the window to survey the camp. In the distance, soldiers languidly smoked and played cards, displaying utter disregard for discipline. Yet soon, they would transform into ravenous wolves, tearing apart their prey. Suddenly, the camp's loudspeaker crackled to life. A harsh electric static followed by a gruff voice bellowing. Guards assemble. Everyone immediately. Right now? The previously sluggish soldiers paused, then cursed as they abandoned their cards, seizing the rifles leaning against the walls and rushing towards the parade ground. What trouble is brewing now? An officer, his face lined with flesh, kicked open the dormitory door, the walkie-talkie in his hand still crackling. The boss is furious and ready for a fight. Another soldier hastily adjusted his belt as he sprinted, evidently having just risen from a woman's bed. Within 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 soldiers stood densely on the parade ground. They donned disheveled military attire, some clad in camouflage, others merely in soiled vests. Yet each individual grasped either an M16 or an AK, their barrels glinting coldly in the sunlight. Though this army could not compare to the regular forces of the Dragon Kingdom, in the northern regions of Myanmar, they stood as the most ferocious wolves. Kunsha ascended the elevated platform, his leather boots creaking against the wooden steps. He surveyed the soldiers below, his gaze as cold and menacing as a serpent. In the Mingshi district, an audacious wretch had emerged. His voice, though not loud, rendered the entire assembly instantaneously silent. He has slaughtered our kin, incinerated our goods, and now dares to defecate upon my head. He abruptly drew his pistol and fired 3 shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire reverberated, startling a flock of birds into flight. Chapter 97. Blood Vendetta. What shall we do? Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers raised their rifles, their roars shaking the leaves from the trees. Kunsha nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to signal for silence. In 2 days, I want to see Gu Lingxiao's head hanging from the walls of Mingshi. He grinned wickedly, and as for his territory, everything seized belongs to you. Once the orders were issued, the camp erupted with fervor. 20 military trucks roared to life, belching forth clouds of black diesel smoke. Soldiers scrambled to clamber aboard, some even leaping atop the vehicles, securing themselves with ropes. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The officer cracked his whip, striking those who moved too slowly. A select squad of approximately 300 elite troops was the first aboard the jeeps. They were Kunsha's personal guard, well-equipped, each wielding an M16 rifle. Remember, leave Gu Lingxiao breathing. The squad leader smirked, making a slicing gesture across his throat. The boss wanted to deal with him personally. The remaining 700 soldiers set off on foot, rifles slung over their shoulders, machetes at their hips, resembling a pack of ravenous hyenas, surging towards Mingshi. At this pace, they would be at the city's gates in 2 days. In the Mingshi government building, Gu Lingxiao stood before a military model, his finger tracing the potential movements of Kunsha's forces. The coffee on the table had long gone cold, and the ashtray was filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, Belmord. Gu Lingxiao furrowed his brow. Belmord should be stationed at the intelligence center in the camp. A sudden call must bear significant intelligence. He quickly answered the phone, and before he could speak, Belmord's excited voice burst forth. Cammy, we found her. Her voice brimmed with uncontainable exhilaration, akin to a hunter finally locking on to its prey. Gu Lingxiao's eyes sharpened, his fingers instinctively tightening. Speak clearly. Among the 10,000 informants we have scattered on the periphery, someone has spotted a military force emerging from the deep mountains. Belmord spoke rapidly. It is not the government forces, their equipment is disordered, but they are numerous, at least 1,000 strong. Gu Lingxiao's pupils constricted abruptly, his heart racing. Location? His voice was low and icy, like the edge of a drawn blade. It is not precisely determined yet, but it has been confirmed to be near Mangdon, in the mountains close to the Laos border. Belmord responded swiftly. Our people are narrowing down the area, and we will soon pinpoint the exact coordinates. Gu Lingxiao's fist slammed against the edge of the model, the hardwood frame emitting a dull thud. Finally, I have found you, scoundrel. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Belmord, send additional personnel. I want that area turned inside out. He commanded in a deep voice, employing every possible means. Understood. Belmord's voice trembled with fervor. I have already dispatched 300 veterans. We will secure precise coordinates within a day. Gu Lingxiao hung up the phone and turned towards the window. Outside the window, the setting sun bled crimson, casting a dark red hue over the entire city of Mingshi. Kunsha, he murmured the name, like a final pronouncement before judgment. This time, you cannot escape. Gu Lingxiao, White Phantom. How are things on your end? White Phantom, boss, we are approaching the second transport route, and everything is proceeding smoothly. Gu Lingxiao, accelerate the pace. After severing communication with the system's radio, Gu Lingxiao's fingers tapped rhythmically against the desk, producing a staccato sound. John, the boss, I took a step forward. Have the base dispatch 300 scouts and 100 special forces, fully equipped, and have the Apache helicopters on standby for immediate takeoff. Understood. The air in the office seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of Gu Lingxiao's fingers drumming on the table, reminiscent of a countdown's ticking seconds. After acknowledging the command, John immediately turned, his black trench coat slicing through the air with a sharp arc base. This is John. He pressed his earpiece, his voice resonating like steel clashing. Dispatch 300 scouts and 100 special forces, fully armed, to Mingxi, and put the Apaches on high alert. Outside, the last remnant of sunlight was devoured by dark clouds, plunging the room into shadow. John, he suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resonant, as if emerging from the depths of the earth. Have the sniper team occupy the high ground on the outskirts of Mingxi, ensuring surveillance over all city entry points. Understood. John's gray-blue eyes glimmered with sharpness in the dim light. He had already stocked 20 boxes of C4 in the eastern warehouse and laid anti-tank mines at the southern gate. Gu Lingxiao nodded slightly, flipping a dagger in his palm before suddenly hurling it, where it embedded itself into the military map on the wall, its tip precisely puncturing the location of the Mingdun Mountains. He approached the window, gazing down at the streets of Mingxi as lights gradually flickered to life. Starting tonight, all sentries will double their numbers, and patrol teams will be equipped with armor-piercing rounds. As John was about to leave, Gu Lingxiao added, disperse the armored vehicles across 3 backup locations, camouflaged appropriately. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the window frame. With the orders issued, the city of Mingxi began to operate like a finely tuned war machine. 12 snipers silently occupied the high ground, their rifle barrels peeking through the gaps in the jungle. 30 armored vehicles lay concealed, their cannon tubes covered with dead branches and leaves, in the shadows of the street. Scouts clad in optical camouflage suits radiated a ghostly green light from their thermal imaging lenses. In the basement of the hospital, military medics were meticulously inventorying blood plasma reserves. Surgical instruments arranged in a gleaming display. Gu Lingxiao stood before the large screen in the command center, 20 surveillance feeds simultaneously displaying various corners of Mingxi. Suddenly, he reached out to enlarge one of the images. At the border checkpoint, a few drunken men were causing a commotion. The following day, before dawn had fully dispelled the night, within the Mingxi command center, the blue light from the electronic screens illuminated Gu Lingxiao's stern visage. John strode in briskly, clutching a stack of freshly organized intelligence reports. The pages densely marked in red. Boss, the latest intelligence. John's voice was deep and taut. With Kunsha's army now less than 20 kilometers away, expected to reach the outskirts of Mingxi by noon. Gu Lingxiao's gaze shifted from the screen as he slowly accepted the document. His fingertips lightly grazed the paper, his eyes sharp as a blade. What is the route? He inquired coldly. They advance in 3 directions. John indicated 3 red lines on the map. The main force moves along the highway, approximately 700 men, 2 smaller squads, each consisting of 150, encircle from the eastern forest and the western valley. A cold smile curled at the corners of Gu Lingxiao's mouth. They wish to attempt a 3-pronged attack? He tapped his fingers on the table. Then let us ensure they come and go without return. Rising to his feet, his black trench coat fluttered slightly with the motion, his presence akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, exuding an unmistakable sharpness. Chapter 98. Apache, the War Machine. Departure. John's pupils contracted as he stepped forward, his voice tinged with an unusual urgency. Boss, the front lines are perilous. His brow furrowed, and his gray-blue eyes brimmed with concern. You should remain in the command center while I lead the team to address the situation. Gu Lingxiao cast a sidelong glance, his gaze piercing John's heart like ice. This is my vendetta, he uttered in a low tone, yet laced with undeniable menace. I must partake in every encounter personally. John sought to persuade him further, but he witnessed Gu Lingxiao slowly raising his hand, fingers clenched tightly, the joints emitting a faint cracking sound. You need not worry about my abilities. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. John fell silent for a moment, ultimately inhaling deeply. He placed his right hand over his chest and solemnly declared, Then I shall not depart from your side. Gu Lingxiao nodded slightly and turned to stride toward the door, with John closely following, his hand resting on the grip of his sidearm, eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Just before departing, Gu Lingxiao abruptly halted and summoned Special Unit 177. Special Unit 177. Come here. In less than 10 seconds, a robust Special Forces soldier appeared silently at the end of the corridor, clad in black combat attire. His face adorned with camouflage paint, his gaze sharp as a blade. Boss, Special Unit 177 stood at attention, his voice deep and resolute. Gu Lingxiao met his eyes directly, enunciating clearly, while I am away, you are in charge of Mingxi. Understood. Remember, Gu Lingxiao's tone turned icy. If anyone causes trouble, eliminate them. Without a flicker of emotion in his eyes, Special Unit 177 merely nodded. Understood. Gu Lingxiao said no more and strode away. Yet his mind was already calculating. There must be Kunsha's spies within Mingxi. It remained to be seen if these rats dared to reveal themselves. The army mobilizes outside the government building. 20 armored vehicles had assembled, the low rumble of engines reverberating through the morning air. 300 reconnaissance soldiers and 100 special forces operatives stood in solemn formation, their weapons glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the dawn light. Gu Lingxiao boarded the lead command vehicle, with John following closely behind. The moment the door closed, the radio communication system activated automatically. The confirmations of various team leaders filling the channel. Team are ready. Team be ready. The sniper unit has reached the designated position. Gu Lingxiao pressed the communication button, his voice calm yet lethal. Proceed as planned. The engines roared to life as the convoy surged forth, a black torrent departing Mingxi, racing toward the direction of the impending enemy onslaught. In the shadows shortly after Gu Lingxiao's departure, several furtive figures gathered in a dim alley within Mingxi. He's gone, murmured a scarred man. Now Mingxi is left with merely a cadre of gatekeepers. Are you certain? A thin man nervously glanced around. Absolutely. The scarred man grinned maliciously. General Kunsha's army will soon arrive, and we must prepare a welcoming ceremony. They remained oblivious to the shadow lurking at the alley's entrance. A figure draped in optical camouflage silently retreating. In his earpiece, the chilling voice of Team 177 resonated. Target acquired. Prepare to ensnare. Inside the command vehicle, Gu Lingxiao closed his eyes to cultivate tranquility, yet his mind incessantly replayed the harrowing images of the car accident from 3 years prior, his parents' blood, the inferno of the wreckage, and the sinister grin of Kunsha. His fingers unconsciously caressed the tactical dagger at his waist, knuckles whitening from the pressure. This time, he whispered to himself, I shall personally sever your head. The ground trembled slightly, and a distant roar of engines echoed, rumbling like thunder through the valley. Gu Lingxiao suddenly opened his eyes, flung open the car door, and leaped out. At the precipice, the cold wind howled as he crouched behind a protruding rock, receiving the M4 handed to him by John. The icy touch of the weapon sent a shiver through his fingertips. Boss, is this your first time? John inquired in a low voice, his slate blue eyes scanning Gu Lingxiao's tense fingers. Gu Lingxiao offered no reply, fixating intently on the winding road below.